Chapter 1. What? The company commander is the grandson-in-law of new recruit Su Han. Great-grandpa, what are you doing here? So you are serving in this army. What a coincidence. Su Han looked bewilderedly at the attractive woman in front of him who was calling him great-grandpa. Great-grandpa? Didn't I just cross over into the body of a new recruit? How did I become a grandpa? Su Han instinctively turned his head to look at the window of the barracks, and in the reflection, he indeed saw an 18 or 19-year-old young man. He quickly searched the memories of the original body owner. He had crossed over just an hour ago in his previous life. He was also a soldier, and a top special forces soldier at that. The Su Han who shared his name and surname was now a new recruit in the 356th Regiment's 7th Company. Before he could recover from the shock, a woman suddenly appeared and pulled him along. And she called him great-grandpa? What's going on? After searching through the memories, Su Han instantly understood. He really was this woman's great-grandpa. In the Su family, he had a very high status and was currently the highest-ranking elder in the clan. But he was also the youngest. The woman in front of him was named Su Lingxue, the eldest granddaughter of his cousin. The Su family had a very strong sense of hierarchy. No matter how much age difference there was, everything had to be counted according to the generation. Those of lower generation absolutely could not show any disrespect to those of higher generation, especially for someone like Su Han, who had a 2-generation gap. It could be said that as long as he didn't take a seat at a family banquet, no one in the entire family would dare to pick up their chopsticks. Oh, it's little Shui. I almost didn't recognize you, huh? Su Han responded awkwardly as Su Lingxue smiled, revealing 2 beautiful dimples. I've been working outside for a few years, and I haven't been home for 3 years, so it's normal that you didn't recognize me. At this moment, the soldiers of the 7th Company were already dumbfounded. Just now, the company commander's girlfriend called Su Han great-grandpa? No way. Isn't she several years older than Su Han? How can she call him great-grandpa? The gap in generations is too big, right? Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the company commander also has to call Su Han great-grandpa? Everyone looked at each other, their expressions suddenly becoming quite amusing as they all turned to look at company commander Zhou Haitao, who was standing next to Su Lingxue. At this moment, Zhou Haitao also looked nervous. Clearly, he realized the issue and quickly asked Su Lingxue, Lingxue, did you recognize the wrong person? How could this Su Han be your great-grandpa? Su Lingxue said seriously, how could I mistake my grandpa? He is great-grandpa. Come, great-grandpa. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhou Haitao. I came here this time to discuss our marriage. Haitao, hurry and greet him. Zhou Haitao immediately felt awkward, looking at Su Han with an extremely embarrassed expression. Su Han looked at him with a smile, already feeling delighted inside. Just now, because he had just crossed over and was a bit dazed in formation, he didn't follow the team to shout the slogans and was scolded harshly by Zhou Haitao. He was even punished to stand at attention on the playground for an hour. His impression of this new company commander was quite poor. If he were the original Su Han, he might have waved his hand and said it was unnecessary. But he had crossed over from another world, and if they were to discuss age, he was actually several years older than Zhou Haitao. He wasn't intimidated. Most importantly, the original Su Han had poor military skills and had been drilled by Zhou Haitao a lot during these months of service. Although it was normal to be drilled for lacking military skills in the army, one couldn't help but feel a bit resentful, right? Now, with a chance to vent that resentment, how could Su Han miss it? Seeing Zhou Haitao not speaking, Su Lingxue immediately put on a serious face and sternly said, Zhou Haitao, greet him. I'll tell you, our marriage cannot happen without great-grandpa's approval. In our family, for matters like marriage, it must be approved by the highest-ranking elder. Even my dad doesn't have the right to make decisions for me. Dozens of soldiers collectively held their breath, their eyes wide open, glancing back and forth between the company commander and the new recruit who was often punished to stand. Zhou Haitao's face turned visibly red, from his forehead all the way down to his neck. He moved his lips a few times, but couldn't make a sound. Lingxue, this Zhou Haitao, struggled to swallow. This is the army, and his company commander. What's wrong with the army? Su Lingxue raised an eyebrow. Just because you're in uniform doesn't mean you don't recognize your ancestors. They'll tell you, Zhou Haitao, in our Su family, hierarchy is above all. If you don't acknowledge great-grandpa, don't even think about stepping into my Su family's door in the future. And if my family finds out you disrespect great-grandpa, let alone marrying me, even I might get my legs broken. Zhou Haitao mumbled, pouting softly. Is it that serious? Suhan almost burst out laughing as he put his hands behind his back, deliberately adopting a benevolent elder's expression, while out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the surrounding soldiers shaking with suppressed laughter, several of them already turning red in the face. Are you going to greet him or not? If not, he'll leave. From now on, don't come looking for me again. Su Lingxue pretended to be angry. Great-grandpa Zhou Haitao squeezed out these 3 words between his teeth, his voice quieter than a mosquito. What? Suhan pretended to dig in his ear. Haitao, I'm getting old and my hearing isn't good. Can you speak a bit louder? Uffed. The soldiers of the 7th Company instantly covered their mouths, barely holding back their laughter. Zhou Haitao looked as if he had eaten a mouse droppings, glaring at Suhan. You're not that old. How can you act so elderly? All right. Getting a wife is not easy for me. Wait until she leaves. You'll see how I deal with you, you little brat. Great-grandpa, Zhou Haitao almost shouted, his voice echoing across the barracks. The veins on his forehead popped out, and his eyes were fixed on the ground as if he wanted to bore a hole in the concrete. Someone couldn't hold back first, followed by a burst of suppressed laughter from the entire 7th Company. Zhou Haitao suddenly raised his head, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. The laughter stopped abruptly, but the soldiers' twisted faces showed that they were still desperately holding back. Good be, oh wide, Suhan smiled and nodded, patting Zhou Haitao's shoulder. Lingxue has good taste, this young man has spirit. However, since we're in the army, I can't always call you grandson or Haitao or something. Let's do this in the army from now on. We'll stick to our own titles. I'll call you company commander, and you'll call me grandpa. Zhou Haitao clenched his fists, veins bulging, the muscles on his face twitching. But Suhan was not afraid at all, still maintaining a harmless, benevolent smile. What a joke! He was no longer the original Suhan. The original Suhan had poor military skills, but now he occupied this body that in the future, in the entire military district, if he wanted to bully someone, it wouldn't be a difficult task at all. Even special forces would be like younger brothers in front of him. Would he be afraid of this little company commander? Hearing this, Su Lingxue finally smiled, affectionately linking her arm with Zhou Haitao's. If great-grandpa says so, then this marriage is settled. Zhou Haitao's expression was like he had swallowed a live frog, unable to express his frustration or accept it. Settled? Suhan shook his head slightly, a motion that immediately made Su Lingxue tense up. Does third grandpa not agree with us being together? Not you, kid, taking an inch and wanting a mile. Zhou Haitao was also getting angry this time. But before he could finish his sentence, Suhan instantly put on a serious expression befitting an elder and interrupted him directly. Child, is this how you speak to your elders? Is this the attitude one should have when talking to an elder? Lingxue, look at what you've found. He doesn't understand how to respect his elders at all. Suhan's words stunned the soldiers of the 7th Company around them. Wow, this kid, he actually treats the company commander like a grandson. Is he planning to live just one more day? Look at what you're saying. Isn't the company commander now just Suhan's grandson? Everyone. Su Lingxue also looked at Zhou Haitao with slight anger. Zhou Haitao, what do you mean? How can you speak to third grandpa like that? Zhou Haitao smiled awkwardly as he pulled Su Lingxue. I couldn't hold it in for a moment. Don't be angry. I'm not his company commander right now. I'm used to lecturing in the company. I couldn't react in time. Only then did Suhan leisurely speak up. It's not that I disagree, but since it's the first meeting, there are many situations that I don't understand, so I have to evaluate it. First meeting? Zhou Haitao couldn't hold it in at that moment. Damn it. You've been in the army for almost half a year. I've been with you since the rookie company, and we live together every day. Is this called a first meeting? Are you dreaming every day? Are you seeing ghosts? The company commander is actually so afraid of his wife. A rookie murmured quietly. Slap. An old class leader slapped him on the back of the head. What do you know? That's not fear, that's love. The surrounding rookies immediately perked up their ears and leaned in. The old class leader lowered his voice. 3 years ago, the company commander went on vacation and fell while hiking, breaking his leg. It was his wife who carried him 2 kilometers down the mountain to the hospital, taking care of him for half a month. Is that true? A rookie's eyes widened. His wife looked so frail. So you rookies don't understand. The old class leader snorted. Not only did she save the company commander's life, but she also has a good heart and especially respects her elders. With a daughter-in-law like that, who wouldn't cherish her from the bottom of their heart? The soldiers nodded thoughtfully. their gazes towards Su Lingxue filled with a bit more respect. Although this identity was somewhat awkward, it was also their family matter. In matters of marriage, as a junior, regardless of your identity, you must respect the elders. Moreover, Su Han is still from the older generation, haha. Zhou Haitao, Su Lingxue said sternly, what was that attitude just now? Hurry up and apologize to third grandpa. Sweat beads on Zhou Haitao's forehead glistened in the sunlight. He took a deep breath and said, third grandpa, I'm sorry, my attitude was not good just now. Su Han stood with his hands behind his back, speaking slowly. Young people, a bit of a quick temper is understandable. However, he deliberately elongated his tone, causing Zhou Haitao's heart to rise to his throat. But what? Su Lingxue asked nervously. But since you want to marry a girl from our Su family, this temper needs to be changed. Su Han smiled and said, our Su family values respect for the elderly and love for the young. Zhou Haitao gritted his teeth and nodded, wiping his sweat heavily. Let's go to the family quarters and talk. It's too sunny out here. Su Lingxue finally smiled and turned to Su Han. Third grandpa, let's go eat together? But Su Han stood still, looking troubled. Well, I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Su Lingxue asked in confusion. Isn't it lunch break now? Su Han pointed to the scorching sun above. I was punished to stand in military posture for an hour by him, and only 20 minutes have passed. Su Lingxue suddenly turned to Zhou Haitao, her brows furrowing tightly. You punished third grandpa to stand in military posture? Zhou Haitao almost bit his tongue. I didn't know he was. And he made a mistake. As the company commander, I have to handle it fairly. Nonsense. Su Lingxue was so angry she stamped her foot. Third grandpa is so old. How can you? Ahem. Su Han quickly interrupted. Lingxue, I'm only 18 now. That doesn't matter. Su Lingxue insisted. His seniority is right there. Zhou Haitao was anxious, rubbing his hands. No punishment, no punishment. Let's go eat together. Really don't need to punish? Su Han blinked. You must keep your word. Absolutely, I promise. Zhou Haitao said through gritted teeth. Who? Oh. The soldiers of the 7th Company finally couldn't hold it in and burst into cheers. Zhou Haitao suddenly turned around and glared at them, and everyone immediately fell silent, but the joy in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Let's go, third grandpa. Su Lingxue affectionately linked her arm with Su Han's. I specially brought local specialties. Zhou Haitao watched the two of them being close, feeling puzzled. Whose wife is this anyway? The three had just taken a few steps when Su Han suddenly stopped. Wait, what's wrong? Zhou Haitao asked warily. Su Han pointed to the other side of the playground. My tactical backpack is still over there, company commander. And oh, Haitao, can you help third grandpa get it? Zhou Haitao's face instantly darkened like a bottom of a pot. I'll go get it. A rookie volunteered and rushed out. No need, no need. Su Han waved his hand. Just let Haitao go. You all carry on with your own things. Zhou Haitao took a deep breath and stepped heavily towards the other end of the playground. Behind him, the soldiers of the 7th Company were giggling in succession. When he returned holding the backpack, he heard Su Han saying to Su Lingxue, although Haitao is a bit quick-tempered, he's a good person that he takes special care of me in the army. Zhou Haitao's hand trembled, almost dropping the backpack. Really? Su Lingxue asked in surprise. Of course, Su Han took the backpack, glancing meaningfully at Zhou Haitao, practicing extra drills, standing guard extra, emergency assemblies. Not a single thing missed, afraid I'd slack off. Zhou Haitao's cold sweat instantly broke out. Su Lingxue, feeling moved, pinched Zhou Haitao's arm flesh, her voice carrying a hint of chill. So you care about third grandpa so much? Work. It's just work. Zhou Haitao grimaced in pain, smiling in a way that looked worse than crying. The soldiers of the 7th Company finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Someone even laughed so hard they slapped their thigh. My gosh, today's show is more exciting than the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 2. Family Rules in the Barracks. In the family quarters, Su Lingxue pulled Su Han to sit on the sofa, affectionately peeling an apple for him. Zhou Haitao stood beside them, his military uniform crisp, but he looked like a child who had done something wrong, awkward and fidgety. Third grandpa, try this. It's a honey tangerine I brought from my hometown. Su Lingxue handed a golden tangerine to Su Han and turned to glare at Zhou Haitao. What are you standing there for? Pour tea for third grandpa. Zhou Haitao's mouth twitched, and he turned to get the teacup. Out of the corner of his eye, Su-Han noticed that the veins in Zhou Haitao's hand were bulging as he held the cup, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, deliberately raising his voice. Ling Xue, Haitao is quite impressive in the company. Why is he so restrained today? He dares not be disrespectful. Su Ling Xue huffed. In the army, he is the company commander, but when he comes home, he has to follow the family rules. Zhou Haitao walked over with the teacup, forcing a smile on his face. Third grandpa, please have some. Su-Han took the teacup, blowing gently at the floating leaves. Haitao, your tea-making skills still need practice. The water temperature is too high, it has cooked the tea leaves. Zhou Haitao's veins on his forehead twitched. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Third grandpa, don't argue with him. Su Lingxiu appealed another orange. Haitao grew up in the city and doesn't have that many customs at home. Su-Han smiled and nodded, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Haitao clenching his fists as he turned away. He felt secretly pleased this was much more interesting than teasing rookies in the special forces in his past life. The sound of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen, where Zhou Haitao was busy wearing an apron. Su Lingxiu lowered her voice. Third grandpa, what do you think of Haitao? Su-Han deliberately pondered for a moment. His temper is a bit quick, but he's willing to cook for you, which shows he has a heart. Just then, Zhou Haitao came out with 2 plates of food. Dinner is ready. The dining table was set with 3 dishes and a soup, although simple. It was colorful and fragrant. Su-Han nodded secretly, not expecting this straight man of steel to have such culinary skills. The 3 of them sat down, and before Su-Han could pick up his chopsticks, Zhou Haitao grabbed his, ready to offer a chicken leg to Su Lingxiu, but was met with a glare from her. What's wrong with you? The elders haven't started eating yet. Zhou Haitao's chopsticks froze in midair, his face turning red and white. He took a deep breath and put down his chopsticks. Third grandpa, please go ahead. Only then did Su-Han leisurely pick up his chopsticks and grab a piece of braised pork. Let's eat. Don't be so formal. Haitao, you two, just treat this like your own home. No need to be so restrained. Hee. Own home. Zhou Haitao instinctively looked around. Is this really his house? Although it's military housing, he's living here now. Zhou Haitao focused on eating, not daring to look up the entire time. Every time Su-Han picked up a dish, Su Lingxiu followed suit like a little tail. This meal made Zhou Haitao's stomach ache. After the meal, Su Lingxiu spoke again. Haitao, go wash the dishes. Zhou Haitao's eyes widened. Me? Who else? Su Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. Should I and third grandpa wash them? Zhou Haitao resignedly gathered the bowls and chopsticks and went to the kitchen. The faucet gushed with water, accompanied by the sound of ceramic bowls clattering, and Su-Han could almost hear him grinding his teeth. Third grandpa. Su Lingxiu leaned closer. What do you think about our marriage? Su-Han put down his teacup. Lingxiu, marriage is not a trivial matter. How long have you two been together? More than 2 years. Su Lingxiu's face flushed. We met when he was on leave. He broke his leg on the mountain, and I carried him down. Su-Han raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a hero. No, a beauty saving a hero scenario. Just as he was about to say something, a crisp sound came from the kitchen, as if a bowl had shattered. Zhou Haitao. Su Lingxiu had jumped up. It's okay. I slipped. Zhou Haitao's panicked voice came from the kitchen. Su-Han was stifling laughter to the point of stomach pain. The dignified company commander of the 7th Company, a formidable figure on the training ground, was now being scolded like a grandson by a girl. It was a classic case of a strict wife. When Zhou Haitao finished washing the dishes and came out, Su-Han glanced at the wall clock. It's almost time for the afternoon break. I need to head back to the barracks. So soon? Su Lingxiu seemed a bit reluctant. Stay a bit longer. The military has its rules. Su-Han stood up, giving Zhou Haitao a meaningful look. There's training this afternoon. Zhou Haitao's eyes brightened, as if he had found a lifeline. Right. We cannot violate military discipline. As Su-Han walked out of the family compound, the sun warmed his face. He took a deep breath, feeling extremely relaxed. This morning felt even more fulfilling than completing a high-difficulty mission in the Special Forces in his past life. Just as he walked a short distance, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Zhou Haitao caught up. Su-Han. Su-Han turned around, a half-smile on his face. What's up, son-in-law? Zhou Haitao's face darkened. Don't go too far. I give you face in front of Lingxiu, but in the army, I'm still your commander. Of course. Su-Han nodded vigorously. What orders do you have, Commander? Zhou Haitao was momentarily speechless, finally managing to squeeze out. In the afternoon training, you better not mess up. There's a notice from the regiment that military district leaders might come down for inspection this afternoon. You've always been restless, don't cause me any trouble. Guaranteed to complete the task. Suhan saluted with a standard military gesture, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Haitao, however, looked helpless and shoved a bag of oranges into Suhan's hands. This is a gift from your granddaughter to you, take it home and eat. All right, thanks to my lovely granddaughter. Hee. Once Suhan walked far away, Zhou Haitao kicked a stone by the roadside. Damn it, what is this all about? Back in the family quarters, Su Lingxue was tidying up. Seeing Zhou Haitao return, she put down her work. Haitao, we need to talk. Zhou Haitao's heart tightened. What's wrong? About third grandpa. Su Lingxue pulled him to sit down. I know what you're thinking, but the Su family's rules cannot be broken. Zhou Haitao scratched his head. But this is the army. I'm the commander, and he's a soldier. How do we handle this relationship? During the day in the army, you call the shots, but privately, you must adhere to the hierarchy. Su Lingxue's tone was firm. If my parents find out you disrespected third grandpa, this marriage is definitely off. Zhou Haitao sighed. Lingxue, it's not that I don't respect my elders, but this is too. To what? Su Lingxue glared. Although third grandpa is younger, his status is established. Do you know what my grandpa said before he passed? He said the Su family can go without food, but they cannot lose their principles. Zhou Haitao fell silent. He knew Su Lingxue valued family traditions, which was one of the reasons he liked Hershey valued feelings, righteousness, and knew how to maintain decorum. All right, Zhou Haitao conceded. Outside the army, I will follow your family's rules. But in the barracks, he still has to listen to me. Su Lingxue finally smiled. That's more like it. In fact, third grandpa is a good person, just loves to joke around. You have no idea. He's quite favored in the clan. He's the only one left from my grandpa's generation. Zhou Haitao's heart stirred. So, your family listens to him? Of course. Su Lingxue nodded. Although third grandpa is young, he carries weight in the clan. My dad and the others consult him when they have matters. Zhou Haitao pondered. He suddenly realized that winning over this little ancestor might be more important than winning over his future father-in-law. Seeing Zhou Haitao's expression, Su Lingxue couldn't help but laugh. Now that third grandpa has left, I also owe you an apology for making you lose face in front of your soldiers. Earlier, Zhou Haitao quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. Why are we being so formal? Besides, we are all comrades. It's completely normal to joke and tease each other. It's nothing. Su Lingxue said, the reason I acted that way was to let you lower your posture in front of third grandpa, allowing him to recognize your strengths in life and leave a good impression. After all, both of you are getting to know this identity for the first time, and it's your first time meeting the parents. Regardless of the occasion, you still have to endure a bit. Moreover, judging from your attitude towards third grandpa in the company, he seems not very satisfied with you. I'm also considering our future. I know how to maintain a balance at work. I know your identity and third grandpa's identity. But you also need to understand me in life. You need to be clear about your position. Zhou Haitao didn't expect that everything Su Lingxue did was for his own good. He immediately felt warm in his heart, holding her hands and saying, Lingxue, don't worry. I'll pay attention from now on. Hey, what do you think the company commander is feeling right now? In the dormitory of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company, the new recruit Wang Hao leaned over the edge of the bed and whispered, being scolded by his own soldiers, how does that feel? The veteran Li Chong on the upper bunk turned over, the bed creaking. Looking at the company commander's face, it's like he ate a dead fly. But speaking of which, Suhan usually seems so listless. Why is he suddenly so tough today? You guys don't understand. The squad deputy said mysteriously as he leaned in. The Su family is a big family in our place. I heard their ancestral hall is even more impressive than the town government's. By seniority, the company commander really has to call him Grandpa. Oh, I almost forgot, deputy. You're from the same city as Suhan, your fellow townsman. Wang Hao said in realization. Shh, quiet. Zhao Xiaohu, on the lower bunk near the door, suddenly raised his finger. Suhan is back. The dormitory door was gently pushed open, and Suhan tiptoed in. The previously noisy dormitory instantly fell silent, with 7 or 8 pairs of eyes fixed on him, a strange atmosphere filling the air. Suhan scratched his head. Is there something on my face? Brother Han. Wang Hao sprang up from his bed, affectionately putting his arm around Suhan's shoulder. Quick, tell the brothers, what's it like to be the company commander's grandpa? Right. Did the company commander tremble when he served you tea? Does your sister-in-law really listen to you that much? Everyone crowded around him, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Suhan was squeezed in the middle, feeling both amused and helpless. Just as he was about to speak, a loud shout erupted. "Shut the hell up!" The squad leader Lu Daong stood at the door, his face dark. He strode in, kicking a few of the most boisterous new recruits on the butt. "What are you making noise for during the nap time? You guys are the loudest in the entire company. You are the most difficult squad I've ever had to manage. If you keep making noise, all of you will go out and do drills." The dormitory instantly fell silent. The soldiers of the third squad crawled back to their beds, not daring to make a sound. Lu Daong turned to glare at Suhan, his expression complicated. "And you, don't think you can get special treatment just because of your connections. The military district leaders are coming to inspect this afternoon, and if anyone screws up, I'll skin them alive." "Yes, squad leader." Suhan stood at attention and saluted, his movements flawless and without a hint of error. Lu Daong was taken aback. Usually, Suhan's military posture was always slouched, but today he seemed like a different person. He frowned, said nothing more, and turned to leave the dormitory. Once the squad leader's footsteps faded, whispers began again in the dormitory. "Hey, Suhan." Wang Hao leaned halfway out. "I heard the leaders are coming to inspect the shooting this afternoon. Are you up for it? You came in last during the last assessment." Suhan lay on his bed, hands behind his head, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm not the same as before. Just keep bragging." Zhao Xiaohu scoffed. "Do you think shouting 3 grandpas will make your shooting skills better?" Everyone chuckled softly. Suhan didn't argue. Closing his eyes to rest, he needed to get familiar with everything about this body. He didn't want to encounter any great-grandchildren he didn't recognize later on and make a fool of himself. Soon, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of snoring. But Suhan had no intention of sleeping instead. He was extremely excited. He finally understood why Su Lingxue could carry the tall company commander over 2 to 3 kilometers of mountain road. It turned out that the Su family lineage was a family of martial artists. Every descendant of the Su family had to practice martial arts from a young age. Of course, the so-called martial arts weren't like those in martial arts novels, but rather some traditional boxing techniques, kicking methods, and breathing exercises passed down through the Su family. Throughout feudal dynasties, there had been military generals and martial arts champions from the Su family. Although the Su family wasn't as glorious as before, each member still had some martial arts background. Except for him, the owner of this body, Suhan, was born later and was doted on excessively. When he was 6 years old, his parents passed away, and he became the oldest in the entire Su family. Because of this, no one had the right to discipline him, and he, fearing hardship, started to slack off on martial arts training. As he grew older, he didn't even practice anymore, only knowing how to eat, drink, and have fun. Also, due to his fear of hardship, he wasn't proactive in training after entering the army, and his scores in various military subjects were basically at the bottom of the entire company. However, this guy had a good memory and remembered all the boxing techniques, kicking methods, and hard qigong of the Su family clearly. This actually gave the current Suhan an opportunity. Especially the hard qigong, this was a real thing. In his previous life, he had seen it with his own eyes. One could break bricks with their head, lie on steel forks, and hold steel guns against their throats. Of course, this required long-term training, such as cultivating qi, honing muscles, bones, and so on. Without some talent and perseverance, one wouldn't even be able to pass the threshold. Maybe if I practice a bit, I can break through the bottleneck of my previous strength. Once he decided, he went for Suhan started to practice based on the Su family's breathing technique, tortoise breathing. A few minutes later, when Suhan opened his eyes again, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Following the breathing method of the tortoise breathing, he realized his talent was extremely high, and he quickly grasped its essence. In just a few minutes, he felt most of the fatigue in his body dissipate, leaving him refreshed and very comfortable. If he kept practicing, it might really help develop the cellular potential of all his organs, allowing him to break through the limits of the human body more easily. Chapter 3. The Military District Commander's Surprise Inspection, and Suhan got selected. The urgent whistle shattered the afternoon tranquility. All personnel assemble. The soldiers of the 7th Company rushed out of the dormitory like arrows released from a bow, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Suhan nimbly followed at the end of the line, his uniform crisp and his belt fastened meticulously. On the playground, Each class quickly formed ranks. Zhou Haitao stood at the front, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over every soldier. When he saw Su Han, the corner of his eye twitched imperceptibly. Attention! Snap! Over 100 soldiers in the company stood at attention in unison, the sound perfectly synchronized. Each class reported their numbers. 1, 2, 3. When it was Su Han's turn, he took a deep breath, his chest resonating, his voice booming like a bell. 7. This sound was like thunder in a clear sky, causing several new recruits nearby to feel their ears ringing. A few squad leaders in the front row turned back in unison, their faces filled with astonishment. Was this still the Su Han who used to shout slogans weekly? Zhou Haitao frowned, his gaze lingering on Su Han for 2 extra seconds. Did this kid take the wrong medicine today? Listen up. Zhou Haitao walked to the center of the formation with his hands behind his back, at ease. Whoosh! The entire company uniformly extended their left foot. According to the notice from the regiment, the deputy commander of the military district will arrive this afternoon to inspect our training situation. Zhou Haitao's voice was serious, and each class must meet the highest standards. If anyone lets me down, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept toward Su Han. Don't blame me for being unmerciful. Su Han stood straight, not looking sideways, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Zhou Haitao's veiled threat was clearly directed at him. Now dismissed. Get your internal affairs in order within 10 minutes. Dismissed. As soon as the formation broke, the soldiers from the 3rd squad quickly surrounded him. Wow. Su Han, when did your voice get so loud? Wang Hao dug at his ears, saying, I can still hear a ringing. The assistant of the 7th squad contemplated. You wouldn't have been pretending to be weak all along, would you? Su Han smiled without answering and quickly walked toward the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, the soldiers were in a flurry, tidying up their internal affairs. The army's quilts must be folded into tofu blocks, which is a technical task. Usually, Su Han was the slowest, and the quilts he folded were soft and floppy, earning him plenty of criticism from the squad leader. But today, Su Han's hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers, folding the quilt into sharp corners in just a few swift motions. He even casually helped Wang Hao, who was in the neighboring bunk, tidy up the edges. His technique, so skillful, it was comparable to a professional internal affairs model. Damn! Wang Hao's ayes wie denid, Hanye. You didn't secretly practice folding quilts for an entire afternoon, did you? Su Han smiled without answering, gently patting the non-existent dust off the quilt. Just kidding. In my previous life, before joining the Special Forces, I was the champion of the internal affairs competition for the entire division. Although this body has changed, the muscle memory remains. Squad leader Liu Daong walked in to check, and when he saw Su Han's bunk, he was clearly taken aback. He reached out to touch the quilt's edges and then looked at the neatly arranged slippers under the bed, his brow furrowing even tighter. Suan, here. Liu Daong stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly trying to find some clue in this young face. Maintain it. Yes. 10 minutes later, the 7th Company assembled again. This time, Zhou Haitao personally led the team to the training ground. At the training ground of the 3rd Battalion, the 7th, 8th, and 9th Companies were lined up neatly. The scorching sun baked every soldier's back, sweat dripping from the edges of their helmets, yet no one reached out to wipe it away. Attention! With the battalion commander's order, all soldiers straightened their backs as if they were one. In the distance, the roar of a car engine could be heard as a jeep with military district plates slowly approached, followed by the command vehicle of the regiment. Report to the commander. The battalion commander jogged forward, saluting as he reported. The car door opened, and a grizzled major general stepped out. The stars on his shoulder boards gleamed in the sunlight, and his imposing presence made every soldier present involuntarily hold their breath. At ease, the deputy commander of the military district, Zhao Jiangwo, returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over the orderly ranks, their spirit and energy looking good. The division commander and regiment commander flanked him, both with tense yet expectant expressions. However, Zhao Jiangwo's tone shifted, stating that the army must be prepared for warfare. Combat effectiveness is the only standard to measure a unit. I'm here today to see your true abilities. His gaze drifted between the 3 companies. 3rd squad of each company stepped forward, The soldiers of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company felt a tightness in their chests. Su-han stood in the line, clearly hearing Wang Hao's rapid breathing beside him. This guy usually trained carelessly, and now he was so nervous his fingers were trembling. The 3rd Squads of the 3 companies stepped out of the formation one after another. Zhao Jiangwo walked to the shooting range, pointing at the distant target positions. "What targets do you usually shoot at?" "Report to the commander." The battalion commander quickly replied. 100-meter fixed chest targets. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head. "That distance is too short. In modern warfare, 200 meters is the basic range." He turned to the soldiers of the 3 squads. "Today, we will shoot at the 200-meter chest targets." The scene erupted in an uproar. At a distance of 200 meters. The target was just a small black in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, not to mention under the blazing sun, where the light refraction severely interfered with aiming. Zhou Haitao's face turned ashen instantly. He knew very well the level of his 3rd squad, especially that Su-han, who had missed 2 shots in the last 100-meter shooting. If they embarrassed themselves in front of the commander, the regiment commander would probably skin him alive. Zhou Haitao quietly moved to Su-han's side and whispered, "Su-han, listen carefully. When it's time to shoot, aim before pulling the trigger. If you dare to miss, I'll make you clean the toilets for a month." The corners of Su-han's mouth lifted slightly. "Don't worry, Captain, I'll definitely perform well." Zhou Haitao looked at him suspiciously, feeling that this kid's words had hidden meaning. But now that the arrow was on the bowstring, he could only brace himself for it. "Get into position." With the commander's order, the soldiers of the 3 squads quickly lay down, starting to check their firearms. Su-han's movements were fluid, checking the magazine, chambering around, and adjusting the scope in one go. The squad leader Liu Daong watched in shock. When did this kid become so proficient? "Begin shooting." Bang, bang, bang. The shooting range erupted with gunfire. While the other soldiers were still adjusting their breathing and carefully aiming, Su-han had already pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive gunshots rang out, each shot spaced less than half a second apart, the speed astonishing. "Damn!" Zhou Haitao almost jumped up, his face turning pale instantly. What the hell was this bastard doing? The regiment commander turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Zhou Haitao, his lips moving. "Look at the good soldier you've trained." The division commander Zhang Zheng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Mentally kirsing Suan San Sisters. If he embarrassed himself in front of the military district commander, how could he lift his head as a division commander? On the shooting range, the other soldiers were also startled by the sudden burst of fire. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company were even more anxious. Was Su-han going to take them all down with him? "It's over." Wang Hao's hand trembled. The first bullet directly went off target. Han Ge was going to drag their whole squad down with him. Squad leader Liu Daiyong's forehead was bulging with veins. He almost wanted to rush over and kick Su-han right then, but he could only suppress his anger and continue his shooting. The deputy commander of the military district, Zhao Jiangwo, was also drawn to the unusual gunfire. He frowned slightly and raised his binoculars to look at Su-han's target position. One look was enough to make the old general's eyes widen. On the target, 5 bullet holes were almost overlapping. Moreover, every shot Su-han fired afterward also hit close to the other bullet holes, striking the 10-ring circle. Zhao Jiangwo, in disbelief, lowered his binoculars and raised them again to confirm. At this moment, Su-han had finished firing the 10th bullet. "Report." Shooting completed. Su-han shouted loudly, then stood up and didn't forget to wink at Zhou Haitao. Zhou Haitao was trembling with anger, his fists cracking. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose. This was revenge for his strict training. The commander was already calculating how to discipline this troublemaker later. The regiment commander wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The whole regiment's reputation had been ruined by this kid. Just at this tense moment, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly spoke. "Soldier at target position number 7, step forward." The scene instantly fell silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible. Both the commander and the regiment commander felt their hearts sink to the bottom, cold sweat running down their backs. It's over. The commander is going to publicly reprimand Su-han. Su-han jogged forward, stood at attention, and saluted. "Hello, Commander." Zhao Jiangwo looked up and down at this young soldier, his eyes flashing with a strange light. "What is your name?" Report, Commander. I am Su-Han, a soldier for the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company. Comrade Su-Han. Zhao Jiangwo's voice suddenly rose. How did you do it? 10 bullets, all in the 10 ring, with 8 hitting the bullseye. Boom! This sentence exploded like a bomb, causing an uproar at the shooting range. What? Zhou Haitao nearly bit his own tongue. The commander and regiment commander exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. The soldiers of the 7th Company were even more shocked. Holy crap. 100 rings. 8 bullseyes. This is a sharpshooter. How is this possible? The commander must have seen it wrong. Once the commander and regiment commander regained their composure, they quickly got binoculars from their subordinates to look at Su-Han's target. Sure enough, they saw that the target was densely packed with 10-ring circles. They each counted carefully and confirmed it was indeed 100 rings. The commander and regiment commander were both dumbfounded. How could they have such a sharpshooter in their unit without knowing? At this distance, shooting at this speed, achieving a full score, this was unbelievable. Even Special Forces soldiers might not be able to do this. Zhou Haitao also saw the results through the binoculars, his eyes wide open in disbelief. This kid actually has this kind of shooting ability. How did I not know before? Just a week ago, in the 100-meter fixed target shooting assessment, he had missed the target and failed. How could he have improved so much in just 1 week? Is he cheating? If anyone was shocked, it was Su-Han's squad leader, Liu Yong. Su-Han had been with him since his first day in the recruit company. Liu Yong knew better than anyone what Su-Han's level was. Since joining, he had participated in numerous shooting assessments, and at least half of his 100-meter shooting scores were failures. On several occasions, he had completely missed the target and hit someone else's. How could a shooter like this suddenly score 100 rings in a 200-meter shot? Who would believe that? Was the regiment trying to save face and cheat in front of the commander? But Su-Han's target clearly hadn't been tampered with. The commander was watching through the binoculars. Even if the regiment had 10 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to do that. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Su-Han with great interest. Tell me, how did you aim? How can you maintain accuracy while shooting so quickly? Su-Han straightened his back. Report. Commander, I used the intuitive shooting method, relying not on the traditional 3-point alignment, but shooting directly through muscle memory and gun feel. Everyone behind him was dumbfounded. Intuitive shooting method? What kind of technique is that? Just shooting based on feeling? Does that mean all the hard work we put into aiming is pointless? When did shooting become this simple? Intuitive shooting? Zhao Jiangwo's eyes lit up. This was an advanced technique trained only in Special Forces. How could a new recruit from an ordinary company know this? Su-Han remained calm. Report, Commander. I figured it out myself. This explanation clearly did not satisfy the old general. Zhao Jiangwo looked at him meaningfully and turned to the commander. This soldier is quite interesting. The commander finally snapped out of his shock and quickly smiled. Yes, Comrade Su-Han is a key shooting model we are cultivating in our division. As he said this, the commander felt embarrassed. This was the first time he had even heard Su-Han's name. Zhou Haitao's expression at this moment was quite something. Shock, confusion, embarrassment, and anger all intertwined on his face. He still couldn't believe that Su-Han, who usually lagged behind in training, was actually a hidden sharpshooter. The few real shooting models behind were exchanging glances. If Su-Han is a shooting model, then what are we? However, despite their shock, everyone generally believed that Su-Han had just gotten lucky this round. Although they felt this was nonsense, after all, hitting 100 rings with 10 bullets was nearly impossible unless his ancestors' graves were smoking. But they would rather believe that than accept that Su-Han had this kind of ability. Just then, Zhao Jiangwo looked at Su-Han again and said, Good, since you were so confident, I'll test you again. Can you handle sniper shooting? Su-Han stood at attention and declared loudly, Report, Commander. My sniper shooting is better than my rifle shooting. As soon as Su-Han said this, Zhou Haitao, Liu Yong, and the soldiers from the 3rd Company almost spat. You? Sniper shooting? Dude, do you even hear what you're saying? The whole company has only one sniper rifle, and there is only one sniper. None of us have even touched a sniper rifle, let alone you, who is always at the bottom in assessments. All right, Zhao Jiangwo laughed heartily. Let me see your sniper skills, rookie. Go, get a sniper rifle. Chapter 4. Participating in the military competition. The regiment commander's cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He quickly walked to Suhan's side and whispered, "Can you really do this? This is not the time to show off." Suhan's lips curled slightly. "Don't worry, Commander. I guarantee I won't embarrass our regiment." After staring into his eyes for 2 seconds, the commander gritted his teeth. "All right. If you perform well, I will apply for a third-class merit for you." "Yes. Thank you, Commander." In the Army, under such high-ranking leaders, achieving good results certainly qualifies one for a third-class merit. In his previous life, when Suhan was in the recruit company, a leader from headquarters came for an inspection and merely complimented a certain recruit on their performance in a specific subject. The next day, that recruit received a commendation from the regiment and was prioritized for promotion because of a leader's affirmation. It not only recognized that soldier's ability, but also affirmed the regiment and division. As the division commander or regiment commander, they naturally need to show their appreciation. Not far away, Zhou Haitao grabbed squad leader Lu Yong, his voice trembling. "Lao Lu, when did this kid practice sniper shooting? How come I have no idea?" Lu Yong looked equally confused. "Squad leader, I've been with him day and night, and I've never seen him touch a sniper rifle. Last time the company organized a sniper selection, he didn't even sign up." Zhou Haitao's face turned pale. It's over. Now we're finished. The commander will definitely tear me apart." At this moment, Zhao Zhengwo looked around and said loudly, "All snipers from the 3rd Battalion, come out and show me your regiment's sniper level." The regiment commander quickly exchanged glances with the battalion commander. Soon, 3 snipers ran out and stood next to Suhan. Zhao Zhengwo glanced at the distant shooting range. "Considering you are conventional unit snipers, let's shoot at a target 600 meters away." The 3 snipers visibly relaxed. 600 meters, while not easy, was within their capabilities. The shooting range was soon prepared. 4 targets were set up at 600 meters, swaying slightly under the blazing sun. "Begin shooting." 3 snipers immediately lay down, adjusting their scopes and calculating parameters such as wind speed and humidity. However, Suhan stood still at position 4, only holding up his sniper rifle with one hand and squinting his eyes. "What is he doing?" Commander Zhang Jingwa frowned. The next second, bang, Suhan pulled the trigger, and the gunshot was deafening. The entire venue was in an uproar. "Here we go again." Wang Hao covered his face. "Brother Han, is he just throwing caution to the wind?" Zhou Haitao's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. "My ancestor." Zhao Zhengwo's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his binoculars to look at the target. The other 3 snipers were also startled by the sudden gunshot. One even trembled, causing his bullet to miss. After the 3 snipers finished shooting, the target report began. Position 1, 7 rings. Position 2, 8 rings. Position 3, 7 rings. Position 4, 10 rings. The excited voice of the target reporter came through the intercom. "What?" The commander suddenly grabbed the binoculars. "Did he really hit it?" Zhao Zhengwo put down the binoculars, a satisfied smile on his face. "Not bad, quite interesting." The scene erupted again. "Wow, hitting a 10 ring at 600 meters on the first shot. Is this just luck?" "Luck? Show me how you do it." Zhou Haitao and Lu Yong exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Zhao Zhengwo walked up to Suhan and asked with interest, "Young man, 600 meters is too easy for you, right?" Suhan stood up straight. "Report, Commander, it's acceptable." "Good." Zhao Zhengwo laughed heartily. "Then let us increase the difficulty. 800 meters, moving target." As soon as this command was given, the venue instantly fell silent. An 800-meter moving target was already the evaluation standard for special forces. Regular Army snipers could not possibly complete it. The faces of the 3 snipers turned pale in an instant, and one even started trembling. The commander quickly stepped forward. "Commander, they haven't undergone professional training." Zhao Zhengwo waved his hand. "Then let's skip them. Let Suhan do it alone." Hearing this, the 3 snipers breathed a huge sigh of relief. The shooting range was quickly adjusted. At 800 meters, a human-shaped target began to move left and right. Suhan took a deep breath and raised his sniper rifle. This time, he was a bit more serious, aiming for about 2 seconds. Bang! The gun fired, and the target fell. "Hit! 10 rings." The voice in the intercom was somewhat distorted with excitement. The entire venue was silent. Everyone widened their eyes, as if witnessing something incredible. Zhao Jiangwo's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. 900 meters. Without saying a word, Su Han raised his rifle again. Bang! Hit! 10 rings. 1,000 meters. Bang! Hit! 10 rings. When Su Han completed the 1,000-meter shot, the entire shooting range erupted. The soldiers disregarded discipline and began to cheer. This time, Su Han didn't wait for Zhao Jiangwo to speak, directly shouting, "Report. Commander, you just want to know my real sniping level, right? Let us make it straightforward." Saying this, Su Han pointed to a pole at 1,200 meters with a red flag on it. "I request to have a simple target trench built there, and let someone throw bottles into the sky from there." 1,200 meters? Bottles? Zhao Jiangwo's eyebrows shot up, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out in surprise. The scene fell silent, all eyes focused on this young soldier. Commander Zhang Jingwo rushed over, lowering his voice and shouting, "Su Han, are you crazy? Shooting bottles at 1,200 meters. Do you know what that means?" Su Han remained unfazed. "Report, Commander, I know." Knowing that, let him try. Zhao Jiangwo suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming with unusual light. "I want to see if our military region really has a sniping genius." The commander quickly arranged for people to prepare. Zhou Haitao was now numb, mechanically walking to Su Han's side, his voice dry. "Su Han, no, Grandpa, how much skill do you really have hidden?" At this moment, Zhou Haitao didn't care about hierarchy anymore. With Su Han's performance today, he would gladly call him Grandpa in front of the whole regiment. Even if Su Han missed the target later, in Zhou Haitao's heart, he had already surpassed the status of a grandpa. This is a treasure. Moreover, it is recognized by the military district leaders. If this gets out, all the company commanders in the regiment will be envious. Suangrin, Sonin love. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, your grandpa won't embarrass you. Zhou Haitao patted Su Han's shoulder hard. "Good. You do well. Tonight, I'll treat your squad to extra food. 10 more dishes." Su Han glanced at Zhou Haitao's hand on his shoulder. "Grandson, that's a bit too familiar." Zhou Haitao. Soon, a red flag was raised at the 1,200-meter shooting range. A soldier stood there holding 10 beer bottles, waiting for orders. Zhao Jiangwo picked up the intercom. "Are you ready?" "Report, Commander, ready." The old general turned to Su Han. "The longest sniping distance in the National Special Forces sniper competition is 1,200 meters. If you can hit 3 bottles, I will recommend you to participate in the 3-month Special Forces competition." But Su Han shook his head. "Commander, I want all 10. "What?" Zhao Jiangwo's eyes widened. The scene erupted again. "Wow, hitting all 10 at 1,200 meters? Is this guy a god? Boasting without a draft." Now the boast is broken. Even the 3 snipers couldn't help but shake their heads. Hitting a bottle at 1,200 meters, hitting one would be a miracle, let alone hitting all 10. Dream on. Zhao Jiangwo stared at Su Han for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Good. Ambitious. Start." Su Han took a deep breath and slowly lay down. This time, his movements were particularly serious, adjusting his breathing, feeling the wind direction, calculating the trajectory. Everyone held their breath. "First one," the voice in the intercom shouted. Bang! In the distance, a small black that was thrown into the air. Bang! The bottle shattered in the air, glass shards sparkling in the sunlight. Hit! Second one. Bang! Bang! Hit! Third one. Bang! Bang! Hit! When a 9th bottle was thrown up, the scene had already boiled over. Soldiers disregarded discipline and cheered excitedly. Zhou Haitao was pinching his own thigh tightly, afraid he was dreaming. The commander and the regiment leader's hands trembled slightly, almost unable to hold the binoculars steady. 10th one. Bang! The last bottle exploded in the air like a dazzling crystal flower. 10 shots, 10 hits. The voice of the target reporter was hoarse with excitement. The scene erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers. Zhao Jiangwo strode up to Su Han and patted his shoulder hard. Good, good, good. The old general repeated 3 good words. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out. In my 40 years of military service, I have never seen a marksman like you. Su Han stood at attention and saluted. Thank you for your praise, Commander. Zhao Jiangwo turned to Commander Zhang and the regiment leader. This soldier, I want him. A soldier as exceptional as this is wasted in your regiment. He should go to the special forces. He should be on the front lines, fighting the enemy. The commander and regiment leader exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to respond. Commander, this. How? Reluctant? Zhao Jiangwo's eyes widened. The regiment leader quickly waved his hand. No. It's just that Comrade Su Han is still a new recruit, and many basic trainings haven't been completed. Basic training? Zhao Jiangwo laughed heartily, with his level. He can even be an instructor for you. Just then, Su Han suddenly spoke. Report, Commander, I have a request. Speak. I would like to temporarily stay in my original unit. Su Han said seriously, this is my home, and I want to grow together with my comrades. His words stunned everyone. Following the deputy commander of the military region is an opportunity that many people dream of. But Su Han had his own ideas. Fortunately, today the inspection was on shooting. If it were a physical fitness test, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. He was indeed a top special forces soldier in his past life, but that was only limited to memories. The physical quality of this body's original owner was simply too poor. It was like an exam. You may have knowledge, but if you don't have hands to write, wouldn't that still result in a 0 score? Therefore, his thought was that it would be better to stay in the regular troops first and solidify the basics. Moreover, since he had inherited martial arts skills, he needed to lay a comprehensive foundation. This way, in the future, his physical potential would reach an unprecedented height. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Su Han deeply and suddenly smiled. Good. You have spirit. But the old general changed his tone. You must participate in the Special Forces competition in 3 months. At that time, I will allocate a spot from our military region's Falcon Special Forces for you. Su Han curiously asked, Commander, is this National Special Forces competition only about sniping? Of course not, Zhao Jiangwo replied. It includes more than a dozen special skill subjects. Of course, that's not a problem. If you participate in other subjects and come in last, it's fine. But in the shooting subject, whether it's rifle or sniper, you must come in first. At the military competition, as long as you get first place in one subject, even if you come in last in others, no one will dare to underestimate you. As long as you can achieve a good ranking, I will personally come over and award you a military merit. Yes, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Su Han straightened his back, his voice loud and clear. Zhao Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction and said to the regiment commander, this soldier must be trained intensively. If necessary, I can have instructors from the Falcon Special Forces come to provide him with special training. Report, Commander. Hearing this, Su Han quickly said, I have a small request. Zhao Jiangwo smiled and said, go ahead. Su Han replied, I don't want any special forces guidance. I can train myself. Also, I don't want my performance today to be known by the special forces. Oh, why? Zhao Jiangwo was slightly taken aback, not understanding. Do you think the special forces have no right to teach you? So I'm proudly replied, yes. I believe my personal training will not be worse than that of the special forces instructors. Shooting is the best proof. I hope the commander can support me. Zhao Jiangwo said to the regiment commander and battalion commander, you two, keep this confidential. Today's events must be kept under wraps. Additionally, during these 3 months, how Su Han trains, how he trains, and what logistical support he needs, you must fully cooperate. If we let this shooting genius from our military region be ruined, I'll flay you alive. The regiment commander and battalion commander quickly stood at attention and said solemnly, yes. Commander. Chapter 5. Awarded 3rd-class merit. Intense self-abuse training. At the shooting range, Zhao Jiangwo encouraged Su Han a few more times before leaving with the regiment commander and others. The regiment commander, Wang Taijun, watched the commander's convoy leave and suddenly turn around, his smile instantly blossoming. All units assemble. Soldiers from the 3 companies quickly lined up, and everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted to Su Han. Listen up, Wang Taijun said with a loud voice. Today, our 3rd battalion has produced a sharpshooter, a sniper genius praised by the military region commander. Wang Taijun's voice echoed on the playground. Comrade, Su Han's performance not only brings glory to the 7th Company, but also earns honor for our entire regiment. He walked up to Su Han and patted his shoulder hard. I've decided to award Comrade Su Han a 3rd-class merit. Boom! The scene instantly erupted. 3rd-class merit? To receive a 3rd-class merit in the first year of service. My goodness, What incredible luck! The soldiers discussed animatedly, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Su-han. In the army, third-class merit is not something that can be easily obtained. A regular soldier serving for 2 years would be lucky to receive an Excellent Soldier Award. Yet Su-han had only been in the army for 6 months and had received such an honor. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. No one would have thought that Su-han, who usually ranked at the bottom in various subjects, would suddenly shine at this critical moment. Wang Taijun looked around and continued, I hope all officers and soldiers in the battalion will learn from Comrade Su-han, practice their combat skills diligently, and strive to become models of martial excellence. Dismissed. As soon as the formation broke up, the 7th Company's soldiers swarmed around. Han Yi, treat us. Han Ge is awesome. Han Ge, you're hiding too deep. Wang Hao hugged Su-han's arm. Han Ge, from now on, you are my big brother. Teach me how to shoot. Other soldiers from different squads also gathered around, clamoring for advice. Zhou Haitao stood on the outskirts, his expression complex. He cleared his throat, quiet. The soldiers dispersed, but their excitement remained undiminished. Zhou Haitao walked up to Su-han, looking him up and down, as if he was meeting this soldier for the first time. Su-han, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Su-han grinned. Son-in-law, this is just the beginning. Zhou Haitao's mouth twitched, but surprisingly he did not refute. He turned to all the soldiers in the company. Today, Comrade Su-han has brought glory to our 7th Company. Tonight, the whole company will have an extra meal. Class 3 will have 10 extra dishes. I'll pay out of my own pocket. Long live the company commander. Long Lai Anye. The soldiers cheered and danced with excitement. Zhou Haitao waved his hand. Now, each class return and prepare for weapon maintenance. As per usual, before we start, each class will send someone out to compete in rifle disassembly and assembly. The class that wins first will have their weapons cleaned by the other classes. His gaze swept over Class 3. Let Su-han participate from Class 3. Yes. Su-han stood at attention, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Back at the company, the soldiers quickly gathered in the open space outside the equipment room. Representatives from the 9 classes lined up, each in front of a table with a Type 95 rifle. Zhou Haitao stood at the front, holding a stopwatch. The rules are simple. First disassemble and then reassemble. The fastest to finish assembling and pull the bolt wins. Ready? Su-han moved his fingers a bit, his gaze focused on the parts on the table. Start. As soon as Zhou Haitao's command fell, the 9 soldiers' fingers turned into a blur, quickly disassembling the rifles. The sound of metal parts clashing filled the air. Wang Hao nervously clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Su-han's movements. Su-han's hands moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers, so fast that it was nearly impossible to see. Disassembling the stock, removing the magazine, separating the upper and lower receiver, taking out the bolt assembly. Every step was precise and fluid. Wow. Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. Han Ge, your speed is just too insane, right? The soldiers from other classes also noticed Su-han's abnormal performance and turned to look. The representative from Class 2 even got distracted and accidentally launched a spring out, scrambling to pick it up. They had just started disassembling. What was the rush? A veteran from Class 1 snorted dismissively, his hands still moving. However, the next second, report. Completed. Su-han's loud voice rang out like thunder, making everyone's scalp tingle. Zhou Haitao's stopwatch had just hit 13 seconds when he abruptly looked up, incredulously staring at the already fully assembled Type 95 rifle in front of Su-han. This is impossible. The representatives from the other 8 classes all stopped their movements in unison, staring at the scene in shock. 13 seconds. Fully assembled. I just finished disassembling mine. Is this even human? The scene erupted in chaos, with soldiers' jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Zhou Haitao quickly walked up to Su-han. Carefully checking that every part of the rifle was in place, the bolt moved smoothly, completely meeting the standards. How did you do it? Zhou Haitao's voice trembled. Su-han smiled slightly. Report, company commander, practice makes perfect. Bullshit. Zhou Haitao blurted out. The record for the entire regiment is only 21 seconds. And you're just a new recruit who's been in for half a year. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and abruptly shut his mouth. Yeah, This recruit just smashed 10 bottles from 1,200 meters away. Compared to that, what was this? Zhou Haitao took a deep breath to calm himself. Class 3 wins. Other classes, help them clean their rifles. Yay! The soldiers of Class 3 cheered, rushing up to throw Su Han high into the air. Hanggu is awesome. Hanggu is mighty. Wang Hao was so excited that his face turned red. Hanggu, what did you practice this? Teach me. Su Han was thrown into the air, smiling without speaking. In his previous life in the Special Forces, they had to disassemble and assemble weapons hundreds of times every day. Although this body had changed, the muscle memory remained. That night, the cafeteria of the 7th Company was brightly lit, filled with laughter and joy. Zhou Haitao indeed kept his promise, personally spending money to add 10 hearty dishes. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish, delicious dishes filled the long table. Come on, cheers to our sharpshooter from the 7th Company. Zhou Haitao raised his drink. Alcohol was banned in the military, his face rarely showing a smile. Cheers! The soldiers cheered in unison. The atmosphere was lively. Su Han was arranged to sit next to the company commander, enjoying the treatment of a guest of honor. Su Han, Zhou Haitao leaned over, lowering his voice. I was wrong about earlier, don't take it to heart. Su Han raised an eyebrow. What does the company commander mean? It's about that thing where I called you 3 grandpa. Zhou Haitao stammered, his face turning red. Su Han suddenly realized, deliberately raising his voice, oh, you mean son-in-law. Shuh. Zhou Haitao waved his hands anxiously. Lower your voice. The surrounding soldiers pretended not to hear, but their shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Su Han smiled and lowered his voice. Don't worry. Company commander, I'm the most magnanimous person. But what? Zhou Haitao asked nervously. In the army, you were the company commander. But privately. Su Han dragged out the tone meaningfully. Zhou Haitao gritted his teeth. Privately, you are my 3 grandpa. Good. Su Han nodded in satisfaction, picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it in Zhou Haitao's bowl. Come on, son-in-law, eat more. Zhou Haitao. This scene happened to be seen by Su Lingxue, who walked into the cafeteria, her eyes wide with surprise. 3 grandpa, Haitao you guys. Zhou Haitao felt like he had been pardoned, quickly standing up. Lingxue, why are you here? Su Lingxue shook the thermal container in her hand. I didn't have anything to do this afternoon, so I made some dishes at the family quarters for the soldiers to try, but I didn't expect. She looked at Zhou Haitao, then at Su Han, and suddenly burst into laughter. You two get along quite well. Huh? Zhou Haitao forced a laugh. Of course. Swan smiled slightly. Kindly saying, Lingxue. This kid Haitao is good. He knows how to respect the elderly and love the young. Very nice. Zhou Haitao. Su Lingxue joyfully grabbed Zhou Haitao's hand. Really? 3 grandpa agrees to our marriage? Well, Su Han deliberately pondered for a moment. Seeing Zhou Haitao sweating nervously, he finally smiled. Of course I agree. Where else can you find such a good son-in-law? Great. Su Lingxue's eyes turned red with excitement. I'll call my parents right now. She turned and ran out of the cafeteria, leaving Zhou Haitao standing there, looking at Su Han with a complex expression. Thank you, Zhou Haitao said softly, genuinely this time. Su Han waved his hand. We're family. No need to be polite. But what? Zhou Haitao asked. Starting tomorrow, I want to undergo special training. Su Han said seriously, I hope the company commander can approve my request for solo training. Zhou Haitao nodded without hesitation. No problem. Just say what equipment you need. Additionally, Su Han hesitated for a moment. I want to borrow the gym in the company for 2 hours each morning and evening. The gym in the company is usually only open on rest days. It's not big, but it has some equipment for strength training. Sure, Zhou Haitao agreed. I'll give you the gym key. Go whenever you want. Their conversation was heard clearly by the surrounding soldiers, each one envious with green eyes. Solo training. Access to the gym anytime. This treatment is unique in the entire regiment. After dinner, each class returned to the dormitory, ready to rest a bit before the night training. Tonight, night training is canceled. Free activities. At this time, Zhou Haitao's voice echoed in front of the 7th Company dormitory, leading to a cheer from the soldiers. The computer room is open. Those who want to play games hurry to grab a spot. The basketball court is also open. Organize yourselves, don't fight. The soldiers excitedly scattered, some running to the basketball court with a ball, some heading in groups to the computer room, while others pulled out playing cards to prepare for a long game. Van ha trivan armorund Suhans hulder, Hanye. Let's go. I'll take you to rank up. I'm great at Yasuo. Zhao Xiaohu also chimed in. Yeah, Hanga made a great contribution today. We must celebrate. But Su Han shook his head, turning to his locker. You guys go ahead, I have something to do. In the puzzled gazes of others, he began to gear up with combat boots, tactical vest, and a weight belt. Hanga, what are you doing? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Su Han continued to stuff weighted plates into his backpack without looking up. My physical fitness is too poor. I need to make up for it. But isn't tonight a rest night? Zhao Xiaohu looked confused. Su Han didn't answer, continuing to load his backpack until it was stuffed full. Wang Hao curiously lifted it and nearly hurt his back. Holy crap. This must weigh 40 kilograms. 40 kilograms. The soldiers in the dormitory exclaimed in unison. They usually carry only 20 kilograms for armed cross-country, and this was directly doubled. Squad leader Lu Yong rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Shocked to see Su Han's backpack. Su Han, are you crazy? Such heavy weight will get you injured. Su Han was already fully geared up, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the light. Squad leader, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, he took a deep breath and stepped outside. The soldiers in the dormitory exchanged glances, unsure who followed him out first, but soon everyone poured into the hallway. In the night, Su Han's figure appeared particularly lonely under the camp streetlight. He ran slowly, each step seeming to take all his strength, the backpack bending his waist slightly. 40 kilograms. Lu Yong muttered to himself. This is playing with fire. He wanted to stop him, but he no longer had that right. In fact, even the company commander had lost that right. With the command of the military district leaders in place, no one in the entire regiment could interfere with Su Han's training. Wang Hao swallowed hard. Hanga shot so well today. How come his physical fitness? What do you know? Lu Yong interrupted him. Shooting relies on talent and skill. Physical fitness is the foundation. Su Han is making up for his shortcomings. The first lap ended, and Su Han was already gasping for breath. Sweat soaked his training uniform. His lungs felt like they were on fire, and his legs were heavy as if filled with lead. His body was simply too weak. In his previous life, he could run 10 kilometers with a 50-kilogram load without breaking a sweat in the special forces. But now he had to hold on. He must persist. Su Han gritted his teeth and forced himself to keep moving forward. In the second lap, his legs began to tremble. In the third lap, his vision became blurry. By the fourth lap, all he could hear was the thunderous beating of his heart. By the fifth lap, the soldiers from his 7th company had already stopped playing basketball and were all standing by the sidelines, silently counting. The soldiers in the computer room also rushed over upon hearing the news, and everyone from the 7th company gathered on the road in the camp. Zhou Haitao stood at the entrance of the company, holding a stopwatch, his expression serious. Su Han's speed had slowed to a crawl, each step wobbling precariously. Company commander, let him stop. This will lead to trouble, Lu Yong said anxiously. Zhou Haitao shook his head. Wait a little longer. He understood that look all too well. It was the stubbornness of a soldier breaking through their limits. He couldn't understand why Su Han, who had been coasting for the past 6 months and was regarded as a useless soldier, had such a complete change in mentality. Was it because of his girlfriend? But that didn't make sense. Surely his shooting skills couldn't have skyrocketed just because of her arrival? As the 6th lap began, Su Han's face had turned as pale as paper. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground, violently retching, yellow-green while splattering everywhere. Hanye! Wang Hao and several new recruits rushed over but were stopped by Zhou Haitao's stern shout. Don't move. Everyone froze in place, watching Su Han struggle to prop himself up with trembling arms and take another step. Company commander, Lu Yong was so anxious he was stomping his feet. Zhou Haitao fixed his gaze on the swaying figure, his fists clenched white. Count the laps for him. 7, 8, 9. The soldiers' voices grew louder, eventually turning into a collective shout from the entire company. Other companies in the camp were also drawn out, all curious to watch. Isn't that the sharpshooter from the 7th company? What is he doing? Weight running? That backpack looks heavy. In the 10th lap, Su Han finally collapsed. It wasn't from giving up, but from true exhaustion. His consciousness began to blur. and he vaguely heard the shouts and footsteps of his comrades. In the last moment before plunging into darkness, he felt someone steady him. "Suan, are you okay?" It was Zhou Haitao's voice, filled with unprecedented urgency. Suhan wanted to smile, but lacked the strength to even twitch his lips. Chapter 6, Suan's Transformation. In the infirmary, after a careful examination, the military doctor sighed in relief. "No problem, just physical exhaustion. A night's rest will do." Zhou Haitao finally relaxed. "Thank you, doctor." Once the doctor left, he turned to look at the unconscious Su Han on the bed, his expression complex. Company Commander Lu Yong hesitated before speaking. Zhou Haitao waved his hand. "Starting tomorrow, the gym will be open to him all day. Tell the kitchen staff to give him 2 extra eggs and a box of milk every day." "Yes." Zhou Haitao glanced at Su Han again and said softly, "What a madman." But there was an unusual hint of respect in his tone. In the dead of night, Su Han was jolted awake by a wave of intense pain. Every muscle in his body protested, and any slight movement sent cold sweat pouring out. But he smiled. During the night training, he had pushed his physical limits 3 times. Once he recovered, his physical condition would improve significantly. Those who have trained in long-distance running understand. Sometimes, all it takes is one opportunity. When you break through that physical limit and psychological barrier, running again feels like the strength in your body can continuously grow. Suhan closed his eyes again and silently practiced the ancestral breathing technique of the Su family. This breathing method could regulate qi and blood during sleep, enhancing physical fitness. According to his memory, the original owner had learned a little when he was young, but gave up quickly out of fear of hardship. The Special Forces competition in 3 months would not only involve shooting, but also physical fitness, combat, tactics, and various other events. He had to improve comprehensively. Breathing. With the special rhythm of breathing, Su Han gradually entered a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. He could feel his muscles warming up slightly, as if countless tiny currents were flowing through them. At this rate, within a month, my physical fitness should catch up to that of an ordinary Special Forces soldier. Suhan calculated his training plan in his mind and slowly drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow would be the first day of his transformation. At 4 in the morning, the infirmary was silent. Suhan slowly opened his eyes, and the soreness in his body had already diminished significantly. The miraculous effects of the breathing technique exceeded his expectations. Just a few hours of adjustment had restored most of his depleted energy. He turned to look at the bedside, where Su Lingxue was sleeping, her long hair scattered over the white sheets. This girl. Su Han felt a warmth in his heart and carefully lifted the blanket. "Try not to make any noise." The duty doctor was napping in the adjacent room, and Su Han quietly slipped out of the infirmary. The cold night wind invigorated him. Under the streetlight in the camp, the sentry on duty was yawning. When he saw someone approaching, he instantly perked up, preparing to ask for the password. But when he saw it was Su Han, his eyes widened in shock. Su Han, aren't you in the infirmary?" "It's fine." Suan replied briefly, heading straight towards the small training ground outside the barracks. The sentry stood there with his mouth agape, watching this guy who had been unconscious just last night, now striding energetically towards the training ground. He's gone mad, absolutely mad. At the training ground, Su Han took off his outer jacket, wearing only a tank top that revealed his somewhat thin physique. He took a deep breath and began hitting the sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impacts was especially clear in the quiet early morning. Each punch was delivered with full force, and each kick was powerful and heavy. Sweat quickly soaked his tank top, creating a mist in the cold morning air. Not enough. Still not enough. Su Han gritted his teeth, his punching speed increasing. With the breathing technique in operation, he felt his qi and blood surging. Again, a spinning kick sent the sandbag groaning under the strain. From the barracks windows, heads began to peek out. What the hell? Is that Su Han? Didn't he just pass out last night? What kind of monster has such recovery ability? Wang Hao rubbed his eyes and, confirming he wasn't mistaken, suddenly shook awake the person on the upper bunk, Zhao Xiaohu. Look, Han Gu is hitting the sandbag. Zhao Xiaohu, still groggy, jumped up the next second. What the heck? What time is it? Zhou Haitao was awakened by the faint sound of impacts. Glancing at the wall clock, 4:20. What's going on? He threw on a jacket and walked out of the company, following the sounds to the training ground, then froze in place. In the moonlight, Su-han's figure resembled an unyielding machine, the whooshing sound of his punches and kicks clearly audible. What shocked him the most was that with each strike, the sandbag would shake violently, a force completely unlike that of a new recruit. Suan. Zhou Haitao couldn't help but call out. Su-han stopped his movements, turned to see Zhou Haitao, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Morning, grandchild. What morning? Zhou Haitao strode over. Are you crazy? You just pushed yourself to exhaustion last night, and now you're... Su-han smiled. It's fine, I recover quickly. Zhou Haitao looked him up and down and found that aside from being drenched in sweat, Su-han's mental state was surprisingly good, his eyes shining brightly. You. Zhou Haitao was momentarily speechless, finally sighing. At least eat breakfast before training. Su-han shook his head. Another half-hour practice, then I'll go to the gym. The gym isn't open yet. I have the key. Su-han extended his hand, smiling harmlessly. You promised me last night. Zhou Haitao replied, right if possible, in the future. When getting up, or if there's nothing important, during the company assembly, I want to participate. Is that okay? Suanaskiv. Zhou Haitao frowned slightly. Morning assembly and exercise are essential daily training routines in the military, which every company must strictly adhere to, including the regiment headquarters. However, considering Su-han's special circumstances, Zhou Haitao nodded, okay, but you also need to take care of your health. You can't rush things, don't overdo it, and ruin your body. Suangrinth. Don't worry, I'm fine. My body is tough. All right, I want to participate in the regular training of the company. I'll practice on my own, and I don't need anyone assigned to teach me. Zhou Haitao thought to himself that he wanted to suggest that Su-han apply to the regiment commander to establish a separate company. At 6 o'clock, when the wake-up call rang, the soldiers of the 7th Company found the gym already lit. Through the window, they saw Su-han bench pressing, with the weight increased to 100 kilograms, which is astronomical for a recruit who joined the army just 6 months ago. What the hell? 100 kilograms? I struggle to push 60 kilograms. One soldier exclaimed. Is Hangu trying to defy the heavens? What shocked them even more was that Su-han not only pushed it easily, but also completed 3 sets of 15 reps each. Is he even human? Wang Hao muttered. The squad leader Liu Yong stood behind the crowd, his expression complex. As an experienced squad leader who had trained countless recruits, he had never seen such rapid and decisive changes in a soldier. At breakfast, Su-han ate 5 eggs, 3 bowls of porridge, and 6 steam buns, scaring the cooks. Hangu, are you trying to eat the cooks out house and home? Wang Hao joked. Su-han smiled without replying, continuing to eat heartily. The turtle breathing technique accelerated his metabolism, requiring a large energy intake. After breakfast, all the soldiers lined up to head to the training ground for 3-point aiming training. Su-han found squad leader Liu Yong and whispered, Squad leader, I want to borrow Wang Hao to assist me in training. Liu Yong frowned. Aren't you participating in the aiming training? Su-han smiled. I need to focus on training other projects. I've already applied to the company commander. I want to participate in the company's collective training anymore. Hearing it was the company commander's order, Liu Yong reluctantly nodded. All right, Wang Hao, go with Su-han. Wang Hao, confused, was pulled away by Su-han to the corner of the camp's combat training area. Hangu, what do you need my help with? Wang Hao asked curiously. Su-han took out a wooden stick about the thickness of a wrist and tossed it to Wang Hao, then took off his shirt, revealing a slightly thin but well-defined upper body. Use this stick to hit my whole body muscle, Su-han said as he assumed a horse stance, speaking firmly. What? Wang Hao trembled, almost dropping the stick. Are you kidding me, Hangu? Su-han shook his head. I'm not joking. This is a special training method. Hurry up and start. Wang Hao swallowed hard and carefully poked Su-han's shoulder with a stick like this. Harder. Su-han frowned. Haven't you eaten? Not far away. The soldiers of the 7th Company training noticed the commotion and turned to look. What the hell is Wang Hao doing? Hiting Suan? Is he crazy? That stick is so thick. Is Su-han under some kind of stimulus? Squad leader Liu Yong also saw it and quickly walked over. What are you doing? Wang Hao looked miserable. Squad leader, Hangu asked me to hit him. I am scared. Liu Zhong says Guiden. Suan, what are you doing? Su-han took a deep breath. Squad leader, This is a family legacy hard Qigong training method. By combining external force strikes with breathing techniques, it can quickly enhance muscle strength and impact resistance. Lu Yong looked skeptical. Nonsense. Where is there such a training method? What if you injure your internal organs? It's no wonder many people think that so-called hard Qigong is merely a trick. But it does exist. It's just that they haven't seen it or practiced it themselves. Just as the situation was at a standstill, a crisp female voice came. Third Grandpa, are you finally willing to practice the family's martial arts? Everyone turned to see Su Lingxue standing at the edge of the training ground with a thermos, her face full of surprise. Su-Han's eyes lit up. Xiao Xue, you came just in time. Come help. Su Linger, also a member of the Su family, knew how to practice these techniques. Su Lingxue jogged over, saw the wooden stick in Wang Hao's hand, and immediately understood. Third Grandpa wants to practice Iron Shirt? Iron Shirt? Everyone was stunned. What the hell? Is this a martial arts novel? Yes. Su-Han nodded. This kid is too scared to hit hard. You do it. The so-called Iron Shirt, in ancient times or in martial arts novels and TV dramas, is referred to as such. But in modern times, it refers to hard Qigong. It's just a different name. Without saying a word, Su Lingxue took the wooden stick. Su-Han had always been very resistant to practicing martial arts since childhood, which made the family members quite helpless. After all, as a male descendant, you shouldn't just promote the family. At least you should inherit some family traditions, right? Su Lingxue told Wang Hao, you stand aside and watch. In the future, when I'm not around, you'll learn to assist Third Grandpa in training like this. Lu Yong still wanted to stop them, but Su Lingxue had already assumed a stance. Third Grandpa, are you ready? Su-Han steadied his horse stance. His whole body's muscles tightened and come. With a thud, the wooden stick hit Su-Han's back heavily, producing a dull sound. The soldiers watching gasped. What the hell? He really hitting him. That must hurt a lot. Is Su-Han crazy? But Su-Han remained motionless. Instead, he said in a deep voice, continue. Add 3 points of strength. Su Lingxue nodded, and the wooden stick fell like rain, hitting every muscle from shoulders to back, then to the abdomen and thighs, each muscle receiving focused attention. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of strikes echoed across the training ground, attracting soldiers from other companies who quickly gathered around. What is that sharpshooter from the 7th Company doing? Self-harm? Who is that girl hitting so fiercely? Zhou Haitao rushed over upon hearing the news, parting the crowd and witnessing this scene, nearly dropping his jaw. Lingxue, what are you doing? Su Lingxue didn't turn back, helping Third Grandpa practice. Saying that, she struck another blow to Su-Han's abdomen, the force so great that the wooden stick cracked. Su-Han grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, but his feet remained rooted. Enough! Zhou Haitao rushed forward to stop them. Don't come over! Su-Han suddenly shouted, his voice booming at a critical moment. He could be seen expanding visibly, his skin taking on a strange reddish hue, and sweat evaporating into white mist as soon as it surfaced. Zhou Haitao was frozen in place. Su Lingxue's eyes flashed with surprise, her movements never stopping, the wooden stick whipping through the air. Finally, the wooden stick couldn't withstand the force and broke in two. Su-Han let out a long roar, shaking the surroundings, his joints cracking like fried beans. The soldiers watching were so intimidated by the momentum that they stepped back a few paces, faces filled with shock. Is this still a human? Am I watching a martial arts movie? Too scary. As the roar subsided, Su-Han slowly withdrew his stance, exhaling a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining brightly. I did it! Su Lingxue exclaimed with joy. Third Grandpa, you've mastered the 1st level. Su-Han felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to your help. Turning to the stunned Zhou Haitao and his comrades, Su-Han grinned. Don't look at me like that. This is just a simple training method passed down in my family. Zhou Haitao swallowed hard. You call this a simple training method? Su Lingu proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Our Su family has produced a martial arts champion in the past. Third Grandpa has the best talent. He just used to be too lazy to practice. Everyone. Wang Hao cautiously approached. Han Gu, doesn't it hurt? Su-Han patted his shoulder. It hurts, but it's worth it. He picked up a half piece of wood from the ground and handed it to Wang Hao. Here, you try to break it. Wang Hao took the wooden stick and tried to bend it with all his strength, but it didn't budge. Watch closely. Su Han took the stick back, and with one hand, he exerted force. Crack. The stick snapped loudly, the broken end jagged and fierce. Holy crap. This strength is insane. The soldiers exclaimed again. Zhou Haitao looked at Su Han with a complex expression. How many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Su Han smiled without replying, thinking to himself that this was just the beginning. With the turtle breathing technique combined with the Su family's body refining technique, at this rate, in 3 months, he would definitely surpass the peak state of his previous life. In the days that followed, Su Han's training became even more intense. He got up every day at 4 in the morning, first running 10 kilometers with a load, followed by 2 hours of strength training. After breakfast, he practiced shooting. Although he had already reached a peak level, he still strived for perfection, trying various shooting scenarios in complex environments. What shocked the soldiers of the 7th Company the most was that every evening, Su Lingxue would appear on time, holding a specially made wooden stick to conduct body refining training with Su Han. The sound of the stick striking flesh became a signature evening event for the 7th Company, and soldiers from other companies even came specifically to watch. A month later, during the physical fitness test, Su Han's results shocked the entire regiment. 100-meter sprint, 10. 58 seconds pull-ups on a bar, 102 times weighted squats, 200 kilograms, 30 times armed 5-kilometer run, 15 minutes 23 seconds. These figures had reached the standards of special forces, and even surpassed the records in some events. Regiment Commander Wang Taijun looked at the test report, his hands trembling. This kid is truly a monster. Zhou Haitao had become numb. He looked at Su Han as if he were an alien. But they didn't know that Su Han's transformation had just begun. Chapter 7. One person challenges more than 20 and wins. At the edge of the training ground, Su Han was doing frog jumps with a 40-kilogram weighted backpack. Sweat dripped from his chin, creating small pits in the dust. 998, 999, 1000. After completing the last jump, Su Han let out a long breath and was about to take a short break when a sudden commotion came from a distance. The trash from the 7th Company. Come and fight one-on-one. FKU 8th Company. Who's afraid of who? Su Han frowned. The voices sounded like Wang Hao and Zhao Xiao's. He shook the sweat from his head and quickly walked towards the sound. Turning around the barracks, he saw Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu surrounded by 5 soldiers from the 8th Company. Wang Hao had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and Zhao Xiaohu's uniform had been torn open. What happened? Su Han asked in a deep voice. Brother Han. Wang Hao's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Han. These sons of Bi Cheese from the 8th Company said that our 7th Company only got the last mobile red flag because of connections. Bullshit. An 8th Company soldier pointed at Wang Hao and cursed. What skills does your 7th Company have besides that lucky sharpshooter who left? Su Han's gaze instantly turned cold. In the military, you could insult a soldier, but you could not insult the honor of company. Apologize. Su Han stepped forward, his voice frighteningly calm. Oh, isn't this our 3rd grandpa? An 8th Company soldier sarcastically laughed. What, trying to use seniority to pressure us? Before he finished speaking, Su Han had already moved. With a flash of his figure, the speaking 8th Company soldier hadn't reacted before being slammed to the ground with a shoulder throw. Holy crap. The other 4 soldiers from the 8th Company were taken aback and rushed forward together. Go. Beat him up. Su Han smiled coldly, advancing instead of retreating. He dodged the first punch with a sidestep, then countered with an elbow strike to the 2nd soldier's ribs, while simultaneously sweeping his leg to trip the 3rd person. In less than 3 seconds, 3 soldiers from the 8th Company were already lying on the ground, howling in pain. Brother Han is awesome. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu shouted excitedly. The remaining 2 8th Company soldiers looked extremely pale and turned to flee. Stop. Su Han's voice was not loud, but it froze the 2 of them in place as if they had been hit with a paralysis spell. Help your comrades up, Su Han said coldly. Tell the 8th Company that the honor of the 7th Company is not to be tarnished. The 2, as if granted amnesty, hurried to help their fallen comrade and fled in disarray. Brother Han, that felt great. Zhao Xiaohu excitedly waved his fist. These sons of Bi Cheese love to pick fights. Just as Su Han was about to speak, he suddenly frowned as he heard chaotic footsteps from a distance. At least 20 people were rushing towards them. Not good. The 8th Company is here for revenge. Wang Hao's expression changed. Sure enough, a large group of soldiers from the 8th Company poured around the corner. Led by their squad leader, Wang Dezhu, a burly man standing nearly 2 meters tall. It's them. The two soldiers who had just fled pointed at Su Han and the others. Wang Dezhu approached with a dark expression. You little punks from the 7th Company dare to hit my 8th Company men? Su Han shielded Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu behind him. Your men started at first and insulted the honor of the 7th Company. Bullshit. Wang Dezhu shouted angrily, charge. Teach these 3 ignorant ones a lesson. Over 20 soldiers from the 8th Company surged forward. In the military, sometimes principles aren't that important, even if you're wrong. If someone hits a comrade from your company, you must stand up for them, even if you know there might be consequences. If you don't take action and watch your comrade get beaten by soldiers from another company, even if you ultimately don't get punished, your company commander and old squad leaders will definitely scold you or even beat you up. Although the military constantly emphasizes military rules and discipline, that applies during training. In life, if you don't dare to step up when your comrade is being attacked, who would dare to trust you in battle? Which leader could expect you to charge in a battle? Yes, this creates a contradiction with the system and rules. But in a soldier's subconscious, you cannot touch my soldiers or hit my brothers. Of course, while fighting, everyone knows their limits and it won't escalate to using knives or guns. Because that's where their bottom line lies. No matter how you fight, everyone is from the same unit as comrades. You might fight the other side, and they might even respect you for being a tough guy. But if you stand by and do nothing, even your opponents will look down on you and call you a coward. In his previous life, Su Han had seen many similar situations during his time in the recruit company. Winning a fight with soldiers from another company would lead to public criticism from the company commander, and even require you to write a self-criticism. But behind the scenes, they would definitely treat you well, adding extra meals, letting you play with your phone or games, etc., making sure everything was arranged. But if you lost the fight and returned to the company, you might face a beating from the company commander. How could a company rely on you to win honor if you couldn't even win a fight? But fighting is just a moment of anger. When real trouble arises, those soldiers who have fought will undoubtedly help you without hesitation. That's the charm of the military. Fighting is fighting, but it doesn't hinder our camaraderie. Brother Han, what do we do? Wang Hao's voice trembled. Su Han's eyes flashed with excitement. Fight. Zhao Xiaohu and Wang Hao were stunned at Su Han's demeanor. What's going on? You're not afraid with so many of them, and instead you're getting excited? Before they could finish speaking, he had already charged into the crowd. The month-long iron cloth-shire training had greatly enhanced his ability to withstand blows. And the punches from the 8th Company soldiers felt like mere tickles to him, while every punch and kick he threw could take down a man. Holy crap, is this kid made of iron? My fist hurts so much. The soldiers from the 8th Company quickly realized something was wrong. With more than 20 of them surrounding Su Han, they couldn't gain the upper hand. Get out of the way, Wang Dezhu shouted loudly, personally joining the fray. This champion fighter from the 8th Company launched an attack with lethal intent. A whip kick aimed directly at Su Han's head. Su Han didn't dodge or evade, raising his hand to block the kick while using his other hand to grip Wang Dezhu's ankle like a claw. With a spin up, Wang Dezhu screamed as he was flung away, crashing heavily onto several soldiers from the 8th Company. Stop! Everyone stop! The squad leader of the 8th Company rushed over upon hearing the commotion and nearly fainted at the sight. He charged forward to separate the two sides, but was kicked by someone during the melee and stumbled back a few steps, falling to the ground. It's rebellion. Everyone's rebelling. The squad leader trembled with anger. Just then, a sound of synchronized footsteps approached. It's the 7th Company. Everyone stop. Zhou Haitao arrived with all the soldiers from his company. However, when they saw the situation, everyone was dumbfounded. More than 20 soldiers from the 8th Company lay sprawled on the ground, while Su Han stood in the center. His clothes slightly disheveled, but his expression calm. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu hid behind him, almost unscathed except for their torn clothes. Zhou Haitao's mouth fell open. Company commander. Su Han saw Zhou Haitao and immediately stood at attention. Saluting report. The soldiers of the 8th Company insulted the honor of the 7th Company, and we were forced to defend ourselves. Bullshit. The 8th Company commander had also rushed over, pushing through the crowd. Upon seeing the miserable state of his company, His face turned green. Zhou Haitao, look at the good things your company has done. Zhou Haitao came back to his senses, suppressing his shock, and said sternly, 8th Company Commander, the matter isn't clear yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Investigate. The 8th Company Commander pointed at the moaning soldiers on the ground. Is there any need to investigate? You 3 from the 7th Company injured over 20 of us. Even the squad leader was beaten. Who beat the squad leader? Zhou Haitao frowned. Our squad leader is standing up, holding his butt, looking embarrassed, saying, I came to mediate and accidentally got hit. Zhou Haitao turned to Su Han. What happened? Su Han straightened his back. Report, Company Commander. The soldiers from the 8th Company attacked Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu first and insulted the honor of the 7th Company. I was just defending myself. Defending yourself? The 8th Company Commander laughed in anger. You took down over 20 of us all by yourself, and you call that self-defense? Zhou Haitao felt secretly pleased but maintained a serious facade. 8th Company Commander, the situation is already very clear. Your people provoked us first, and our people were just defending themselves. As for why over 20 of you couldn't beat 3 of us, he deliberately elongated his tone. Maybe it's because your company doesn't train hard enough? You, the 8th Company Commander, was furious, turning to the squad leader. Go, call the regiment commander. This matter isn't over. Enough. Zhou Haitao raised his voice. What's the big deal to involve the regiment commander? 8th Company Commander, we are all leaders of soldiers. It's normal for there to be some friction between soldiers. How about this? Each side takes their soldiers back for education, writes a self-criticism, and undergoes confinement. How does that sound? The 8th Company Commander glanced at his battered soldiers and then at the 3 aggressors from the 7th Company, realizing that if this matter escalated, he wouldn't have the upper hand. He could only grit his teeth and say, fine, but I will report this to the regiment. Whatever. Over 20 of you lost to 3 of us. Ha ha. If you 8th Company can bear this shame, go ahead and complain. Let's see who ends up embarrassed. Zhou Haitao waved dismissively, turning to the soldiers of the 7th Company. Everyone, fall in. Return. Back at the company, Zhou Haitao called Su Han and the others to the company office. Let us hear it. What exactly happened? Zhou Haitao asked sternly. Wang Hao jumped in. Company Commander, we didn't provoke them first. It was the 8th Company who spoke ill of us first. Yeah, Company Commander. Zhao Xiaohu chimed in. They attacked us first. Zhou Haitao looked at Su Han. What about you? Anything to say? Su Han replied calmly. Report, Company Commander. When I arrived, Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu had already been attacked. As a member of the 7th Company, I couldn't just watch my comrades get bullied. So you took down over 20 soldiers from the 8th Company all by yourself? Zhou Haitao's voice suddenly rose. Su Han lowered his head. I was wrong. Wrong? Where did you go wrong? Zhou Haitao pressed. Su Han raised his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I was too gentle? The squad leader next to him couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Haitao shot him a glare and then suddenly slammed the table. You little brats. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu shivered in fear. You 3 will be confined for a day. Write a 1,000-word self-criticism. Zhou Haitao ordered sternly now. Immediately. Go to the computer room and reflect. The 3 of them dejectedly complied. After they left, Zhou Haitao told the communications officer, remember to send them meals tonight, and add a few eggs for extra nutrition. The 3rd squad leader shook his head with a smile. Company Commander, your punishment. What's wrong? Zhou Haitao feigned innocence. Confinement and writing self-criticism isn't too harsh, right? Confinement in the computer room? The 3rd squad leader teased. And you specifically told the cooks to send them food? That's clearly a reward. Zhou Haitao finally couldn't hold back and grinned. These 3 kids brought glory to our 7th Company today, especially Su Han. Taking down over 20 from the 8th Company, even Wang Dezhu, that stubborn squad leader, got taken care of. Aren't you afraid the 8th Company Commander will complain to the regiment commander? What is there to be afraid of? Zhou Haitao was nonchalant. They provoked us first. We are in the right. Besides, it's just a fight. What is the big deal? When you were in military school, didn't you ever get into fights? The 3rd squad leader chuckled. Of course I did. Zhou Haitao snorted. Then that's fine. As he spoke, he looked toward the computer room on the 3rd floor, thinking, if we had lost, let us see how I would deal with these 3. In the computer room, Wang Hao was excitedly replaying the earlier fight. Han Yi, you were amazing. That kick that sent Wang Daju flying was so cool. Yeah, those bastards from the 8th Company will have to take a detour when they see us from now on. Zhao Xiaohu, however, felt a bit anxious and opened the computer. All right, let us hurry up and write our self-criticisms. What's self-criticism? Wang Hao made a face. The company commander is basically rewarding us. Good thing we won. Otherwise, the confinement location would have been in the equipment storage. Come on, let's play some games. Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Wait, we can play games even after a fight. As he said that, he quickly logged into the game. Hanggu, let us rank up. Su Han shook his head and opened a document, diligently typing the words self-criticism. Although he understood Zhou Haitao's intentions, the proper procedure still needed to be followed. After all, fighting was strictly prohibited in the military. Behind their barracks, the 8th Company's area echoed with angry shouts. Zhao Xiaohu and Wang Hao curiously opened the window to take a look. Crawl for me. If you don't finish 20 laps, no one is allowed to eat. The 8th Company commander yelled at the more than 20 soldiers involved in the fight, including their squad leader, who were all like turtles, wearing physical training suits. Crawling on the cement ground. Damn it. Over 20 people couldn't beat 3, and you still have the nerve to come to me to complain? You guys have no shame. I still have my face to keep. The 8th Company commander cursed. You've embarrassed the 8th Company. Damn it. The 8th Company commander became increasingly furious. The 20 or so soldiers from the 8th Company were on the verge of tears. Damn it, we got beaten up, and when we get back home, not only do we not get any comfort, but we also get punished. What is this? Zhao Xiaohu and Wang Hao watched this scene, their hearts bursting with joy but also a hint of fear. Hanggu, if it weren't for you, we might be the ones crawling out there. Su Han ignored them and continued focusing on writing his self-criticism. Halfway through, the door to the computer room was pushed open, and the cook team leader walked in with 3 portions of extra-large meals with added meat and eggs. Eat up, the company commander specifically instructed. The cook team leader said with a smile, and this. He took out 3 bottles of cola from his pocket to replenish your energy. Thank you, team leader. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiao cheered. Su Han took the meals and found a note underneath. Well done, but it won't be tolerated in the future. He couldn't help but smile. This son-in-law was quite interesting. In the evening, Su Han finished writing his self-criticism early and went to the gym to practice alone. He didn't care about any confinement. It was just the company commander's sleight of hand. After finishing a set of bench presses, the door was pushed open, and Zhou Haitao walked in. Company commander, Su Han stood up and saluted. Zhou Haitao waved his hand. No need to be so formal and private. He glanced at Su Han's training plan. Training this hard? 3 months is a short time. Su Han wiped the sweat from his brow. I have to seize every minute. Zhou Haitao was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Thank you for today. Huh? Su Han was taken aback. For maintaining the honor of the 7th Company. Zhou Haitao said seriously, As a company commander, I am very gratified to see my soldiers protecting the company like this. Su Han smiled. It's what I should do. However, Zhou Haitao changed the subject. Next time you encounter something like this, report first. Don't rush to take action. After all, your current identity is special. What if you get injured? Don't worry. Su Han moved his shoulders. Those rookies from the 8th Company can't hurt me. Zhou Haitao shook his head helplessly. You brat. He turned to leave, but stopped again. By the way, the regiment commander asked me to tell you that starting tomorrow, you can use the regiment's special training grounds. Special training grounds? Su Han's eyes lit up. Yes, it has climbing walls, obstacle courses, fighting platforms, and Zhou Haitao paused. An indoor shooting range, open 24 hours. Su Han immediately understood the regiment commander's intention. This was to provide him with the best training conditions. Thank you, company commander. Su Han said sincerely. Zhou Haitao waved his hand. No need to thank me. If there's anyone to thank, it should be yourself. Your efforts are recognized by everyone. As he reached the door, he turned back to add, by the way, the regiment commander also said that if you need any special equipment, just let me know. Su Han thought for a moment. I don't need one thing. What? A tireman's stake. A glint flashed in Su Han's eyes, pure steel. Zhou Haitao suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards the 8th Company yes-man. Chapter 8. What kind of monster is this kid? In the family housing. Zhou Haitao poured a cup of tea for Su-han and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Third Grandpa. The regiment is leaving for the maritime training ground the day after tomorrow for a month-long sea training. Your training plan is quite special. The regiment commander asked me to check if you want to go. Su-han thought for a moment and then nodded. I want to go. The maritime training ground has the subjects I need to train in. Zhou Haitao sighed with relief and smiled. All right, then I'll arrange for you to be on the list. At this moment, Su Lingxue came out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly cooked dishes, her face radiating a gentle smile. Third Grandpa, Haitao, it's time to eat. She set down the plate, wiped her hands, and looked at Su-han with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Third Grandpa, I'm planning to go home tomorrow. Su-han was taken aback so soon. Su Lingxue nodded. According to the regulations of the army, family visits cannot exceed a month. And I've already been here for over 20 days. Plus, you guys are going to the maritime training ground too. It's not good for me to stay here alone. She paused, a blush appearing on her face, and said softly, also, Haitao and I have set our wedding date. During the National Day holiday, in 2.5 months. Su-han's eyes brightened. That's great. I will definitely go back to celebrate. Su Lingxue smiled. Not just to celebrate. You will be our officiant. However, Zhou Haitao's expression suddenly became a bit conflicted. He scratched his head, wanting to say something but hesitating. Su Lingxue keenly noticed his abnormality and frowned. What's wrong? Zhou Haitao sighed and said helplessly, Lingxue, Third Grandpa is still a first-year soldier. According to regulations, unless there are major family matters, he is not allowed to take leave. And getting married does not fall under the special circumstances. Su Lingxue's face changed. Her voice suddenly raised. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? She stood up abruptly, her eyes slightly red. If Third Grandpa can't go back, how can the wedding happen? According to Su family's rules, without Third Grandpa present, the wedding doesn't count. Zhou Haitao also became anxious. I'm trying to think of a way, but the army's regulations are regulations. In the midst of their argument, Su-han calmly took a sip of tea and said slowly, It's okay, I can go back. Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxue were both taken aback, turning to look at him. Su-han smiled slightly, his tone firm. 2 months from now is the Special Forces competition for the entire army. As long as I achieve good results, promotion is inevitable. Even if the promotion process isn't completed, I can directly inform the military district leader. Asking for leave won't be a problem. Zhou Haitao's eyes widened. Third Grandpa, are you that confident? Su-han chuckled. Do you think I would do something I'm not confident about? Zhou Haitao thought for a moment about Su-han's performance over the past month and immediately didn't dare to doubt him. Su Lingxue immediately broke into a smile and hugged Su-han's arm. I knew Third Grandpa is the best. Zhou Haitao also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, All right, then we'll proceed with the wedding arrangements as usual. 2 days later, the entire regiment set off for the maritime training ground. With hundreds of kilometers of distance, the convoy moved steadily. Su-han sat in the military truck, looking out at the scenery rushing by, planning his training schedule for the upcoming period. At the maritime training ground, at the campsite by the shore. After the entire regiment arrived, each company quickly set up camp. Zhou Haitao gathered the squad leaders for a meeting, assigning training tasks. Each company should count the soldiers who cannot swim and organize training uniformly, ensuring they master basic swimming skills within a week. Liu Yong returned to the third squad and scanned the crowd. Who in our squad can't swim? Wang Hao weakly raised his hand. Squad leader, I can't. Liu Yong frowned. Just you? All right, go to the company for unified training later. Wang Hao nodded with a bitter face, clearly filled with fear about the impending collective drowning experience. At this moment, Su-han spoke up. Squad leader, let me teach him. I have a secret method that guarantees he will learn it in one afternoon. Wang Hao's eyes brightened, as if he had caught a lifeline. Really? Han Yi. Liu Yong hesitated a bit. Su-han, swimming is not shooting without a foundation. It's easy to have accidents. Su-han smiled. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Nothing will happen. Considering Su-han's terrifying abilities displayed during this period, Liu Yong ultimately nodded. All right, you taking a try, but be sure to pay attention to safety. Half an hour later by the sea, Su-han and Wang Hao changed into physical training clothes, standing in the shallow water. Wang Hao was trembling, stepping on the sand. as the water just reached his knees. He was already so nervous he was swallowing hard. Hanga, how do we practice? Su-han grinned. Simple. First get used to the water. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Wang Hao's wrist and yanked him into the sea. What the hell? Before Wang Hao could react, he was dragged into the water, both of them plunging into the waves. Gulp! Wang Hao struggled desperately, accidentally swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater in his panic as he flailed his arms and legs. Suan, however, was as agile as a fish, pulling him directly towards deeper waters. A few seconds later, they were already dozens of meters from shore in the mid-sea area, where the water was at least 4 or 5 meters deep. Although the waves were not big for a landlubber like Wang Hao, it felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. Hanye, this is too deep, isn't it? Wang Hao clung tightly to Su-han's arm, his voice pitchy. Su-han remained calm. Don't worry, you won't drown. But I can't swim. That's why you need to learn now. Son displada friendly is my. Remember, the fastest way to learn to swim is to practice while drinking seawater. Wait. Before Wang Hao could react, Su-han suddenly pushed him, directly throwing him out. Splash! Wang Hao plummeted into the water like a stone, instantly sinking, then struggling to surface, frantically splashing. Help! Help! Gulp! Su-han swam over, grabbed him, and lifted him up, coldly saying, Don't shout, swim on your own. After saying that, he tossed him back into the water. Han Yi, are you trying to murder me? On the shore, the soldiers of the 7th Company were organizing their equipment. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sea and shouted, What the hell? Is someone drowning over there? Everyone looked up, only to see a figure in the distance thrashing wildly in the water, splashing waves everywhere, and they could faintly hear desperate cries for help. Quick, save him! Several soldiers dropped their gear and charged into the sea. Lu Yong rushed over, his face changing dramatically. What's going on? At that moment, a loud voice from the water called out, It's fine. We're training. Everyone focused and realized that Su-han was right next to Wang Hao, pulling him back up whenever he started to sink, then tossing him out again. Is this really training? Su-han is risking his life. Wang Hao won't drown. Will he? The soldiers on the shore were dumbfounded, and Lu Yong's mouth twitched, wanting to stop it, but not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, in the water, Wang Hao had swallowed a bellyful of seawater, but miraculously, under Su-han's devilish training, he began instinctively paddling with his arms and legs, managing to stay afloat. Su-han nodded in satisfaction. See, didn't you learn? Wang Hao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Hanga, I hate you. Su-han laughed heartily and pulled him along. Come on, let's swim a couple more laps to solidify it. No. In the evening at the camp, Wang Hao slumped on the beach, his face pale, looking like a salted fish washed ashore. Lu Yong walked over and patted his shoulder. So are you still alive? Wang Hao weakly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Class leader, I can swim now. Lu Yong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, turning to look at Su-han, who was wringing out his clothes. Your training method is too brutal. Su-han shrugged. As long as it works. Zhou Haitao hurriedly arrived at the beach, his face ashen. Lu Yong, he shouted angrily. Have you lost your mind? Letting Su-han train the new recruits like this. Who will take responsibility if something happens? Lu Yong stood at attention, sweating on his forehead. Report, it's not the class leader's fault. Su-han stepped forward calmly. I requested this myself. Although this training method is a bit dangerous, the results are excellent. Zhou Haitao's eyes widened. Results? People are almost drowning. And you call that results? Wang Hao weakly raised his hand. Company commander, I really can swim now. Zhou Haitao was so angry he almost laughed. All right then. Should I hand over all the recruits who can't swim to you for training? Su-han's eyes lit up. Is that possible? What the hell? Zhou Haitao nearly jumped up. If something happens, I'll end up in a military court. Su-han shook his head helplessly, feeling that this was the difference between regular troops and special forces. In his previous life in the special forces, such training methods were completely normal. Zhou Haitao took a deep breath to calm down. Su-han, the commander has ordered that you can train separately, but armed swimming must be done with the main unit. That's the bottom line. Fine, Su-han shrugged. An hour later, the entire company gathered by the sea. Zhou Haitao stood at the front of the formation, holding a stopwatch, Today's exercise is armed swimming for 3 kilometers. All squads pay attention to safety and look out for each other. 3 kilometers sounds far, but it's also a standard training requirement for the troops. Since it's in the sea, the buoyancy is greater. It's at least half easier than swimming in fresh water. Basically, with a gentle kick, one can float up and swim out. The soldiers quickly check their equipment: rifles, magazines, tactical vests, combat boots, fully armed. Into the water, with the command. The soldiers of the 7th Company entered the sea in single file. Suhan was at the back, feeling the buoyancy of the water, taking a deep breath. In his previous life in the Special Forces, armed swimming was a strong suit. Now, with the turtle breathing technique enhancing him, he wanted to see how far this body could go. Begin, Zhou Haitao called out, and the soldiers started swimming forward. He's breathing, activated the turtle breathing technique, and shot forward like an arrow. Splash! His movements were standard and powerful, arms paddling like oars, legs kicking like fishtails, so fast that he instantly left the main group behind. What the hell? What speed is that? Has Suhan gone mad? Swimming so fast while armed. The soldiers on the shore were dumbstruck. Zhou Haitao's face changed dramatically. This bastard was told not to train alone. On the surface, Suhan swam faster and faster. The turtle breathing technique allowing him to breathe steadily while minimizing energy expenditure. 1 minute 20 seconds for 300 meters. The soldiers on the shore looked at the speedometer, their voices trembling. Is this even a human? The standard for an excellent armed swim in regular troops is 30 minutes for 1 kilometer, but at this speed, Suhan could complete 1 kilometer in 10 minutes. Zhou Haitao was shocked on the shore. How many surprises does this kid have that I don't know about? 20 minutes later, Suhan finished swimming 3 kilometers and effortlessly came ashore. The soldier in charge of timing recorded with a dazed expression, 20 minutes, 15 seconds. Breaking the regiment record, Zhou Haitao ran over, looking Suhan up and down. Are you all right? Suhan shook his head to get rid of the water droplets and smiled. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. Zhou Haitao, didn't I tell you to train with the main unit? Zhou Haitao scolded, still feeling scared. Blade. Yeah, I did go into the water with the main unit, but they swam slowly. You can't expect me to swim that slowly too, right? What is the point of training like this for me? Suddenly, an urgent voice came through the walkie-talkie. Company commander, Wang Hao from the 3rd Squad has a cramp. He is sinking. Suhan's expression changed, and he turned to jump back into the sea. Zhou Haitao grabbed him. You just swam 3 kilometers. Your stamina. Before he could finish, Suhan had already broken free from his grip and dove into the water, swimming at an astonishing speed. Speedboat, catch up! Zhou Haitao shouted anxiously. But the speedboat hadn't started yet, and Suhan had already swum dozens of meters away. On the surface, Wang Hao was struggling desperately. About to sink. Hold on! Suhan shouted and increased his speed, cutting through the waves like a shark. In just a few seconds, he reached Wang Hao's side and grabbed his tactical vest. Han Ye. Wang Hao's face was pale, his lips trembling. Suhan checked his condition and said sternly, Cramp in your calf? Relax, I'll take you back. Saying this, he supported Wang Hao's back with one hand and paddled with the other, still managing to maintain a high speed. The soldiers on the speedboat were dumbfounded, swimming armed with one hand and still this fast. Zhou Haitao on the shore was also stunned. What kind of monster is this kid? 5 minutes later, Suhan safely dragged Wang Hao ashore. The medic hurried over to check and confirmed it was just a minor cramp, nothing serious. Wang Hao lay on the beach, weakly grasping Suhan's hand. Hange, you saved my life again. Suhan patted his shoulder. Remember to warm up before training next time. Zhou Haitao walked over, his expression complicated. Suhan, I will report your performance today to the regiment. Suhan nodded, suddenly remembering something. By the way, company commander, tomorrow I want to try a longer distance and heavier load for armed swimming. Zhou Haitao took a deep breath and turned to leave. I'll go ask the commander to assign you a speedboat for individual use. The soldiers laughed, looking at Suhan with admiration. This former underachiever had now become the legend of the 7th Company. Chapter 9. Is this guy possessed by Tarzan? The next morning, the sea surface shimmered with light. As the soldiers of the 7th Company gathered, they were stunned by the sight before them. A military speedboat was quietly docked on the shore, with 2 soldiers standing on it, looking serious. Company commander, what's this? Lu Yong looked at Zhou Haitao in confusion. Zhou Haitao's mouth twitched. Special approval from the commander, specifically assigned as bodyguards for Su Han. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Han, fully armed, walked over. His gear today was heavier than usual. In addition to standard combat gear, he had added an extra 20 kilograms of weight. Su Han, what are you doing? Zhou Haitao's eyes widened. Su Han grinned. Try my limits. Zhou Haitao. Lu Yong. He walked to the edge of the sea, stretched his muscles, then looked at the soldiers on the speedboat. Sorry to trouble you, but don't mind me later unless I raise my hand. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances and nodded. Start. With Zhou Haitao's command, Su Han surged forward like a dragon entering the sea, instantly covering more than 10 meters. The speedboat quickly followed, maintaining a safe distance. My comrade Wang Hao's mouth dropped open. Brother Han's speed is even faster than yesterday. Zhao Xiaohu rubbed his eyes. Did he add extra weight on his back? Lu Yong's expression was serious. He added 20 kilograms. I saw him put it in myself. The entire company of soldiers fell silent. The standard for conventional troops in armed swimming is to cover 1 kilometer in 30 minutes. While Su Han had shocked everyone yesterday by swimming 3 kilometers in 20 minutes. Now, with an additional 20 kilograms, he was going even faster. On the sea, every stroke Su Han took was powerful, leaving a long white wake behind him. With the turtle breathing technique in effect, his breathing was long and steady, minimizing energy consumption. The first lap ended. 3 kilometers in 18 minutes and 40 seconds. The naval soldiers on the speedboat reported via radio, their voices trembling. Zhou Haitao on the shore nearly dropped his stopwatch. Another record broken? Even more terrifying was that Su Han showed no intention of stopping. He turned around and began the second lap. He was going to swim again. Is he crazy? The energy expenditure. The soldiers discussed amongst themselves. Some even started timing. Second lap, 19 minutes and 12 seconds. Third lap, 19 minutes and 30 seconds. Fourth lap, 20 minutes and 5 seconds. Fifth lap. When Su Han completed the 8th lap, the entire training area erupted in commotion. 24 kilometers. He swam 24 kilometers nonstop. Is this even human? Special forces aren't supposed to be this abnormal, right? Zhou Haitao was numb. He mechanically pressed the stopwatch, staring blankly at the total time of 2 hours and 40 minutes, averaging 20 minutes per lap. On the sea, Su Han finally slowed down. He raised his hand to signal, and the speedboat immediately approached. How was it? The 2 safety officers asked nervously. Su Han wiped the seawater from his face and smiled brightly. Not bad, just hungry. The 2 safety officers exclaimed. How can you not be hungry? Others eat 2 buns to replenish energy after swimming a few kilometers. You swam 24 kilometers in one go. A normal person would have run out of energy long ago. When Su Han was brought back to the shore, all the soldiers in the company spontaneously lined up and applauded. Commander Wang Taijun had arrived on the scene at some point. He strode up to Su Han, sizing up the soaked soldier. Su Han, tell me honestly, are you even human? Su Han stood at attention and saluted. Report, absolutely authentic. Wang Taijun shook his head and turned to Zhou Haitao. Give him an extra meal. Today, the kitchen will provide unlimited meat and vegetables. Yes. As soon as the commander left, the soldiers from the 7th Company swarmed around. Brother Han, what breathing technique do you use? Teach me. Brother Han, did you put a motor in your legs? Brother Han. Su Han was getting a headache from the noise and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Wait, where's Wang Hao? Everyone was stunned and looked around. He was just here. Oh no, there's someone in the sea. In the distance, a figure was desperately thrashing about to sink. It was Wang Hao. That kid was secretly practicing swimming again. Without a second thought, Su Han dashed back into the sea. This time, he didn't even have time to take off his newly changed dry suit. Speedboat, hurry up, Zhou Haitao shouted anxiously. But Su Han's speed was faster than the speedboat's launch. In just a few breaths, he swam dozens of meters away. The naval soldiers watching the speedometer couldn't help but curse. Was he even faster than before? The soldiers on the shore were at a loss for words, all of them gaping like a bunch of dumb geese. 2 minutes later, Su-Han dragged the barely conscious Wang Hao back to the shore. The military doctor rushed forward for emergency aid. Fortunately, he had only swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and was not seriously harmed. Coughing, Wang Hao woke up to see Su-Han's grim face. "Brother Han." Su-Han grabbed him by the collar. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Practicing alone?" Wang Hao shrank his neck. I wanted to catch up to your level." "Nonsense." Su-Han rarely lost his temper. "Swimming fast doesn't just come naturally. If I hadn't discovered you early, you would have been fish food by now." Wang Hao lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Zhou Haitao walked over. His face darkened. "Wang Hao, write a 5,000-word self-critique." The morning at the sea training ground was shrouded in mist. The soldiers of the 7th Company stood in line on the beach, with Zhou Haitao holding the training schedule, his voice booming. Today's subject is the 400-meter sea crossing obstacle training. Each class will familiarize themselves with the area first, and we will start the timed assessment in half an hour. The soldiers looked in the direction pointed by their commander. On the sea, buoys marked a winding route, with various obstacles set along the way. 50 meters had a tire floating bridge that needed to be quickly crossed while stepping on the swaying tires. 100 meters had a rope net climb, a 5-meter-high rope net swaying in the waves. 150 meters had underwater passage, requiring breath holding to get through an underwater obstacle. 200 meters had a single log bridge, a smooth round log made slippery by the waves. 250 meters had a high diving platform, where a 3-meter-high platform needed to be jumped accurately into a designated area. 300 meters involved carrying weight, simulating rescuing an injured person. The last 100 meters was a sprint to the shore, concluding with shooting. This difficulty, Wang Hao swallowed hard. This was much harder than the 400-meter obstacle on land. Zhao Xiao also turned pale. That underwater passage, I can hold my breath for only 30 seconds at most. "I'm afraid." Squad leader Lu Yong glanced at them. "What are you afraid of? Didn't Su-Han teach you the breathing technique?" Wang Hao grimaced. "But we've only been practicing for a few days." At this moment, someone asked quietly, "Brother Han, you wouldn't be particularly good at this subject too, would you?" All the soldiers in the company turned to Su-Han, their eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. Su-Han flexed his wrist and casually said, "Just okay, not bad." "Everyone." Zhou Haitao's mouth twitched. "All right, form pairs and prepare for training. Su-Han, you'll pair with your squad leader and set an example for the whole company." "Yes." Zhou Haitao looked at Su-Han and pointed at Lu Yong. "Your squad leader is the best in our company for the sea crossing obstacle project. Last year during the sea training, he even won 3rd place in a small competition held across the entire regiment. If you can beat your squad leader, I'll have the kitchen prepare an extra meal for you at noon." Su-Han feigned humility, smiling. "That wouldn't be good, would it? After all, he asked my squad leader. Making him lose face in front of everyone just for an extra meal, that would be too embarrassing." As soon as he said this, Lu Yong immediately laughed and scolded. "You little brat, stop being sarcastic. I know you too well. I wouldn't say anything about other subjects, but for this one, I need you to go easy on me. Besides, on the competition field, giving your all is the best respect for your opponent. Got it? If you can beat me, I'll personally pay for a family bucket for you." As soon as Lu Yong said this, Su-Han hadn't even spoken yet, and the soldiers from the 3rd squad immediately got excited. "Really? Really, squad leader? Su-Han, you have to give it your all. Just win against the squad leader. Just give us a chicken leg later. Brother Han, don't hold back. Take him down. Su-Han." Lu Yong's face turned red with anger, cursing. "You bunch of little brats. Just a family bucket is enough to sell out your squad leader? Don't you have any ambition?" All right. Zhou Haitao laughed from the side. "Then it's settled. Get ready to start." At the starting point on the beach, Zhou Haitao blew his whistle, and all the soldiers in the company stared intently at the two on the starting line. Su-Han, in his neat training uniform, appeared relaxed, while squad leader Lu Yong had his muscles tensed up. "Ready, go." Lu Yong dashed into the shallow water, carefully stepping on the swaying tires. Each step taken with caution as the tires wobbled underfoot, splashing water halfway up his body. Meanwhile, Su-Han's star was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Whoosh. He lightly tapped his toes on the first tire, his body nearly airborne. Taking advantage of the rhythm of the tire's movement, he leaped 3 times in a row and in the blink of an eye had covered a third of the distance. "Wow, is Han good stepping on a firewheel?" Wang Hao's eyes widened. This is some kind of light skill, right? Zhao Xiaohu's jaw nearly dropped to the beach. Lu Yong had just struggled to climb to the 10th tire when he looked up to see Su Han already at the finish line waving at him. Class leader. Hurry up. Lu Yong gasped for breath, grabbing the slippery rope net and climbing up with hands and feet. The sea breeze blew, making the rope net sway like a swing, and he clung tightly to the knots, his knuckles turning white. Looking back at Su Han, he was not climbing in a conventional way at all. The moment his right hand grasped the knot, he suddenly exerted force in his waist and abdomen, spinning in midair like a top, using centrifugal force to whip himself up 2 meters. As he landed, his toes precisely hooked onto the lower knot, and with another spin, he was thrown upward again, a 5-meter-high rope net, and he flipped over it with just 3 movements, landing while casually adjusting his collar. The entire company of soldiers was collectively petrified. Is this guy possessed by Tarzan? While the class leader was still struggling on the 3rd meter, Hanga was already sipping tea. When Lu Yong finally lifted the 75-kilogram dummy, Su Han had already completed his last sprint. He raised his gun with one hand. Without even aiming, and bang, 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 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 bullet holes appeared in the target 100 meters away, spaced no more than 2 centimeters apart. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. The timer's voice echoed loudly on the beach. When Lu Yong, panting, reached the finish line, he saw Su Han using his jacket as a towel to dry his hair. Class leader, you took 3 minutes and 40 seconds, not bad. Get lost. Lu Yong threw the dummy onto the sand. Is this what you call average? The entire company of soldiers rushed forward, clamoring. Hangul, you've deceived us terribly. This level is just okay. Should we just retire? Su Han scratched his head and chuckled. I was just casually practicing. Before he finished speaking, he was pinned down on the beach and beaten up by Wang Hao and others. Don't hit me. If you keep hitting me, the class leader won't treat you to the family bucket. As soon as he said this, the soldiers of the 3rd squad instantly changed their expressions, each of them smiling as they pulled Su Han up. Su Han, you must be tired, right? Come on, the veterans will help you relax your muscles. Han Yi, let me massage your shoulders. Come on, Hangul, drink some water. Su Han. Zhou Haitao looked at the stopwatch showing 2 minutes and 18 seconds and compared it with the excellent standard of under 4 minutes in the training outline, silently pulling down his hat. Damn, it makes us look like a bunch of useless people. Chapter 10. Confronting the Marine Corps. Crushing the Marine Corps. On the morning of the training ground, with the fog yet to disperse, the soldiers of the 7th Battalion were awakened by a sharp whistle. All soldiers assemble. Zhou Haitao stood in the open space in front of the barracks, his expression serious. The soldiers quickly lined up, fully awake. Just received a notice from the regiment. Zhou Haitao's voice was especially clear in the morning mist. 3 days from now, our regiment will conduct an island-seizing confrontation exercise with the 2 squads of the Marine Corps, Black Shark and White Shark. A wave of gasps echoed in the ranks. An old soldier from the 3rd squad's face instantly turned pale. It's them again. Su Han noticed the unusual reactions of the veteran squad leaders around him and whispered, "What's going on?" An old soldier leaned over, his voice trembling. "You're a new recruit, and don't know, those guys from the Marine Corps are simply devils. We confronted them during last year's training." Wang Hao added, "We had 600 men against their 400, and the result? The result was that we were completely wiped out." Class leader Lu Yong's face turned ashen as he continued. "Those guys are like fish in water on island terrain. We didn't even see their shadows before we were shot dead." Su Han raised his eyebrows. The Marine Corps is the most elite amphibious assault force in Huaxia, specializing in landing operations, behind enemy infiltration, and counterterrorism actions, with individual combat quality comparable to that of conventional Army Special Forces. In maritime and island environments, regular Army units indeed struggle to compete. Although not classified as special forces in concept, their combat effectiveness is not much weaker than that of special forces. In this world, he didn't know, but in his previous life, there were also naval special operations units within the Marine Corps, such as Dragon Shark and amphibious reconnaissance units. These 2 units were comparable in strength to Army Special Forces. However, the Marine Corps belongs to a multi-service joint combat force, which also includes amphibious armored units, female soldier units, etc., and for this reason, cannot be classified as special forces. As for the Black Shark and White Shark units mentioned by Zhou Haitao, Su-Han speculated that their combat capability should not be on par with special forces, but more like a reserve force subordinate to the special forces. Similar to those special operations companies within the Army Special Forces, they're not as capable as the dedicated assault squads that carry out special missions. Nevertheless, even so, their strength is absolutely not something that regular troops can compare to. Zhou Haitao surveyed the entire company, raising his voice by an octave. In this confrontation, each battalion will draw half of its troops to participate, and our 7th Battalion will send 50 men. The regiment commander has issued a strict order. He paused, his fists cracking. We must avenge our previous humiliation. After the dismissal, Su-Han was called to the company office by Zhou Haitao. Inside the tent, Zhou Haitao paced back and forth, his military boots thudding on the floor. Third Grandpa. He rarely used this private address. The regiment commander specifically instructed that in this confrontation, you need to show your true abilities. Su-Han smiled. Oh, does the regiment commander know about my training results these past few days? Of course. Zhou Haitao glared. Your abnormal training results have long been reported to the regiment. The regiment commander said this time you are allowed to act independently. No need to be with the battalion. Su-Han's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. In special operations, individual infiltration is often more effective than large troop movements. Where the rules of engagement? Red-blue confrontation. We defend the island while they attack. Zhou Haitao unfolded the map, saying that there are 2 victory conditions. One is to annihilate the enemy, and the other is to hold the command post on the island for 48 hours. Su-Han studied the map carefully. The island is oval-shaped, covering about 5 square kilometers, with hills in the center and beaches, reefs, and mangroves surrounding it. The Army's command post is set up on the commanding heights of the hills. What equipment advantages do they have? The Marine Corps has been issued new individual night vision and thermal imaging devices. Zhou Haitao's expression darkened. We only have old equipment. Su-Han lightly tapped the table. Night operations will be key. Son-in-law, he suddenly looked up. If I have a plan that requires the whole company to cooperate. Zhou Haitao stepped back warily. Where are you up to again? Give up the beachhead defense. Su-Han pointed to the map. Concentrate our forces in the mangrove and hilly areas and launch ambushes. What? Zhou Haitao's voice suddenly rose. Give up the beachhead? Isn't that like inviting the enemy in? Let me finish. Su-Han patiently explained. The Marine Corps excels at amphibious landings, and the beachhead is when their firepower is at its strongest. Instead of fighting them there, it's better to let them in and destroy them in the complex terrain. Zhou Haitao frowned. That's too risky. Once they successfully land and spread out. That's why we need to lure the enemy deeper. Su-Han's eyes flashed. Give me a squad, and I will be the bait. The 2 debated for half an hour, ultimately each making a concession. Zhou Haitao agreed to set up an ambush in the mangroves, but insisted on holding part of the beachhead. Su-Han was granted free hunting permission to operate without constraints. Of course, this plan wasn't solely Zhou Haitao's decision. It needed to be approved by the regiment headquarters. The final result was that after Colonel Wang Taijun received Zhou Haitao's suggestion, the entire staff discussed it and finally agreed. However, they only abandoned one of the beachheads, while the rest continued as originally planned. 3 days later, at dawn, the landing craft transported 800 Army soldiers to the exercise island. The soldiers silently checked their equipment as the laser simulated combat system was activated. Hit soldiers' helmets would emit red smoke, indicating they had been killed. Remember, Zhou Haitao made the final mobilization. The Marine Corps usually attacks in 3 routes: the eastern rocky area, the central beachhead, and the western mangroves. Each squad will defend according to plan and report any enemy sightings immediately. Su-Han stood at the end of the line, his gear significantly different from the others. In addition to a standard rifle, he was loaded with smoke grenades and stun grenades, with a bundle of ropes and a multifunctional entrenching tool on his back. Brother Han, Wang Hao came over, his voice trembling. Are you really going to act alone? Su-Han smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll bring you back some marine souvenirs. In the distance, several landing craft were slicing through the waves. Under the sunlight, the Marine Corps emblem gleamed brightly. All units ready. At Zhou Haitao's command, The soldiers quickly dispersed into their designated positions. However, Suhan did not follow the main force. He winked at Wang Hao, turned, and vanished into the jungle like a ghost. On the naval command ship, Colonel Long Zhan put down his binoculars, a cold smile creeping across his face. Another group of landlubbers, he said to the staff beside him, last year at this time, they only lasted 6 hours. The staff chuckled and nodded. The army on the island is like a fish out of water. This time will probably be similar. Long Zhan adjusted his military cap. Order the Black Shark Squadron to launch a main assault on the beachhead, while the White Shark Squadron will flank from the side. End the battle within 4 hours. Yes. As the order was issued, over a dozen assault boats surged toward the island like arrows. Each boat carried 20 fully armed Marines. Their camouflage faces painted, eyes sharp as eagles. These elite soldiers had an average service time of over 5 years, having undergone countless real combat drills. Their individual gear was worth over 300,000, including the most advanced digital helmets, thermal imaging scopes, and personal radios. Attention! The squad leader on the assault boat shouted. The beachhead may have heavy defenses. Establish a foothold immediately upon landing. The waves crashed against the boat as the island drew nearer. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Strange, an old soldier frowned. Why don't I see any defensive structures? The anticipated fierce resistance did not appear. The beach was eerily quiet, with only a few seabirds startled into flight. The assault boats surged onto the sandy shore, and the Marines quickly spread out, their rifles pointed warily in all directions. Report to command. The squad leader pressed the radio. We have not encountered resistance, requesting further instructions. Long Zhan's voice came through the radio, filled with confusion. Continue advancing. Be cautious of ambushes. Meanwhile, in the eastern rocky area of the island, Suhan clung to a massive rock like a gecko, his body covered in seaweed and vines, perfectly blending into the environment. Below, 10 Marines were carefully climbing the rocks. Damn, this path is tough, the leading sergeant complained. The army sons of bitches must not have expected us to come from here. Just as he finished speaking, a small stone rolled down from above. Who is there? The sergeant looked up suddenly, his gun aimed at the top. There was no response, only the sound of the sea breeze whistling past the rocks. Probably a seabird. Another team member sighed in relief. Let's keep moving. What they didn't know was that just 3 meters above their heads, Suhan held his breath, his finger lightly resting on the trigger. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The prey was hooked. When the last Marine passed below, Suhan leaped down like a specter. The enemy sergeant barely had time to shout half a sentence before Suhan struck him on the neck with a knife hand, knocking him unconscious. The other team members turned in a panic, only to see a creature wrapped in seaweed lunging at them from midair. Bang, bang, bang. Suhan fired 3 shots in the instant he landed, and 3 Marines' helmets emitted smoke simultaneously. The remaining soldiers hadn't even aimed when they were enveloped in smoke grenades. Cough, cough, I can't see. Scatter. Quickly scatter. In the chaos, Suhan weaved through the confusion like a fish, and with every strike, a team member fell. 30 seconds later, the entire squad was wiped out. The sergeant stared blankly at his subordinates, then looked at the army soldier who was tidying up his gear, incredulous. You did this alone? Suhan flashed him a grin. Welcome to hell, Marine. With that, he leaped into the sea and disappeared. At noon, the atmosphere in the naval command was tense. Another squad missing? Long Zhan slammed his hand on the table. This is the 3rd one. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The squad in the eastern rocky area, the squad in the western mangroves, and the sniping team in the center have all been declared killed in action. When did the army gain such capabilities? Long Zhan's brow furrowed. Find out who did this. According to the descriptions from the fallen soldiers, there was only one enemy, but their actions were ghostly, specifically targeting isolated squads. When did the 356th Regiment have such powerful individual soldiers? After a moment of contemplation, he immediately grabbed the radio. All units, attention. If you find an enemy sniper operating alone, they are extremely dangerous. Immediately change tactics, operate as a unit, and do not go solo. Just as the order was issued, a sudden urgent call came through the radio. Command, this is White Shark Squad 7. We are under ambush. The enemy is in the trees. After a burst of static, the communication was cut off. Long Jean's face turned ashen. He realized he had made a fatal mistake in underestimating the enemy. Deep in the jungle, Suhan crouched on a sturdy branch, gently blowing away the gunpowder residue from his barrel. Below, 7 Marines sat dejectedly on the ground, their helmets emitting red smoke. They still couldn't understand how that army soldier had continuously moved from 3 trees, picking them off one by one. "Brother," one Marine couldn't help but ask, "which special forces unit are you from?" Suhan smiled without answering, nimbly jumping down from the tree. He glanced at the position of the sun and pressed the radio. "Son-in-law, please respond." After a moment, Zhou Haitao's excited voice came through. "Third Grandpa, how's it going over there?" "I've taken out 27. Suhan said casually. "They're starting to shrink their forces. It's time to execute the plan." "Understood. I'll notify the entire company to counterattack immediately." Inside the 356th Regiment command post, the air was so thick it felt like it could be wrung out for water. Regiment Commander Wang Taijun stared at the operational sand table, the veins on his forehead throbbing. The blue markers had already breached the beachhead defenses and were advancing into the island's interior. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, the Marine Corps would be at the command post. "Report to the regiment commander." A technician suddenly looked up from the communication equipment, his voice trembling with excitement. "Commander Zhou, we've just received a report that one of our soldiers has killed 27 Marine Corps members." The command center fell silent instantly. "How many?" Wang Taijun thought he had misheard. 27. The technician swallowed hard, and he did it all alone. The pencil in the operations officer's hand dropped to the floor. Wang Taijun dashed to the communication station and snatched the headset. "Zhou Haitao? Say that again." Zhou Haitao's equally excited voice came through the headset. "Report, Commander. It's Suhan. That kid took down 27 Marines by himself. The Marines are starting to pull back." Wang Taijun slammed his hand on the table, making the models on the sand table jump. "Good, good, good." He repeated the word "good" 3 times, the gloom on his face lifting. "Tell that kid to take down 23 more to make it half a company, and I'll give him a 3rd-class merit award." Turning around, Wang Taijun shouted at everyone in the command center. "Did you all hear that? Our regiment has a king of solo combat. Relay the order to all companies to counterattack with full force." The command center erupted in excitement. Staff members grabbed phones to relay this astonishing news to various positions. On the Navy command ship, the atmosphere was completely different. Useless. All useless. Long Jean slammed his fist on the command platform, causing a coffee cup to jump. "Over 30 elite troops, and you can't catch a single rookie soldier?" The staff fell silent. On the large screen, the blue dots representing their forces were disappearing one by one. "Sir," a captain suggested with a stiff neck, "maybe we should adjust our tactics and concentrate our forces to take the command center first." "Nonsense," Long Jean interrupted sharply, "letting a rookie soldier run rampant behind us? How can the Dragon Shark still operate in the Navy after this gets out?" He turned to the operations officer. "Order the Sea Wolf and Reef teams to immediately halt their advance and encircle this ghost." The staff exchanged glances. The Sea Wolf and Reef were the 2 most elite special operations teams, specifically tasked with high-difficulty infiltration and decapitation missions. Now, they were to be used against a single soldier. "Execute the orders," Long Jean said sternly. "Tell Lin Jian and Wu Gang to make sure they take that kid down. Other teams, accelerate your advance and must take the enemy command center within 2 hours." Chapter 11. The Marines are digging in. The setting sun dyed the jungle blood red as Suhan crouched among the branches of a banyan tree, like a cheetah ready to pounce. His camouflage uniform was covered in mud and leaves, and his face was smeared with black and green paint, making him almost blend into the treetops. Crack! 30 meters away, a dry twig snapped underfoot. Suhan's pupils narrowed slightly, his right index finger gently resting on the trigger. 5 Marines advanced in a fan formation, their guns scanning every suspicious shadow. They wore the latest digital camouflage, and their night vision goggles were already activated, even though it was not completely dark yet. "Stay alert," the team leader whispered. "That guy is nearby." Suhan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had deliberately left traces 10 minutes ago to lure this squad into his ambush zone. As the last team member passed under the tree, Suhan silently dropped down like a ghost. Puff! A precise knife-hand strike hit the neck nerve cluster of the last soldier, who fell to the ground without a sound. Suhan caught the sliding rifle while simultaneously kicking up a handful of dirt and sand towards the second soldier's face. My eyes! The scream broke the jungle silence. The remaining three quickly turned, but Suhan had already rolled behind a tree using the cover of the dust. 3 o'clock. Bullets whizzed by, splintering the tree bark. Suhan calmly counted the gunshots, and in the brief moment when the enemy reloaded, he shot out like lightning, firing 3 shots. Bang! 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 The helmets of 3 Marines erupted with red smoke. Damn! The only surviving sergeant yelled as he rushed for cover, but Suhan had already circled around to his side, knocking him down with a sweeping kick. The cold muzzle pressed against the sergeant's chin. "You are dead." Suhan's voice was as calm as discussing the weather. The sergeant stared at this elusive opponent in disbelief. "Who the hell are you? A regular soldier couldn't have these skills." Suhan didn't answer. He simply removed the sergeant's magazine and communication device. In the distance, hurried footsteps and shouts for reinforcements could be heard. Like a wisp of smoke, Suhan vanished into the jungle, leaving 5 fallen Marines staring at each other. On the Navy command ship, Longjean's face was dark enough to drip water. Another squad wiped out? He stared at the operations screen, his voice suppressing fury. "This is the 7th one. The staff dare not breathe." On the screen, the blue dots representing their forces were disappearing at an alarming rate. "Sir," the communications officer suddenly reported, "the Sea Wolf team has found the target's trail and is pursuing." A fierce glint flashed in Longjean's eyes. "Tell Lin Jian to make sure to intercept that kid." "Report. We have spotted the enemy. Requesting permission to fire." On a high ground several hundred meters away, a sniper locked onto Suhan through the layers of foliage. An excited voice came through the headset. "Are we sure this is the person we are looking for?" "It should be. From his movements, he doesn't look like a rookie." "Over. Good. Permission to fire." "Received." Deep in the dense forest, Suhan suddenly stopped, every muscle in his body tensing. "Danger!" His 6th sense blared alarms. Something was aiming at him from the 10 o'clock direction. In a split second, Suhan rolled aside. Whoosh! A bullet grazed his ear, leaving a smoking hole in the tree behind him. A sniper! Without hesitation, Suhan shot back while rolling. Bang! A well-camouflaged sniper in the treetops grunted, red smoke billowing from his helmet. The sniper stared blankly at the rising red smoke on his body, completely stunned. "What the hell kind of marksmanship is this? You can dodge, but how did you find my position so quickly and shoot me while moving? This guy must be cheating." The crisis was not over. Suhan heard at least 5 different footsteps sounding from all directions. The encirclement. He squinted, quickly assessing the terrain. To the left was a steep slope. To the right was dense forest. Directly ahead, 3 enemies were advancing in a triangular formation, and the back was blocked by the sniper, a standard death trap. Ordinary soldiers would have no choice but to surrender in this situation. But Suhan just sneered, suddenly accelerating towards the steep slope. "Is he crazy?" the ambushed Marines exclaimed. That was a 20-meter cliff. However, the next second, their expressions froze. Just as Suhan was about to fall off the cliff, he swung out a rope with his right hand, perfectly looping it around a protruding tree root, swinging himself like a pendulum into a hollow on the cliffside. "There! Shoot!" Bullets rained down like a storm, but Suhan had already disappeared into the hollow. "Chase! Don't let him escape." 5 Marines rushed to the edge of the cliff, only to see a black shadow suddenly burst from the vines. Suhan had actually used the rope to make a detour, circling around to the pursuer's flank. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 team members' helmets erupted in smoke. The remaining 2 hurriedly turned, only to see Suhan charging at them. A swift elbow strike took one down, followed by a kick that sent the last one tumbling off the cliff. Amid the screams, Suhan threw out the rope to wrap around the fallen Marine's waist, pulling him back at the crucial moment. Thank you." The shaken Marine stammered in gratitude. Suhan patted his shoulder. "It's just an exercise. There's no need to risk your life." After speaking, He quickly collected the ammunition and equipment from several people and disappeared into the jungle again. Report: the entire reef squad has been sacrificed. In the war room of the warship, a captain cautiously reported to Long John. Bang! Long John smashed the cup in his hand. Bastard! Who the hell is this guy? Even a Falcon Army Special Forces couldn't easily wipe out so many of us. Where's the Sea Wolf squad? Report: they are on their way. As night fell, visibility in the jungle dropped to a minimum. Sea Wolf squad leader Lin Jian crouched at a concealed observation point, scanning every suspicious area with his infrared binoculars. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Can that kid turn invisible? His deputy, Wu Gang, also looked grave. We've already lost 12 men. If this continues— Shut up. Lin Jian interrupted sharply. We are the Sea Wolves, the most elite special team of the Navy. If we can't even catch a rookie from the Army, we might as well retire collectively. Suddenly, the communicator crackled. Team Lin, a target has been spotted on the east side, moving towards your position. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Jian's eyes. Finally showing up. Everyone be alert, prepare to net him. 7 Sea Wolf members quickly took up advantageous positions, forming a perfect ambush circle. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The jungle was terrifyingly silent. Only the rustling of leaves in the night wind could be heard. Something's wrong. Lin Jian suddenly realized. His face changed. Retreat. This is a diversion. But it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunfire rang out from behind them, and the helmets of 4 team members instantly started smoking. Lin Jian rolled behind a tree, horrified as he looked towards the direction the bullets came from. It was clearly a safe zone they had just checked. Come out, Wu Gong roared. Let us settle this face to face. What answered him was a precisely thrown training grenade, landing right in the bushes where they were hiding. Boom! Red smoke filled the air, and 2 more team members were killed. Now, only Lin Jian and Wu Gang remained from the entire Sea Wolf squad. Damn it! Lin Jian ripped off his helmet and angrily threw it to the ground. Come out for a one-on-one. Silence. Then, a figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. Suhan had removed all his camouflage, wearing only standard combat gear, even leaving his weapons on the ground. As you wish, he said calmly. Lin Jian and Wu Gang exchanged glances and charged at him simultaneously. Lin Jian delivered a whip kick aimed at Suhan's head, while Wu Gang swung a punch from the side, targeting his ribs. This was a classic combined attack tactic of the Marine Corps that had taken down countless opponents. However, Suhan merely leaned back slightly, blocking Lin Jian's whip kick with his left hand, while his right hand clawed at Wu Gang's wrist, pulling him with force. Bang! Wu Gang lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Jian's second attack followed immediately, a straight punch aimed at Suhan's face. Suhan tilted his head to avoid it, while simultaneously driving his right knee into Lin Jian's abdomen. Ugh! Lin Jian grunted, staggering back. Wu Gang got back up and roared, charging again. This time, Suhan did not dodge. Instead, he met him with a shoulder throw, slamming the big guy hard into the ground. Lin Jian took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind, but was met with a backward kick from Suhan that struck his chest, sending him flying back to crash into a tree. In less than 30 seconds, the 2 most elite Special Forces soldiers of the Marine Corps were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Suhan picked up his equipment and turned to leave. Wait! Lin Jian struggled to sit up. Who are you? Ordinary soldiers cannot have such skills. Suhan turned back, his side profile sharply defined in the moonlight. 356th Regiment. 7th Company, Private Suhan. After speaking, he stepped into the jungle, his figure quickly swallowed by the darkness. Lin Jian and Wu Gang sat there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Private? Did he just say he was a private? Lin Jian slightly turned his stiff neck and asked Wu Gang beside him. Wu Gang also nodded in shock with a dazed expression. It seems like it. A moment later, damn, this is nonsense. The 2 couldn't sit still any longer, standing up and shouting in despair. How could a private have such amazing skills? That shooting, those tactical moves, those cunning methods. And the final combat. Is this the strength a private should have? Even the 2 elite soldiers from our Marine Corps Ace Special Forces couldn't do what he did, but their complaints could only be heard by themselves. At this moment, Suhan had already retreated. At dawn, the Naval Command ship was silent. Long John stared at the operational sand table, his face ashen. The chief of staff cautiously handed over the latest battle report. We have lost 65 of our forces. According to the exercise rules, a loss exceeding 60 is deemed a failure. Long Jean's hand trembled slightly as he suddenly grabbed the communicator. All units, immediately cease fire. Repeat. Cease fire immediately. After putting down the communicator, he took a deep breath. Contact the 356th Regiment command post and tell them we lost. Withdraw from combat. As he said the last 4 words, the voice of this naval colonel was almost squeezed out through his teeth. Inside the Army command post in the center of the island, cheers were deafening. We won. We won. That bunch of bastards from the Navy surrendered. Commander Wang Taijun couldn't stop smiling, patting Zhou Haitao on the shoulder. Well done. Your 7th Company has made a great contribution this time. Especially that Su Han. He turned to the operations officer. Hurry. Call that kid over. I want to personally commend him. Half an hour later, on the eastern beach of the island, Wang Taijun stood with his hands behind his back, military boots stepping on the fine sand. Watching the naval speedboat approaching in the distance, a smile he couldn't conceal on his face. As the speedboat docked, Long Jean jumped down with a stern face, his military uniform crisp but unable to hide the defeat in his eyes. Old Wang, Long Jean said stiffly, this time you guys got lucky. Wang Taijun exaggeratedly pretended to clean his ears. Old Long, your words of surrender are quite unique. Don't be so pleased. Long Jean's face flushed. If it weren't for your go soldier, we would have. Would have what? Wang Taijun stepped closer, lowering his voice deliberately. Would have been completely annihilated by my men? The 2 old comrades glared at each other, then suddenly burst out laughing. Damn it. Long Jean shook his head. It's been 5 years, and you finally won once. Wang Taijun patted his old friend's shoulder. Come on, let's go to the command post for, drinks. Just as the 2 turned around, a muddy figure emerged from the jungle. Report. Su Han stood at attention and saluted, his face smeared with camouflage paint and sweat mixed together. But his eyes shone remarkably bright. Long Jean's eyes widened. Is this the one? Indeed. Wang Taijun puffed out his chest proudly. Our 356th Regiment's ghost, Private Su Han. Long Jean circled around Su Han like he was a rare animal. Suddenly, he grabbed his shoulder. Kid, come to our Marine Corps. I'll apply for your promotion. Directly into our Dragon Shark Special Forces. Wang Taijun immediately exploded. Long Jean, are you trying to poach my soldier right in front of me? What? Long Jean raised an eyebrow provocatively. Your 356th Regiment is too small to accommodate this big Buddha. Nonsense. Wang Taijun pulled Su Han behind him. Su Han is our regiment's treasure. I wouldn't trade him for a major. The 2 colonels argued like protective hens, their faces turning red, nearly coming to blows. Su Han stood in the middle, awkwardly coughing. Gentlemen, Long Jean suddenly lowered his voice. Kid, the Navy Special Forces have the latest equipment, with a salary 30 higher than the Army, plus sea allowances. Wang Taijun directly covered Su Han's ears. Don't listen to him. This bastard just loves to make empty promises. Report. Su Han suddenly interrupted loudly. I'm an Army soldier. I only want to develop in the Army. The scene instantly fell silent. Wang Taijun triumphantly winked at Long Jean. Did you hear that? Give it up? Long Jean glared at Su Han unwillingly and said, Kid, you will regret this. After saying that, he angrily turned around and left. Wang Taijun shouted at his old friend's back, Hey, didn't we agree to have drinks? Drink my ass. Long Jean waved his hand without looking back. Next exercise, I will definitely make your 356th Regiment find their way home. Watching the naval commander leave in anger, Wang Taijun let out a long sigh of relief, turned around, and punched Su Han hard. Good kid. You didn't disappoint me. He lowered his voice when we get back. I'll apply for promotion quota for you. With your ability. Su Han shook his head. Commander, let's talk about that after the full military special forces competition. It starts in a month. Wang Taijun was taken aback and then slapped his forehead. How did I forget about that? At the celebration banquet after the confrontation, Su Han became the absolute star. The commander personally poured him a beverage. The battalion commander served him food, and the company commander Zhou Haitao was busy drinking. Han Yi. Wang Hao leaned over and asked mysteriously, I heard the Navy is planning to promote you? Are you really not going? Su Han smiled and didn't answer, just raised his drink. Come on, let's toast a victory. Cheers! The morning sun shone on the naval training ground, and a loud military trumpet shattered the silence. All the officers and soldiers of the regiment lined up in neat rows, their camouflage uniforms reflecting a solemn green in the morning light. Wang Taijun stood on a makeshift review platform, his medals shining in the sunlight. He looked over the more than 800 officers and soldiers below and spoke in a loud voice. Comrades, in this naval training confrontation exercise, our 356th Regiment has made history. Facing the elite forces of the Marine Corps, we not only held our ground, but also showcased the might of the Army. Wang Taijun excitedly waved his arms, especially highlighting Private Su Han from the 7th Company, who single-handedly eliminated 48 enemies, including 2 combat teams comparable to Special Forces. All the officers and soldiers of the regiment turned to look at Su Han in the 7th Company. This new recruit, who had only joined the Army for half a year, had now become the pride of the entire regiment. After discussions within the regiment's party committee, Wang Tiejun's voice suddenly rose. I am applying for a personal third-class merit for Comrade Su Han. At the same time, he will be listed as a priority candidate for promotion this year. The crowd erupted into warm applause and cheers once again. Wang Hao and other soldiers from the 3rd Squad excitedly patted Su Han on the shoulder, and the 7th Company commander Zhou Haitao couldn't stop smiling. Wang Taijun raised his hand to signal for silence. Comrade Su Han has proven with his strength that every soldier of the 356th Regiment is outstanding. I hope all officers and soldiers of the regiment take Comrade Su Han as an example, practice hard to improve their combat skills, and strive to be model soldiers. After dispersing, Su Han was immediately surrounded by all the officers and soldiers of the regiment. Hangge, you've already received 2 third-class merits. That's amazing. Hang Fin, are you taking disciples? The next day, in the morning at the naval training ground, the waves gently lapped at the shore. The soldiers of the 7th Company had just finished their warm-up exercises when a sudden sound of synchronized footsteps came from a distance. Damn, aren't those the Black Shark and White Shark teams? Wang Hao's eyes widened as he pointed to a rapidly approaching camouflage team on the coastline. Zhao Xiaohu frowned. What are they doing here? Didn't the exercise end? An old soldier nearby spat out the grass root in his mouth. Are you stupid? This naval training ground is originally the Navy's territory. We're just borrowing it. Chapter 12. Crushing the Navy's Special Forces, breaking all military records. As the Marine Corps approached closer, the soldiers of the 7th Company instinctively straightened their bodies. The opposing team was all wearing digital ocean camouflage, tactical vests loaded with equipment, marching in perfect unison, exuding the unique killing aura of elite troops. The 2 officers at the front were particularly eye-catching. One was dark-skinned like iron, with sharp eyes like an eagle. It was Lin Hu, the captain of the Black Shark team. An old soldier whispered in surprise. Why did he come personally? Zhou Haitao quickly walked to the front of the team, his face serious. Attention! The soldiers of the 7th Company stood at attention, and both sides formed a standoff on the beach. Lin Hu's gaze swept over the 7th Company, finally landing on Su Han. So you're the ghost? Before Su Han could respond, Lin Hu stepped forward. I missed the confrontation yesterday. I heard the Army has someone tough enough to take on both our teams. So I came to see for myself. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In the distance, the commander of the Marine Corps, Long Zhan, and Commander Wang Taijun walked side by side, chatting and laughing, but sparks flew between their exchanged glances. Old Wang, your soldiers are really impressive, Long Zhan said, patting Wang Tiejun's shoulder. Can we practice here for a few days? Wang Taijun smiled without sincerity. Old Long, when will you fix your habit of poaching? While the 2 were bickering, Lin Hu had already issued a challenge to Su Han. So, how about a match? Zhou Haitao quietly pulled Su Han and whispered, be careful. This guy is a Special Forces veteran, and he has been in the Dragon Shark Special Operations team. He's very strong. Suan smiled slightly, stepped forward with his hands behind his back. What are we competing in? Lin Hu revealed a cunning smile. It will be interesting if there's a prize. If you lose, you have to apply for a transfer to our Marine Corps. What? Zhou Haitao's face changed drastically. Are you guys really going to compete? Clearly, you want to poach him. Su Han, you can't agree to that. The other members of the 7th Company looked worried as well. After nearly 2 months of training, Suhan had become a unique asset to the 356th Regiment, not to mention Zhou Haitao, treating him like a treasure. Even Commander Wang Taijun was practically forming a protective circle around the 7th Company, afraid that other units would kidnap Suhan. Hangu, don't compete with them. Wang Hao quietly reminded, the veterans say they're special forces, they're very strong. Yeah, Hangu, be careful. Don't fall into their trap. Suhan waved his hand. What if I win? Lin Hu boldly waved his hand. If you win, all the training expenses for your regiment during naval training will be covered by our Navy. The crowd immediately erupted in surprise. So, generous? Is the Navy really that rich? Wang Taijun and Long Zhan also stopped their banter and looked over with interest. Hey, why aren't you going to stop this? Long Zhan looked at Wang Taijun in surprise, who remained calm. Wang Taijun smiled. Why should I stop it? Long Zhan was taken aback. You can't possibly think that your regiment's Suhan can be a match for my Marine Corps Special Ace, can you? Wang Taijun shrugged, maybe. Long Zhan, you have so much confidence in your new recruit? I admit he performed excellently in the confrontation, but that was a confrontation. This is a test of individual skills. My captain was chosen from the Dragon Shark Special Operations Team, and their individual capabilities are also very strong. Wang Taijun said, I don't deny their strength, but I believe Suhan's abilities are not inferior to theirs. As he spoke, Wang Taijun grinned at Long Zhan. In any case, just prepare sufficient military funds for our regiment's naval training. Ha. Long Zhan. Meanwhile, at the scene, facing the constant persuasion of the soldiers of the 7th Company. Suandiman silent. All right. After a moment, Suhan finally nodded. What are we competing in? Suan. Seeing Suanigity. The members of the 7th Company became anxious. Wu Gang pointed to the sea. Simple. I'll compete with you. Best of 3. First, a 400-meter armed swim. And immediately shoot at the target on a speedboat 300 meters away. 10 rounds within 10 minutes, the higher the score wins. If scores are tied, the one with fewer shots wins. Second, close combat. Third, a 400-meter crossing to the island. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted. Are you crazy? The last 2 subjects are manageable, but what the hell is the first one? Swimming 400 meters and still shooting accurately? Shooting at sea is already difficult. And now you want to shoot after exhausting yourself? In the distance, Wang Taijun frowned. Old Long, this isn't fair. You're choosing the Navy's strong points to compete. Long Zhan raised an eyebrow triumphantly. What? Are you scared? Scared? Wang Taijun coldly snorted. I'm afraid you guys in the Marine Corps will lose face. He had already seen Suhan's training report for the past month. It could be said that even Special Forces would doubt if they were children after seeing those results. What do you think? Linuaskid Suan. Suhan nodded. Not bad. Let's do it this way. You go first in the first round. Show me how it's done. Okay. Lin, who was not polite. He took off his jacket, revealing a muscular body. The Marines immediately erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Lin, show them what a true Sea King looks like. Lin, who provocatively raised his chin at Suhan and then strode towards the sea. 2 Navy soldiers immediately stepped forward to help him put on the 20-kilogram armed swimming gear and handed him a Type 95 automatic rifle. Start. With the referee's command. Lin, who dashed into the sea like an arrow. His freestyle swimming was standard and powerful, creating large splashes with every stroke. So fast. Wang Hao exclaimed. This speed is twice as fast as our fastest in the company. Zhou Haitao's expression became serious. Lin, who comes from the Navy Special Forces, has participated in international military competitions and won a bronze medal in the armed swimming event. On the surface, Lin, who had already swum over 100 meters, maintaining his rhythm perfectly. At the 200-meter turnaround point, he executed a beautiful turn and began to swim back. Wow, 200 meters in just 3 minutes and 56 seconds. This is armed swimming, not light swimming. The soldiers of the 356th Regiment were stunned by this result. When Lin, who rushed ashore, the timer stopped at 8 minutes and 28 seconds. He was soaked, gasping for breath. He quickly lay down and aimed his rifle at the target boat 300 meters away. He began to take deep breaths to adjust for his fatigue and breathing. The speedboat bobbed up and down with the waves, making the target appear and disappear. Lin, whose breathing was terrifyingly steady as his finger gently squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 gunshots, The target reporter's voice came through the speaker. 100 rings. All hits in the 10 rings. Total time, 8 minutes and 44 seconds. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. The Navy soldiers excitedly high-fived each other, and some even whistled. Long John looked proudly at Wang Taijun. How about that? This result can rank in the top 3 in the entire army. Wang Taijun pursed his lips and said nothing. This score was indeed astonishing. 8 minutes and 28 seconds for 400 meters of armed swimming, with only 16 seconds for aiming and shooting. This speed and result were already top-notch. Is this the strength of special forces? The soldiers of the 7th Company were dumbfounded by this result. In their perception, special forces were a very mysterious type of troops. They had heard they were impressive, but they had never witnessed how impressive they truly were. But now, they had seen it. The difference was like that between heaven and earth compared to their regular troops. Su-Han should be fine, right? He's pretty fast in armed swimming too. But this isn't just about speed. There's also the stability of shooting after exercising. After swimming with full effort, the body is in an extremely fatigued state, and unstable breathing can greatly affect shooting accuracy. Although Su-Han was excellent at both swimming and shooting, combining the two was another matter. The crowd of the 356th Regiment couldn't help but feel anxious for Su-Han. Su-Han, do you have confidence? Zhou Haitao walked up to Su-Han and asked quietly, if not, we won't compete. Anyway, it's not finished yet, so this bet doesn't count. They can't do anything to us. Su-Han, however, smiled faintly. Watch closely, son-in-law. Let Grandpa show you how to crush these so-called special forces. Zhou Haitao. The sea breeze gently brushed against them, and the waves crashed against the shore. Everyone's gaze was focused on Su-Han. It's your turn. Lin, who wiped the seawater from his face, a confident smile on his lips. I hope you could surprise me. Go, Han Ge. Wang Hao suddenly shouted. Come on. The soldiers of the 7th Company cheered in unison. Su-Han nodded to them, donned the 20-kilogram weighted gear, checked his rifle, and then walked slowly towards the sea. Ready, start. With the referee's command, Su-Han dashed into the sea like an arrow. His movements were similar to Lin Hu's, but even smoother, with alternating strokes of his arms and precise kicking of his legs. His body slicing through the waves like an arrowfish, moving at an astonishing speed. Hiss! Lin Hu's pupils constricted. How is this guy's freestyle even more standard than mine? The Navy soldiers erupted into excitement. Wow, that entry action is too beautiful. His stroke frequency is faster than Lin's. 50 meters, 48 seconds. The timer's voice rang out. The entire place fell silent for a moment. What? The members of the Black Shark suddenly widened their eyes. Lin Hu took 52 seconds for 50 meters, and Su-Han was 4 seconds faster. Long John's expression changed slightly as he turned to look at Wang Taijun, only to find Wang Taijun wearing a subtle smile, as if he had anticipated this scene. On the surface, Su-Han's speed showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it was increasing. 100 meters, 1 minute and 42 seconds. He was a full 10 seconds faster than Lin Hu. How is this possible? The Navy soldiers were completely shocked. Lin Hu's face turned pale, his fists unconsciously clenched. 200 meters, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Another 5 seconds faster? Is this guy a monster? At the turnaround point, Su-Han executed a nimble roll, his movements fluid and without any pause, maintaining an astonishing speed as he swam back. 300 meters, 5 minutes and 40 seconds. 400 meters, 8 minutes and 10 seconds. The moment Su-Han's feet touched the beach, the timer stopped at 8 minutes and 10 seconds. He was a full 10 seconds faster than Lin Hu. The entire place fell silent. The Navy soldiers gaped, completely unable to believe their eyes. Lin Hu's face had turned completely pale, his lips trembling slightly. 8 minutes and 10 seconds? This has already broken the Navy's record. No one in the entire Dragon Shark could swim such a time. However, what was even more shocking was Su-Han's condition. He was merely breathing slightly heavier, and there was hardly any sign of fatigue on his face. As if the 400 meters of armed swimming had just been a warm-up. How can this guy swim 400 meters and act like nothing happened? Lin Hu's voice trembled. Su-Han ignored the astonished crowd, quickly walked to the shooting position, but instead of lying down like Lin Hu, he stood directly. Standing position, Lin Hu exclaimed, Is he crazy? After swimming 400 meters, his body must still be swaying. How could he shoot accurately in a standing position? Besides, the target boat is 300 meters away. With such big waves, the Navy soldiers all shook their heads, thinking Suhan was being overly arrogant. However, Suhan merely moved his shoulders lightly and then raised his gun. His movements showed no hesitation, and the muzzle steadily pointed at the distant target boat. The target boat bobbed up and down with the waves, the bullseye appearing and disappearing. Bang! The first shot rang out, and everyone held their breath. 10 rings. The target reporter's voice came through. Bang! 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 The next 9 shots were fired almost without any pause. Suhan's trigger pull was quick and steady, with hardly any movement in the muzzle, as if the waves had no effect on him at all. How is this possible? Lin, who was completely stunned, shooting in a standing position, and it can be this steady. How terrifying is his core strength? The moment the last shot rang out, the target reporter's excited voice echoed across the beach. 100 rings. All hits in the 10 rings. Total time, 8 minutes and 25 seconds. A full 19 seconds faster than Lin Hu. The entire place was silent. Everyone was staring intently at the figure standing straight, as if looking at a non-human. Lin Hu's lips trembled, but he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Long Zhan's face had turned extremely ugly. As the commander of the Marine Corps, he understood all too well what this achievement meant. Suhan's armed swimming and shooting abilities had completely crushed the Navy's most elite special forces. Lin Hu suddenly murmured, "He's controlling his output." This statement exploded like a bomb among the crowd. That's right. When he returned, he clearly didn't look tired, which proved he still had plenty of energy, so he could swim even faster but was deliberately holding back his speed. During shooting, he could shoot so accurately standing. How terrifying would it be if he were lying down? Wang Taijun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old Long, it seems the Navy's budget is going to bleed. Long Zhan's face darkened, and he said nothing. Suhan walked back to the team, and the soldiers of the 7th Company swarmed him, chattering in amazement. "Brother Han, you're amazing, breaking the record for armed swimming and hitting all 10 rings in shooting. Are you even human?" Suhan just smiled slightly. "Just lucky." Lin Hu suddenly strode over, staring intently into Suhan's eyes. "How much strength did you just use?" This question instantly silenced the surroundings. Everyone perked up their ears, waiting for Suhan's answer. Suhan thought for a moment and sincerely said, "About 70%. 70%. Lin Hu's voice changed pitch. Suhan nodded. "I held back in the last 100 meters, otherwise I could have gone faster." This statement hit the Navy soldiers like a heavy hammer, causing their vision to darken. 70% effort, and he broke the entire Army's record. Chapter 13. Set off. Heading to the Falcon Special Forces to participate in the military competition. The sea breeze swept the fine sand across the beach, and the scene was silent. Lin Hu stared hard at Suhan, his expression shifting from shock to fighting spirit. "Good. Very good. I concede the first match." He suddenly ripped off his tactical vest, revealing his muscular upper body. The second match, hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers of the 7th Company erupted in excitement. "Brother Han, go for it. Let them see what real hard Qigong is." Wang Hao excitedly waved his fist. Brother Han's iron shirt can't even be broken by a wooden stick. What does this little Navy body count for? Lin Hu frowned slightly upon hearing the term iron shirt. "Hard Qigong?" Suhan smiled without answering and slowly walked to the center of the open space, assuming a standard fighting stance. Long Zhan leaned closer to Wang Taijun and whispered, "Old Wang, does your soldier know hard Qigong?" Wang Taijun proudly lifted his chin. "What? Are you scared?" "Nonsense." Long Zhan snorted coldly. Lin, who was trained in combat for 8 years in the Dragon Shark Special Forces and ranked 4th in the entire army. "Am I afraid? Just hard Qigong. It's not like there aren't people who can do it in our Marine Corps. It's just about being able to take a hit." Wang Taijun laughed heartily. "Then let's see whose soldier is stronger or who can take more hits." As the two exchanged banter, the duel on the field had already begun. Lin, who launched the first attack, a whip kick slicing through the air towards Suhan's ribs. Bang! With a dull thud, Suhan remained motionless. But Lin, who staggered back 2 steps, his expression changing drastically. "Your body." Suhan smiled slightly. "Come again." A fierce glint flashed in Lin Hu's eyes as he suddenly changed tactics, unleashing a flurry of punches like a storm. Straight punches, hook punches, elbow strikes, bang bang bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh made everyone's scalp tingle, but Su Han stood firm like an old pine tree rooted in the ground, taking the attacks as if they were raindrops, refusing to fall. Why isn't Brother Han fighting back? Wang Hao anxiously stomped his feet. Zhao Xiaohu also shouted, "Counterattack, Brother Han." Zhou Haitao, however, saw through it and said softly, "He's testing his ability to take hits." On the field, Lin Hu became increasingly alarmed. Every strike felt like it was hitting an iron plate, the recoil numbing his wrists. "Are you sure what you practiced is hard Qigong?" Lin Hu panted, taking 2 steps back. Su Han smiled faintly. "Why, doesn't it seem like it? I've seen an old instructor do it when I was in Dragon Shark." Lin Hu's eyes were complicated. He hadn't expected someone from the army to know this skill. He suddenly shook his numbed wrist. But hand-to-hand combat isn't just about taking hits. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hu suddenly changed tactics, sweeping his leg at Su Han's lower body. Bang! Su Han finally moved, leaping lightly to avoid the sweep, landing with his right hand, clawing towards Lin Hu's throat like a venomous snake. Lin Hu hurriedly leaned back, but he saw Su Han's offensive suddenly accelerate. Left hook, right swing, a spinning kick. Each move was simple yet fast enough to leave people dazzled. Bang! A heavy punch struck Lin Hu's abdomen, and this elite Navy soldier let out a muffled grunt and knelt on the ground. The entire place fell silent. The Navy soldiers stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their captain had lost so easily. Before the cheers of the 7th Company could escape, Lin Hu suddenly leaped up, headbutting Su Han's chest. "Watch out!" Zhou Haitao exclaimed. Su Han neither dodged nor flinched, his chest muscles instantly tightening. Thud! Amidst the jarring sound of impact, Lin Hu clutched his forehead and staggered back, while Su Han didn't retreat a single step. "This is impossible." Lin Hu's voice trembled. Su Han slowly exhaled a breath. "Maitern." He took a quick step forward, his right hand darting out like a snake, gripping Lin Hu's wrist and twisting it. Lin Hu cried out in pain as he was thrown over Su Han's shoulder, crashing heavily onto the sand. Before he could get up, Su Han's knee was already pressing against his throat. "Do you concede?" Lin Hu's face turned red as he finally squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. "I concede." The cheers of the 7th Company erupted like thunder. Wang Hao led the charge, lifting Su Han high. Brother Han is invincible. Meanwhile, the Navy fell into a dead silence. Long Zhan's face looked frighteningly dark. "Old Wang, just what kind of soldier do you have?" Wang Taijun adjusted his military cap with pride. "Now you know how powerful our army is, right? Don't get too proud." Long Zhan gritted his teeth. "There's still a 3rd match." Wang Taijun scoffed. "Best of 3. Your soldier has already lost 2 matches. Even if you let him win the 3rd, what'll be the outcome?" On the beach, Lin, who was helped up by his comrades, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Han carried a hint of respect. "Are you really just a private?" Su Han nodded. "Just completed 6 months of service." 6 months. Lin, who nearly bit his tongue. "Did you practice martial arts before?" "Family tradition," Su Han replied casually. Lin, who took a deep breath and suddenly extended his hand seriously. "No need for the 3rd match. I concede." This decision left everyone stunned. "Captain?" The Navy soldiers looked at him in confusion. Lin, who shook his head. "Crossing the sea and landing on the island is my specialty." But he smiled wryly at Su Han. "I don't want to humiliate myself any further." At this moment, Long Zhan and Wang Taijun walked over. "Good. Being able to lose gracefully is what makes a real man." Long Zhan strode up to Su Han, sizing up the soldier who had created a miracle. "Kid, Long Zhan, keep my word. When your regiment comes from maritime training, all expenses will be covered by the Navy." Wang Taijun couldn't stop grinning. "Old Long, you're really going to bleed heavily on this." "Stop acting coy," Long Zhan joked, then suddenly lowered his voice. "But really, are you sure you don't want to let him join our Navy? Name your conditions. Don't even think about it." Wang Taijun pulled Su Han behind him like a protective hen. "This is our army's treasure." While the 2 commanders were bickering, Lin, who had already approached Su Han, extending his hand earnestly. "Let's have a rematch when we get the chance." Su Han shook his hand. "You're always welcome." As the sun set, Shadows on the beach of the maritime training ground gradually thinned. The soldiers of the 7th Company surrounded Su Han, chattering excitedly about today's competition. Brother Han, your iron shirt is too abnormal. When Lin, who was hitting you, I felt pain just watching. What do you know? That's called hard qigong. My grandpa told me that real masters are impervious to blades and bullets. Su Han smiled without answering, just stretching his sore muscles. Although Lin, whose attack couldn't break his defense, the impact was still real. Zhou Haitao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. The commander is looking for you. In the brigade's tent, Wang Taijun was deep in thought over a map. When he saw Su Han enter, he immediately beamed. Good kid, you really made our army proud today. He personally poured a cup of tea for Su Han. I have good news for you. The division has approved your promotion application. Su Han was taken aback. So soon? So soon? Wang Taijun laughed heartily. With your performance over the past 2 months, you should have been promoted long ago. He lowered his voice. But I want to wait until you finish participating in the military special forces competition before making the official announcement. Swanenderstuth. If he could achieve good results in the competition, the value of his promotion would be even higher. Thank you, Commander. In the dead of night, Su Han sat alone on the rocks by the sea, practicing his breathing technique. The moonlight spilled over the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering reflection. I knew you'd be here. Zhou Haitao's voice came from behind him as he approached with 2 cans of beer, non-alcoholic, and handed one to Su Han. You're thoughtful, son-in-law, Su Han joked. Zhou Haitao rolled his eyes and sat down beside him. After today's battle, you made a name for yourself in the Marine Corps. Su Han gazed at the distant horizon. It's not enough. What? There's still a month until the military special forces competition, Su Han said softly. I want to become stronger. Zhou Haitao was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, why are you pushing yourself so hard? In the moonlight, Su Han's profile was sharp because his gaze seemed to transcend time and space, returning to that war-torn past life. I don't want to have any regrets. His goal was never just the military competition. It was for a much broader and far-reaching horizon. In the nearly month that followed, Su Han continued to train intensely. A month later, at the entrance of the 7th Company, the morning dew had yet to dissipate, and the entrance of the 7th Company was already filled with people. Su Han, fully armed, was preparing to depart for the Falcon Special Forces to report for duty and participate in the military special forces competition with several commandos from the Falcon unit. Commander Wang Taijun personally led the team, and all the officers and soldiers of the company stood in neat rows to bid farewell to Su Han as he was about to set off. Attention! Zhou Haitao commanded, and all the soldiers stood straight as a pin. Wang Taijun walked up to Su Han and personally adjusted his insignia. Kid, this time you're representing our 356th Brigade in the military special forces competition, so make sure to perform well. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. Su Han saluted with a standard military salute. Wang Taijun lowered his voice. Remember, even though you came from our regular troops, you are no worse than the special forces. Give those arrogant guys a good slap in the face. Su Han grinned. Don't worry, Commander. I'll make sure they know what it means to have someone better. Wang Taijun nodded slightly but looked a bit worried. However, if it really doesn't work out, don't push yourself too hard. I've heard that the competition is very tough and quite dangerous. Don't hurt yourself. There'll be other opportunities. Yes. Zhou Haitao stepped forward, unusually dropping the usual commanding tone. Be careful on the road, third grandfather. This made the entire company burst into laughter, and the previously solemn atmosphere relaxed considerably. Wang Hao squeezed at the front and handed Su Han a small cloth package. Hangge, this is a talisman my mom asked for before I enlisted. Take it with you. Zhao Xiaohu also chimed in. Here, that's the beef jerky I saved up. Eat it on the way. Other soldiers also presented their small gifts. Some handwritten cards with blessings, finely crafted bullet shell crafts, and even some secretly hidden chocolates. Su Han accepted them one by one, feeling a warm current in his heart. All right. Zhou Haitao looked at his watch. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the vehicle. A military jeep was already waiting outside the camp gate. Su Han saluted the entire company one last time and turned to board the vehicle. Go for it, Hangge. Make our 7th Company proud. Amidst the cheers of his comrades, the jeep slowly drove away from the camp, speeding towards the Falcon Special Forces base. Falcon Special Forces training ground. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers sat around on the grass, the atmosphere tense. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. A burly man with a face full of camouflage paint slammed his fist on the ground. Why should an insider get old 7 spot? Exactly. Another lean soldier sneered. I heard he's just a rookie who has been in for less than a year. How can someone like that represent us Falcon in the competition? Team leader Zhou Mo had a grim expression and remained silent, unconsciously rubbing the Falcon emblem on his arm badge. Team leader, say something, the burly man urged. Old 7 is still sulking in the dorm. Zhou Mo finally spoke. The order came directly from the brigade commander. What can we do? But we can't let a rookie drag us down. The lean soldier gritted his teeth. The military competition is a big deal. It's a contest of the top special forces from all military districts. He.S. just a regular soldier. Isn't he embarrassing us, Falcon? If he were representing himself, that would be one thing, but he.S. taking our Falcon S spot. If he doesn't perform well, people will only say our Falcon is no good. Not that he is. Exactly. Up until now, our Falcon's results in the previous competitions haven't been great. We've trained hard for 2 whole years. And we just want to make a name for ourselves this time and reclaim our lost pride. Now, we're stuck with a rotten apple and a good pot of porridge. Who can stand that? We have to endure it. This guy was sent in by the military command. If you're unhappy, you can go tell the military leaders. Zhou Mo looked at the 5 men, impatiently questioning them. The 5 fell silent. Unless they were prepared to leave the Falcon, they wouldn't dare question the decision of the military command. Zhou Mo's tone softened. Resigned. This situation can't be changed. We can only accept it. Whether this kid has real skills or is just a well-connected loser, since the higher-ups have decided, we can only take him along. Saying this, Zhou Mo checked the time. They had 2 hours until departure. Let us hurry and check if our gear is all set. That kid should be on his way, too. At the entrance of the Falcon Special Forces base, Su-Han, carrying a backpack, curiously observed this legendary Special Forces base with its high walls, electric fences, and watchtowers, the air thick with a sense of seriousness. Name? The soldier at the gate asked coldly. I'm Su-Han, a private from the 356th Brigade, here to report for duty. Su-Han handed over his identification. After checking, the soldier pointed to the shade of a tree beside the gate. Wait here. I've already notified them inside. Ding, ding, ding. A phone suddenly rang at the training ground. After the duty officer answered, he shouted towards Su-Han. Team leader Zhou. The gate guard reports that Su-Han has arrived. The 6 men stood up simultaneously, a glint of coldness flashing in their eyes. Let him wait at the gate. Zhou Mo said coldly. Understood. And so, Su-Han waited for an hour and a half. Under the scorching sun, his uniform quickly soaked through with sweat, but he remained standing straight, like a javelin. Finally, 6 camouflaged figures leisurely walked from deep within the base. The leading man was nearly 6 feet tall, with bulging muscles and sharp eyes like an eagle. It was Zhou Mo, the leader of the Eagle team. You must be Su-Han? Zhou Mo scrutinized the seemingly ordinary rookie with undisguised disdain in his voice. Su-Han stood at attention and saluted. Report, yes. Do you know why you were brought here? Zhou Mo asked coldly. To participate in the military special forces competition. Huh, the lean soldier next to him scoffed. Just you? A rookie who isn't even a special forces soldier? The burly man stepped forward and shoved Su-Han with his chest. Kid, I don't care who you know. Once you're here, you have to follow our rules. Su-Han wasn't angry. He understood why these special forces soldiers looked down on him. If I were one of them, I would act the same way. After all, I took up a spot in their special forces. I'm just a new recruit in the regular army. If they knew my capabilities, it would be one thing. But the military district commander did not reveal my result from that day. No one would believe that a new recruit who has been in the army for less than a year could achieve anything on the grand stage of elite special forces. I would only drag them down. So, Su-Han cooperated, treating whatever tone they used as if it went in one ear and out the other. Yes, whatever you say goes, I will obey. Su-Han's compliance only fueled the frustration of the 6 members of the Eagle team, who could only get into the vehicle in anger. Get in. Do you want to walk to the train station? Zhou Mo said irritably to Su-Han. Su-Han acknowledged and placed his gear in one of the vehicles, then opened the door and sat down. Chapter 14. Suhan is mocked and looked down upon. Arriving at the competition site, the military jeep bounced along the rugged mountain road, kicking up a long trail of dust behind it. Drive steady. The vice captain of the Eagle team, Monkey, shouted to the driver, "There's someone sitting in the back." After saying that, he even winked at him. The driver, Xiao Zhang, an experienced driver for the Falcon Special Forces, smirked. "Captain Zhou, this mountain road is like this. There's nothing I can do." As he spoke, he suddenly jerked the steering wheel, and the jeep made a sharp turn, the tires screeching against the ground. Suhan's body swayed with the inertia, but remained as steady as a mountain. TSK, quite tolerant. The lean warrior Monkey glanced back and made a gesture to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang understood, stepped on the gas, and the jeep suddenly sped down the mountain road like a wild horse. Sudden brakes, tail slides, drifts, various high-difficulty maneuvers were performed in succession. Monkey observed Suhan's reaction, and to his disappointment, this new recruit remained unfazed, even leisurely enjoying the scenery outside the window. "What the hell?" Monkey muttered quietly. "Does this kid have an iron stomach?" Just then, the jeep suddenly made a strange noise, and then the engine sputtered and died. "What's going on?" Zhou Demo frowned and asked. Xiao Zhang was sweating profusely, tried to start it multiple times with no response. It seems to have broken down. "Damn it." Monkey jumped out of the car, quickly checking, or we'll miss the train. The six of them surrounded the engine compartment, busy for a long time, but couldn't find a problem. Zhou Mo glanced at his watch, his face growing increasingly grim. There's only an hour and a half left before departure. Calling for rescue will definitely be too late. "Let me try." A calm voice suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned around to see that Suhan had somehow stood by the engine. "You?" Monkey scoffed. "What does a new recruit know about fixing cars?" "Don't mess around." Big Bear added in a deep voice. "Exactly. This is a military vehicle modified by special forces. Very complex structure." Suhan was not angry. Just looking at Zhou Mo. "Captain, since there's no other way, why not let me take a look?" Zhou Mo stared at him for 2 seconds and suddenly moved aside. "I'll give you 5 minutes." Then he told the others, "Contact the rescue vehicle and have them come as fast as possible. If we really can't make it, send a helicopter over." "Yes." Suhan smiled, bent down, and began to inspect. His movements were remarkably swift, fingers weaving through the tangled wires, occasionally twisting a screw or adjusting a tube. Pretending to be doing something, Monkey muttered under his breath. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Suhan stood up. "All right, give it a try." Xiao Zhang skeptically returned to the driver's seat, turned the key, and vroom. The engine roared to life, running even smoother than before. "What the hell?" Monkey's eyes widened. Did he really fix it? Xiao Zhang was also shocked. "How did you do that?" "Even I couldn't figure out that malfunction. Just luck." Suhan dusted off the grease on his hands. "But I suggest you let me drive next. You don't know what the problem was. When to step on the gas, and when to brake to avoid stalling again." "You drive?" Big Bear looked doubtful. "Do you have a driver's license?" "I got one before joining the army," Suhan replied calmly. "And I've driven plenty of mountain roads. I'm very familiar with them." Zhou Mo pondered for a moment and actually nodded in agreement. "All right, you drive." "Captain." Monkey was anxious. "What if he—" "Shut up," Zhou Mo said coldly. "If it weren't for him just now, we'd still be stuck here." After swapping seats, Suhan adjusted the rearview mirror and started off steadily. The jeep drove smoothly along the mountain road, a stark contrast to Xiao Zhang's previous wild style. "Too slow." Monkey impatiently tapped on the seat at this speed. "We definitely won't catch the train." Big Bear echoed. "Exactly, drive faster." Suhan glanced at them through the rearview mirror. "Are you sure?" "Obviously." Monkey shouted. "As long as you don't drive the car into a ditch, the faster the better." "All right." Suhan smirked, suddenly flooring the gas pedal. Vroom. The jeep shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, the strong push thrusting everyone back into their seats. "What the hell?" Monkey shouted in panic. "You." Before he could finish, a sharp turn came up ahead. Suhan quickly turned the steering wheel, seamlessly coordinating the brakes and gas. Squeal. A perfect drift around a corner. The tires screeched against the ground, the back of the vehicle nearly brushing against the edge of the cliff as it swung past. "Ugh." Big Bear's face turned pale. Slow down, slow down." But it seems Suhan didn't hear. The speed remained unchanged. The rest of the mountain road became his personal showcase, continuous drifting around curves. Sharp turns at the cliff's edge, steep descents, all high-difficulty maneuvers executed flawlessly. Squeak! Another nearly 90-degree sharp turn. The Jeep tilted at an astonishing angle. The right wheels almost leaving the ground. It's going to flip. It's going to flip. Monkey screamed, closing his eyes. However, the Jeep miraculously regained balance and continued speeding forward. Behind the wheel, Suhan was focused, his hands dancing on the steering wheel like a pianist. Every movement was precise to the millimeter, every gear shift perfectly timed. This kid is a professional. Xiaozhong was already dumbfounded. This driving skill is better than our special driving instructor. Zhou Mo, although trying to remain calm, had knuckles that turned white from gripping the handrail. He stole a glance at the speedometer, 120 kilometers per hour. On this rugged mountain road. How much longer? Big Bear asked weakly. 10 minutes, Suhan said without looking back. 10 minutes. Monkey couldn't believe his ears. Have we only been driving for 50 minutes? At normal speed, this stretch of road would take 2 hours. When the train station finally appeared in sight, the Jeep executed a beautiful drift, stopping steadily in front of the platform. We arrived. Suhan calmly turned off the engine, 5 minutes early. The vehicle fell into dead silence. Then, except for Zhou Mo, the other 5 rushed out of the vehicle, leaning over the platform to vomit. Even the experienced Xiao Zhang could not escape. Zhou Mo held back the turmoil in his stomach and looked deeply at Suhan. What did you do before joining the army? Suhan blinked. I was a high school student. On the platform, passers-by turned to look. A few burly men in combat uniforms were throwing up intensely. The scene was truly shocking. The train moved smoothly on the tracks. The scenery outside flew by rapidly. The 6 members of the Eagle team sat on either side of the bunk beds, while Suhan sat alone by the window in the aisle seat. The atmosphere felt a bit heavy. Monkey fiddled with a dagger out of boredom, occasionally glancing at Suhan, who was quietly reading. This new recruit's calmness made him quite uncomfortable. After all, a new recruit who had just joined the army for less than a year, suddenly shoved into a special forces team and looked down upon by them, mocked. Shouldn't he be nervous and flustered? Keijo cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Suhan, do you know about the military special forces competition? Suhan closed his book and smiled slightly. I'm just a rookie, not a special forces soldier. How could I know? His answer made several members of the Eagle team frown. How could he dare to come without even knowing the competition rules? Zhou Mo patiently explained. Let me give you a brief overview. Since you joined our team, you are one of us, and we won't kick you out. But I hope you can give it your all. Even if you hold us back, at least don't do it too severely. Suhan smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't hold you back. The others rolled their eyes. A rookie like you competing against a group of special forces soldiers, and you think you won't hold them back? Kid, don't get too cocky just because we were nice to you. Zhou Mo suppressed his frustration and continued explaining to Suhan. The Military Special Forces competition is a top-tier event involving the Army's Special Forces and the Navy's amphibious assault teams. A total of 12 teams are participating, 8 from the Army Special Forces and 4 from the Navy's amphibious assault teams. Each team can only send 7 members. Big Bear added, in previous years we always finished at the bottom, and this time, he suddenly stopped, but the implication was clear, with you as a burden. There's no hope for our performance this time. Suhan seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning and continued asking, what subjects will we compete in? Comprehensive combat skills, parachuting infiltration reconnaissance operations, urban counterterrorism operations, and sniper combat operations, Zhou Mo recounted. He listed over 20 subjects in one breath, causing Suhan to raise an eyebrow. So many? With only 7 people in a team, doesn't that mean each person has to participate in at least 3 subjects? Not just that, Monkey sneered. The competition rules state that each subject must have at least 1 participant from each team. With our 7 people, each of us has to sign up for at least 4 subjects. Seeing Suhan deep in thought, the lean warrior mocked. What's wrong? Are you scared? You can still back out now. Suan smiled dismissively. The cabin fell silent again. After a moment, Zhou Mo suddenly asked, what subjects are you good at? As long as I don't conflict, I can sign you up for 4. Otherwise, with the extra subjects, our 6 people won't be able to handle them all. It'll be too exhausting. Suhan raised his head, his gaze calm. I can handle anything. If you have subjects you're not good at, just give them to me. Besides, if you don't want to participate in so many, you can sign me up for more. 10 or so is fine. 7 or 8 is also acceptable. After saying this, Suhan grinned, revealing a harmless smile. Monkey spat out a mouthful of water. What did you say? The 6 members of the Eagle team exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Anything? That means you can't do anything. Big Bear couldn't help but mock. Do you think this is a game? Kid, are you sure you're here to compete and not to make jokes? Participating in 10 subjects? Do you think you have 3 heads and 6 arms like Neza? Suhan replied, why is it that when I tell the truth these days, no one believes me? Sometimes the truth is held by a few people. Zhou Imo rubbed his temples. Forget it. We'll decide when we get there. He changed the subject. Have you played military games online? You know, those where a group of people parachutes onto an island, looks for weapons, and then fights against each other, with the last one standing being the champion. Suanadid, Iveplath. In addition to individual subjects, there's also a confrontation match, Zhou Imo said seriously. It's based on this model. All participants will be airdropped onto an unknown island for a 3-day survival match. The rules are simple. The last person alive wins. You can team up or go solo. There are no restrictions. Monkey added ominously, real guns will be dropped on the island. Although they use training rounds, they still hurt a lot. Last year, a poor guy got shot 7 times and cried for his mom. So, if you're afraid of pain, you might want to back out now. There's still time. Zhou Imo looked at Suhan meaningfully. In past confrontation matches, the highest casualty rate has been among those like you with connections. Suhan seemed unfazed and instead asked with interest, what dangers are on the island, besides the participants? Poisonous snakes, wild beasts, swamps, Zhou Imo listed. The most dangerous thing is the terrain. The island is specially designed for military training, filled with traps and hidden explosives. It sounds interesting. Suhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The members of the Eagle team were once again speechless. Is this guy out of his mind? He thinks such a dangerous competition is fun? By the way, Suhan suddenly asked, which team has won the championship in previous years? The atmosphere in the carriage instantly froze. Zhou Mo's expression darkened. The Divine Sword Assault team, from the Beijing military district, champions for 5 consecutive years. Divine Sword? Suhan pondered. Is that impressive? Ha! Monkey scoffed. Their team leader, Dragon Leopard, is recognized as the king of soldiers in the entire military, with personal achievements that remain unmatched to this day. Big Bear, playing with a shell casing, said leisurely last year in the confrontation match. Dragon Leopard's team wiped out our 3 special forces teams in a joint encirclement. Interesting. Suhan gently stroked his chin. This time it shouldn't be boring. The Eagle team thought, where does this guy get his confidence? Coming from a rookie who isn't even a special forces soldier. Does that sound appropriate? When night fell, the train finally arrived at its destination. The military vehicles waiting on the platform took the group to the base. Through the car window, Suhan saw the distant mountains and vague military facilities. This is the venue for the military special forces competition, the Hell Training Base. We're here, Zhou Imo said solemnly. Remember, from now on, everything you say and do represents the Eagle Special Forces team. Don't embarrass us. Suhan smiled and didn't respond. The military vehicle entered the base gate, and along the way, fully armed Special Forces soldiers were training everywhere. Rock climbing, combat, shooting, various high-difficulty training projects dazzled the eyes. Look over there. Monkey suddenly pointed to the center of the training ground. It's the Divine Sword team. Suhan followed his gaze and saw 7 burly Special Forces soldiers practicing close combat. Their movements were quick, precise, and lethal. The leader, nearly 9 meters tall with bulging muscles, executed clean and decisive moves. He was none other than Dragon Leopard, the captain of the Divine Sword Assault team. As if sensing a gaze, Dragon Leopard suddenly turned to look in the direction of the military vehicle. The two exchanged glances in the air. Dragon Leopard frowned slightly, wondering who the unfamiliar face sitting in the Eagle vehicle was. He had never seen him before. Huh, another rookie? Letting a newcomer participate in a competition? Is Eagle giving up on themselves? Suhan returned a faint smile and then shifted his gaze. He noticed you, Zhou Imo whispered. You better pray not to run into him during the confrontation match. Why? Swan asked curiously. Zhou voice carried a hint of amusement. Dragon Leopard loves to take care of newcomers in competitions, especially those with connections. Su-Han nodded thoughtfully. Then I should thank him properly. Zhou, is this guy really not getting the point? The military vehicle finally stopped in front of a barracks. Get out, Zhou ordered. Rest well tonight. We'll start adaptive training tomorrow. The official competition is the day after. The members of the Eagle team filed out, with Su-Han being the last to get off. He stood in front of the barracks, surveying this challenging new environment, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The Special Forces competition is quite interesting. Chapter 15. What? You're going to participate in 8 subjects? Are you crazy? In the dormitory of the Eagle Special Forces team, the 7 had just finished tidying up when steady footsteps were heard outside the door. Stand up, Zhou shouted sharply, and everyone immediately stood straight. The door was pushed open, and a burly, stern-looking middle-aged officer strode in. It was Wang Yuanchao, the commander of the Falcon Special Forces Brigade. At ease, Wang Yuanchao scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Su-Han for 2 seconds, and his brow slightly furrowed. Good day, Brigade Commander. The members of the Battle Eagle team greeted in unison. Wang Yuanchao nodded. Tomorrow we will start the adaptation training, and I came to see how prepared you all are. He walked to the tactical board, pointing at the subject list. For this competition, our goal is to maintain 8th place and strive for 7th. Monkey quickly answered. Wang Yuanchao's face darkened. Nonsense. We must at least be in the top 6. Top 6? Big Bear muttered quietly. Last year we were second to last. So we must improve this year. Wang Yuanchao shot him a glare, then sighed. I know the difficulty is great, but this is the expectation of the military district leaders. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted back to Su-Han, his tone tinged with helplessness. Although we have a special situation in our team. The members of the Battle Eagle team understood immediately, and their eyes turned towards Su-Han with a more unkind expression. However, Su-Han appeared not to notice and stood straight as ever. All right, let's talk about the registration. Wang Yuanchao took out a document, stating that according to the rules, at least 2 people must register for each subject. Have you all discussed it? Just as Zhou was about to respond, Monkey suddenly interjected. Report, Brigade Commander. This new comrade said he can handle it all and wants to register for more subjects. Oh, Wang Yuanchao raised an eyebrow and looked at Su-Han. Is that so? Su-Han calmly replied, Yes, Brigade Commander. I can register for more. The dormitory was suddenly filled with suppressed snickers. Wang Yuanchao stared at Su-Han for a few seconds. Then, suddenly his eyes lit up. I have a suggestion. He walked to the tactical board and crossed off several subjects. These subjects have not performed well for us in previous years. Let's get them up this year. What? Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Brigade Commander, this. Let me finish. Wang Yuanchao waved his hand. Instead of spreading our focus on these subjects we are not good at, it's better to concentrate our efforts on the few we excel at. He paused, looking meaningfully at Su-Han. As for these abandoned subjects, let Comrade Su-Han represent our Falcon team alone. The members of the Battle Eagle team were taken aback at first, then suddenly realized this was to treat Su-Han as a pawn. Brilliant! Monkey excitedly slapped his thigh. Since we can't score in these subjects anyway, let him go. Big Bear also grinned. This way we can focus on preparing for the main subjects. Zhou hesitated, but will this be too? It's settled. Wang Yuanchao hammered the decision down and turned to Su-Han. Do you have any objections? Su-Han smiled slightly. No objections. I am very willing. Wang Yuanchao nodded. Good, then it's arranged. Zhou list the abandoned subjects and register all under Su-Han's name. He glanced at Su-Han again, his tone softening. It's good for young people to have ambition, but you should also know your limits. Just do your best in these subjects. Don't feel pressured. The implication being, we don't expect you to score anyway. After the meeting, Wang Yuanchao hurriedly left, seemingly eager to be on his way. The members of the Battle Eagle team excitedly discussed the new tactical arrangements, completely treating Su-Han as if he were invisible. Su-Han didn't mind, walking out of the dormitory alone to stroll around the base. As the sun set, many Special Forces soldiers were still training on the field. In the distance, a familiar figure caught his attention. Lin Hu, the captain of the Navy Marine Corps Black Shark team. Captain Lin? Someone was somewhat surprised. Lin Hu turned around, stunned for a moment upon seeing Su-han, then beamed. Su-han, what are you doing here? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hu's expression turned strange upon learning that Su-han was representing the Falcon in the competition. You took the Falcon spot? Su-han nodded. Sort of. What a waste. Lin Hu thumped his chest. If you want to participate in the competition, you should join our Navy Marine Corps. Our commander would love to have you. Su-han smiled. It's the same anywhere. Not the same. Lin Hu lowered his voice. The Falcon team is full of arrogance. They don't even know your strength. Before he could finish, Zhou Mo's voice came from behind. Su-han, what are you doing here? Zhou Mo walked over and was slightly surprised to see Lin Hu. Captain Lin, do you know each other? Lin Hu enthusiastically patted Zhou Mo on the shoulder. Old Zhou, your Falcon team has struck gold this time. Suanis. His phone suddenly rang. Lin Hu glanced at it and hurriedly said, Sorry, I have an urgent matter. Old Zhou, cherish this treasure. I'll treat you to drinks later. With that, he winked at Su-han and quickly left. Zhou Mo looked puzzled. Did he just call you a treasure? Su-han shrugged. Maybe it was just a polite remark. Zhou Mo stared at Lin Hu's departing figure and suddenly snorted. He is mocking us. Isn't thinking we have no one left and need to borrow people from the regular troops to fill in? Su-han, that imaginative ability is something else. Let us go back to the meeting. Zhou Mo's expression darkened. The adaptation training starts tomorrow. You'd better not hold us back. In the dormitory, Zhou Mo listed the subjects that 7 people were participating in, 1 for each person. Su-han took the sheet, which had 8 subjects, 1 demolition, 2 nighttime 1000 m static target sniping, 3 nighttime 1000 m dynamic target sniping, 4 rifle assembly and shooting, 5 special driving, 6 Ironman triathlon, 7 20 kilometers armed extreme cross-country, 8 close combat. Zhou Mo instinctively looked at Su-han, thinking he would be upset or react when he saw he was participating in 8 subjects. However, Su-han merely nodded slightly and set it down. Then he glanced at the others. Monkey had registered for 3 subjects, daytime 800 m and 1000 m sniping, and 5 kilometers armed cross-country. Big Bear also had 3 subjects, 50-meter pistol shooting, close combat, and 200 m dynamic shooting. Zhou Mo had 4 subjects, 5 kilometers armed swimming, vehicle shooting, daytime 1000 m sniping, and precision parachuting. The other 3 also mostly had 3 subjects. Zhou Mo then said to Su-han, For these 8 subjects, except for special driving, we want to hold you accountable for your ranking in the other 7. But for special driving, as we experienced at the train station, your skills are very good. You should have a great chance to be in the top 3. By the way, do you understand the scoring rules? Su-han shook his head slightly. Zhou Mo explained. For individual subjects, only the top 3 receive points. First place gets 5 points. Second place gets 3 points. Third place gets 2 points. Additionally, in the final confrontation, each person you eliminate earns 1 point. First place gets 20 points. Second place gets 15 points. And third place gets 10 points. In the end, the team with the most accumulated points from individual subjects and the confrontation will be the champion. Do you understand? Su-han nodded, understanding. Su-mu glanced at Su-han, sighed slightly, and then addressed everyone. As for team points, let's not think too much about it. Our goal is to try to rank in the top 3 for individual subjects. As for the final team points, let us stick to the brigade commander's goal of maintaining the top 6. Is that clear? Everyone replied in unison, understood. The next day, a thin mist shrouded the hellish training base in the early morning, and members of various participating teams had already scattered to their respective training grounds for adaptation training. Su-han walked alone on the way to the shooting range. The other Battle Eagle team members had gone to familiarize themselves with their respective competition venues. The 8 subjects he registered for were spread throughout the base, so he decided to check out the shooting range first, which he was most interested in. At the edge of the shooting range, a dozen Special Forces soldiers were adjusting their sniper rifles. Among them, one person stood out, nearly 9 meters tall, with bulging muscles, carefully wiping down his Type 85 sniper rifle with a piece of deer skin. It was Long Bao, the captain of the Sword Strike team. As Su-han approached, Long Bao keenly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over like a blade. You are a new face from the Falcon. Long Bao's voice was deep and powerful. I saw you in the car yesterday. A mere soldier, and you can enter the Special Forces? So I'm not slightly. I'm not a Special Forces soldier, just representing the Falcon in the competition. Long Bao frowned. You're not a Special Forces soldier? No. Several members of the Divine Sword team nearby stopped their actions, looking over in surprise. Long Bao's face instantly darkened. Is there no one left in the Falcon? Sending a rookie who isn't even a Special Forces soldier to fill in? Just as he finished speaking, Long Bao realized something. On a stage like this, if he could pull off some small achievement, he could return to the unit, take credit, be rewarded, and get promoted. In his view, Su-Han, who was not a Special Forces soldier but could still compete, was likely arranged by some big shot. He never expected that the esteemed Falcon Special Forces would have such things happen. No wonder they finish at the bottom every year. He strode up to Su-Han, looking down at this young man who was half a head shorter than him. Do you know what occasion this is? It's a competition of the top Special Forces in the entire army. This is not a place for someone like you, who relies on connections to gain some glory. Su-Han calmly met his gaze. I earned my qualification to compete based on strength. Strength? Long Bao sneered, suddenly drawing his pistol from his waist. With lightning speed, he chambered around, aimed, and fired 3 actions in succession. Bang! The target 100 meters away fell with a thud, hitting the bullseye. That's called strength. Long Bao blew the smoke from the muzzle. What about you? A rookie. Can you handle pistol? The Divine Sword team members burst into laughter. Su-Han glanced at the distant target and gently shook his head, flashy but impractical. What did you say? A cold glint flashed in Long Bao's eyes. On the battlefield, the enemy won't stand still waiting for you to set up. Su-Han slightly shook his head and said lightly, real shooting shouldn't be like this. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? Teaching the king of soldiers how to shoot? Long Bao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good. It's been a long time since anyone has said my movements are flashy. He suppressed his anger. You better pray you don't run into me in the competition, otherwise. He leaned close to Su-Han's ear, lowering his voice. I'll let you know what a real Special Forces soldier is. After saying that, Long Bao turned and left, followed closely by the Divine Sword team members, who didn't forget to cast disdainful glances at Su-Han as they departed. Su-Han shrugged indifferently. Just as he was about to try out the sniper rifle, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. TSK, the king of soldiers Long Bao, is actually personally looking after you. Quite a face you have. Lin, who had appeared at the edge of the shooting range, leaning against a tree to watch the fun. Captain Lin, Su-Han greeted with a smile. Are you here to get used to the venue too? Lin, who walked over, curiously asking, do you know Long Bao? Just met. Su-Han briefly recounted the conversation they just had. Ha ha ha. Lin, who laughed until he leaned back. Interesting. It seems they all treat you like a soft persimmon, just like they did with me back then. He wiped the tears from his laughter. But Long Bao is indeed quite capable, ranking first in individual scores for 5 consecutive years in the competition. The Divine Sword team relies on him to win championships. Su-Han remained non-committal. Is that so? Then this year it might change. Lin, who was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. You really don't know how to write the word humble. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Seriously, does the Falcon team know about your strength? Their attitude towards you doesn't seem too good. I don't know. Su-Han replied candidly. Captain Wang Yuanzhao treats me as a connection and let me sign up for 8 subjects they're not good at. 8. Lin, whose eyes widened. Are they treating you like a beast of burden? But then Lin, who reacted, wait. Since they look down on you, why let you take up so many slots? Su-Han explained Wang Yuanzhao's tactical arrangement, and Lin, whose expression gradually shifted from shock to schadenfreude. When the competition starts tomorrow, their expressions when they see your performance will definitely be spectacular. He patted Su-Han on the shoulder. I'll be waiting to see the good show. By the way, what subject did you sign up for? Su-Han listed the 8 subjects, and Lin, whose smile gradually froze. Demolition, night sniping, rifle assembly, that's fine. But the triathlon and 20-kilometer armed cross-country on the same day? Are you crazy? Is there a problem? Su-Han countered. There's a big problem. Lin, who said anxiously. The triathlon includes a 5-kilometer cross-country run, a 400-meter obstacle, and armed swimming. After that, do you still have the energy to run 20 kilometers? Not to mention there's close combat in between. He became increasingly agitated. Those bastards in the Falcon are too unreasonable. They want to exhaust you to death. Su-han, however, smiled. They probably think I'll just give up after a short run, but for me, it's nothing. Just a bit tiring. Lin, who wanted to say something else. But the distant sound of their Marine Corps assembly whistle interrupted him. I have to go. He shook his head helplessly. Take care of yourself. Don't be too strong. Watching Lin Hu leave, Su-han walked towards the sniper rifle area, picking up a Type 85 sniper rifle to examine it carefully. In the distance, Long Bao and the Divine Sword team members were practicing moving target shooting, with cheers erupting from time to time. Su-han adjusted the scope, suddenly raised the rifle, and aimed. Bang! At 800 meters, a moving target that had just popped up fell with a thud. The cheers from the Divine Sword team members abruptly stopped, and everyone turned in shock towards this direction. Long Bao narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting between dark and light. That position is a rookie from the Falcon? Su-han nonchalantly lowered the rifle, the corner of his mouth curling up. See you tomorrow, Mr. King of Soldiers. Night fell in the Falcon dormitory. Members of the Eagle Squad returned one after another, all looking exhausted but with excitement in their eyes. How was the venue adaptation? Zhou asked. The monkey waved his arms excitedly. It was great. I found a spot on the shooting range perfect for sniping. I'll definitely perform well tomorrow. Big Bear also grinned. The mats in the combat area are just right. It doesn't hurt to fall on them. The group chattered away, completely ignoring Su-han in the corner. Until Zhou and Mo routinely asked, Su-han, what about you? I went to the shooting range. Suanan said briefly. Oh, the monkey said sarcastically. You weren't scared into tears by those special forces from other units, were you? Big Bear joined in. Should we brothers go support you tomorrow? Su-han smiled without answering, just lowering his head to wipe the competition gun he had just received. Zhou frowned. All right, everyone get some rest early. The first subject tomorrow is demolition. Su-han, He paused, his tone softening a bit. Just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Clearly, no one expected this connection to perform well. Chapter 16. Su-han's first battle. Shocking the entire arena. At 5 in the morning, the training ground of the Hell Base was already bustling with people. The leaders of various participating units were conducting their final mobilizations. On the Falcon Special Forces side, Wang Yuanzhao stood with his hands behind his back in front of the Eagle Squad, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Su-han. Su-han, do you know what subjects you will participate in today? Su-han stood at attention and replied, Report, Captain. This morning is the triathlon, and after that, I will immediately switch to close combat. In the afternoon, there is the 20-kilometer armed extreme cross-country. Wang Yuanzhao frowned slightly. All 3 subjects are high intensity. Are you sure you can do it? Before Su-han could answer, the monkey interjected sarcastically. Don't worry, Captain, he said he can do it. Wang Yuanzhao shot a glare at the monkey, and when he turned back to Su-han, his tone softened. The subjects today are very physically demanding. If you really can't hold on, you can give up. I won't blame you. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Su-han smiled slightly. I will do my best. Wang Yuanzhao nodded, and after giving a few more instructions to the Eagle Squad members, he announced the dismissal. The triathlon venue is set at the comprehensive training ground on the east side of the base. When Su-han arrived, there were already more than a dozen Special Forces soldiers warming up. A few minutes later, the referee called for assembly. Now let's begin roll call. Shenzhen Assault Team. Zhou Long, present. Shenzhen Assault Team, Wu Hai, present. Feilong Special Forces, Chun Feng, present. Yilong Special Forces, Zhong Delin, present. Yilong Special Forces, Shuabao Special Forces, Longsha Assault Team. Lin Hu, present. Longsha Assault Team. Yingying Special Forces, Su-han, present. Links. As soon as the roll call ended, whispers erupted in the crowd. Only one person from Yingying this year? And it's a newcomer, never seen before. Zhou Long heard Su-han's name, turned to look over, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Is there no one left in Yingying? They sent a rookie to fill in? Su-han ignored him and continued with his stretching exercises. After the referee finished counting, he verified the identities and then announced loudly, a total of 18 people are participating in the triathlon, divided into 3 phases, 5 kilometers of armed cross-country, 400 meters of obstacles, and 3 kilometers of armed swimming. The total score is based on completion time. He pointed to the mountain path in the distance. The first phase, 5 kilometers of armed cross-country with a load of 20 kilograms. The route has been marked, and upon reaching the finish line, there will be referees checking your equipment to see if anyone is cheating. The inspection time will not be counted in the assessment time. After the assessment, you will immediately proceed to the 400-meter obstacle run, followed directly by the 3-kilometer armed swimming. The time to reach the armed swimming finish line will be the standard. Is that clear to everyone? Clear. The 18 responded loudly. Good. Now, warm up your bodies. The competition will start in 3 minutes. Suan, Lin Hu walked over. Suhan smiled and said, "You Marines must really enjoy this kind of event, right? I noticed during roll call that 4 Marines signed up with 2 people each. On the Army side, half only have 1 person signed up." Lin Hu laughed and scolded. Of course. Who among the Marines isn't good at swimming and overcoming obstacles? This event has always been dominated by our various Marine Corps in the top 3. Okay? However, this year, there's an exception. With your addition, no one could take first place. Suhan humbly said, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. You've only seen my shooting and swimming. Maybe my physical fitness and obstacle crossing are relatively poor." Lin Hu rolled his eyes. "Do you really think we're foolish? After sparring with you, wouldn't we investigate your training results in the 356th Regiment? With your results, there's no one in the entire Army's Special Forces who can compare. It's not an exaggeration to say that even your taillights can't be seen." Saying this, Lin Hu spread his hands. "Anyway, I've given up. I'm just aiming for second place. You better take it easy on me. Don't pull too far ahead. Leave me some face." Suhan smiled helplessly. "I'll try my best. Besides the Shunjin assault team, how are the other special forces?" Lin Hu was taken aback. "Don't you know anything about the other special forces? Didn't the Yingyin guys tell you anything?" Suhan replied, "They only mentioned the Shanjian from the Beijing military district." Lin Hu couldn't help but curse. "Those idiots from Yingyin didn't even tell you this. They really don't consider you a teammate at all." After a pause, Lin Hu continued, "The top 3 in the army are the Shanjian from the Beijing military district, the Yelong from the Southwest Military District, and the Shuabao from the Northeast Military District, which were last year's top 3. Of course, apart from Xinjiang. The second and third places often change. The Shiwa Desert Wolf also frequently enters the top 3. As for the Marine Corps, our Longsha from the Southern Military District counts as 1, and then there's the Orca from the Southeastern Military District. The other 2 are newly established and not worth paying too much attention to. Like your Ying, they're basically hovering at the bottom." Lin Hu wanted to say more, but at that moment, the referee's whistle sounded. All participating soldiers assemble. The 18 Special Forces soldiers quickly lined up, with Suhan standing at the end of the line, calmly scanning the other competitors. "Ready." With the starting gun firing, Suhan shot out like an arrow, instantly leaving the others behind. "Wow." Lin Hu's eyes widened. "Is this guy crazy?" Zhou Long from the Shunjian assault team sneered. "A rookie is just a rookie. He doesn't even understand how to allocate his stamina. Let him run. He'll be down in less than 3 kilometers." Wu Hai shook his head disdainfully. "What is wrong with this guy? Who runs so fast in long-distance running? Moreover, this is a triathlon. There are still 400 meters of obstacles and armed swimming ahead." Watching Suhan's back, Lin Hu was also clearly taken aback. At this moment, in the observation room of the Inferno Base Command, a huge electronic screen displayed the triathlon competition in real time. The positions, speeds, heart rates, and other data of the 18 competitors were being updated continuously. The contestants wore smart detection wristbands that could monitor some of their basic physical data. The leaders of various special forces sat around a circular conference table, sipping tea and observing the progress of the competition with great interest. "Hey, Old Wong, the newcomer your Ying sent this year is quite interesting, right?" Chen Shuai, the captain of the Filong Special Forces, pointed at the screen with a teasing smile. On the screen, Suhan was leading the pack, his speed far surpassing the others, even leaving the second-place competitor nearly 200 meters behind. Wang Yuan Zhao's expression turned sour, and he snorted coldly. "He's not from our Ying. He's a relationship person forced in by the higher-ups." Oh, everyone immediately became interested and turned their heads. No wonder. The captain of the Yalong Special Forces slapped his thigh and laughed. I wondered why I had never seen this character before. Turns out he is an airdrop soldier. TSK. Old Wong, your Ying is quite lucky this year. Even a relationship person can run this fast? The captain of the Shuabao Special Forces deliberately teased. Wang Yuanzhao remained silent with a dark face, secretly cursing. What's the use of running fast? The triathlon is a test of endurance. This kid sprinted from the start. He'll definitely collapse later. Hey, guess who could take first place in this year's triathlon? Chen Shui changed the subject, sweeping his gaze over everyone. That goes without saying. It must be one of those 4 Marines. The captain of the Yalong Special Forces said without hesitation. They train in swimming and obstacles year-round, and their stamina allocation is the most scientific. Haven T, they always swept the top 3 in previous years? I don't think so. The captain of the Shuabao shook his head. Zhou Long and Wu Hai from the Shenzhen Assault Team are in good shape this year. I saw their muscle lines were more refined than last year. During warm-up, they might snag a place. Haha, old Lu. You can't really think the Army can beat the Navy, right? Chen Shui laughed heartily. The triathlon ends with 3 kilometers of armed swimming. The Navy swims faster than fish. Can the Army compete? Everyone laughed, except for Long Zhan sitting aside, with a mysterious smile on his face, remaining silent. Old Long, why aren't you speaking? Chen Shui asked curiously. Your Longsha sent Lin Hu and another newcomer this year. What do you think their ranking will be? Long Zhan leisurely took a sip of tea and smiled. I think this year's South first place might not be the Navy. Huh. Everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. The loudest laughter came from the other 3 military district Marine Corps leaders. Old Long, we didn't drink too much last night, did you? If it's not the Navy, could it still be the Army? Long Zhan smiled without speaking, only pointing at the screen. You see for yourselves. Everyone turned their heads to look at the big screen, their eyes widening in shock. Suhan had already completed 3 kilometers, his speed showing no signs of decreasing and even accelerating. Wow, what is wrong with this kid? Chen Shui exclaimed. His pace is almost catching up to professional marathon runners. Moreover, his breathing rhythm hasn't been disrupted at all. Look at his heart rate. It's actually still below 140. Is this guy a monster? Wang Yuanchao couldn't sit still anymore, staring intently at the screen. It's impossible for him to carry 25 kilograms and still run this fast without getting tired. Old Wang, did you just say he's a connected person? Captain Shuabao asked suspiciously. Could he be a top soldier secretly trained by your military district? Wang Yuanchao's expression changed, and he began to regret. Damn it, I should have investigated thoroughly first. Look, he's reached the 5-kilometer finish line. Someone exclaimed. On the screen, Suhan crossed the 5-kilometer finish line in just 15 minutes and 28 seconds. The judges clearly didn't expect Suhan to run this fast. Hurriedly checking his gear to confirm that the weight was entirely up to standard. This result must have broken the military record, right? Chen Shui murmured. Not just that. Long Zhan finally spoke, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His 400-meter obstacle and arm swimming are even more terrifying. How do you know? Everyone looked at Long Zhan in confusion. Wang Yuanchao anxiously asked, Old Long, do you know him? Do you know something? Long Zhan smiled and shook his head, saying it was meaningless to discuss it now and suggested waiting until after the event. Wang Yuanchao could only suppress his shock and curiosity, continuing to watch the screen. After the judges checked the equipment, Suhan immediately dashed to the 400-meter obstacle course. As he burst from the starting line, his leg muscles released like a spring compressed to the limit. The captains in the observation room barely saw his starting move. They only saw a camouflaged figure shooting forward. At starting speed, the Wild Wolf captain's teacup hung in midair. Before the first 12-meter low wall, Suhan suddenly accelerated from 3 meters away. His right foot precisely landed on the middle of the wall, and his left leg swung upward, propelling his entire body into the air like a soaring rock. The most shocking part was that he did it without using his hands, relying solely on the explosive power of his legs to clear the obstacle. Clearing a low wall without using hands. Chen Shui suddenly slammed the table. How much vertical jump strength does that require? Wang Yuanchao quickly calculated. At least a 15-meter net jump height to do that. In front of the 24-meter high board. The normal method would require a running jump followed by a pull-up to clear it. But Suhan suddenly changed direction 2 meters away. Using his right foot to push off the side support column, his entire body shooting diagonally toward the top of the high board like a cannonball. What is he doing? Captain Shuabao's eyes widened. Suhan's hands barely touched the edge of the high board when his core muscles tightened like iron. On the monitoring screen in the observation room, the outline of his back muscles was clearly visible through his training uniform. With a dazzling 360-degree twist, he rotated his entire body over the high board using only the strength of his arms and core, like a gymnast on the parallel bars. This core strength. Longjean's teacup trembled slightly. Even our Marine Corps rock climbing instructors can't do that. On the 5-meter-long log bridge, Suhan's performance was even more breathtaking. Instead of slowing down to maintain balance, as is customary, he accelerated. Each time his toes landed, he precisely stepped on the center line of the log. His cadence so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Every step in 0.3 seconds. The technical officer exclaimed, "This sense of balance is simply..." Before he could finish, Suhan suddenly leapt into the air just before reaching the finish line, executing a front flip while slapping the finish line marker with his right hand, landing already adjusted to sprint toward the next obstacle. This dramatic move left the observing captains collectively stunned. In front of the 25-meter-wide trench, Suhan's response once again overturned their understanding. Instead of using the conventional leap, he suddenly turned sideways 1 meter from the trench, supporting himself with one arm and spinning laterally like a top as he leaped across. One arm supported rotation jump. Chen Shuai's voice changed pitch. How much arm strength does that require? The monitoring footage switched to slow motion. Suhan's triceps expanded to the point of nearly tearing his training uniform as he supported himself, creating a shallow pit in the ground. This move allowed him to clear the longest distance with minimal energy expenditure. The 30-meter low-pole net crawling should have been the most time-consuming segment, but Suhan displayed an eerily efficient way of moving. His body glided along the ground as if it were boneless, with each forward reach of his arms propelling his entire body forward by more than 2 meters. Even more terrifying was his breath control. He held his breath the entire time to avoid inhaling dust that could affect his speed. 1 minute and 28 seconds. A new military record. When the timer's trembling voice rang out, there was silence in the observation room. This result was a full 6 seconds faster than the previous record held by the Marine Corps. Wang Yuanchao suddenly realized his training uniform was already soaked through with sweat. He stared intently at Suhan's calm face on the screen, the young man they had all regarded as a connected person, whom they had mocked and ostracized time and again, now looked like a war god under the sun. Chapter 17. Suhan breaks military records one after another. The starting point for arm swimming was set on the coast, and the judging panel was on high alert. After Suhan crossed the 400-meter obstacle finish line, he didn't pause for a moment and directly dashed toward the sea. What is he doing? In the observation room, Chen Shuai's eyes widened. He's going into the water without adjusting his breathing? Longjean smirked, because he doesn't need to. On the coast, Suhan quickly checked his gear to confirm that the waterproof bag for his rifle was sealed properly. Then, splash. A beautiful dive into the water, the splash almost perfect. Freestyle? Wang Yuanchao jumped up. Has he gone mad? Arm swimming is different from regular swimming, with a weight of 20 kilograms. Freestyle consumes more than 3 times the energy of breaststroke. Normal special forces would choose the more energy-efficient breaststroke or use side stroke during the process. But Suhan chose the most energy-consuming freestyle. Moreover, his movements were so standard they were breathtaking. His arms alternated in the water like windmills, his legs kicked with precise rhythm. And every breath was perfectly timed, his body slicing through the waves like an arrowfish. That stroke frequency, the captain of the Marine Corps stammered. At least 60 strokes per minute. Faster than our swimming instructor. Even more frightening was his energy distribution. Captain Shuabao stared at the screen. After just running 5 kilometers and doing 400 meters of obstacles, he can still maintain this speed. It's simply unbelievable. On the 400-meter obstacle course, Zhou Long and Wu Hai, panting heavily along with several Special Forces soldiers, had just finished and were exhausted, quickly stopping to catch their breath. Zhou Long looked around. Where's that kid Suhan? He didn't just give up, did he? He must be worn out, Wu Hai scoffed. He ran so fast at the start. He is probably lying in the medical room now. Lin Hu frowned. No, look at the judge's record board. Su Han has already completed the 400-meter obstacle. What? Everyone was taken aback, quickly looking at the record board. Su Han, 1 minute and 28 seconds. How is that possible? Zhou Long's eyes widened. Where did he go after finishing the obstacle? The judge pointed towards the sea. He has been in the water for 6 minutes. Damn! Everyone, forgetting their shock, hurried towards the armed swimming starting point. They had to hurry, or the gap would only widen. 3 kilometers out to sea. Su Han had already swum halfway. His freestyle rhythm showed no signs of faltering. Instead, he was swimming faster. 65 strokes per minute. The technical officer's voice trembled in the observation room. His muscular endurance is almost defying human ergonomics. Even more astonishing was that Su Han maintained a perfect rhythm of breathing every 3 strokes, his heart rate consistently below 140. Look at his swimming posture. Long Zhan pointed at the screen. The hardest part of freestyle is maintaining body balance, especially under load. But his body is as stable as if it had a gyroscope. Wang Yuanchao was at a loss for words. He stared at the figure on the screen that seemed to swim effortlessly, recalling how he had treated this connected person as a discard, his face burning with shame. At the starting point of the armed swimming competition, other contestants gradually entered the water. One contestant suddenly pointed into the distance. Look over there, about 800 meters away on the sea surface. A figure was cutting through the waves at an astonishing speed. Could it really be that newcomer from the Falcon team? Everyone was stunned. Impossible, Zhou Long said firmly. No one can swim that fast using freestyle, especially not in armed swimming. However, Lin Hu laughed. Don't forget, he just finished a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run in 15 minutes and 28 seconds. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, that record-breaking performance had already proven that this newcomer from the Falcon team was not an ordinary person. In the next moment, a few people quickly plunged into the sea. At this time, the advantages of Lin Hu and several other Marine Corps members became apparent. Even the skilled Zhou Long could only watch Lin Hu's figure gradually pull away with a sigh. On the surface of the sea, Su Han slowed down, reducing his stroke rate from 65 strokes per minute to 60. It wasn't due to exhaustion. He was enjoying the competition. Sunlight filtered through the clear water, casting mottled shadows on the sandy seabed. Occasionally, schools of fish swam by, curiously observing this human. Turning around the last buoy, the finish line was within reach. Su Han suddenly accelerated, raising his stroke rate to an astonishing 70 strokes per minute. He could speed up again. In the observation room, everyone stood up. When Su Han's hand touched the finish buoy, the timer stopped at 3 kilometers of armed swimming. 35 minutes and 12 seconds. Total time for the triathlon, 52 minutes and 8 seconds. This was a full 10 minutes faster than the previous record held by the Marine Corps. The voice of the referee trembled as he announced the new military record, and it was feared that no one would break it for the next 10 years. As other contestants finished the 3 kilometers, exhausted and crawled ashore, Su Han had already changed into a clean training uniform and was leisurely drinking water at the finish line. You. Zhou Long pointed at Su Han, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Wu Hai even sat down on the ground. His face pale. A monster, definitely a monster. Lin, who was the second to reach the finish line, with a time of 1 hour and 02 minutes. Already his personal best, but still nearly 10 minutes slower than Su Han. I give up, Lin, who gasped, giving Su Han a thumbs up, genuinely convinced. The referee team quickly announced the official results. When they heard that Su Han had broken the military record, the venue erupted in an uproar. Is the Falcon team going to rise this year? Who exactly is this kid? I heard he is not a special forces soldier, just an ordinary private. In the observation room, the atmosphere was eerily tense. All the team leaders' gazes were focused on Wang Yuanchao, filled with envy, jealousy, and more importantly, disbelief. Old Wang, Chun Shuai, struggled to speak. Where did you dig up such a treasure? Wang Yuanchao opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. Before it started, he had said that this treasure was being used as a pawn due to connections. But now, thinking of this, Wang Yuanchao immediately looked at Long Zhan. Old Long, did you already know Su Han had this strength? Do you know him? Other team leaders also looked at Long Zhan. Long Zhan smiled slightly. Knowing him is not quite right. I've just met him a couple of times. He then briefly recounted the confrontation between the Marine Corps and the 356th Regiment, where Su-Han was, and Lin Hu's duel with Su-Han a month ago. After hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. In the observation room, the air seemed to freeze. After Long Zhan finished speaking, all the team leaders fell into a brief silence, each face filled with disbelief. You mean, Chun Shui swallowed hard. This Su-Han was already able to crush your Marine Corps elites in armed swimming and shooting a month ago? Long Zhan nodded with a wry smile. Not only that, but his combat skills are also profound. Lin Hu couldn't even last 3 moves against him. This is impossible. The Wolf Brigade leader suddenly stood up. You're Lin Hu is the 4th in the military in combat. I saw it with my own eyes. Long Zhan spread his hands, and you all saw it just now. The strength he displayed today is just the tip of the iceberg. The Snow Leopard Brigade leader suddenly turned to Wang Yuanchao, his eyes flashing with jealousy. Old Wang, your Falcon team is hiding deep enough. You have such a treasure, and didn't T say anything? At this moment, Wang Yuanchao's expression was a mix of shock, regret, and embarrassment. He suddenly stood up, even knocking over his teacup in the process. Wang Yuanchao almost ran out of the observation room, leaving the other team leaders looking at each other in confusion. At the finish line of the triathlon, Su-Han was resting under a sunshade. Lin Hu walked over and handed him a bottle of energy drink. You kid, you hit it well. That performance just now scared the other Marine Corps members silly. Suan Smaid, used Luki. Come on. Lin Hu rolled his eyes. If that's luck, then we're all useless. Just as they were talking, a military off-road vehicle sped over and came to a sudden stop in front of them. The car door opened, and Wang Yuanchao almost jumped out, rushing up to Su-Han in a few steps. Team leader? Su-Han stood up and saluted. Wang Yuanchao grabbed Su-Han's shoulders, looking him up and down as if he was seeing this young man for the first time. Are you okay? Not tired? Do you need to go to the medical room for a checkup? This sudden concern left Su-Han a bit speechless. Report, team leader, I'm fine. Lin Hu discreetly stepped aside, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden as he watched the Falcon team leader's reaction. Clearly having no idea about Su-Han's strength before, Wang Yuanchao pulled Su-Han aside and lowered his voice. Comrade Su-Han, it was wrong of the team leader not to fully understand your strength before. His tone was filled with obvious apology and regret. Su-Han interrupted him. Team leader, you're being too hard on yourself. I understand your arrangements. No. Wang Yuanchao shook his head repeatedly. Making you report 8 subjects alone is simply nonsense. I will go to the organizing committee to apply for adjustments. Cancel a few subjects. We can't wear you out. But Su-Han shook his head. Team leader, no need. Since I've already registered, I'll participate in all of them. However, Wang Yuanchao hesitated. You still have close combat and a 20-kilometer armed cross-country run this afternoon. And tonight, you'll have night sniping and demolition. I can handle it. Su-Han's tone was calm and firm. Wang Yuanchao stared at Su-Han for a few seconds, then suddenly took a deep breath. Okay, since you're so confident, the team leader supports you. But he leaned in closer, lowering his voice even more. You tell me the truth. Who exactly are you? Did the military district leaders arrange this? Su-Han blinked. I'm just an ordinary private. Ordinary private? Wang Yuanchao almost shouted. Which ordinary private can break the military record? Suan Smaid without answering. Seeing this, Wang Yuanchao didn't pursue the question further and instead said, no matter what, from now on, you are our Falcon team's treasure. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. Team leader, Su-Han paused, but do the other members of the Eagle Squadron know about this? Mentioning this, Wang Yuanchao's expression became awkward. They, are still in the competition. They probably haven't heard about your results yet. So I'm not in understanding. When Su-Han returned to the Falcon dormitory, the members of the Eagle Squadron were discussing the morning's competition. I heard a monster came out of the triathlon and broke the record. Monkey said, looking shocked. Big Bear nodded repeatedly. Yeah, it's a full 10 minutes faster than the previous record. It's simply inhuman. Zhu Montak found it. I don't know which unit it is from. It seems we need to be careful. Monkey said, I didn't pay attention. Anyway, only Su-Han from our Falcon team participated, and I couldn't be bothered to find out the results. Besides, it must be one of those 4 Marines. It has nothing to do with us. At this moment, they noticed Suhan returning. "Oh, our all-round king is back," Monkey said sarcastically. "How was it? Did you swim the whole triathlon?" Suhan calmly put down his backpack. "I'm done swimming." "How long did it take?" "You weren't picked up by a rescue boat, were you?" Suhan wasn't annoyed and casually replied, "It was okay, a bit slower than expected." Joemo walked over, his tone serious. "Suhan, are you sure you want to participate in the close combat in an hour? That's real combat, not a joke. If you don't want to go, just forget it. We have Xiong participating anyway." "I know," Suhan nodded. "I'll do my best." "Do your best." The monkey scoffed. "Just don't end up crying for help." "Do you know who your opponent is?" "Who?" "An old soldier from the Divine Sword Assault team. Although his strength isn't as good as Long Bao's, he's definitely not weak," the monkey said. Xiong patted Su Han's shoulder sympathetically. "Brother, why don't you just forfeit? The guys from Divine Sword hit hard. Last year, a contestant had 2 ribs broken by them." But Su Han smiled. "Sounds interesting." The members of the Eagle team thought, "Is this guy out his mind?" Suhan, however, curiously asked the others, "How did your competitions go?" Zhou and Mo replied, "In the morning, we only had 3 events in the Falcon team. One was yours. The other 2 were just preliminaries this morning. The finals are in the afternoon. But we all made it to the finals." Suhan nodded slightly. "That's good, congratulations." The others were indifferent to his blessing as a connection, treating it as if they hadn't heard and got busy with their own matters. An hour later, the area around the combat arena was packed with people. Contestants from various teams rushed to watch the match, having heard that the Combat King Long Bao would personally compete. Moreover, the events to be contested at noon weren't many, including participants from the Falcon team. However, they weren't there to support Suhan, but to cheer for Xiong. Chapter 18. The Falcon team. Damn, have we all gone blind? The area around the combat arena was bustling, with 6 venues competing simultaneously. Suhan stood quietly at the edge of Venue 3, doing warm-up exercises as he listened to the excited discussions of other Special Forces soldiers nearby. "Did you hear? The triathlon record was broken by someone named Suhan. Not just broken, but crushed. He was a full 10 minutes faster than the previous record. Wow, that's impressive. Which unit is he from?" "I think it's the Falcon team, but I heard he's not a Special Forces soldier, just a regular private." "Look, it's that guy." The dozen or so spectators at Venue 3 instinctively looked toward Suhan. However, Suhan ignored their intense gazes and continued to stretch his wrists. "No way. Are you sure it's him? Is he participating in the combat? Didn't he just finish the triathlon this morning? Even if he did well, he must have exhausted some energy, right? How does he still have the strength to compete in combat? What a joke. His physical condition is already excellent. Otherwise, how could he dominate the various Marine Corps and take first place in the triathlon? Plus, he broke the record by 10 minutes. Incredible. A first-year soldier with such terrifying strength. What kind of luck did the Falcon team have to find such a helper?" At this moment, Zhou Mo and the others were not at Venue 3, but had gone to the Xiong side. In their view, once Suhan entered the ring, he would surely be defeated in less than 3 seconds. Rather than standing there and embarrassing themselves, they might as well support their combat expert Xiong. At this time, the first group at Venue 3 was already prepared. Suhan was in the second group. Each venue had 2 groups, with a total of 24 participants divided into 12 groups. The winning side would advance to the next round. There would be 2 rounds of competition at noon. Today was just the preliminaries, and the finals would be tomorrow at noon. The referee began calling the first group to the stage and explained the rules. The rules are simple. If either fighter touches the ground with their body twice, they lose. Alternatively, if one side surrenders, the match ends. Also, attacks to the groin are not allowed. Otherwise, it's considered a foul, and you lose directly. Do you understand the rules? Understood. The 2 contestants replied loudly. Good. I now declare the match to begin. At the same time, cheers erupted from Venue 5 as the Xiong entered the ring. Suhan unconsciously turned to look over. In Venue 5, the Xiong took off his jacket, revealing a muscular physique that drew gasps of admiration. The Xiong from the Falcon team ranked 8th in combat last year. His strength is quite good. His opponent was Bing Dao from the Snow Leopard team, who ranked 10th last year. The 2 were 2 ranks apart, but their strengths should be similar. Zhou Mo and the other members of the Eagle team squeezed to the front row, anxiously watching the match. The Xiong, Be careful of his leg techniques. The monkey shouted loudly. The referee signaled the start of the match. Bing Dao attacked first, delivering a fierce high kick aimed at Dexiong's head. Bang! Dexiong hurriedly blocked but was still pushed back 2 steps, his arm going numb. Such strong power. Zhou Mo's expression turned serious. Bing Dao pressed his advantage, launching a flurry of leg attacks like a storm. Low sweeps, mid-kicks, high whips, each one deadly. Dexiong was forced to defend, and his arms quickly showed signs of bruising. This isn't going to work. The monkey anxiously stomped his foot. Just then, Dexiong seized the moment when Bing Dao switched legs and suddenly leaped up. A heavy swing punch slammed towards Bing Dao's face. Bing Dao hurriedly leaned back, barely dodging, but saw Dexiong change his move quickly, with his right knee fiercely thrusting towards Bing Dao's abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, Bing Dao groaned and staggered back. Good. Zhou Mo excitedly pumped his fist. Counterattack. Dexiong, gaining momentum, unleashed a flurry of punches towards Bing Dao. The two exchanged blows fiercely. In the observation room, the leaders of various special forces were watching the matches through the monitors. Old Wang, your Dexiong from the Falcon team has made great progress. The Snow Leopard team leader focused on the screen of Venue 5. Wang Yuanchao forced a smile, but his eyes kept glancing at the monitor of Venue 3 where Su Han was about to enter. Venue 3 is going to be interesting. The Wolf team leader suddenly pointed at the screen. In the second group, it's Divine Sword's Iron Hand against Falcon's Su Han. Everyone immediately showed interest and gathered around. Old Wang, Long Zhan said Su Han's combat skills are strong. It seems your Falcon team has a good chance of placing in the top 3 for this event. Combat isn't just about physical strength. Iron Hand ranked 3rd last year. Su Han might not be able to handle it. Iron Hand defeated Lin Hu last time, but Long Zhan said Lin Hu lost to Su Han, and it was a complete defeat. I don't think Su Han will lose. Who knows if Long Zhan is lying? The various team leaders debated among themselves. Wang Yuanchao, however, didn't join in the idle chatter, but walked over to Long Zhan and asked Old Long, "Are you sure our Falcons, Su Han, can really fight?" Long Zhan chuckled and said, "What is wrong? Has Su Han changed from a connection to your Falcons, Su Han now?" Wang Yuanchao's face turned awkward. "You old man, can you not bring up old stories? Is it my fault for misjudging him?" Long Zhan laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Unless something unexpected happens, Su Han has at least a 90% chance of taking 1st place in this combat event." "Really?" Wang Yuanchao immediately became excited. "If this kid really lives up to your word, I'll treat you to a drink." At Venue 3, the first group finished their match in under half a minute. The strength disparity between the two was too great. But at Venue 5, the two were evenly matched and still entangled in battle. Su Han walked slowly onto the stage, facing a nearly 9-meter-tall, muscular man with bulging muscles and a fierce gaze. "You are the one who took 1st place in the triathlon and even broke the record?" Iron Hand contemptuously scrutinized Su Han. "It's still not too late to surrender now. This is combat. What matters is not stamina, but combat skills and power. Don't blame me for not warning you. When we start fighting, I can't guarantee I can control my strength." Su Han merely smiled slightly. "It's fine, I can control it. I guarantee I won't kill you." Iron Hand. After the referee reiterated the rules, he announced the start of the match. "Kid, you will pay for your ignorance and arrogance." Iron Hand, without holding back, threw a powerful right straight punch aimed directly at Su Han's face. Bang! The dull sound of fist meeting flesh echoed, and everyone thought Su Han would be knocked back. However, Iron Hand's fist stopped just 10 centimeters in front of Su Han's face, blocked steadily by a single palm. What? Iron Hand's pupils constricted. This punch was enough to shatter 3 bricks, yet it was easily caught. Before he could react, Su Han's left hand darted out like a venomous snake, gripping his wrist and twisting it. "Ah!" Iron Hand cried out in pain, stumbling forward. Su Han took the opportunity to sidestep, slamming his right elbow hard into Iron Hand's back. Thud! Iron Hand crashed heavily to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. The arena fell silent. One move, just one move, and the 3rd-place winner from last year, Iron Hand, was taken down. "This is impossible." Iron Hand struggled to get up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Han stood in place, calmly saying, "Come again." Iron Hand roared in anger, unleashing the signature combination punches of the Divine Sword Assault team. Straight punch, hook punch, elbow strike, knee strike. A series of fluid attacks rained down on Su-Han like a storm. However, a more shocking scene unfolded. Su-Han stood firm, blocking all the attacks with just his hands, his feet not moving an inch. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dense sounds of impact, Iron Hand's fists fell like raindrops on Su-Han's arms, shoulders, and chest. Yet they couldn't budge him an inch. God! The observing special forces widened their eyes. The isn't dodging? Iron Hand's punches can break bricks. Iron Hand became increasingly alarmed. His fists were starting to ache, while Su-Han appeared unfazed. Have you had enough? Su-Han suddenly spoke. Now it's my turn. Before his words fell, his right fist shot out like lightning. Iron Hand had no time to react, only feeling a heaviness in his chest before he was sent flying, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. The referee announced loudly, "Falcon, Su-Han wins." The audience was in an uproar. In the observation room, there was a dead silence. The leaders of various special forces stared at the surveillance replay of the third arena, their expressions frozen. This Wild Wolf team leader stuttered. Iron Hand looked like a child in front of him. His ability to take hits is simply monstrous. The Snow Leopard team leader murmured. Iron Hand threw so many heavy punches, and he actually took them? Wang Yuanchao was speechless, just staring intently at Su-Han's calm face on the screen. Old Wang, Chun Shui said with difficulty, "Where did you guys at Falcon find such a monster?" "Don't ask me. I want to know too. Where did the military district command find this monster?" Wang Yuanchao slightly opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. "Old Liu, this time, your Divine Sword is in danger." Chun Shui teased the Divine Sword team leader next to him. Divine Sword team leader Liu Bo just reacted from the shock, snorting. Iron Hand's strength was never that strong. But to say we Divine Sword will lose is a bit premature, right? The Dragon Leopard in the first arena also won, with Dragon Leopard around. The first place is untouchable. Only then did everyone realize that the universally recognized strongest soldier in the army, Dragon Leopard, also participated in this event. If that's the case, won't there be a good show to watch? Meanwhile, on site, everyone in the third arena looked in shock at Su-Han on the stage. They never expected Su-Han to win so easily. Iron Hand lost so thoroughly. Su-Han glanced at the still disbelieving Iron Hand and said, "See, I told you. I can control my strength. I didn't kill you." Iron Hand. At this moment, Dragon Leopard on the sidelines squinted his eyes, watching Su-Han on the stage. In his eyes, the battle intent surged. The referee told Su-Han, "Rest for now. Wait for the whistle to gather for the next round of draw matches." Su-Han nodded and walked down, noticing the fifth arena was still ongoing, so he slowly walked over. In the fifth arena, the battle between Big Bear and Iceblade had also reached a fever pitch. Both were injured and panting heavily. The final blow, Iceblade suddenly shouted, delivering a spinning kick aimed at Big Bear's head. Big Bear gritted his teeth and took the kick on his shoulder, while simultaneously delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Iceblade's chin. Bang! Both fell to the ground simultaneously. The referee began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Big Bear struggled to get up, while Iceblade could not stand. Falcon, Big Bear wins. Team Eagle cheered. Zhou Mo excitedly rushed onto the stage to support the wobbling Big Bear. Well done. Monkey excitedly patted Big Bear's back. At the edge of the fifth arena, Zhou Mo and Monkey helped Big Bear sit down, handing him a functional drink and a towel. "Rest quickly. There's another round in half an hour," Zhou Mo said in a deep voice, constantly scanning Big Bear's condition. "Can you hold on?" Big Bear wiped the sweat from his face and nodded through gritted teeth. "I can." Monkey handed over an ice pack to apply to the bruise on Big Bear's shoulder. "Iceblade is really brutal. Your shoulder." "It's fine," Big Bear grinned. "Compared to last year when he got his ribs broken by someone from Divine Sword, this is light." Just then, Zhou Mo caught sight of Su-Han approaching and couldn't help but freeze. "Did you finish your match?" "Suanadid, finished." Zhou Mo looked Su-Han up and down. Seeing he hadn't even broken a sweat and his clothes were clean, he secretly shook his head, thinking he must have been taken out quickly, without even getting a chance to fight. He patted Su-Han on the shoulder, with a hint of sympathy in his tone. "It's okay. It's normal to lose in your first competition at this level. Monkey also came over to comfort. Exactly, after all, your opponent was Iron Hand from Divine Sword. Losing ISNT shameful. Big Bear, gasping for breath, added, once I recover a bit of strength, I'll help you take revenge in the next round. Suhan smiled slightly, not explaining. In the observation room, the leaders of various special forces were observing the situation in each arena through surveillance. Old Wong, your Falcon's Big Bear doesn't seem to be in good shape. The Snow Leopard team leader pointed at the footage from the 5th arena. His shoulder is injured. In the next round, he probably. Wang Yuanchao frowned, staring at the screen. He can hold on. Holding on doesn't help. The Wild Wolf team leader shook his head. In the next round, none of his opponents will be easy, given his current condition. Everyone fell silent. Although Big Bear's strength is not bad, after the tough battle just now, it's indeed difficult for him to perform well in the next round. But there is no need to worry. Even if Big Bear can't do it, you still have Suhan. He has a good chance. Even if he can't beat Dragon Leopard, he should be able to secure a top 3 finish, the Snow Leopard team leader comforted. Wang Yuanchao snorted. Top 3? You underestimate our Falcon. The Snow Leopard team leader was taken aback. What? You still want to take first? Wang Yuanchao raised his head. What? ¿So isn't worthy? Everyone. They really didn't dare to say Suhan wasn't worthy. After all, throughout this half-day, Suhan had shocked them too many times. No one knew just how much strength this new recruit still had hidden. 10 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle to gather. All advancing competitors gather for the draw. Zhou Mo and Monkey helped Big Bear up. Let us go, time to draw lots. Just as the 3 took a step, they noticed Suhan was following along. Suhan? Zhou Mo frowned. What are you doing following? Only advancing competitors go to draw lots. Monkey waved his hand. You go rest. Big Bear can go up by himself. You don't need to help him anymore. Suhan's mouth curled up. Who said I was eliminated? What? The 3 froze simultaneously, looking at Suhan in confusion. Soon they reacted. You won? Zhou Mo's voice trembled. You won against Iron Hand? Suhan nodded, saying no more, and walked straight to the gathering point. Behind him, the members of Team Eagle looked as if struck by lightning. Damn! Monkey exclaimed. He actually won against Iron Hand? Big Bear's expression changed. How is that possible? Zhou Mo suddenly remembered something and dashed towards the score announcement board. When he saw the words Hawk Suhan defeats Iron Fist on the announcement, he was completely stunned. Captain? The monkey came over and was also dumbfounded after seeing the announcement. How'd he do it? Zhou Mo took a deep breath and suddenly ran towards the referee group at Field 3. A few minutes later, he returned with a pale face and a dry voice. The referee said Suhan only used one move. One move? The Xiong and the monkey exclaimed in unison. Zhou Mo nodded with difficulty. Moreover, Iron Fist's entire set of combo punches hit him, and he didn't even dodge. The 3 of them looked simultaneously towards the tall figure at the assembly point. The next second, damn, are we blind? Chapter 19. Fighting the strongest soldier king in the army, absolute crushing. Suhan won and defeated Iron Fist in one move? How is that possible? Captain, do you think the referee could have made a mistake? The monkey leaned in, his voice trembling. Zhou Mo shot him a glance. What do you think? Everyone, so, if that's the case, do you think it's possible that the guy who broke the army record in the triathlon this morning in 10 minutes and took first place is Suhan? The monkey suddenly said. As soon as he said this, Zhou Mo and the others were first stunned, then quickly shook their heads. Impossible. How could a private have that kind of strength? The monkey said, but he defeated Iron Fist, didn't he? This statement left Zhou Mo and the others silent. If that's the case, it seems there's a possibility, right? At this moment, the competitors from each unit were lining up to draw lots. At the assembly point, the 12 qualified contestants had gathered. Suhan stood at the end of the line, feeling the probing gazes from those around him, especially from the Godsword Assault team, where several team members were pointing at him. Silence. The referee announced loudly, "We will now begin the draw to determine the opponents for the next round." Staff members walked up with an opaque box. The contestants went up one by one to draw number balls. 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so on. The referee explained that contestants from the same unit would be automatically separated. Suhan drew ball number 3. When he announced his number, he clearly felt a stir coming from the Godsword side. Number 4. A deep voice rang out. Suhan turned his head and saw a tall man, nearly 9 meters, stepping out of the line. He had a buzz cut, a scar on his brow bone, and his eyes were sharp as knives. Dragon Leopard. Someone whispered in surprise. The referee looked at the list. Hawk Suhan versus God Sword Dragon Leopard. First group to enter. The scene instantly erupted in chaos. Wow. The first match is against Dragon Leopard. That rookie is finished. Not necessarily. He just took out Iron Fist with one move. Can Iron Fist compare to Dragon Leopard? Dragon Leopard has been the champion for 3 consecutive years. This Suhan just broke the triathlon record this morning, and now he's challenging the Soldier King? Zhou Mo trembled all over, catching key information. Broke the record? Triathlon? He suddenly grabbed a nearby Marine. Wait, what did you just say? Suhan broke what record? The Marine looked at him like he was crazy. You don't know your own Hawk? The triathlon. He was a full 10 minutes faster than the previous record. Our 4 Marine teams are going crazy. The members of the Hawk team gasped, exchanging incredulous looks. So that monster the monkey was stammering about this morning was Suhan. Zhou Mo swallowed hard, suddenly remembering something, his face turning exceptionally pale, and the monkey painfully closed his eyes. We've been mocking him. Now that I think about it, we were the real clowns. Zhou Mo stared at Suhan's back and suddenly remembered. Wait. If he took first in the triathlon this morning, there is still a 20-kilometer armed cross-country in the afternoon. Everyone gasped. Is he planning to sweep all subjects alone? Dragon Leopard strode up to Suhan, looking down at him. Kid, you hurt my brother. Suhan calmly met his gaze, within the rules. Good. Dragon Leopard sneered. I'll let you know that the dignity of God Sword cannot be provoked. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Iron Fist is my soldier. Insulting him is insulting me. Suhan's lips curled slightly. So? Dragon Leopard's eyes flashed with a fierce light. I'll make you crawl out of the ring in front of everyone. We'll see. Swan Sith. Dragon Leopard snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the preparation area. It's over, it's over, it's over. The monkey was jumping anxiously. How can we draw Dragon Leopard? Zhou Mo's face turned ashen. Last year, Dexiong had 2 ribs broken by him. Dexiong instinctively touched his ribs. His face pale. Suhan. The 3 of them looked in unison at Suhan, who was warming up, their eyes filled with worry. Quick! Zhou Mo suddenly sprang into action. Since the match hasn't started yet, let us help him loosen his muscles. The monkey immediately understood and rushed over to massage Suhan's shoulders. Brother, I was just being mouthy earlier. Don't take it to heart. Dexiong also limped over, handing him an energy drink. Drink this, replenish your strength. Suhan was taken aback by their sudden enthusiasm. What are you all? Don't say anything. Zhou Mo said seriously. We misunderstood you earlier, and we apologize. The monkey nodded repeatedly. We were blind to your greatness. You are magnanimous. The most important thing now is this match. Zhou Mo interrupted him. Dragon Leopard is not someone Iron Fist can compare to. I know, Suhan said, flexing his wrist. 3-time champion. Aren't you nervous? Dexiong exclaimed. It's really hard. Suhan smiled. The 3 of them exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Captain. Suhan interrupted him, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Can you massage my shoulders again? I'm about to fight. Zhou Mo was taken aback, then quickly called over the monkey and others. Hurry. Help Suhan loosen his muscles. The members of the War Eagle team rushed around Suhan, some kneading shoulders, some pounding legs, completely disregarding any previous disdain. Suhan, Dragon Leopard's left hook is particularly powerful. You must be careful. He likes to use knee strikes. Don't let him get close. In the observation room, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Old Wong, now there's a good show to watch. The captain of the Wolf squad grinned. Your Hawk Suhan is up against God Sword's Dragon Leopard. Wang Yuan Zhao clenched his fist, his eyes glued to the big screen. Old Long, who do you think will win? The captain of the Snow Leopard squad asked curiously. Long Zhan leisurely took a sip of tea. You'll see for yourselves. What show off? Chun Shui muttered, but his eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen. The captain of God Sword, Lu Bo, snorted coldly. Dragon Leopard has never lost in an official match. There's always a first time for everything. Wang Yuan Zhao suddenly spoke, his tone filled with unprecedented confidence. At the scene, the referee signaled them to enter the arena. Suhan took off his jacket, revealing a strong upper body. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but the lines flowed smoothly like a cheetah, each inch containing explosive power. The three members of the War Eagle team held their breath in unison. It was only at this moment that they truly saw the scars crisscrossing the body of this person they had underestimated. What kind of brutal training had this rookie undergone to have more scars than even their special forces? Joamo swallowed. Who exactly are you? Suhan smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the fighting arena. All eyes were focused on him. Dragon Leopard was already standing in the center of the arena, his gaze cold. The referee was giving the final instructions. Attacking the groin is prohibited. Falling twice results in a loss. Do you understand? The two nodded. Begin. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, Dragon Leopard pounced on Suhan like a cheetah, his right fist, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, aimed straight for Suhan's face, the speed causing the surrounding special forces to gasp in shock. So fast, the monkey's eyes widened. He was even faster than last year. Joamo clenched his fists. This punch has at least 400 kilograms of impact force. However, facing this thunderous strike, Suhan merely tilted his body slightly. Bang! The fist landed solidly on Suhan's chest, producing a dull thud. The entire venue fell silent. Long Bao's pupils contracted sharply as he felt like he had hit a steel plate. What's going on? The Wild Wolf team leader suddenly stood up, taking Long Bao's punch head-on. In the observation room, the captains of various special forces stood up, staring intently at the surveillance screen. Has this guy gone crazy? Shunjian's captain Liu Bo exclaimed. Long Bao can break 5 bricks with one punch. Wang Yuanchao's palms were sweaty. Suhan. On the field, Long Bao quickly retreated, looking at Suhan with suspicion. You? Suhan patted the wrinkles on his shirt and smiled slightly. Not bad power. What the hell? The scene erupted. He's fine. Long Bao's punch felt like a tickle to him. Long Bao's face darkened, suddenly changing tactics, delivering a whip kick towards Suhan's waist. Crack! Another dull sound, and Suhan remained motionless. This is impossible. Long Bao's expression finally changed. Have you practiced hard Qigong? As soon as this was said, the venue erupted in an uproar. Hard Qigong? Isn't that from martial arts novels? It is indeed rumored in the military, but to reach this level. On the field, Long Bao had completely become serious. He circled around Suhan, his eyes sharp as knives. What a hard Qigong. I want to see how long you can last. Before his words fell, he suddenly lunged forward, a flurry of punches raining down on Suhan like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the dense sounds of strikes, Suhan stood still, only using his arms to block vital points, absorbing the rest of the attacks with his body. 27, 28, 29. Some special forces soldiers unconsciously began counting Long Bao's punches. When they reached 30, Long Bao finally retreated, sweat visible on his forehead. Yet Suhan didn't even change his breathing. Monster, Joamo murmured. This is definitely a monster. The monkey was already dumbfounded. Captain, we actually mocked such a person before? Big Bear touched his ribs, suddenly feeling that the two he broke last year were not unjust at all. On the field, Long Bao was breathing heavily, staring intently at Suhan. Is dodging and blocking all you can do? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Suhan smiled upon hearing this. As you wish. He assumed an offensive stance for the first time, and his entire aura changed in an instant. If he was a mountain before, now he was a volcano about to erupt. Here it comes. In the observation room, Long Zhan suddenly stood up. On the field, Suhan moved. His speed was so fast that he left after images, executing a close-range strike straight to Long Bao's chest. Long Bao hurriedly blocked, but felt like he had been hit by a truck, his entire body flying backward. Boom! Long Bao crashed heavily 5 meters away, sliding another 2 meters before stopping. The entire venue was silent. One move, just one move, sent the warrior Long Bao flying. The captain of the Divine Sword Team, Liu Bo's face turned pale. What kind of power is this? On the field, Long Bao struggled to get up, blood visible at the corner of his mouth. He wiped his face, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Good. Now, this is interesting. He roared. Every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing his ultimate move, the Divine Sword Assault Team's Breaking Army Fist. This was a killing move that combined modern combat with traditional martial arts. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of fists and feet colliding erupting like thunder. Too fast. The monkey rubbed his eyes hard. I can't see their movements at all. Zhou Mo stared intently at the field. Long Bao is already using all his strength, but Su Han was effortlessly countering Long Bao's fierce attacks. Each strike precisely intercepting Long Bao's offensive. Even more frightening was that his moves clearly had room to spare. After exchanging several blows, Su Han suddenly changed tactics, executing a perfect breaking army fist demonstration. Bang! Long Bao was sent flying again, this time directly out of the ring. The referee hurriedly ran over to check, but saw Long Bao getting up on his own, his face full of shock. How? How do you know the breaking army fist? Su Han smiled without answering. He had learned this move in his previous life, and it was from the creator himself. Long Bao stared at Su Han for a few seconds, suddenly taking a deep breath, turning to the referee and saying, I admit defeat. What? The referee thought he had misheard. I admit defeat. Long Bao's voice was hoarse. The gap was too great. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Three-time champion Long Bao actually admitted defeat voluntarily. The referee finally came to his senses and announced loudly, Falcon Su Han wins. The members of the Eagle squad rushed onto the field in excitement. Zhou Mo hugged Su Han tightly. You're amazing. The monkey was so excited he was speechless. Awesome. Su Han, from now on, you are my idol. I would even be willing to be your grandson. Su Han, how did I gain another grandson just from a competition? In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao sat back down in his chair, murmuring, Our Eagle squad is about to rise. The captain of the Divine Sword Team, Lu Bo's face turned ashen, suddenly turning to leave. Long Zhan smiled and stopped him. Old Lu, don't forget our bet. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. Don't worry. A month's food expenses. My Divine Sword can still afford it. The other captains exchanged glances, suddenly flocking around Wang Yuanchao. Old Wang, let Su Han come to our team for a few days of guidance. The price is negotiable. We wild wolves will trade the latest equipment. Wang Yuanchao proudly raised his head. Don't even think about it. Su Han is our Eagle's treasure. Get lost. As if Su Han really belonged to your Eagle squad. You just borrowed your Eagle spot, right? He doesn't belong to your Eagle's organization. Exactly. Once the competition is over, we will personally find him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanchao finally realized. It seems that this is indeed the case. Su Han merely occupied their Eagle spot, and doesn't he count as one of them at all? Thinking of this, Wang Yuanchao couldn't help but feel anxious. It seemed he was genuinely afraid that Su Han would be poached. This is a huge treasure. With him around, the Eagle squad won't just be able to enter the top 6 in future competitions. Even winning first place is not impossible. Chapter 20. First place again. Breaking 4 military records in one day. Just as the Eagle squad was immersed in shock, the referee's whistle sounded. Next up, Eagle Big Bear versus Wild Wolf Assault Team Black Wolf. Big Bear's expression changed. He suddenly remembered he still had a match. Go for it. Su Han patted his shoulder. Remember, the opponent's left leg has an old injury. Big Bear was taken aback. How do you know? Su Han smiled without answering, just gently pushing him. After the match began, Big Bear remembered Su Han's reminder and targeted Black Wolf's left side. Sure enough, after 3 moves, Black Wolf's movements were noticeably sluggish, ultimately being taken down by Big Bear's sweeping kick. Eagle Big Bear wins. I won. Big Bear excitedly rushed off the stage, hugging Su Han. Brother, you're amazing. How did you see that he was injured? Su Han smiled without a word, but his gaze was directed at the next match. In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao looked at Su Han's figure on the screen, finally unable to hold back. No, I must quickly secure him. Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up, disregarding greetings with others, and rushed out of the observation room. This old fox. Chun Shui slapped his thigh. Hurry up and follow. Don't let him get ahead. Several captains rushed out, afraid of being a step too late. By the fighting arena, Su Han was packing his gear, preparing to head to the next competition venue. Suan, an urgent call came, and Su Han looked up to see Wang Yuanchao running over breathlessly, followed by a group of equally hurried captains. Captain? Su Han stood at attention and saluted. Wang Yuanchao grabbed his hand. Comrade Su Han, I officially invite you to join the Eagle Special Forces. You can set the conditions. Before Su-Han could respond, the Wild Wolf team leader squeezed over. Don't listen to him. Come to our Wild Wolf, and we'll give you the position of squad leader directly. Our Snow Leopard will provide you with the best training resources and promotion paths. The Snow Leopard captain was also not willing to be outdone. Everyone clear out. Chen Shui pushed through the crowd. Comrade Su-Han, our Flying Dragon Special Forces is the earliest established special unit in the entire military, with the longest history and the best equipment. Wang Yuanchao's face turned pale with anger. You bunch of robbers. Su-Han is one of our Falcon team members. Nonsense. The Wild Wolf team leader said rudely. He is just borrowing your spot to compete. When did he become one of yours? The crowd erupted into chaos, leaving the surrounding Special Forces soldiers dumbfounded. So many team leaders fighting over one person? I've been in the army for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen this. That's Su-Han, the monster who defeated Longbao with one move. Zhou Mo and the members of the Falcon team stood aside, shocked and embarrassed. They recalled how they had previously excluded Su-Han and felt a burning shame on their faces. Gentlemen, Su-Han suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but managing to quiet everyone. Thank you for your kindness, but I currently have no plans to join any special forces. What? Wang Yuanchao's eyes widened. Why? Is it because of the Falcon team? He hesitated, regret evident on his face. Comrade Su-Han, I apologize on behalf of the Falcon team. We failed to recognize your greatness. That's not the reason. Su-Han shook his head. It's a personal planning issue. Other team leaders saw this and immediately surrounded him again. Comrade Su-Han, whatever conditions you have, just say it. Yeah, don't be too quick to refuse. We Orcus can offer you the best treatment. Su-Han felt a headache from the noise and suddenly had a bright idea. Gentlemen, I have a 20-kilometer armed cross-country exercise to prepare for this afternoon. After saying that, he saluted and quickly left before anyone could react. Wait, Wang Yuanchao wanted to chase, but was stopped by other team leaders. Old Wang, he already refused. Don't keep pestering him. Exactly, let us compete fairly. Wang Yuanchao stomped his feet in anger. You don't understand. A talent like Su-Han is a treasure in any unit. After leaving the fighting arena, Su-Han let out a long sigh. Su-Han, a familiar voice called out. And Su-Han turned to see Lin, who leaning against the wall waiting for him. Congratulations, defeating Longbao with one move. Now you're famous throughout the military. Lin, who said with a smile as he walked over. Su-Han Shrav, used Luki. Come on, Lin, who rolled his eyes. I heard all the special forces are fighting over you. News travels fast. Su-Han smiled helplessly. Lin, who suddenly became serious, and said, seriously, our Dragon Shark team welcomes you anytime. The treatment in the Marine Corps is much better than in the Army, and stop. Su-Han held up a hand. I don't plan to join any special forces right now. Why? Lin, who asked in confusion. With your strength, the timing isn't right, Su-Han said mysteriously, smiling. Come on, accompany me to prepare for this afternoon's competition. Lin, who shook his head and followed. You're always so mysterious. The two walked side by side towards the dormitory, with murmurs following behind them. Back in the dorm, Su-Han began preparing for the 20-kilometer armed cross-country. He carefully checked his gear, a 25-kilogram weighted backpack, rifle, canteen, and first aid kit. Everything had to be flawless. Need help? Lin, who asked. No need. Su-Han replied without looking up. I'm used to it. Lin, who leaned against the bed, thoughtfully watching him. Su-Han, I always feel like you're different. Su-Han continued his work. I can't quite put into words. Lin, who scratched his head. It just feels like you're way more mature than us. You're only 18, but you seem like a battle-hardened veteran. Su-Han paused slightly before returning to his task. Maybe I'm just exceptionally gifted? Cut it out. Lin, who laughed. But seriously, why did you refuse all the Special Forces invitations? That's an opportunity many people dream of. Su-Han put down his gear and looked at Lin, who seriously, because the path I want to take is different from what they envision. What do you mean? You'll understand later, Su-Han said mysteriously, taking a sip from his canteen. Right now, I need to focus on the competition. Lin, who realized he couldn't pry any more information out of him, and had to give up. All right then, I'll head out. Good luck in the afternoon's competition. Thanks. At 3 in the afternoon, the training ground at the Hell Base was bustling with activity. at the starting point of the 20-kilometer armed cross-country. Over 30 participating Special Forces soldiers were doing their final warm-ups. Unlike usual, the number of onlookers was more than 3 times the normal amount. Almost all the Special Forces soldiers not engaged in competition had come, gathering in small groups, occasionally glancing at Suhan, who was tying his shoelaces. Have you heard? This kid broke the triathlon record in the morning and took out Long Bao at noon. Is that true? Long Bao is a 3-time fighting champion. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Long Bao admitted defeat. The discussions rose and fell, and the entire training ground buzzed like a boiling hive. Do you think he can still do it this afternoon? This is a 20-kilometer armed cross-country. I think it's doubtful. After the triathlon and fighting, he must be exhausted. Not necessarily. Look at his condition. He seems unfazed. The arguments grew louder, clearly dividing into 2 camps. I bet he won't make it into the top 10. A member of the Divine Sword Assault team said confidently, the energy expenditure is too great. I bet he'll be in the top 3. A Marine Corps member immediately countered, someone who can defeat Long Bao with 1 move. How could his endurance be lacking? Want to make a bet? Loser washes socks for a month. On the Falcon team side, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Suhan, maybe we should skip this event? Ju Montak hesitated. You've already taken first place in 2 events. There's no need to push yourself. The monkey nodded repeatedly. Yeah, there's still 5 more events ahead. Big Bear directly squatted down to massage Suhan's calf muscles. Bro, listen to me, your health comes first. Suhan looked at this suddenly caring group of teammates, bemused. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you want me to embarrass myself this morning? The 3 of them immediately turned red. Well, that was because we didn't recognize your greatness. The monkey chuckled awkwardly. Joamo took a deep breath. Suhan, we're serious. The 20-kilometer armed cross-country isn't a joke, especially after you've already expended a lot of energy. Don't worry, Suhan stretched his shoulders. I know my limits. The referee's whistle blew, and all participating soldiers quickly lined up. For the 20-kilometer armed cross-country, with a 25-kilogram load, the route circled the mountain forests around the base. With judges supervising the entire process, and shortcuts were prohibited. The chief referee announced the rules loudly. Now check your gear. Staff members began to check each contestant's load and equipment one by one. Falcon Suhan, load 25 kilograms, meets standards. After the checks were completed, all contestants stood at the starting line, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ready? Suhan slightly bent his knees, his gaze fixed ahead. Bang! The starting gun fired, and over 30 Special Forces soldiers shot out like arrows. Suhan didn't sprint out like he did in the triathlon, but maintained a position in the middle of the first echelon. Look, he is not leading. Someone exclaimed from the sidelines. It seems his stamina can't keep up. I said, no one can complete 3 high-intensity competitions in such a short time. Members of the Falcon team nervously watched the live feed on the big screen. The base had installed cameras at various key points to broadcast the competition live. He conserving energy, Joamo suddenly said. Look at his pace. He doesn't show any signs of fatigue. Indeed, after running 3 kilometers, Suhan began to steadily increase his speed, overtaking competitors one after another. By the 5-kilometer mark, he had already reached 3rd place. Oh my God, he accelerated again. On the big screen, Suhan's pace suddenly quickened, easily surpassing the 2nd place and closing in on the leader, Wu Hai from the Divine Sword Assault team. This is impossible. The Divine Sword team members were dumbfounded. Wu Hai was the cross-country champion from last year. Wu Hai seemed to sense the threat behind him, turned his head, and his expression changed instantly. He gritted his teeth and accelerated, trying to shake off Suhan. The 2 of them raced into the forested section, their figures disappearing into the dense woods. In the forest, Suhan moved as if on flat ground. The steep slopes and tangled underbrush seemed to have no effect on him. His breathing was steady, and his steps were light, as if he carried no weight. Damn it! Wu Hai in front heard the footsteps growing closer and couldn't help but curse. He had already exerted all his strength, but couldn't shake off the tail behind him. Captain Wu, can I pass? Suhan's voice suddenly rang out behind him, filled with a relaxed smile. Wu Hai's heart jolted before he could react. He saw a figure whoosh past him at an astonishing speed. This is impossible. Wu Hai's eyes widened as he watched Su Han's figure grow further away. What made him even more despairing was that Su Han actually began to accelerate on the steepest part of the mountain road. Monster! Wu Hai Muta! His fighting spirit instantly crumbling. On the base's big screen, the live feed switched to the camera at the mountaintop. There was Su Han, far ahead, charging down the slope at an incredible speed. My God, he was at least 800 meters ahead of second place. And this was only 10 kilometers. How could the gap be so big? Look at his posture going downhill. It's like he's running on flat ground. In the observation room, the captains of various special forces were equally shocked. This speed. The Wolfpack captain stared at the timer. He has already broken last year's record. And this is after completing the triathlon and combat training, the Snow Leopard captain added, his voice trembling. Wang Yuanchao clenched his hands, his eyes fixed on the screen. His mind was filled with one question. How could they keep Su Han in the Falcon? Old Long, did you know he had this strength all along? Chen Shui couldn't help but ask Long Zhan. Long Zhan smiled without answering, just pointed at the screen. Look, the best part is yet to come. At the 15-kilometer mark, Su Han's speed showed no signs of slowing. His military uniform was soaked with sweat, but his steps remained steady and powerful. The big screen switched to a rugged riverbank section. Su Han effortlessly jumped over several slippery stones, his movements flowing like water, as if he was already familiar with every inch of the terrain. This handling of the terrain, an experienced special forces instructor marveled, would require training on this route hundreds of times to master. But he was clearly at the hell base for the first time. Confusion spread among the crowd, but it was soon interrupted by the next scene. Su Han reached the last 5 kilometers of flat road and suddenly began to sprint. He has gone mad, someone exclaimed. Sprinting the last 5 kilometers? That doesn't conform to energy distribution principles. However, Su Han proved with his actions that all rules were not applicable in front of him. His speed increased, and in the last 2 kilometers, he even reached the sprinting speed of a short-distance runner. Timer ready, the referee at the finish line loudly reminded. The competitor is approaching. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the end of the road. Finally, a camouflaged figure appeared in sight, rushing towards the finish line like a whirlwind. Falcon Su Han has crossed the finish line. The referee pressed the stopwatch, his voice trembling with shock. 1 hour, 08 minutes. 23 seconds. A new record for the entire military. The crowd erupted in an uproar. That was a full 6 minutes faster than the previous record. Is this even human? For records, all broken in one day, the members of the Falcon team were so excited they couldn't speak, only patting each other on the shoulders. Their eyes filled with disbelief and joy. After Su Han crossed the finish line, he didn't collapse like other competitors, but instead walked slowly to adjust his breathing. Medical staff wanted to check on him, but he politely declined. I'm fine, thank you. 10 minutes later, the second-place Wu Hai finally arrived, collapsing to the ground as soon as he crossed the finish line, needing to be carried away on a stretcher by medical personnel. Before they took him away, Su Han and Wu Hai struggled to lift their heads. Who exactly are you? Wu Hai asked. Su Han smiled without answering, merely giving him a salute. One by one, other competitors reached the finish line, nearly all of them too exhausted to speak. The way they looked at Su Han shifted from initial disdain to awe, even fear. Doesn't this kid ever get tired? 3 high-intensity events, all breaking records. We're witnessing history here. Back at the dormitory area, Su Han had just finished showering when he was blocked at the door by Wang Yuanchao. Comrade Suan, Wang Yuanchao beamed. How do you feel? Tired? Do you want to go to the medical room for a checkup? Thank you for your concern, Captain. I'm fine, Su Han replied politely. That's good. That's good. Wang Yuanchao rubbed his hands together about joining the Falcon. Captain, Su Han interrupted him. I want to finish all the competitions first. Yes. That's right. Wang Yuanchao nodded repeatedly. Then you rest well. There's a night sniper competition tonight. After saying that, he left with a knowing look, but his eyes sparkled with determination. Su Han closed the door and let out a long breath. As night fell, the lights at the Hell base gradually lit up. Everyone knew that tonight's night sniper competition would be another spectacular event. Chapter 21. The King of Snipers, Su Han. The night enveloped the Hell base, and searchlights cast pale beams of light across the sniper training ground. The Eagle squad walked toward the shooting range, the sound of their boots crunching on the gravel path. Suhan, how's your sniping skill? Zhou Mo finally couldn't help but ask, his eyes frequently glancing at the 88 style sniper rifle on Suhan's back. Monkey chimed in. It must be good. He broke 3 records today. That's not necessarily true. Big Bear shook his head. Sniping and physical fitness are 2 different matters. It requires patience and talent. Suhan gently stroked the barrel, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's average. I can hit the target. Here we go again. Monkey wailed. You said it was average this morning, and then you took out Iron Hand in 1 move. This afternoon you said you'd do your best, and you directly broke the cross-country record. Zhou Mo looked at Suhan thoughtfully. I guess your average probably corresponds to our top level? Suhan smiled without answering, his gaze directed toward the brightly lit shooting range in the distance. There were already quite a few people gathered there, nearly double the number compared to the other events during the day. Why are there so many people? Monkey tiptoed to look. They're all here to watch the excitement. Big Bear huffed. I heard that Dragon Leopard also signed up for the sniping event. Everyone is waiting to see him and Suhan face off again. Zhou Mo lowered his voice. Dragon Leopard took 2nd place in sniping last year, second only to Snow Leopard's ghost. As they approached the shooting range, Suhan noticed that the crowd parted to make way for him, with countless eyes focused on him. Whispers surged like a tide. That's him. The one who defeated Dragon Leopard in 1 move. I heard he broke 3 records today. I wonder how his sniping skill is. Hard to say. Sniping and fighting are completely different things. In the center of the field, the judging panel was adjusting the equipment. The target area, 1,000 meters away, was hidden in darkness, with only faint reflective markers barely visible. Suhan, a deep voice came from behind. Suhan turned around and saw Long Bao standing in the shadows, with bruises on his face left from the afternoon's fight. Dragon Squad. Suhan nodded in greeting. Long Bao stepped closer, his expression complex. About this afternoon's matter, I admit defeat. He paused, but sniping is my strong suit. I won't lose this time. His tone lacked the usual arrogance, replaced with a hint of respect. Suhan smiled slightly. I look forward to your performance. Long Bao seemed to want to say something else, but was interrupted by the referee's whistle. Nighttime sniping competitors assemble. The 12 contestants quickly lined up. Suhan noticed that besides Long Bao, there were a few familiar faces, Ghost from the Snow Leopard, One-Eyed from the Wolf, and several skilled snipers from the Marine Corps. The referee cleared his throat. The night 1,000-meter sniping will be conducted in 2 rounds. The first round is fixed targets, and the second round is moving targets. Each round consists of 10 shots, scored by ring count. He pointed to the shooting range in the distance. Visibility is less than 50 meters. Wind speed is level 3, with intermittent crosswinds. The use of night vision equipment is allowed, but no additional lighting will be provided. After announcing the rules, the contestants began checking their equipment. Suhan leisurely adjusted his scope, his movements as skilled as if he were caressing a lover's hand. In the observation room, the leaders of various special forces had already taken their seats. The big screen displayed real-time thermal imaging footage of the shooting range. Old Wong, do you still have confidence this time? The Wolf Squad leader teased. Nighttime sniping is much harder than daytime events. Wang Yuanchao stared at Suhan's figure on the screen. Just wait and see. I bet Long Bao will win, suddenly spoke Lu Bo, the leader of the Divine Sword Squad, who had only missed 2 rings compared to Ghost last year. The Snow Leopard Squad leader stroked his beard proudly. Ghost is in better form this year. I bet on Suhan. Long Zhan interjected unexpectedly, wagering a month's worth of meals. Everyone exchanged glances. In the morning's fight, Long Zhan had won against the Divine Sword leader with this same bet. Old Long, you really think that kid is that good? Chun Shui frowned. Nighttime sniping is a completely different field. Long Zhan smiled without answering. Just pointed at the screen. It's starting. The referee announced loudly. Now let me explain the requirements for the first round. 1,000-meter static chest ring target, 10 shots. To be completed within 1 minute. After shooting, call for a report, set the gun down, stand up by yourself, and wait for the target pit to report the results. Are you all ready? Ready. The 12 elite snipers from various special teams responded loudly. The referee. Now I announce the 1,000-meter static chest ring target shooting competition begins. With the referee's command, The contestants lay down at their shooting positions, the gun barrels pointing into the dark distance. Bang! A few seconds later, Long Bao was the first to shoot, the bullet cutting through the night sky. On the big screen, the target at 1,000 meters vibrated slightly at the center. But the results wouldn't be reported until all shots were fired and the target pit referee reported back. Other contestants began shooting as well. However, Su-Han remained completely still. He lay there motionless, seemingly holding his breath. 10 seconds, 15 seconds passed, and he still hadn't pulled the trigger. What's wrong? Is he scared? Someone whispered. Probably can't see the target. One-eyed from the wolf murmured, his eyes never leaving the scope. Probably can't see the target. 1,000-meter nighttime shooting is no joke. A Marine Corps member responded quietly. On the Eagle Squad side, Zhou Mo nervously rubbed his hands. Why hasn't Su-Han fired yet? Don't worry. Monkey is on his tiptoes, looking around. He definitely has his own rhythm. Big Bear frowned. But this is too slow. Others have already fired 3 shots. Just as he finished speaking, Su-Han suddenly moved. His actions were incredibly fast, aiming and pulling the trigger in one fluid motion. The entire process taking less than a second. Bang! The first bullet whizzed out. Without any pause, Su-Han adjusted his position and pulled the trigger again. Bang! 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 The gunfire continued in rapid succession, with each shot spaced less than half a second apart, fast as if it were automatic fire. All 10 bullets were fired within 10 seconds, and Su-Han gently set down his gun and called out, "Report." The whole venue erupted in an uproar. What the hell is he doing? Random shooting? A Divine Sword team member exclaimed. How is that speed even possible to aim? Ghost from the Snow Leopard lifted his head from the scope for the first time, his face full of disbelief. Long Bao's hand trembled slightly, almost causing his 5th shot to go off target. He forced himself to concentrate, but his mind was filled with Su-Han's astonishing shooting speed. In the observation room, the leaders of various special forces stood up in unison. What kind of shooting method is this? The Wolf Squad leader's eyes widened. Wang Yuanchao stared at the big screen. Half a second per shot? 1,000-meter nighttime shooting? This is ridiculous. The Divine Sword leader Liu Bo slammed the table and stood up. At that speed, there's no time to aim. It must be random shooting. Long Zhan, however, stroked his chin and smiled. Don't forget how many impossibilities he has created today. On the shooting range, the referee was also stunned, taking a while to react. Hawk Su-Han, shooting completed. At this time, the fastest other contestants had only finished 5 shots. Long Bao forced himself to calm down and continued with the remaining shots, but his rhythm was obviously disrupted. 1 minute later, all contestants had finished shooting. The referee signaled for the target reporters to begin reporting results. Divine Sword Long Bao, 10 shots, 100 rings. Applause erupted in the venue, and Long Bao breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes remained fixed on Su-Han's direction. Snow Leopard Ghost, 10 shots, 100 rings. Wolf One-Eyed, 10 shots, 98 rings. Dragon Shark Sea Eagle, 10 shots, 96 rings. As each result was announced, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense. When the target reporter announced Su-Han's name, everyone held their breath. Hawk Su-Han, 10 shots, 100 rings. Boom! The venue instantly erupted. Impossible. A contestant jumped up. How could he possibly hit all 10 rings at that speed? The target must be faulty. Another person echoed. The referee's expression darkened. Anyone questioning the results can personally check the target paper. A few skeptical contestants really ran towards the target pit. When they returned with Su-Han's target paper, their faces changed. The 10 bullet holes were almost overlapping at the center of the target, forming a perfect circle. This accuracy is terrifying. On the Eagle Squad side, Zhou Mo and the others were so shocked they couldn't speak. Monkey pinched himself hard. I'm not dreaming, am I? Big Bear stared blankly at the target paper. 5 seconds, 10 shots, all 10 rings. Is he even human? In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao was so excited his face turned red. Did you see that? This is our Hawk's capability, at least for now. The other squad leaders exchanged glances. Even the most critical Divine Sword leader Liu Bo had no words. Long Zhan laughed heartily. What did I say? This kid always creates miracles. On the shooting range, Long Bao walked up to Su-Han, his gaze complex. How did you do it? Suhan gently wiped the barrel. Intuition. Intuition? Long Bao frowned. What do you mean? Simply aiming, combined with long-accumulated sniping experience and intuition. Suhan pointed to his eyes. The moment the target appears in my sight, it's already hit. Long Bao gasped. This was clearly the legendary intuitive shooting, an advanced sniping technique that only existed in theory. He had thought it was just a legend, but unexpectedly witnessed it today. However, everyone scored 10 rings, and there was still moving shooting to come. They hadn't lost yet. Prepare for the second round. The referee's voice interrupted everyone's discussion. The moving target shooting rules were the same as the first round, with targets randomly appearing in any position within a 20-meter range and moving, with each appearance lasting no more than 3 seconds. The difficulty of this event was several times higher than that of fixed targets. The positions and times of the targets were completely random. Snipers must complete positioning, aiming, and shooting in an extremely short time. The competitors lay back in their shooting positions, and the atmosphere was even tenser than in the first round. The moving target appeared within a range of 20 meters, and the distance between each shooting position was also over 20 meters. To prevent competitors from misjudging, the area beyond the targets was marked with red flags. Start. With a command from the referee, a faint light lit up in the distance at the target area. The moving target shooting began, and the entire shooting range fell into tense silence. A faint red that would randomly light up every 5 seconds in the distance, indicating the position of the moving target. Each target would only stay for 3 seconds, and competitors had to complete aiming and shooting in an extremely short time. Bang! Long Leopard fired first, his scope flickering with a faint light in the darkness. As last year's runner-up, his movements were clean and swift, taking about 2 seconds from spotting the target to pulling the trigger. Bang! Another shot from Snow Leopard's Ghost. The champion from last year was equally steady, with the shooting interval stable at around 2 seconds. Other competitors also began to fire one after another, but their speed and accuracy were clearly not on par with these two top snipers. Some even missed their targets due to nerves and angrily pounded the ground. Just then, Suan Mobith. His action was incredibly fast. The gunfire rang out almost the moment the target appeared. Bang! The first bullet whistled out, taking less than 1 second for the entire process. Before anyone could react, the second target lit up, and Suhan's gunfire almost coincided with the light. Bang! Then came the third, fourth. What the hell? Did he shoot before the target appeared? The one-eyed wolf couldn't help but look up, his face full of disbelief. No, he just reacted astonishingly fast. Long Leopard gritted his teeth in response, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He forced himself to focus on his shooting, but Suhan's astonishing speed had already disrupted everyone's rhythm. In the observation room, the leaders of various special forces stood up, staring intently at the live footage on the big screen. This is impossible. Captain Lu Bo of the Divine Sword team slammed the table. No one can complete precise aiming in such a short time. Wang Yuanchao's eyes lit up, but he did it. Look at the target feedback. On the big screen, each time a target lit up, it would almost immediately shake, showing that Suhan's bullets indeed hit the target. 8 seconds. Captain of the Snow Leopard team stared at the timer, his voice trembling. The average shooting interval was only 8 seconds, more than twice as fast as the others. And all hits. This kid is simply born for sniping. On the shooting range, members of the Eagle team were already dumbfounded. Does he not even need to aim? Monkey asked stammeringly. Zhou Mo was staring intently at Suhan's movements. It's not that he doesn't aim. It's just that his aiming speed is so fast we can't see it. Big Bear rubbed his eyes. I've been a soldier for 10 years, and I've never seen a sniper like this. 10 bullets were quickly fired, and Suhan gently set down his gun, calling out a report. His speed was more than twice that of the other competitors. While others were still firing their 6th and 7th shots, he had already completed all his shooting. The judges exchanged glances. This situation had never occurred in previous competitions. All competitors had completed their shooting, and now it was time to report the targets. The chief referee announced loudly. The scene instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath waiting for the results. Divine Sword Long Leopard, 10 shots, 97 rings. Applause broke out. This score was already quite impressive. However, Long Leopard showed no joy, his eyes fixed on Suhan. Snow Leopard Ghost, 10 shots, 95 rings. One-eyed wolf, 10 shots, 93 rings. Dragon shark sea eagle, 10 shots, 92 rings. As each score was announced, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. When the target reporter read out Su-han's name, the air seemed to freeze. Falcon Su-han, 10 shots, 100 rings. Boom! The scene erupted in excitement. This precision. A Marine's voice trembled. It was almost like a machine shooting. Even more shocking was that the judges confirmed after checking Su-han's shooting position that his firearm had no modifications, and the scope was standard equipment. Long Leopard walked up to Su-han, stood at attention, saluted. I lost, I admit it willingly. On the shooting range, the referee announced loudly, Night Sniper Competition final results. First place, Falcon Su-han. Second place, Divine Sword Long Leopard. Third place, Snow Leopard Ghost. Chapter 22. Crushing the entire army. First place in all 8 subjects. The finals began. The night was deep, but the dormitory of the Hellfire Base was brightly lit. The 5 members of the Eagle team sat around Su-han's bed, their eyes mixed with awe and curiosity. Monkey diligently handed Su-han a cup of hot tea, while Zhou was carefully wiping Su-han's sniper rifle with a towel, his movements gentle as if he was handling a treasure. Suan, about tomorrow's special driving and demolition subjects. Zhou hesitated, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the number on the gun barrel. Su-han took the teacup, the steam making his expression particularly calm. Just average. Here we go again. Monkey exaggeratedly clutched his chest. Today, when you say average, I should know something is going to happen. Big Bear scratched his head, his honest face filled with confusion. But disassembling and assembling rifles for shooting is real skill. That stuff can't be done just with talent. Shut up. Zhou and Monkey chimed in together, startling Big Bear into a shiver. Footsteps were heard outside the dormitory. Lin, who leaned against the doorframe, holding 2 bottles of energy drinks. I heard someone broke a record again. Su-han took the drink, the corner of his mouth lifting. What? Is the Marine Corps here to spy on military secrets? Spare me. Lin, who waved his hand. I'm here to tell you that for tomorrow's rifle subject, the Divine Sword has sent gunsmith Zhang Chao. Zhou's face changed drastically at this. That freak who has won the disassembly shooting championship for 3 consecutive years? Exactly. Lin, who looked at this meaningfully. His fastest record is 1 minute 28 seconds to complete disassembly plus 30 rounds of precise shooting. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. Everyone present understood what this number meant. It was almost the limit of human capability. Su-han twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. Oh, this is your reaction? Lin, whose eyes widened. What else should I do? Su-han chuckled. Do you want to kneel down and thank you for your intel? Lin, who was speechless, turning to leave. Fine. Tomorrow I'll see how you die. At 7 in the morning, the shooting range was already crowded. Unlike yesterday, today, more technically skilled special forces gathered on the sidelines. They were discussing in small groups, occasionally glancing at Su-han. Did you hear? Gunsmith Zhang Chao practiced until 3 a.m. last night. It seems the Divine Sword is determined to regain their honor in this subject. That Su-han, no matter how strong, can't possibly win against Zhang Chao in a professional field, right? In the center of the field, the judges were setting up the competition equipment. On 20 long tables, hundreds of gun parts were haphazardly piled up, from pistol slides to machine gun barrels. In the distance, a humanoid target was swaying left and right under mechanical control at 400 meters. The rules will be emphasized once more. The chief referee announced loudly. Find the correct rifle parts and complete assembly within 2 minutes. Then conduct 30 rounds of live fire shooting. If the number of hits is the same, the one with the shorter time wins. No interfering with each other. In the observation room, the leaders of various special forces had already taken their seats. The big screen was displaying multi-angle footage of the competition venue in real time. Old Wang, what was your Eagle team's best score in this subject in previous years? The one-eyed wolf team leader asked deliberately. Wang Yuanchao's face looked grim. Last year it was 8th. However, this time it's Su-han competing, not our Eagle team's competitor from last year. Ha 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 ha. The Snow Leopard team leader laughed loudly. Our Ghost team was 3rd last year. Captain Lu Bo of the Divine Sword team proudly said, Zhang Chao's fastest record has yet to be broken. Give me a break. In the front, Long Leopard was on stage. You guys can brag all you want. In the end, weren't you also crushed by Suhan? Captain Shunjian, everyone get in position. 20 contestants stood in front of the long table, their expressions serious. Zhang Chao deliberately chose a position farthest from Suhan. Beneath his confident exterior lay an uncontainable tension and worry. Start. The starting gun fired, and Zhang Chao immediately got into the zone. His hands searched through the pile of parts like a butterfly flitting through flowers, and within 5 seconds he had locked onto the first key component. Too fast. Someone exclaimed from the sidelines. Is this the power of a gunsmith? However, a louder gasp suddenly erupted from the other side. Everyone turned their heads to see that the pile of parts in front of Suhan was already half organized, not in disarray, but meticulously sorted and arranged. What is he doing? Organizing? A Marine stared wide-eyed. Isn't that wasting time? But in the next second, everyone shut their mouths. Suhan's Khan suddenly accelerated, and the categorized parts began to magically assemble themselves. The barrel, bolt, recoil spring, each component fell precisely into place. 15 seconds. The referee exclaimed. Falcon Suhan has completed the assembly. The audience erupted in an uproar. Zhang Chao's hand trembled, causing the firing pin he had just found to drop back into the pile. Suhan ignored the commotion around him, calmly loading a live ammunition magazine and aiming. The humanoid target 400 meters away was swaying in an irregular trajectory, and the anemometer indicated a crosswind of level 4. Bang! The first bullet whistled out. The subsequent shots were as precise as a machine. Suhan's breathing was steady, and the rhythm of his trigger pull was terrifyingly stable. One shot every half second. 28, 29, 30. Completed. The timer's voice was trembling. Total time, 30 seconds flat. The venue fell into dead silence. The other contestants hadn't even finished assembling, while Suhan had already fired all 30 rounds. Zhang Chao's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He forced himself to continue competing, but his mind was filled with the incredible number 30 seconds. Impossible. Even if he assembled and shot quickly, in the end, it still came down to the hit count. As long as my hit count is higher than his, I can win. Zhang Chao quickly adjusted his stance and began to aim and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the sound of gunfire erupted in the venue. When the last contestant finished shooting, everyone held their breath, waiting for the already known results. Falcon Suhan, 30 hits. Time, 30 seconds. Sword God Zhang Chao, 30 hits. Time, 1 minute, 25 seconds. Snow Leopard Ghost, 29 hits. Time, 1 minute, 48 seconds. The results were announced, and the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Zhang Chao walked up to Suhan and directly saluted. Can you tell me your secret? Suhan gently wiped the newly assembled rifle. There's no secret, just familiarity with them. Familiarity? Zhang Chao forced a smile. I've studied firearms for 10 years and have never seen such speed. In the observation room, Wang Yuan Zhao was flushed with excitement. The other captains exchanged glances. Even the most critical sword god captain had nothing to say. This kid, the Wolf Brigade captain murmured, what is his background? How could a first-year soldier excel in so many disciplines? Incredible. On site. 30 seconds. Zhou Mo repeated this number over and over. It simply defies ergonomics. The monkey suddenly dropped to one knee. Master, please take me as your apprentice. Suhan was amused. Get up, stop messing around. Big Bear scratched his head and asked earnestly, what about the demolition and special driving subjects? You wouldn't be just average at those two, would you? In the Army, we've seen your special driving skills. They were indeed impressive, but what about demolition? Suhan smiled mysteriously. Guess? I can't take it anymore. The monkey cried out, covering his ears. Every time you say, just average, it ends up being a crushing victory. Zhou Mo suddenly became serious. Suhan, how much strength are you really hiding? Suhan smiled and said nothing. The special driving area was filled with dust. 12 military off-road vehicles lined up neatly. Suhan stood in front of vehicle number 3, gently running his fingers over the steering wheel. This modified warrior off-road vehicle hid a powerful engine with 400 horsepower under its hood, yet he caressed it tenderly. Suhan, have you driven this kind of vehicle before? Zhou Mo stood beside him, his tone lacking the usual skepticism, filled with genuine concern. I've driven similar ones. Suhan didn't look up, continuing to check the braking system. The monkey leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I heard that the sword god dispatched the driving god Zhao Wuji this time. That guy left the second place a whole lap behind in last year's special driving subject. Big Bear scratched his head innocently. Suhan, what if we? What if we what? Suhan finally looked up, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Admit defeat? No. Big Bear quickly waved his hands. I meant to act within our means. After all, driving can be dangerous, and we still expect you to support us in the finals. Haha. Zhou Mo and the others also looked at Suhan, clearly worried that he might get hurt. After all, with Suhan's addition this year, their Falcon team might have a chance to break into the top 3 in history. But Suhan said, "Don't worry, it's just driving a car. If you can get hurt from that, we might as well go home and raise pigs." Everyone in the observation room, the leaders of various special forces had already taken their seats. The big screen displayed a panoramic view of the special driving area, a complex 5-kilometer track containing over 20 difficult obstacles, including steep slopes, mud pits, and water crossings. Old Wang, what was your Falcon team's best result in this subject in previous years? The Wolf Brigade captain intentionally elongated his tone. Wang Yuanzhao snorted. Last year, 7th. He paused and added, but this year is different. What is different? The Snow Leopard Brigade captain laughed. Could it be that Suhan is also skilled at driving? The sword god captain Lu Bo couldn't help but say, Zhao Wuji's fastest record has yet to be broken. I really don't believe that this Suhan can create a miracle again. Long Zhan sat in the corner, smiling silently. Since witnessing Suhan's performance in multiple subjects, he had learned to keep quiet and wait for surprises. Everyone, take your positions. The referee's whistle sounded. Suhan and Zhao Wuji were in the same group. The roar of engines rising and falling. Start. The starting gun fired, and Zhao Wuji's off-road vehicle shot out like an arrow. His start was perfect, keeping the RPM in the optimal range, and the timing of the gear shifts was precise to the millisecond. Truly the driving god, someone exclaimed from the sidelines. However, an even bigger gas followed, as Suhan's vehicle was actually neck and neck with Zhao Wuji. The two cars raced down the track like two green lightning bolts. At the first turn, Zhao Wuji executed his signature drift, the tires screeching against the ground. Beautiful! The Sword God team cheered in unison. But the cheers abruptly stopped, as Suhan's method of taking the turn was even more astonishing. He didn't slow down. Instead, at the moment of entry, he slammed the accelerator, completing an almost impossible drift into the turn by shifting the vehicle's center of gravity. How precise does the throttle control need to be? A Marine gaped. Even more shocking was that Suhan's speed exiting the turn was nearly 10 kilometers per hour faster than Zhao Wuji. Damn! Zhao Wuji saw the approaching vehicle in his rearview mirror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and floored the gas. But Suhan's car had already matched his speed. The two cars raced up the steep slope side by side, and amidst the flying dust, Suhan suddenly made a breathtaking move. He sharply turned the steering wheel, letting the right wheels ride along the edge of the slope's protrusion, completing an overtaking maneuver at nearly a 45-degree angle. God, he is going to flip the car. Someone screamed. But Suhan's vehicle landed steadily, leaving Zhao Wuji behind. The rest of the race turned into a one-sided performance. Suhan demonstrated jaw-dropping skills at every obstacle point. In the muddy area, he used continuous braking and subtle steering adjustments, making the vehicle slither like a snake without getting stuck. In the water crossing area, he calculated the entry angle perfectly, creating a beautiful arc of splashes. In a winding path, he even executed a pendulum-style turn, swaying the car left and right like a dance. When Suhan crossed the finish line, the timer on the big screen froze at 6 minutes and 28 seconds. A full 1 minute and 12 seconds faster than Zhao Wuji's previous record. A new military record. The referee's voice trembled with shock. In the observation room, Wang Yuanzhao was so excited that his face turned red. The other team leaders exchanged glances. At that moment, the captain of the Divine Sword team looked especially grim. Every time he thought the Divine Sword could not lose, he was slapped in the face. Was Suhan specifically targeting them, the Divine Sword? At 2 p.m., at the demolition training ground, 20 competitors stood outside the safety line, facing various explosives and bomb disposal tools. The rules for this subject were simple. Complete 3 high-difficulty demolition tasks in the shortest time possible. Directed demolition of a concrete wall, requiring only the designated area to be destroyed. Disassembling a complex device, and creating a timed bomb to accurately destroy a target 50 meters away. It was said that the Wild Wolves demolition expert, wryly, had taken first place for 3 consecutive years. I heard that wryly has been winning first place for 3 years, a monkey murmured. Mo nodded. His father is a demolition engineer in the military industry. It's in his blood. Deshion looked at Su-Han with concern. This subject is too specialized. What do you mean? Su-Han gave him a half smile. Deshion quickly waved his hands. Nothing. You can definitely do it. Damn. Every time they doubted him, it ended with Su-Han slapping them in the face. They worried Su-Han would get hurt in special driving, but who knew he drove to the finish without a scratch, breaking the military record. With the referee's command, the competition began. wryly's movements were swift and precise. He quickly calculated the explosive equivalent and skillfully crafted the demolition device. The other contestants were equally busy, the scene bustling with activity. However, Su-Han stood still, merely scanning the equipment in front of him. Why isn't he starting? Someone wondered from the sidelines. Could it be he doesn't know how? One Wild Wolf team member said excitedly. So, does this mean we, the Wild Wolves, could take first place? But the next second, everyone fell silent as Su-Han suddenly moved. His hands seemed to have a mind of their own, operating at a dazzling speed when making the demolition device. He didn't even need measuring tools. He grabbed the exact dosage effortlessly. During disassembly, his movements were so fast they seemed to leave afterimages. And various tools came to life in his hands. While setting the time device, he didn't even look at the clock, relying solely on instinct to set the detonation time to the millisecond. Done. Su-Han raised his hand. The referee stood dumbfounded. It's only been 2 minutes and 18 seconds. wryly's hand trembled, and the wire he had just connected fell to the ground. He looked up towards Su-Han, disbelief filling his eyes. After all contestants completed the competition, the judging panel announced the results. Falcon Su-Han, all 3 tasks completed perfectly. Time, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Wild Wolf wryly, 3 tasks completed. Time, 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Snow Leopard Wang Gang, 2 tasks completed. Time, 5 minutes and 12 seconds. wryly walked up to Su-Han, his voice trembling. How did you do that? Those doses can't possibly be estimated by feel. Su-Han smiled. Practice makes perfect. In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao was so excited he couldn't speak. The other team leaders looked at him with eyes that had shifted from mockery to outright jealousy. The Wild Wolf captain, Old Wang, struggled to speak. Let's have this soldier. In your dreams. Wang Yuanchao finally regained his voice. Su-Han is our Falcon's treasure, but he only borrowed your spot. The Snow Leopard captain weakly added. Wang Yuanchao was momentarily speechless, then became furious. But we discovered him first. The remaining 2 demolition subjects posed no difficulty for Su-Han. After the demolition, there was the combat finals. Having already defeated the Dragon Leopard, the remaining combatants posed no pressure. Thus, after 2 days of competition, Su-Han took first place in all 8 subjects. Aside from combat, he broke the military record in the other 7 subjects. However, at this moment, Wang Yuanchao still felt uneasy. Although Su-Han had taken first place in 8 events, and Falcon scored first overall, they were only 8 points ahead of second-place Divine Sword. While Divine Sword may not have as many firsts as Falcon, they had more seconds and thirds. The other Falcon members only managed 1 first, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds. 8 points weren't many nor few. In the finals, based on Divine Sword's overall strength, they could easily close the gap. In the conference room of the Purgatory base, the lights highlighted Wang Yuanchao's grim expression. All Falcon team members sat upright, not daring to breathe. The score sheet projected on the screen felt like a slap in the face for everyone. 8 subjects first, 7 records broken. Wang Yuanchao slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump 3 inches high. But our total score is only 8 points ahead of Divine Sword. Do you know what this means? Mo swallowed hard. It means they can easily overtake us in the finals. Exactly. Wang Yuanchao pointed at the projection screen. That bunch of wolves from Divine Sword is always ruthless in the finals. Last year, they raked in 45 points during that segment. The conference room fell silent. De Xiong unconsciously touched an old injury on his ribs. He had broken 2 ribs last year because of Divine Sword. Wang Yuanchao's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Su Han as his tone softened. Comrade Su Han, 8 firsts. You've made history for Falcon. Su Han sat calmly. But Wang Yuanchao's tone changed. Tomorrow's combat finals are our weak point and Divine Sword strength. The rules are 1 point for each kill, with additional points for the top 3. Although the contestants are all mixed up at the beginning, you need to find opportunities to regroup. If I'm correct, Divine Sword will definitely avoid Su Han and try to take out your other members first. This way, aside from Su Han earning points for Falcon, your other members won't score at all. But relying solely on Su Han, it will be tough for us to outscore Divine Sword. Only if you regroup can you earn more points, making it easier for Su Han. Zhou Mo and the others nodded in agreement with this tactical plan. Wang Yuanchao looked at Su Han. Su Han, it's your first year in the army. I don't know how you acquire these special combat skills, but this combat may be your first time and you might lack experience. This battle is different from individual subject competitions. Do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Su Han paused slightly, then shook his head. I have no thoughts. If there is, it's just one word, fight. The others. Wang Yuanchao. Su Han looked at Zhou Mo and the others. You don't need to come find me. You can regroup on your own. I prefer to fight alone. Don't worry, I will definitely survive until the end. Wang Yuanchao looked deeply at Su Han and nodded seriously. Good. I trust you. As he spoke, he stepped forward and firmly shook Su Han's hand. The honor of Falcon relies on you. At the same time, the lights in the Divine Sword dormitory were bright. Divine Sword Captain Liu Bo said solemnly, we must try to avoid encountering Su Han in the early stages. First, hunt the other Falcon members, preventing them from earning points for Falcon. Remember, if you encounter Su Han, flee. You all have seen his strength. He must never be confronted alone. First, find an opportunity to take out the other members of the Falcon. Then you can regroup and find a way to eliminate Su Han. Only then do we have a chance to win against the Falcon in points and take the championship. Long Bao slammed the tactical board, making a loud noise. It's only an 8-point gap. Tomorrow, I want the Falcon members to be carried out one by one. The team members were filled with killing intent. Zhang Chao adjusted his glasses. Leave Su Han to me in the end. I can predict his sniping points. No, Long Bao sneered. Su Han is mine. You're responsible for dealing with the others. I don't believe he can be this powerful in a battlefield confrontation. Liu Bo said solemnly. Remember, the championship must belong to the Divine Sword. We absolutely cannot lose. Yes. A day later, at 5:30 in the morning, all participating members gathered in the large square outside. Behind them were a dozen armed helicopters. The referee announced loudly, now, let us go over the rules of the competition. There are a total of 12 zones, and each team can only have one person in a zone. All teams will be dispersed, and a draw will determine which zone and position you will be in. There are 12 armed helicopters at the back, after drawing lots here. Give the drawn lot to the referee, who will directly take you to the helicopter and send you to the competition area. As the referee spoke, he took out a smart electronic watch. Each contestant must carry a positioning watch. The competition lasts 3 days, and every day at midnight, the map will randomly refresh. Each time it refreshes, the map's diameter will significantly shrink. The requirement is that after the map refreshes, all contestants must reach the designated confrontation area within 2 hours. If you exceed the time, you will be directly eliminated. Before entering, no one is allowed to carry any weapons or equipment. After entering the competition area, armed helicopters will drop equipment for you. In each of the 12 zones, 8 equipment packages will be dropped. Once the equipment lands, red smoke will rise. After a pause, the referee smiled and said, you have all played military games, so you should know how this works. I want to elaborate. Whether you can successfully obtain the equipment depends on your luck. Is everyone ready? Always ready. The 84 Special Forces soldiers responded loudly. Good. Now let's start drawing lots. Early morning at 5 o'clock, on the helipad of the Purgatory base, 84 Special Forces soldiers stood in neat rows. In the morning mist, the rotors of 12 armed helicopters slowly turned, emitting a low hum. Suhan stood in the line, scanning the unfamiliar faces around him. According to the rules, all participating members were dispersed, with 7 people assigned to each zone from different teams. He subconsciously touched the smart positioning watch on his wrist. This was their only equipment. The drawing began. The main referee's voice pierced through the morning mist. Remember, communication is prohibited. After the draw, board the helicopter immediately. The team began to move forward in an orderly manner. Suhan noticed Zhou Mo's worried gaze not far away. He subtly nodded in acknowledgement. In front of the drawing box, Suhan reached in and pulled out a metal tag. Zone 11. Falcon Suhan, Zone 11. After the referee recorded it, he pointed to the right side, helicopter number 3. Suhan strode toward the designated helicopter, and behind him came suppressed discussions. It's Suhan. Which zone did he draw? I don't know, but I hope it's not the same zone as me. God bless. Please don't let me encounter that monster. Inside helicopter number 3, 5 Special Forces soldiers were already seated. When Suhan's figure appeared at the cabin door, the air instantly froze. Damn it! A Wild Wolf team member cursed in a low voice. The Snow Leopard's ghost instinctively clenched his fists. Zhao Wujia from the Divine Sword turned pale instantly. Suhan calmly walked to the only empty seat and felt the vigilant gazes around him. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes to rest. The last member to board was a Marine Corps member from the Sea Eagles. He clearly froze when he saw Suhan, then shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like my luck isn't too good. Close the cabin door. Prepare for takeoff. The pilot's voice came from the front. As the engine roared louder, the helicopter slowly ascended. Through the porthole, Suhan saw other helicopters taking off one after another, heading in different directions. Everyone, I am a flight supervisor for this mission. A referee turned around. Zone 11 is located in the northeast corner of the competition area, primarily consisting of mountains and forests, with a river running through it. You will arrive at the drop-off point in 5 minutes. Each person will be spaced 1 kilometer apart. He raised a timer. Remember the rules. Landing means the competition has begun. Every midnight, the map will shrink, and you must enter the safe zone within 2 hours. Those who are killed should stay where they are and are prohibited from speaking with any contestants. The helicopter began to lower its altitude, and the referee checked each person's equipment one last time. Good luck to you all. The cabin doors slowly opened, and a chilling mountain wind rushed into the cabin. Below was a dense forest. Prepare for descent, the referee shouted. Suhan was the third to slide down. The rope slid rapidly through his hands, and he lightly landed in a thicket, quickly unhooking himself. The helicopter above roared away, and the forest returned to silence. At the observation center of the Purgatory Base, the captains of 12 Special Forces sat in a circle in front of a huge electronic sand table. Old Wang, your Falcon has finally shown its strength this time. The captain of the Wild Wolf team said sourly. Suhan ranked first in 8 subjects, and others also had a first. It's the first time in the history of the military competition. Wang Yuanchao suppressed a smile. It was just luck. Umph. The captain of the Divine Sword, Liu Bo, sneered. What uses it to be strong in individual subjects? The confrontation competition is the real deal. The captain of the Snow Leopard nodded in agreement. Exactly. No matter how powerful Suhan is, he is still a rookie. His combat experience must be lacking. You are just jealous, Wang Yuanchao retorted. Suhan's strength is evident. Silence. The chief referee knocked on the table. The competition has started. Let's watch the big screen. On the electronic sand table, the light points of the 12 zones began to flicker. Each red dot represents a contestant, labeled with their respective teams. Zone 11 has a highlight. The captain of the Wild Wolf team suddenly pointed to the screen. Suhan and Zhao Wujia of the Divine Sword were less than 800 meters apart. Everyone's eyes focused intently. Liu Bo smugly stroked his beard. Zhao Wujia is a tactical expert from the Divine Sword, and he has never missed in the confrontation competition. Suhan is in danger. The captain of the Snow Leopard shook his head. Zhao Wujia is best at using terrain to set traps. Wang Yuanchao clenched his fist tightly, staring at the screen. He knew these old foxes were right. The confrontation competition is completely different from individual subjects and requires rich combat experience. And Su-han is just a rookie who has been in the army for less than a year. In a dense forest, Su-han leaned against a pine tree, closing his eyes to listen. The sound of the helicopter engines gradually faded away, replaced by the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. He slowly opened his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. The airdrop is coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of propellers buzzing came from the distance. 3 transport planes flew into the competition area from different directions, their doors wide open. It has begun, someone shouted at the observation center. On the big screen, red markers appeared simultaneously in the 12 zones, indicating the locations of the airdrops. Soon, the electronic sand table flickered with 48 airdrop light points, 4 in each zone. Each zone has 7 people, but only 4 airdrops. This means that at least 3 people will not get an airdrop. It all comes down to luck, hoping to be near a randomly dropped airdrop. The chief referee adjusted the image, focusing on Zone 11. Zhao Wujia had good luck, only 200 meters away from the airdrop. The captain of the Divine Sword, Lu Bo, began to smile proudly. However, Su-han was 800 meters away, but the closest airdrop to him was still near Zhao Wujia. Now, that is going to be interesting. Wang Yuanchao stared at the screen. The airdrop hasn't landed yet. It's uncertain who will claim it. In a mountain forest, Su-han listened attentively to the distant buzzing of the helicopter. He estimated the distance. The nearest airdrop was at least 800 meters away. Interesting. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he suddenly changed direction and raced toward the high ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji had already dashed to the airdrop point in the valley. He deftly opened the equipment box, his eyes lighting up, a Type 95 rifle for magazines, and smoke grenades, fully armed. After quickly equipping himself, Zhao Wuji did not leave, but instead smiled sinisterly. Waiting for the rabbit to come to the stump is the best strategy. He skillfully set traps next to the airdrop box, burying tripwires, while he concealed himself in the rock crevice 30 meters away, his gun aimed directly at the airdrop. In the observation center, Lu Bo clapped his thighs and laughed loudly. Beautiful. This is the tactical style of the Divine Sword. Wang Yuanchao's face turned serious. Su-han is still rushing over there. On the high ground, Su-han suddenly stopped, carefully observing the direction of the valley. It was too quiet. He squinted. There was actually no one contesting the airdrop. As the camera swept over the rock crevice, a faint reflection caught his attention. The corner of Su-han's mouth curled up. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Su-han then circled down to the stream's lower reaches, silently slipping into the water. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Zhao Wuji in the rock crevice felt a bit anxious. Chapter 24, Suanestriques. A tactical evasion that shocks the entire audience. On the large screen in the observation center, the image of District 11 was enlarged to full screen. It's over. Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up. Su-han was unarmed against the fully armed Zhao Wuji. The Wild Wolf team leader chuckled. Old Wang. It seems your Falcon's dark horse is about to be eliminated right from the start. Zhao Wuji is the ace shooter of the Divine Sword. The Snow Leopard team leader shook his head and sighed. At such a close distance, Su-han wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. Wang Yuanchao snorted. It's just that Zhao Wuji is a bit closer to the airdrop. Lucky at best. If Su-han had a gun, 10 Zhao Wujis wouldn't be his match. The Divine Sword team leader Lu Bo said. Luck is also a part of strength. Zhao Wuji, take him down. Wang Yuanchao stared intently at the screen, cold sweat oozing from his palms. He knew these old foxes were right. In competitive matches, the difference in equipment often decides life and death. On the electronic sand table, the red representing Su-han was quickly closing in on Zhao Wuji. 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters. He was running towards Zhao Wuji. The Marine Corps' Long Zhan suddenly frowned. This doesn't make sense. Is he panicking? Lu Bo laughed heartily, guessing he saw the direction of the airdrop falling and wanted to take a chance. Wang Yuanchao's heart sank. He knew Zhao Wuji's style too well. That cunning old soldier would never miss such an opportunity. When Su-han was just a few dozen meters away from the airdrop, and over 100 meters from Zhao Wuji finally spotted Su-han. Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Through the scope, the figure emerging from the bushes made his blood boil. The falcon insignia on the camouflage uniform was particularly glaring in the sunlight, and that young face was all too familiar to him. Suan. Zhao Wuji's breathing became heavy, his index finger trembling as it rested on the trigger. The heavens have opened their eyes. I actually encountered you first. What made him even more ecstatic was that Su Han was completely unarmed. No rifle, no tactical vest, not even a knife. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji was almost laughing out loud. What does it matter that he ranked first in 8 subjects? Right now, he was just a living target, but he still didn't dare to shoot. The jungle was dense, and there were too many obstacles. If it were an open area, he would dare to shoot from over 100 meters, even several hundred meters, and hit without fail. But this was the woods. Even at a distance of a few dozen meters, it was hard to spot the target. Just now, he had only caught a glimpse of Su Han's figure moving. At this moment, shooting would give him less than a 5% hit rate. He had to wait until Su Han got a bit closer with more assurance. Before he dared to pull the trigger, he knew Su Han's strength too well. In close combat, he absolutely was not Su Han's match. Therefore, under the current circumstances of equipment disparity, he had to ensure he could take Su Han down with one shot. As long as he took down Su Han, the 8-point gap between the Divine Sword and the Falcon could easily be closed. First place still belonged to the Divine Sword. In the mountains, Su Han's footsteps suddenly paused. A prickling sense of danger shot up his spine. This was the battlefield instinct honed through countless life and death struggles in his past life. There was an ambush. He squinted, scanning the seemingly calm valley ahead. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, and the birdsong had mysteriously disappeared. The airdrop box lay lonely on the riverbank, and the movement of the surrounding bushes seemed a bit too deliberate. The corner of Su Han's mouth lifted. Waiting for the rabbit? Interesting. He deliberately stepped on a branch, producing a crisp crack, and then swaggered toward the airdrop box. Hooked. Zhao Wuji's index finger slowly tightened. The crosshair in the scope was steadily locked onto Su Han's chest. As long as he pulled the trigger, the bullet would hit Su Han's upper body training uniform, triggering the elimination sensor on him, releasing the white smoke of elimination. But if it hit the lower body, at least 2 shots were needed to trigger it. Closer, closer. Zhao Wuji held his breath, watching Su Han step by step enter the optimal shooting range. 130 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. Now's the time. Bang. The gunshot shattered the silence of the mountains. In the observation center, everyone held their breath. He hit. Lubo stood up excitedly, but the next second, his smile froze on his face. On the big screen, at the moment the gun fired, Su Han suddenly rolled to the side, the bullet grazing his camouflage uniform and hitting the tree trunk behind him. How is this possible? The Snow Leopard team leader's eyes widened. Did he predict the shot? Wang Yuanchao's heart raced. Good kid. Damn. Zhao Wuji cursed, quickly adjusting his aim. He was confident his ambush was flawless. How could Su Han possibly detect it in advance? Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots, bullets sealing off Su Han's retreat in a triangular formation. But then an even more shocking scene unfolded. Su Han's body twisted and moved like a ghost, every movement precisely positioned in the gaps of the bullet trajectories. The first shot, he leaned back, the bullet whisking past his nose. The second shot, he rolled sideways, the bullet grazing under his armpit. The third shot, he jumped into the air, the bullet exploding the dirt beneath his feet. Impossible. Zhao Wuji's roar echoed through the mountains, and he frantically pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured out of the magazine, but Su Han seemed to predict the trajectory of the bullets, weaving effortlessly through the hail of gunfire. Rolling, leaping, running in a serpentine pattern. Every tactical evasion was executed with precision, as if calculated by a computer. The observation center was silent. All the team leaders gaped, staring at the figure dancing in the hail of bullets on the big screen. Is this kid reincarnated from a monkey? How can he jump so well? The Wild Wolf team leader's voice trembled. Long Zhan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Perfect battlefield instinct. Every evasion was accurate to the centimeter. 7 shots. Zhao Wuji fired 7 shots without hitting. The Snow Leopard team leader exclaimed. Wang Yuanchao's fists turned white, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had never seen such stunning tactical evasion. How did this new recruit learn all these tactical movements that could only be honed through countless real battles? In the mountains, cold sweat dripped from Zhao Wuji's forehead, and Su Han was closing in within 50 meters. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, aiming for Su Han's legs. At this distance, hitting a moving target was his specialty. Bang! The bullet whistled out. Yet Su Han seemed to anticipate it, making a strange maneuver. The bullet almost grazed the outside of his thigh, but did not hit his pants. Zhao Wuji's hands began to shake. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. What terrified him even more was Su Han's gaze. It was not the look of a new recruit, but that of a beast locking onto its prey. Bang! The ninth bullet was fired, and Su Han lunged forward and rolled, the bullet exploding into its chips on the tree trunk behind him. Zhao Wuji's breathing was erratic, and the crosshairs in his scope were shaking uncontrollably. Calm down, calm down. He forced himself to hold his breath and pulled the trigger. Click! The sound of an empty chamber was like a death knell. No! Zhao Wuji looked in despair as Su Han leaped up from 10 meters away, like a green lightning bolt rushing towards him. The observation center erupted in chaos. All 10 shots missed. Zhao Wuji didn't hit anything with all 10 bullets. The captain of the Wild Wolf team slammed the table. Long Zhan was so excited that his face turned red. Textbook-level tactical evasion. This is enough to be included in the military's teaching materials. Lu Bo's face turned ashen. What is Zhao Wuji doing at such a close distance? It's not Zhao Wuji's fault. Long Zhan's voice trembled with excitement. Su Han is just too strong. On the big screen, Su Han had already pounced in front of the rock crevice where Zhao Wuji was hiding. It was around 12 o'clock at night, and there were still 2 chapters left. Chapter 25, Dual Line Operations. Rifle sniping shocked the entire audience. As Zhao Wuji's handgun was drawn halfway, Su Han's pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! The instant the gunshot rang out, Su Han's body had already reacted. His right shoulder dropped, and he rolled to the left as if being pulled by an invisible rope. The bullet whizzed past his camouflage uniform, exploding some wood chips on the trunk behind him. How is that possible? Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, and his fingers instinctively pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Bang! 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 3 bullets formed a triangular blockade, cutting off all of Su Han's escape routes. But what terrified Zhao Wuji even more was that Su Han's body seemed to predict the trajectory of the bullets. He dodged the first bullet with a backward bridge. The second bullet grazed past the dust he kicked up while rolling. The third bullet was thrown behind him with an unusual serpentine movement. Damn it! Zhao Wuji cursed as he retreated, aiming his handgun again. But this time, Su Han didn't give him the chance to shoot. Whoosh! A green figure pounced like a cheetah. Zhao Wuji felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his handgun flew out of his hand. He looked up in terror, directly meeting Su Han's eerily calm eyes. You! Zhao Wuji's harsh words hadn't yet left his mouth when Su Han's right leg snapped out like a whip. If that kick landed, it would be enough to incapacitate him on the spot. However, at that critical moment, the hair on the back of Su Han's neck suddenly stood on end. The crisis intuition honed through countless life and death experiences in his previous life blared alarm bells. He unhesitatingly abandoned the attack, twisting his body in midair, and awkwardly rolled towards the gap in the nearby rocks. Whoosh! A bullet flew past, barely grazing his scalp and embedding itself deep into the trunk behind him. A sniper! Su Han's pupils shrank suddenly, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly. He curled up behind the rocks, his mind racing. Someone has teamed up with Zhao Wuji. The observation center was in an uproar. The electronic sand table was quickly magnified, and technicians called up real-time footage from Area 11. 400 meters away from Su Han, a snow leopard sniper was perched in a pine tree, aiming an 88-style sniper rifle, the muzzle still emitting faint smoke. Shameless. Wang Yuanchao slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the figure hidden in the treetops on the big screen. How could the Snow Leopard team collaborate with Shunjian? This is cheating. The rules didn't prohibit temporary cooperation between different units. Shunjian's captain Lu Bo said sarcastically, if you want to blame someone, blame your Falcon's Su Han for being too flashy. Who told him to be first in all 8 subjects? The Snow Leopard captain sneered in agreement. No one talks about fairness on the battlefield. Wang, you wouldn't really not understand this, would you? Wang Yuanchao trembled with rage and turned to the chief judge. Chief judge, this clearly violates the spirit of the competition. The chief judge stared at the screen for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The rules do not prohibit the continuation of the competition. The Marine Corps' Long John suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look, Su Han is about to counterattack." Behind the rocks, Su Han's breathing was frighteningly steady. He slightly tilted his head, observing through the gap in the rocks at the distant treetops. There was an almost imperceptible glint. 88 sniper rifle, effective range 800 meters. Su Han quickly calculated in his mind. Wind speed 3, southeast direction. The sound from earlier traveled here, just in time. And more urgently, Zhao Wuji had already taken the opportunity to retrieve his handgun, advancing towards him under the cover of the bushes. Interesting. Su Han's mouth curled into a cold smile. 2 against 1. Let's see who dies first. He suddenly dashed out from the left side of the rocks, turning sharply to the right as the sniper fired. The bullet hit empty air, and Su Han was already pouncing toward Zhao Wuji like a ghost. Bang! Bang! Zhao Wuji fired 2 shots in quick succession. But Su Han's evasion route was so bizarre that it left him in despair. The first bullet was avoided by a ground roll, and when the second bullet was fired, Su Han suddenly changed direction as if he had predicted it, the bullet only hitting the afterimage he left behind. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Wuji's forehead as he aimed his handgun again. But this time, Su Han didn't give him the chance to shoot. Crack! A knife hand strike accurately hit Zhao Wuji's wrist, causing the handgun to drop once more. Su Han's right knee followed through, crashing heavily into Zhao Wuji's abdomen. Ugh! Zhao Wuji bent over in pain, but he saw Su Han's elbow strike already rushing towards him. At the critical moment, Zhao Wuji used all his strength to turn his head, the elbow grazing past his temple, the rushing wind stinging his cheek. Good reflexes. Su Han chuckled coldly, transforming the elbow into a palm strike aimed at Zhao Wuji's neck. Zhao Wuji hurriedly tried to block, but he realized that Su Han's move was just a feint. The real killing move was the sweeping kick coming in quietly. Bang! Zhao Wuji crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could struggle to get up, Su Han's military boot was already pressed against his throat. "You're finished," Su Han said coldly as he swiftly removed the sensing device from Zhao Wuji's body. Hiss! White smoke began to rise from Zhao Wuji, but Su Han didn't pause for a moment as the announcement sounded. He grabbed Zhao Wuji's Type 95 rifle and leaped towards a nearby depression. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sniper bullets flew almost right past his back. Damn it! In the treetops, the snow leopard sniper cursed through gritted teeth. He didn't expect Su Han to remain so vigilant after dealing with Zhao Wuji. What shocked him even more was that Su Han had now acquired a rifle, which meant, not good. The sniper instinctively wanted to change positions, but was already too late. In the depression, Su Han didn't even aim, relying entirely on muscle memory and experience from his past life. He pulled the trigger the moment he rolled to his feet. Bang! The bullet from the Type 95 rifle traced a perfect arc, crossing the 400 meters and accurately hitting the chest of the figure in the treetops. Hiss! White smoke began to rise from the sniper. The entire observation center fell silent. Chapter 26. Shocking the entire audience. The king of soldiers no one dares to fight. This is impossible. The snow leopard captain gaped. 400 meters away, with a rifle, while on the move, hitting the target in one shot, Long Jean's voice trembled in shock. What the hell is this godly marksmanship? Who was it that said Su Han lacked practical experience? Is this what you call lacking? Wang Yuanchao fixed his gaze on the screen and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! 2 against 1 and still got counter-killed. Can you play or not? White smoke slowly rose from Zhao Wuji's tactical vest, his face pale, staring fiercely at Su Han, filled with unwillingness and shock. Su Han didn't rush to leave. Instead, he squatted down and skillfully removed Zhao Wuji's equipment. Type 95 rifle, Type 92 pistol, 2 spare magazines, 2 smoke grenades, a stun grenade, and a military dagger. You. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his voice low. How did you do it? Su Han looked up, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Intuition. Nonsense. Zhao Wuji growled. No one can rely on intuition to dodge 10 bullets plus a sniper's cold shot. Su-Han didn't explain, just stuffed the last magazine into the pocket of his tactical vest, stood up, and looked down at him. Are all of you from Shunjian so bad at taking losses? Zhao Wuji's face turned red, his fists clenched tightly. But in the end, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Su-Han, you are strong, but this confrontation has just begun. Do you think eliminating me means it's over? The other teams are all keeping an eye on you now. Su-Han chuckled lightly, bent down to pick up the radio that Zhao Wuji had dropped, and casually stuffed it into his ear. That's perfect, saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized that Su-Han was not afraid of being besieged. Instead, he was waiting for everyone to come to him. 400 meters away, at the top of the pine tree, the Phantom sat on the trunk, the sensor on his chest still emitting white smoke. His expression darker than Zhao Wuji's. As the ace sniper of the Snow Leopard team, he had never imagined being killed by someone using a rifle, especially with a blind shot while moving. Footsteps approached, and Su-Han's figure appeared at the foot of the tree. The Phantom looked down and said coldly, "Come to collect the spoils?" Su-Han didn't answer and directly climbed up the trunk, moving as gracefully as a leopard. Reaching the Phantom's side in just a few moments, starting to check his gear, an 88-style sniper rifle, a silencer, a high-magnification scope, a camouflage net, and a pack of field rations. "Your scope is well calibrated," Su-Han commented casually. The Phantom stared at him intensely. "Who exactly are you? A rookie shouldn't have such battlefield intuition." Su-Han paused, looked up at him. "What do you think?" The Phantom fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly sneering. "No matter who you are, you've already been targeted. Do you think eliminating the two of us means it's over? Everyone in this area knows your location now." Su-Han raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you saying they will unite to hunt me down?" The Phantom's eyes turned cold. "Not to hunt, but to kill." Su-Han packed the scope into his tactical bag, stood up, and looked down at him from above. "Do you really think they are all as stupid as you, willing to come to their deaths?" The Phantom. After Su-Han finished speaking, he leaped down from the 5-meter-high trunk, landing steadily without looking back as he walked into the depths of the dense forest. Wang Yuanshao stared intently at the screen of Area 11, where Su-Han's figure was moving rapidly. He suddenly turned to the chief judge. "What's the situation in the other areas now?" The chief judge signaled the technician to bring up the panoramic view. The real-time dynamics of the 12 areas were displayed on the big screen. Each area had red dots moving, but the battle in Area 11 had clearly attracted everyone's attention. Areas 1, 4, and 7 had already exchanged fire. The technician quickly reported that the current number of eliminations had reached 9. A one-eyed member of the Wild Wolf assault team lay prone in the bushes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His scope had just witnessed that thrilling battle where Su-Han moved like a ghost through a hail of gunfire, ultimately achieving an unbelievable counterkill with a rifle. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, slowly retracting his sniper rifle, afraid that the reflection from the lens would expose his position. As the ace shooter of the Wild Wolf team, he knew exactly what he had just witnessed. It wasn't luck. It was a perfect combination of battlefield intuition and shooting talent. He had to inform the team leader. He quietly retreated. In Area 11, 300 meters to the southwest, the Marine Corsi Eagle slowly lowered his binoculars, swallowing hard. As the demolition expert of the Dragon Shark Special Forces, he had intended to head to the valley to find equipment, but unexpectedly witnessed that battle. "Damn it," he muttered, quickly changing direction to keep his distance from that monster. The technician suddenly shouted, "2 other players in Area 11 are moving quickly. They seem to be deliberately avoiding Su-Han." On the big screen, 2 red dots were moving at top speed toward the edge of the area, keeping their maximum distance from Su-Han. "Ha ha ha." Wang Yuanshao laughed loudly. "Did you see that? Our Falcon soldiers stand there, and everyone else has to take a detour." Captain Liu Bo of the Divine Sword team's face turned pale. "Cowards. Neither of them dares to engage." Liu Captain Long Zhan said meaningfully, "You just witnessed Su-Han's performance. You should understand this isn't cowardice, it's wisdom." Chapter 27. What the hell is this godly marksmanship? Crack. The black leopard snapped a dry branch, crouching in the bushes. His camouflage suit was soaked with dew, his breathing steady like a frozen lake's surface. As the captain of the Divine Sword team, He was unaware that Zhao Wuji had already been eliminated. Due to not meeting up, their communication equipment couldn't find each other's channel, and some of the airdrop gear lacked communication devices. So, right now, everyone was a lone wolf. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the misty mountain forest. In the distance, a gunshot faintly echoed, and Chun Feng's pupils slightly contracted. About 800 meters to the northeast. He murmured to himself, could it be Su Han? On the Wild Wolf assault team side, the one-eyed sniper lay on the damp moss, his cheek pressed against the cold barrel. 10 minutes ago, he had heard the intense gunfire from the valley, but the jungle obstructed his view. At least 3 people were engaged in combat. He licked his cracked lips, thinking Su Han should be there. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to crawl in the opposite direction. As the ace sniper of the Wild Wolf team, he knew better than anyone that looking for Su Han now would be tantamount to seeking death. On the Desert Wolf Special Forces side, 2 members moved like ghosts through the forest. The tall one was codenamed Sandstorm, and the shorter one was called Gravel. They had just met up, which was the prearranged signal before the match, marking their location on a boulder by the stream. There was movement to the southeast. Sandstorm lowered his voice, pointing to a ridge. Look at that tree crown. There's a reflection. Gravel squinted. Not one of ours. Should we sneak closer to take a look? Sandstorm shook his head. Let's find equipment first. We only have pistols. We'd be done for if we run into rifles. On the observation center's electronic screen, the score list slowly refreshed. Divine Sword Special Forces. 3 points Snow Leopard Special Forces. 2 points Wild Wolf Assault Team. 2 points Falcon Special Forces. 2 points, all from Su Han. The other members of the Falcons are all hiding. The Snow Leopard captain scoffed, except for Su Han. Your people don't even dare to show their heads. Wang Yuanchao stared at the screen without rebuttal. Indeed, the markers for the other Falcon members were stationary at their hiding spots, while only Su Han's red dot continued to move high above. What's the rush? The Marine Corps Longzhan suddenly spoke up. Su Han alone has taken a point for both your teams. Just as he said that, the screen suddenly zoomed in on Area 11, where Su Han was climbing a steep rock wall. On the rock wall, Su Han's fingers dug into the crevices, the tips of his boots crushing some loose stones. Below was a 100-meter cliff. Falling would mean certain death. But he moved without hesitation, like a true mountain eagle, reaching the ledge in a few jumps. The mountain wind howled, dispersing the morning mist. Su Han knelt on one knee, slowly scanning his surroundings. To the east, the river valley twisted like a silver snake, sunlight breaking into millions of diamonds on the water surface. To the west, the dense forest was like a dark green wave, the treetops swaying in the wind. To the north, the exposed gray-white ridge stretched out like the back of a giant dragon into the distance. Here was the commanding height at the junction of Areas 11, 8, and 6. As Su Han unloaded the 88 sniper rifle, the moment the stock rested against his shoulder, he became one with the rock, even his breathing blending into the mountain wind. At that moment, on the other side, rustle. The sound of fallen leaves being crushed under military boots was distinctly audible in the silent mountain forest. The lynx pressed his back against the damp rock wall, his left hand tightly gripping a jagged piece of stone, while his right hand slowly reached for the 92-style pistol at his waist. Only 7 rounds left, while the enemy had at least 2 people. 30 meters away, a figure flashed by. The Desert Wolf insignia on the camouflage uniform flickered between the shadows of the trees. Sandstorm. The veteran lynx instantly recognized this fierce character from last year's exercises. The opponent held a 95-style rifle, the muzzle moving steadily with each step, like a viper ready to strike. Crack. 10 meters to the left, another footstep snapped a dry branch. Gravel was encircling from the side, and he held a suppressed 191 in his hand. The Bobcat's Adams apple rolled slightly. It was over. A pistol against a rifle, still 2 against 1. Just then, bang, a gunshot exploded from a great distance, 953 meters away, on the top of the cliff. Su Han's index finger froze on the trigger like a block of ice. The morning mist flowed in front of the scope, making the aiming view seem like it was separated by a layer of flowing veil. In the center of the 9-power scope's crosshair, the figure of the Gravel was fragmented into countless pieces by the branches and leaves. The ballistic calculation data flashed through his mind like lightning. Wind speed, 32, southeast direction. Humidity, 63. Temperature, 17. Altitude difference, 11 meters. Bullet drop. At this distance, a 58 bullet would drop about 42 meters. Suhan's pupils contracted to the extreme. He slightly raised the muzzle, letting the aiming point hover about 6 mils above the bobcat's head, where a leaf illuminated by sunlight was just right. Breathe. Hold your breath. In the gap of heartbeat. Bang! The stock of the 88 sniper hit his shoulder heavily, and the shell ejected in a brass arc. The bullet tore through the humid air, penetrating 3 birch leaves in 0.87 seconds of flight time, grazing a horizontal pine branch, passing through 2 drifting morning mist bands, and finally penetrating from below the 3rd strap of the Sandstorm tactical vest on the right side. The Sandstorm only felt his right rib pierced as if by a red-hot iron rod. He staggered and lowered his head, seeing white smoke gushing from the bullet hole. Impossible! His pupils trembled violently. The sound of the gun had reached here for more than a second, at least 900 meters. Mountain forest environment. Using an 88 sniper, how the hell could a person shoot like that? The gravel's reaction was as fast as lightning. He rolled to the side and pounced behind the rock, simultaneously blind firing 3 rounds toward the source of the gunshot. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The suppressed 191 only made a slight muffled sound, but the second sniper bullet was already whistling toward him. This bullet was a miracle. It first penetrated a cluster of maple branches, shattered half a falling yellow leaf, and then precisely hit the gravel's just raised right knee. Because it hit the knee, the lower body had to be hit at least twice to be determined as dead. So, the gravel was not eliminated yet. Who is helping me? At this distance, it must be Suhan. The bobcat was overjoyed. The bobcat did not waste this deadly opportunity. He sprang out like a leopard, picked up the Sandstorm's drop type 95, and with a 3-round burst, completely eliminated the gravel. The air in the observation center solidified. The technician trembled as he called up the ballistic simulation graph. The red dashed line, representing the bullet, drew an incredible curve on the 3D map, bypassing 7 obstacles and finally hitting the target. The captain of the Desert Wolf team smashed his coffee cup on the ground. How was this calculated? Once he was also a sniper, and he knew better than anyone the difficulty of the shot. It required incorporating every swaying leaf and every changing breeze in the mountain forest into the calculation. 953 meters, 88 sniper, mountain forest environment. Longjean's voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing. My God, this kid is going against the heavens. The chief judge suddenly grabbed the microphone. Technical team, immediately check if Suhan's sniper scope has any illegal modifications. 5 minutes later, the technical team leader wiped sweat and reported, report after inspection. It is just a regular optical sight. Everyone. The gunfire echoed 3 times in the valley before gradually dissipating. The one-eyed wolf sprang up like it was bitten by a venomous snake. He frantically adjusted the telescope's focus. When he saw the figure holding the gun on the mountaintop, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Damn, it really is him. He trembled as he tore off the tripwire he was about to set up, starting to crawl in the opposite direction like a frightened groundhog. The snow leopard's fangs were getting water by the stream. The moment he heard the gunshot, he froze like a statue, not even noticing his water bottle being washed away by the current. After a while, he slowly took off the snow leopard insignia from his arm and gently placed it on the shore. This is the tradition of the snow leopard special forces when admitting defeat. Chun Fong of the Divine Sword stood behind a red pine, staring intently at the mountaintop. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the grenade at his waist, but never pulled the safety pin. Suan, murmured, feeling the chill run up his spine for the first time on the battlefield. Suhan slowly ejected the shell. The brass shell clinked on the rock, rolling to his feet where a similar shell was already lying. He suddenly turned his head, the sniper scope sweeping across a bush 800 meters to the southeast. There, the snow leopard's observer, the night owl, was lying stiffly under the camouflage net. I see you. Suhan silently moved his lips, but did not pull the trigger. Sometimes, leaving a survivor to pass on a message is more intimidating than killing them all. Moreover, if he fired now, the remaining spectators would just slip away. If he didn't shoot, they might come over. This way, wouldn't the prey come to him? The mountain wind swept over his sniper barrel, taking away the last wisp of gunpowder smoke. The entire forest fell into an eerie silence, as if even the birds held their breath. Around midnight, there were still 2 chapters left. Chapter 28, Suanis BC. The sound of dry leaves being crushed by combat boots came from the southeast, and Suhan's ears twitched slightly. He maintained his sniper position without moving, his pupils like a falcon locking onto the shadows of the bushes. The curve of his lips held a dangerous aura that almost solidified. 3 o'clock direction, 150 meters away, with a stride interval of 0.7 seconds. The butcher of the wild wolf. Almost simultaneously, a sound lighter than a fish's tail splash came from the northwest stream direction. Suhan's Adam's apple moved subtly. That was the sound of a diving suit tearing through the water surface, carrying the unique rhythm of the Navy. At least 2 water ghosts. The technician suddenly enlarged the 3D map of Area 11 to a holographic projection. Report. 5 contestants are forming a siege against Suhan. On the big screen, 5 red dots, like cheetahs stalking, compressed from the southeast, southwest, northwest, and north towards Suhan's blue light dot. The Wild Wolf team leader slammed the table. The steel surface humming. Good. 5 against 1. I want to see what tricks this rookie can pull. Wang Yuanzhao's knuckles ground out of bluish-white on the armrest. 5 teams joining forces to attack a private? Do you treat special forces regulations as toilet paper? Is it possible for 5 opposing forces to unite on the battlefield? Yes. Didn't the 6 states besiege Qin in ancient times? A captain chuckled. Wang Yuanzhao, go to hell. The Desert Wolf team leader smiled sinisterly, cigar ash falling on the camouflage uniform. On the battlefield, there is only life and death, no fairness. Who told you that the eagle's treasure is too eye-catching? It deserves to be a live target. The side screen suddenly lit up. The information of the 5 attackers cutting through the air like blades. 200 meters northeast, Divine Sword Iron Hand, Combat Expert Tactical Commander. Left knee once broken by an opponent's femur in league competition. 150 meters southeast, Wild Wolf Butcher, dual proficiency in close combat and demolition. Good at creating deceptive mines with 4 molded explosives. 180 meters northwest, Dragon Shark Sea Snake, underwater combat expert. Can complete a 30-meter underwater sniper in a breath-holding state. 220 meters southwest, Desert Wolf Sand Scorpion, sniper. Set a record of hitting a coin at 800 meters. 100 meters due north, Snow Leopard Night Owl, reconnaissance soldier. Can track targets through thermal sensing in complete darkness. The Marine Corps' Long John gassed at the sand table. Combat commander, demolition expert, water ghost, sniper, reconnaissance soldier. This is how the hell they're configuring to ambush Suhan like they're storming the enemy command. Under everyone's gaze, Suhan suddenly put away the 88 sniper. In the image Iron Hand saw through the telescope, the besieged private actually slowly stood up, the muscle lines under the camouflage uniform tightening in the backlight like a taut bowstring. Has he gone mad? The coffee cup of the Snow Leopard team leader smashed on the ground. Wasn't he that sending ahead to the Scorpion? What made everyone's blood run cold was that Suhan began to organize his gear, as he slung the sniper rifle over his back. His movements were as calm as if he were tidying up in the barracks. The 95-style rifle was slung at his waist, and the straps of his tactical vest were repeatedly adjusted, the metal buckles clicking softly. The butcher heard the low growl of a comrade through his tactical earpiece. He is provoking us. This bastard is simultaneously challenging all 5 of us by organizing his gear. Bang! Gunfire suddenly erupted from the dense forest to the northwest, and the Scorpion's probing bullet grazed Suhan's ankle and struck the rock, sparks flying onto his combat boots. But through the telescope, Suhan didn't even blink. In fact, as the bullet whizzed by, he was lowering his head to check his pistol magazine. Click! The metallic sound of the pistol's slide being racked was clearly transmitted back to the observation room through the drone's microphone. Suhan suddenly turned around, his 92-style pistol tracing a half-circle of silver light in his palm, the muzzle steadily aimed at the seemingly impenetrable treetops to the northwest. Iron Hand's binoculars shook violently as he saw no hint of hesitation in Suhan's pupils, as if he could see through the branches and leaves to the sea snake hiding in the 10-meter tall pine tree. Impossible! How could he see it? Before he could finish his thought, the pistol fired. The sea snake, concealed in the treetops, was locking on his Su-Han's chest through the observation scope. His breathing tube clenched between his teeth, cold stream water dripping onto his shoulders. Just as he was about to pull the trigger on his underwater rifle, he suddenly saw Su-Han turn around, those eyes seemingly looking directly into his pupils. An illusion, he thought, and tried to adjust his angle. But then he heard a dull bang. The cold sensation made him think it was water splashing in, until the current from the elimination sensor pierced his neck. Smoke rising from his body, and he finally screamed out, "Damn, how'd he find me?" The butcher tightened his grip on the demolition dagger at his waist, his boots crunching shallow pits into the fallen leaves. He calculated the gap while Su-Han reloaded, just about to rush in from the flank when he saw that figure spring forth like a catapult, suddenly lunging southeast. The speed was so fast that the motion capture system in his tactical scope lagged. At the same time, he swung his knife to block. But Su-Han's movements exceeded any combat chart. His knee slammed into the butcher's ribs as he landed. His left hand clamped down like a vice on the wrist holding the knife, and his right fist struck the butcher's elbow. The sound of bones dislocating mixed with the dull thud of their bodies colliding exploded in the forest. The butcher felt the dagger slip from his hand, his whole body crashing to the ground like a broken sack. When the red light of the elimination sensor lit up on his chest, he only saw Su-Han's back as he turned, the legs of his pants not even dirty. Wild Wolf Butcher eliminated. Long John stared at the timer, his throat rolling. 3 seconds from breakthrough to kill. The next chapter will be delayed. Chapter 29. This kid wants to turn the whole military competition into a solo show as Su-Han picked up the butcher's smoke grenade. Iron Hand had already contacted the remaining members, deploying tactics behind the rocks to the northeast. He saw 2 heat sources moving in opposite directions through the thermal imager and immediately ordered, Scorpion, lock onto the heat source on the right. Night Owl, flank from behind. This Iron Hand actually has a thermal imaging individual device. The captains in the observation room were all taken aback. Wang Yuanchao was so angry he was stomping his feet, shouting at the chief judge, "Why don't you airdrop a nuclear bomb? Just blow them up directly." The chief judge could only smile awkwardly. As the smoke billowed up, the Scorpion S-88 sniper bullet penetrated the fog, but only hit the combat cap that Su-Han had propped up with branches. Yet the real killing intent was like a shadow. Iron Hand heard the sound of bullets being chambered behind him, and 3 shots in a triangular pattern blocked his escape route. Just as he awkwardly dodged the bullets, his ankle was suddenly swept by a low kick, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The moment dirt filled his throat, a cold barrel pressed against his forehead. Su-Han's voice came through his microphone, calm as if reporting a target. "You're dead." Divine Blade, Iron Hand, eliminated. Wang Yuanchao's fist slammed down on the armrest, not out of anger but disbelief. The remaining 3 were finally panicking. The sea snake poked his head out of the stream, his wet hair sticking to his face, shouting into the communicator, "Everyone attack." He asked just one person. This shout echoed in the silent jungle like thunder. Su-Han almost turned the moment the sound rang out, raising his 95-style rifle to fire. The bullet pierced through 3 layers of leaves, accurately hitting the elimination sensor on the sea snake's chest. The Underwater King didn't even see where the bullet came from before being knocked down in the stream by the electric current. Dragon Shark Sea Snake eliminated. Long John covered his eyes, despair leaking between his fingers. One idiot to shout so loudly in the jungle. Now only the Desert Wolf Scorpion and the Snow Leopard's Night Owl remained. The Scorpion lay on a sniper position 300 meters away, his breathing mask filtering the humid air, the crosshairs frantically searching through the forest. He saw Su-Han suddenly close his eyes, as if feeling the wind. This action made him sneer, instantly adjusting his breath to prepare for the shot. But the next second, Su-Han abruptly opened his eyes. The 88 sniper rifle nestled on his shoulder, completing aiming and firing in 3 lightning-fast movements. The Scorpion only felt a maple leaf float past his scope before smoke began to rise from his body. Desert Wolf Scorpion eliminated. Click. Night Owl's military boots crushed a piece of dry leaves, cold sweat trickling down his temples. As one of the kings of the Snow Leopards, he felt a naked fear in the jungle for the first time. There was a vague figure behind the tree 20 meters ahead, but his instincts told him it was a trap. Rustle. The bushes on the left suddenly shook, and Night Owl's pupils constricted, his 92-style pistol aiming instantly. Bang! The bullet pierced through the bushes, but only startled the sparrow. Damn it! Night Owl cursed and immediately rolled away to evade. But just as his body was airborne, a shadow descended from above. Suhan's legs clamped around his neck like iron pincers, and the two crashed heavily to the ground. Night Owl's tactical helmet banged against the tree root, stars exploding in front of his eyes. He struggled to reach for the grenade at his waist, but found nothing. Suhan pressed a knee into his chest, shaking the safety pin of the grenade he had just removed. Looking for this? Night Owl's pupils dilated sharply. When did this guy hiss? White smoke began to emerge from Night Owl's tactical vest. Snow Leopard Night Owl eliminated in the observation room. The Snow Leopard team leader's teacup smashed to the ground. He stared intently at the big screen, his lips trembling but unable to speak. On the electronic sand table, around the blue dot representing Suhan, 5 red dots turned into gray elimination markers. 5 kills against the Marine Corps. Long Jean's voice was dry. A single person taking down the elites of 5 special forces. The technician suddenly exclaimed, "The scoreboard has been updated." On the big screen, the numbers rolled like a waterfall. Falcon Special Forces, 9 points, Suhan 8 points. Divine Blade Special Forces, 7 points, Snow Leopard Special Forces, 2 points, Wild Wolf Assault Team, 2 points, damn it. The Wild Wolf team leader slammed his fist on the control panel. He got 8 points by himself. That is 4 times more than our entire team. Wang Yuanchao stared at the moving blue dot on the screen and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. What does it matter if you're united? You were still taken down by our Falcon, huh? The chief judge wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the history of military competitions, no one has ever achieved this. On the big screen, Suhan suddenly stopped and began to collect the fallen soldiers' gear. In the mountains and forests, Suhan's movements were dazzlingly fast. He detached 4 rifle magazines from Iron Hand's vest, rummaged through the Butcher's tactical pack to find 3 grenades, stuffed the Sea Snake's underwater respirator into his backpack, and finally disassembled the Scorpion's 88 sniper scope, attaching it to his own rifle. Click! On the electronic sand table, the area representing Zone 11 suddenly turned completely green, indicating that all confrontations in that area had concluded. The technician reported with a tremble. In Zone 11, Suhan eliminated 4 contestants alone, and the remaining 2 left the area. The observation room fell silent. Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up, walked to the big screen, and pointed at the prominent score of 9. Everyone, did you see that? This is just the first day. The leader of the Wolf Squad's face turned pale. Don't get too complacent. There are other zones. Before he finished speaking, the electronic sand table suddenly emitted an alarm sound, indicating that Zones 8 and 6 were flashing red. What is going on? The chief judge frowned. The technician swallowed hard. Suhan is moving towards Zone 8. On the big screen, that blue that looked like a sword, piercing straight towards the adjacent competition area. The Marine Corps Long Jean suddenly laughed. Ha! This kid is going to sweep the whole field. Wang Yuanchao pulled out a cigarette box but found his hands shaking violently. He took a deep breath and looked at the chief judge. I request to access real-time footage of Suhan. Moments later, the main screen switched to drone footage. In the dense forest, Suhan's figure moved like a ghost. His tactical vest was laden with various equipment, resembling a mobile armory. What was most alarming were his eyes, calm as polar ice, yet burning with a terrifying fighting spirit. This kid, Wang Yuanchao murmured, is going to turn the whole military competition into a personal showcase. Meanwhile, the special forces in the other 10 arenas were still unaware of what kind of monster was approaching them. Chapter 30. Map Refresh. Intense battle in the combat zone. The midnight forest was enveloped in thick darkness. Even the moonlight was swallowed by heavy clouds. Suhan leaned against the trunk of an ancient pine, his breathing so light it was almost inaudible. His tactical watch indicated that there were 57 minutes left until the map refreshed. In the observation room, the numbers representing the remaining personnel of each unit on the electronic sand table kept fluctuating. Falcon, 4, Sword, 5, Snow Leopard, 3, Wolf, 4, Desert Wolf, Dragon Shark. 3, currently. On the scoreboard, the chief judge gestured for the technician to switch the screen. Falcon Special Forces, 11 points, Suhan 9 points. Sword Special Forces, 9 points. Long Leopard 6 points. Snow Leopard Special Forces, 5 points. Wolf Assault Team. For points, the 12 leaders stared at the real-time, updated scoreboard. The air thickening to the point where it felt like it could be squeezed out. Ha ha ha. Wang Yuanchao slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. Did you see that? Our Falcon has a private soldier who scored 9 points. That's more than your entire Snow Leopard and Wolf combined. The Snow Leopard leader's face turned pale. Don't celebrate too early. This is just the first day. The competition is about endurance. Endurance? The Wolf leader interjected sarcastically. You Falcons have only 2 points combined from the other 3 soldiers besides Suhan. They must be hiding. The Marine Corps Longjean suddenly pointed at the screen. Look, the map is starting to shrink. On the big screen, the green area that originally covered the entire competition field was visibly shrinking, finally stopping at a circular area with a diameter of 8 kilometers. The electronic sand table automatically calculated the distance of each contestant from the new combat zone. Suhan was 12 kilometers from the new zone. The technician exclaimed, "That's the farthest one." Sword team leader Liu Bo grinned. Now, there's a good show to watch. If he doesn't reach the safe zone in 2 hours, he will be eliminated. I think the Falcon is going to trip up this time. Wang Yuanchao stared at the screen, only to see the blue dot representing Suhan suddenly start moving at high speed, almost twice as fast as the other contestants. This kid, Wang Yuanchao murmured, is playing for keeps. At this moment, whoever could reach the combat zone first would quickly occupy the most advantageous terrain for hunting and defense. Those who arrive late could easily become the prey. In the dense forest, Suhan's figure flitted like a ghost. His tactical watch showed he was 113 kilometers away from the safe zone, with 1 hour and 52 minutes left. There's still time. Suhan's lips curled up slightly as he suddenly changed direction, heading towards a dry riverbed where the terrain was flat and he could sprint at full speed. 2 hours. 12 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, this distance could easily be covered in an hour. But this was in the mountains with rugged paths and countless obstacles. Moreover, he had to be wary of whether there were other enemies lying in ambush along the way. All of these were factors that could affect speed. Meanwhile, at the edge of the safe zone, 5 Marine Corps soldiers from the southeast and north were quickly gathering. In previous competitions, the Marine Corps contestants had been relatively weak. Therefore, whenever they encountered fellow Marine Corps members, they would choose to ally against the army first. The leader, Orca, looked at the positioning device and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Brothers, we are the first to arrive. It's time to prepare a surprise for those who come later. Water Ghost sinisterly pulled fine steel wire from his backpack. I'll set tripwires on the east side. Crab was checking the rifle magazine. I'll take care of the high ground to the north. In just 20 minutes, a perfect death trap took shape. The 5 Marine elites controlled 3 high ground points and 2 essential paths in the safe zone, forming a crossfire net. Orca lay under the camouflage net, observing the distance through night vision goggles. The prey is coming. In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up. Not good. Zhou Mo and Monkey are heading into the trap. On the big screen, the 2 red dots representing the Falcons were rapidly approaching the safe zone, completely unaware of what awaited them ahead. Ha ha ha. The Marine Corps leader from the southeast smugly stroked his chin. Our Marine boys are in perfect sync. These 2 Falcons are likely to be done for. Wang Yuanchao's fists clenched tightly, but he could only watch the tragedy unfold. If it were Suhan, he wouldn't worry, but now it was Zhou Mo and Monkey. Although Zhou Mo was also strong, facing 5 people surrounding him, he would definitely be unable to fight back. Only 500 meters left to the safe zone. Monkey lowered his voice, sweat dripping down his tactical mask. Zhou Mo made a stop gesture, and the 2 crouched behind a patch of bushes. Under the moonlight, the woods ahead were eerily quiet. Something's not right. Zhou Mo squinted. It's too quiet. Just as Monkey was about to speak, Zhou Mo suddenly tackled him down. Whoosh! A bullet grazed Monkey's helmet, exploding against a tree trunk. Sniper. 3 o'clock. Zhou Mo rolled to hide behind a tree, quickly determining the source of the gunfire. Just as Monkey was about to move, A second bullet struck his calf. Damn it. Good thing it only hit my calf, Monkey cursed. Get down, Monkey, Zhou Mo shouted, but saw 3 shadows encircling them from different directions. Falcon friends, surrender. The Marine Corps Orca slowly approached with his rifle. You are surrounded. Zhou Mo leaned against a tree, quickly checking his gear. A 92-style pistol, 7 bullets, and a smoke grenade. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Monkey, smoke grenade. Almost simultaneously, both of them threw out the smoke grenades. Boom! White smoke instantly enveloped a 10-meter radius. Zhou Mo leaped out like a cheetah, rushing towards the nearest water ghost under the cover of the smoke. Bang! Bang! 2 precise shots from the pistol. The first hit Water Ghost's right arm, the second hit his chest. Water Ghost's chest sensor immediately emitted white smoke. He was eliminated. But Zhou Mo was also hit in the left arm by a bullet coming from the side. The sensor lit up red, but did not emit smoke. His arm needed to be hit again to be eliminated. Left arm hit. Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and rolled. But his right hand held the gun steady as a rock. He dove towards the rocks behind, firing 2 shots on the way. The second bullet grazed the tactical vest of Sea Snake, but only touched the edge, failing to trigger the sensor. Although Monkey was hit in the leg, he still lay on the ground observing the situation. Team leader Zhou, there's another one to the east. Zhou Mo had just turned his head when a bullet hit the spot he had just occupied. He immediately fired back. The bullet grazed the cheek of the killer whale, startling him into a cold sweat. Damn it, how can this guy shoot so accurately? The killer whale cursed as he changed the magazine. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Mo also switched his handgun magazine, but at this point, his position was completely exposed. 4 Marine Corps soldiers slowly approached from 4 directions. Brother Falcon, you've been very brave, the Sea Snake shouted, put down your weapon. Zhou Mo leaned against a rock, but the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He glanced at the red sensor light on his left arm, and then at the remaining 3 bullets, suddenly revealing a resolute smile. Want my life? He suddenly shouted. Then come take it. In the instant of 4 open fire, Zhou Mo suddenly leaped out from cover, firing 2 precise shots at the Sea Snake. Bang! Bang! The first shot hit the Sea Snake's right shoulder, and the second shot directly hit his chest. White smoke erupted from the Sea Snake's chest, taking him out on the spot. However, Zhou Mo himself was also hit twice. 1 bullet struck his right leg, and another hit his left chest. The sensor on his chest immediately emitted thick white smoke. No, the monkey watched helplessly as the captain fell, but in the last moment before Zhou Mo collapsed, he used all his strength to throw the handgun to the monkey. Then, the monkey caught the handgun and aimed at the closest killer whale, firing 2 shots. The first shot hit the killer whale's thigh, and the second grazed his tactical vest without hitting a vital spot. The killer whale grinned and fired back, both bullets hitting the monkey's other leg, finally eliminating him. In the end, the 5 members of the Marine Corps Alliance eliminated Zhou Mo and the monkey at the cost of 2 of their own. The electronic leaderboard flickered. Falcon Special Forces, 13 points. Zhou Mo, 1 point. Monkey, 1 point. Chapter 31. Falcon's Revenge. Su-Han single-handedly sweeps the elite navy. Damn it. Poor bastard. The water ghost kicked Zhou Mo's corpse, finding only 2 grenades and a communicator in the tactical vest. Not even a spare magazine. The killer whale squatted next to the monkey, searching in vain. Is this all the gear the Falcons have? No wonder they're so easy to deal with. From the high ground, the observer Seagull suddenly lowered his voice. Someone's coming. Southeast, 800 meters away. The killer whale immediately gestured. Handle the bodies. Prepare for an ambush. The 3 quickly dragged Zhou Mo and the monkey's bodies behind some bushes, covering them with dry leaves. According to the rules, eliminated contestants must remain in a state of death, unable to move or speak. Quickly, in the Seagull's night vision binoculars, a figure flitted through the forest like a ghost. Wait, that arm badge. His voice suddenly trembled. It's Su-Han. What? The killer whale's face instantly turned pale. That monster? In the observation room, the large screen suddenly switched to real-time footage at the boundary between Zone 11 and Zone 8. It's Su-Han, the technician exclaimed. He is moving towards a Marine Corps ambush. The commander of the Southeast Military Region Marine Corps, stood up abruptly, spilling coffee all over himself. It's over, it's over. How did this monster show up? The Northern Marine Corps commander looked even more pale. Run, you fools. Don't fight him head on. Wang Yuanchao suddenly slammed the table and laughed. Ha ha, it's our turn for the Falcons to take revenge. Su Han, give these bastards a good beating. The chief judge squinted. 200 meters away. Can Su Han discover the ambush? In a dense forest, Su Han's footsteps suddenly paused. His nostrils flared slightly, catching a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, and also sweat. Su Han's pupils constricted in the dark. What made him more alert was the fresh drag marks on the ground ahead, with several fallen leaves crushed and oozing juice. Someone has been eliminated. Su Han's gaze swept across the unnatural bushes, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Still hiding nearby as bait? Interesting. He deliberately snapped a twig, producing a crisp crack, and then swaggered towards the center of the ambush. He took the bait. The seagull's voice trembled with excitement. 200 meters. 150 meters. He's within shooting range. The killer whale's finger was on the trigger, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Closer, closer. 130 meters. 120 meters. Just as Su Han stepped into the optimal shooting distance, he suddenly vanished. Where is he? The crab scope frantically searched. He was just under that pine tree. 10 o'clock. The seagull suddenly screamed. He spotted the sniper. Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot pierced the night sky. Bang! The bullet from the 88 sniper rifle accurately hit the seagull's observation scope, the sensor instantly emitting white smoke. Dragon Shark Seagull eliminated, damn it! The killer whale cursed as he pulled the trigger, but the bullet only struck the afterimage left by Su Han. Even more terrifying, the gunfire revealed his position. The second sniper bullet nearly grazed his ear, hitting the tree trunk behind him. Scatter! Scatter! The killer whale rolled and hid behind a rock, shouting into the communicator. The water ghost was just about to move when the third bullet hit his right leg. Damn! He cursed loudly. The sensor lit up red, but he wasn't eliminated yet. Bang! The fourth bullet followed, accurately hitting his other leg. Dragon Shark Water Ghost eliminated. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. And the Marine Corps had lost 2 men. The observation room fell silent. Everyone stared at the ghostly figure on the big screen. Is this still a human? The Wolfpack captain's voice trembled. Nighttime sniping. Moving targets, 1 shot, 1 kill. Wang Yuanchao snorted. This is what your alliance gets for messing with our Falcon kids. The killer whale curled up in a crack in the rock, drenched in cold sweat. He gripped his rifle tightly, but didn't dare show his head. Su Han's shots had already proven that any exposure was suicide. Rustle. The sound of crushed dry leaves came from the left, and the killer whale suddenly turned the gun, only to see a startled wild rabbit. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a crisp metallic sound suddenly came from the right. Looking down, a stun grenade was rolling at his feet. Boom! The bright light and loud noise instantly disoriented the killer whale, and when he regained his vision, a cold gun barrel was already pressed against the back of his head. Game over. Su Han's voice sounded like the judgment of death. Dragon Shark Killer Whale eliminated. The electronic leaderboard flickered again. Falcon Special Forces, 16 points. Su Han, 3 points. Behind the bushes, Zhou Mo and the monkey stared wide-eyed as they watched Su Han effortlessly take out 3 elite Marines. At this moment, Su Han also saw them and couldn't help but smile. How come it's just you two? Zhou Mo forced a smile. No choice. We were surrounded by these guys on our way here. We don't have your freakish strength. The monkey said to Su Han. Su Han, from now on, it's up to you for the Falcons. By the way, how many people have you taken out? I got 1, and team leader Zhou got 2. As for the others, I'm not sure. Su Han thought for a moment and said, I don't quite remember. Adding these 3, it seems to be 11? Or 12. I can't recall. Zhou Mo, the monkey, and 2 nearby Marines were left with their mouths agape upon hearing Su Han's words. 12? Dude, are you serious? Can you be any more of a freak? There will be an update around midnight. Chapter 32, Master of Traps. Su Han's Death Zone. In the bushes, Zhou Mo watched Su Han skillfully scavenging the gear from the fallen Marines, unable to help but grin. Are you planning to strip them bare? Su Han removed the last magazine from the killer whale's tactical vest. The monkey struggled to prop himself up, and looked at Suhan, who had 3 rifles slung over his back, resembling a moving arms depot. Damn, are you opening an arms store? It's loot, Suhan laughed, stuffing a stun grenade into the monkey's pocket as a keepsake. The water ghost lay on the ground, rolling his eyes. Hey, we're still dead here. Can you show some respect for the corpses? Suhan squatted down and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, I'll return the gear to your cooking team after the match. In the observation room, the commander of the Southeast Marine Corps, Long John, slapped his forehead in frustration, muttering, Now, that kid's going to strip even his underwear away. Wang Yuanchao proudly crossed his legs, saying, Did you see that? Our Falcon soldiers are so professional even when cleaning up the battlefield. Get lost. Damn it. Even if Suhan is squatting in a pile of shit right now, you'd still think his stance is professional. The commander of the Southeast Marine Corps scolded. Wang Yuanchao chuckled. After Suhan packed up his gear, he quickly left the area. Half an hour later, the chief referee stared at the big screen, showing Suhan's movements, suddenly frowning. What is he doing? He saw Suhan pull out a roll of fine steel wire and several small metal devices from his backpack, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Tripwire components. The commander of the Wolf Squad suddenly stood up, realizing that kid is setting traps in the dense forest. Suhan's footsteps suddenly stopped at the entrance of a narrow valley. The terrain here was treacherous, with steep rock walls on both sides, allowing only 3 people to pass side by side. The dense vegetation inside the valley obstructed visibility, making it an excellent ambush spot. This is it, Suhan said as he unloaded all his gear and began to set up his death zone. He first took out the fine steel wire confiscated from the Marine Corps and laid several nearly invisible tripwires at a height of 20 centimeters above the ground. Each tripwire was connected to a bouncing mine. Once triggered, the mine would launch to a height of 15 meters and explode, perfectly covering the upper half of a human body. How is this kid so skilled? In the observation room, the commander of the Snow Leopard Squad widened his eyes, noting that the nodding technique was clearly that of a top-tier special demolitions expert. Of course, he is the first in the demolition subject, one commander pointed out. Everyone then remembered that among the 8 subjects where Suhan had achieved first place, demolition was one of them. Next, Suhan buried 4 directional mines in the bushes on both sides of the valley entrance. He hid the detonation wires under the fallen leaves, with the other end connected to a simple triggering device. As soon as someone stepped on a specific spot of dry branches, it would detonate. Genius idea. Long John couldn't help but praise, noting that he utilized easily overlooked details of the natural environment as triggers. Most chillingly, Suhan placed a modified smoke bomb behind the 3 rocks most likely to be chosen as cover within the valley. He connected the smoke bombs fused to the moss on the rock's surface, so that anyone touching the rock in an attempt to hide would trigger the smoke bomb, exposing their location. This is no longer a trap, Lu Bo, the commander of the Divine Sword Squad, said with a pale face. This is the art of death. 20 minutes later, Suhan stood at the other end of the valley, satisfied as he examined his work. The entire passage had been transformed into a perfect slaughterhouse with 6 trip mines for directional mines, 3 bait traps, plus 2 sniper points. He took down his .88 sniper rifle, checked the magazine, and then leaped onto a tall red pine. The dense canopy perfectly concealed his figure, and from here he could overlook the entire valley. The hunt begins, Suhan smirked, aiming the gun toward the valley entrance. In the observation room, a technician suddenly exclaimed, Someone is approaching. It's a Divine Sword's long bow and Wu Hai. On the big screen, 2 red dots were rapidly moving toward the valley where Suhan was located. Judging by their route, they would step into the trap zone within 10 minutes. It's over. It's over. Wang Yuanchao pretended to shake his head. The ace of the Divine Sword is going to fall. Lu Bo suddenly stood up, long bow. Stop. Theirs. He suddenly realized he couldn't relay the information and slammed his hand on the table. Long John of the Marine Corps pondered. That kid Suhan has chosen a spot right at the edge of the safe zone. Anyone who wants to enter the safe zone must pass through here. Insidious. Too insidious. The commander of the Wolf Squad gritted his teeth. This isn't a special forces competition. It's clearly a hunter stalking its prey in the dense forest. Long Bao suddenly raised his hand, signaling Wu Hai to stop. What's wrong, Captain? Wu Hai, we, spuh. Long Bao squinted, carefully observing the valley ahead. It's too quiet. There aren't even any bird calls. As a tactical expert of the divine sword, Long Bao's instincts were always sharp. He slowly squatted down, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it toward the valley entrance. Thud! The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed clearly in the silent valley. But apart from that, there was no other abnormality. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Long Bao shook his head, just about to step forward when his pupils suddenly constricted. He noticed that the direction of a few fallen leaves on the ground looked unnatural. Wait! He suddenly grabbed Wu Hai, pointing at the ground. Look at those leaves. They seem to have been deliberately arranged. Wu Hai observed closely and indeed found slight creases on the edges of several dry leaves, clearly manipulated by someone. Are there traps? Wu Hai got pet. Long Bao slowly backed away. Let's take a detour. This place is too suitable for an ambush. If I were the enemy, I would definitely set traps here. What should we do, Captain? Wu Hai asked quietly. Go around? Long Bao stared at the silent valley, slowly shaking his head. No, take the long way. There's still time. We can't take risks. If it's Suhan, we'd be done for here. The two cautiously retreated and ultimately chose a farther route to enter the safe zone. Meanwhile, Suhan saw Long Bao and Wu Hai leave and sighed slightly. As expected, the instincts of a master are so effective. At this distance, he could shoot. However, given Long Bao's heightened sense of danger, even if he fired, he might not hit. Instead, it could expose his position, revealing the traps he had meticulously set up. Moreover, at this distance, if he missed, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Long Bao. In the observation area, Lu Bo, the commander of the divine sword, let out a sigh of relief when he saw the two leave. Chapter 33. The alertness of a top soldier at the entrance of the valley. The dry leaves trembled gently in the breeze. Suhan's eyes were glued to the sniper scope, the crosshairs locked onto two moving figures 500 meters away. His index finger rested lightly on the trigger guard, his breathing steady as a hibernating snake. Is that from the Southern Marine Corps? Suan Esquintev. Recognizing the insignia on the other S-arm, it was that kid Lin Hu. In the observation room, a technician suddenly shouted. Lin Hu and his team from the Southern Marine Corps are approaching Suhan's trap zone. Long Zhan jumped up, spilling coffee everywhere. Oh no. How is that kid Lin Hu walking right into the line of fire? Wang Yuanchao grinned. Looks like your boys from the Navy are going to hand us Falcon some points. Commander Long Zhan stared at the big screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Other commanders leaned closer to the screen, some whistling in glee. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Isn't Lin Hu usually pretty clever? Why is he so reckless today? The commander of the Snow Leopard Squad stroked his chin. The commander of the Wolf Squad interjected sarcastically. He probably thinks he has a good relationship with Suhan and that he'll go easy on him. In the dense forest, Lin, who was leading his team, forward quickly. Captain, the terrain ahead looks a bit tricky. Should we take a detour? Team member Haishi whispered. Lin, who glanced at his tactical watch. There's not much time left. Let us go straight through. This area is open. There shouldn't be any ambush. Just as he finished speaking, a bullet suddenly struck half a meter in front of his feet, the splattered dirt hitting his combat boots. Sniper. Lin Hu rolled sideways and took cover behind a tree, his heart racing. 11 o'clock. His teammates quickly dropped to the ground, cold sweat soaking their backs. Captain, we're locked onto. Lin Hu held his breath and slowly looked up. Judging by the bullet's trajectory, the opponent could have easily hit his upper body, but deliberately missed. It was a warning. Lin Hu suddenly understood, a slight smile appearing on his lips. It's that kid Suhan. In the observation room, everyone was stunned. Suan Mist? Captain Lu Bo of the Divine Sword team looked incredulous. This should have been very easy for him. Wang Yuanchao also frowned. What is this kid up to? Long Zhan suddenly laughed heartily. Good kid. This is a warning for Lin Hu. He turned and patted Wang Yuanchao's shoulder vigorously. Thank your young men from the Falcon team for me. That's brotherhood. Wang Yuanchao then realized, curling his lip, we owe the Falcon a month's worth of food expenses. In the valley, Lin Hu faced the direction from which the bullets were coming, pounding his chest hard, then made a tactical gesture with his right hand, fist clenched and thumb up. Captain, what's this? The team members looked confused. It's Suhan. Lin Hu whispered. He's warning us that there are traps ahead. Let's take a detour. The two quickly changed their route, cautiously moving along the outskirts of the valley. As they passed a thicket, Lin, who suddenly grabbed Hayes and pointed at a few almost invisible fine lines on the ground. Look, tripwires. That kid Su-Han set a death trap for us. Hayes gasped. If we step on it, at least 3 bouncing mines. After careful observation, Lin, who judged, and over there behind the rock. I bet there are directional mines hidden. This kid is really ruthless. The two cautiously withdrew from the danger zone, and before leaving, Lin, who glanced back at the direction where Su-Han might be hiding, silently saying thank you. The sun was setting, and the light in the valley began to dim. Su-Han lay quietly like a lurking spider among the branches of the red pine, the barrel of his .88 sniper rifle slightly peeking through the gaps in the leaves. The faint sound of dry leaves being crushed came from the valley entrance. Su-Han's pupils slightly contracted as he noticed 2 figures in desert wolf camouflage slowly advancing in a tactical formation. The front soldier, codenamed Rattlesnake, was lean and constantly scanned the ground with radar-like eyes. The one behind him, Sand Fox, held a Type 95 rifle, the muzzle swinging left and right with his line of sight. Good vigilance, Su-Han thought coldly, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Rattlesnake's combat boots suddenly kicked a nearly transparent piano wire. Crack! The sharp sound of the metal spring snapping was particularly piercing in the silent valley. Trip mine. Rattlesnake's pupils suddenly constricted, but it was already too late. Bang! A Type 72 bouncing mine shot up from the fallen leaves, exploding at a height of 15 meters. Although it was just a training blank round, the built-in laser sensor instantly determined the shrapnel coverage area. Rattlesnake's chest receiver emitted a blinding red light, and his tactical vest hissed as it released thick white smoke. Desert Wolf Rattlesnake eliminated. Sand Fox's reaction was textbook level. The moment the explosion sounded, he rolled sideways toward the rock, simultaneously aiming his gun toward the direction where the mine had detonated. However, just as his back was about to lean against the rock, a cold smile crept onto Su-Han's lips. Top! Sand Fox's shoulder blade crushed a pressure sensor hidden under the moss. Hiss! 3 smoke grenades simultaneously erupted from the crevices of the rock, the bright orange smoke instantly enveloping Sand Fox. Even more deadly, the fluorescent powder mixed in the smoke was exceptionally conspicuous in the sunset, turning him into a living target. Damn! A chain trap! Sand Fox cursed as he tried to rush out of the smoke, only to hear a crack from above. That was the sound of the sniper rifle safety being disengaged. Bang! The first bullet accurately hit Sand Fox's chest. The sensor lit up red, but did not emit smoke, according to the rules. 2 hits to the torso were needed for elimination. Sand Fox, being an elite of the Desert Wolf, quickly judged the sniper's position the moment he was hit. He suddenly lunged to the left, simultaneously raising his gun to fire at the treetops for suppressive fire. Bullets sent branches and leaves flying. But Su-Han had already changed position. Top! A second light sound came from under Sand Fox's feet as he stepped on the last tripwire Su-Han had set. Boom! Boom! 2 Type 66 directional mines detonated simultaneously, and hundreds of steel balls simulated shrapnel, covering the entire retreat route in a fan shape. Sand Fox's tactical vest was instantly judged to have suffered a saturated hit, with both front and rear sensors emitting white smoke. Desert Wolf Sand Fox eliminated. Sand Fox stood frozen, staring in disbelief at his smoking combat gear. The sound of branches rubbing together came from the treetops as Su-Han lightly landed like a monkey, casually shouldering his .88 sniper rifle. Rocks, moss, fallen leaves. Su-Han tapped a few trap trigger points with the tip of his foot. In the wild, any unnatural detail could be a death sentence. Rattlesnake slumped to the side, bitterly laughing as he removed his helmet. Are you a spider or what? These traps are laid out like the spider cave. Sand Fox suddenly noticed the 5 or 6 different unit patches hanging from Su-Han's waist, his pupils contracting. Those are trophies, soin de plaisir. Patting the patches before turning to walk deeper into the valley. Chapter 34. The final circle begins. The finals have started. The electronic scoreboard flickered on the large screen in the observation center, the glaring red light reflecting on the faces of the 12 captains, each with different expressions. Falcon Special Forces, 18 points. Su-Han personally 12 points. Divine Sword Special Forces, 11 points. Snow Leopard Special Forces, 7 points. Wild Wolf Assault Team, 6 points. Desert wolf. 5 points. Dragon shark. 4 points. Ha. As long as Su-Han holds steady and takes out 2 or 3 more people, then enters the top 3, the points will be more than enough. Wang Yuanchao laughed. Captain Liu Bo of the Divine Sword looked pale, his fingers tapping an urgent rhythm on the table. What are Long Leopard and the others doing? Why haven't they encountered Su-Han yet? In the individual competition, Divine Sword trailed Falcon by 8 points. Now it's down to 7 points. A total of 15 points. The first place in the confrontation match is 20 points, second place is 10 points, and third place is 5 points. Right now, there are only 4 members left in Divine Sword. Even if Su-Han doesn't earn more points, Divine Sword must at least get first place, or have 2 members in second and third place to secure the overall first place. However, the current situation is that, with Su-Han's strength, it is impossible for him not to earn points later. He might even get more. Therefore, in his view, the best way is to eliminate Su-Han before getting rid of the other competitors, preventing him from eliminating others and earning more points. Suddenly, the Snow Leopard captain pointed at the screen in shock. Look, Su-Han has stopped moving. The technician quickly zoomed in on Area 11's image and saw the blue dot representing Su-Han motionless in a recess of a rock wall. The infrared imaging showed he was curled up, breathing evenly. Is this kid sleeping? The Wild Wolf captain widened his eyes. Wang Yuanchao grinned. Resting up, you know. He'll get up later to deal with you all. Deep in the dense forest, Su-Han curled up in a naturally formed rock crevice, breathing slowly like a hibernating snake. His tactical watch indicated that there were 4 hours and 52 minutes until the next map refresh. That's enough time to rest. Su-Han kept his eyes closed, but his right hand still gripped the Type 92 pistol, his index finger lightly resting on the trigger guard. 3 hours after the valley ambush, he purposely took a long detour, going upstream in the creek for 300 meters to eliminate scent traces before finally choosing this concealed spot backed by a cliff. Crack! 50 meters away, the sound of a dry twig snapping made Su-Han's eyelashes twitch slightly. He remained with his eyes closed, but all the muscles in his body were already taut like a bowstring. His left hand silently reached for the military knife at his waist, while his ears twitched slightly, catching every subtle movement in the air. Rustle. The footsteps were very light, at least 2 people advancing in an alternating cover tactical formation. One of them seemed to have an injury on his right leg, slightly off balance when stepping. Su-Han's lips curled up slightly. They weren't coming for him. Sure enough, the footsteps turned 30 meters away and gradually faded. He was too lazy to move again. There were still a few hours until the map refresh, and he needed to make the most of his time to rest. In preparation for the final showdown, inside the observation room, the technician wiped his sweat and reported, "It's the Wild Wolf's troops. They're only 28 meters away from Su-Han's hiding spot." Useless. Are you blind? The Wild Wolf commander exploded in anger. How could you not spot such a big person? Wang Yuanchao leisurely crossed his legs. Oldly, you can't blame your men. The position Su-Han chose, even if you want to look for him personally, you wouldn't find him in less than a couple of hours. A few hours later, in the rock crevice, Su-Han suddenly opened his eyes. His biological clock was as precise as an atomic clock. Over 4 hours of light sleep was enough to restore his stamina. The tactical watch displayed that there were 7 minutes left until the map refresh. It was time to move. Su-Han gently moved his neck, and his joints emitted faint cracking sounds. He first took out the individual rations he had seized and finished a high-calorie field meal within 3 minutes. Then he checked his equipment. 17 rounds left for the 88 sniper rifle, 2 full magazines for the Type 95 rifle, 7 rounds for the Type 92 pistol, 3 grenades, 2 smoke bombs, and a military knife. That was enough. Su-Han sheathed the military knife back into his boot. On the electronic sand table, the green safe zone rapidly shrank, eventually stabilizing into an irregular circular area with a diameter of only 2 kilometers. The technician quickly magnified the image, projecting the terrain details onto the main screen. Lake. Located in the center of the area, the water surface was calm like a mirror, surrounded by dense reeds, with hidden currents below. Cliff. A steep rock wall on the northeast side, about 100 meters high, easy to defend but hard to attack. Swamp. A muddy area in the southwest, covered with duckweed, hiding deadly traps. Dense forest, towering ancient trees on the southeast side, intertwined with vines, with very poor visibility. The location of the final circle was confirmed. The chief judge's voice was serious. The remaining competitors must enter within 30 minutes, or they will be eliminated. Inside the observation room, 12 team leaders stood up simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the big screen. Wang Yuanchao clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Suhan is 3 kilometers away from the final circle. There is enough time, but the people from Shanjian. His voice trailed off. On the screen, the 4 red dots representing Longbao, Wu Hai, Zhou Long, and another Xinjian team member had already firmly landed within the final circle. All members of Shanjian are inside the circle. The technician exclaimed. Lu Bo slammed the table, finally showing a confident smile. Ah, heaven is helping me. Longbao and the others don't need to move at all. They can just wait. Wang Yuanchao's expression darkened. The chief judge suddenly grabbed the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the venue. There are 10 minutes left until the final circle closes. Those who have not entered will be eliminated. On the big screen, the remaining contestant list refreshed. Survivors, 13 people, Falcon, Suhan, 1 person, Shunjian, Longbao, Wu Hai, Zhou Long. Eagle, 4 people, Snow Leopard. Iceblade, 2 people, Wild Wolf. Roger, 2 people, Desert Wolf. Wang Yu, 2 people, Dragon Shark. Lin Hu, Chunran, 2 people. In the evening, there was an update. Chapter 35, Death Trap. 1 person against the 4 elites of Shunjian. In the northeast corner of the final circle, at the top of the cliff, Longbao knelt on one knee in the shadow of the backlit rock, his right hand, clad in tactical gloves, gently brushed over the fallen leaves on the ground, as precise as a pianist tuning the keys. He pinched a handful of soil, twisted it between his fingers, observing the changes in humidity. The humidity gradient indicated a southeast wind, with a wind speed of level 3. He whispered into his earpiece. Zhou Long, adjust the angle of your tripwire in Area 3. Shift it by 15 degrees. Received. On the edge of the swamp, Zhou Long was using medical tweezers to wrap a 0.2 mm piano wire around a reed stem. Sweat beads formed on his forehead under the mosquito mask. But he dared not raise his hand to wipe them. Any excess movement could ruin this intricate death masterpiece. Beneath his feet, 12 modified 72-type jumping mines were turned into a cascading trigger system. The impact wave for the first jumping mine would lift the camouflage layer, exposing 5 directional mines arranged in a fan shape below. These traps were coated with algae extracted from the swamp, making them indistinguishable from the surrounding environment in infrared imaging. On the west side of the lake, Wu Hai was calibrating his optical kill zone. He disassembled 3 sniper scopes and installed the lens groups in specific positions among the reeds. This optical system could focus sunlight onto preset coordinates, and any enemy passing through that area would be exposed at a specific moment by blinding reflections. The optical trap was calibrated. Wu Hai embedded the last lens into a homemade hydraulic adjustment base, aligning the angle of incidence with the direction of sunrise, with an error of less than 0.5 arc minutes. Under the water beside him, 6 sealed bags containing fluorescent agents were secured to fishing lines. Once triggered, these fluorescent agents would form moving light strips on the lake surface, providing perfect tracking guidance for the snipers. In the rock crevice below the cliff, Eagle was finishing his sonic cage. He embedded 4 miniature vibration sensors into the rock wall, forming a quadrilateral array. These sensors could capture the slightest footsteps within 20 meters and precisely locate the sound source through differential algorithms. More lethally, he also deployed harmonic triggers around the sensors. Sound waves of specific frequencies would detonate pre-buried shock bombs. The sound fingerprint lock was set. Eagle used a spectrum analyzer to detect sensor feedback, only recognizing unusual sounds above 80 decibels that lasted longer than 0.3 seconds. He lastly checked the rockfall system above the crevice. 7 acid-etched limestone blocks were suspended on nearly transparent carbon fiber lines. Any attempt to climb the cliff would trigger this artificial landslide. Inside the observation room, the technician presented Shunjian's defense system in a 3-dimensional projection. The 12 team leaders leaned forward in unison, their eyes sparkling with professional awe. They turned the entire final circle into a precision instrument. The snow leopard team leader pointed at the infrared imaging of the swamp area. Look at the distribution of these jumping mines. It completely follows the Poisson point process model, with no discernible pattern. The Marine Corps' Long Jean stared at the optical trap in the lake area, using lens groups to construct a kill corridor. This idea should be patented. The Wild Wolf team leader suddenly pointed at the cliff area. Wait, how did Eagle calculate the precise fracture point of that rockfall device? Lubo, the Shunjian team leader, chuckled proudly. The acid etching time is accurate to the second, combined with the local rock's Mohs hardness. Our geological demolition course in Shunjian wasn't taken for nothing. Wang Yuanchao stared at the big screen, his expression growing increasingly serious. This defense system had exceeded conventional tactical boundaries. It resembled cutting-edge research findings from a military laboratory. Each trap was a precise combination of mechanics, optics, and acoustics, forming a complementary network of lethality. Captain Liu, Wang Yuanchao, said solemnly, "Are you bringing the confidential projects of international military competitions here?" Lu Bo smiled without answering, merely tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The rhythm matched the heartbeat monitoring of Long Bao on the screen, a steady 68 beats per minute, indicating he was in optimal combat condition. In the dense forest, Suan's pupils suddenly constricted. He was observing the swamp area through his sniper scope and noticed an abnormal cycle of 0.7 seconds in the oscillation frequency of a certain patch of reeds. Too regular. It couldn't have been caused by natural wind. Harmonic trap, Suan sleep scared slightly. He gently removed his helmet and secured it to a nearby branch with its strap. Then he took out the seized laser rangefinder from his tactical backpack and carefully disassembled the internal reflective prism. 5 minutes later, 3 simple optical reflection devices were set up on the surrounding tree trunks. They would deflect any incoming detection laser by 90 degrees, precisely pointing towards the unusual patch of reeds Su Han had discovered. "Let us see how you like your own medicine." Su Han silently slid down the tree trunk and began to maneuver towards the lake area. His movements were as fluid as mercury, each step carefully chosen on the thickest patches of moss, making it impossible for even the most sensitive seismic sensors to detect vibrations. When he was 300 meters away from Wu Hai's sniper point, Su Han suddenly stopped. He noticed that a few reeds floating on the water ahead were arranged in a perfect Fibonacci spiral, which is almost impossible to form naturally in nature. Using an optical lure, Su Han dug out a stranded river clam from the mud and drilled small holes in the shell with his military knife. He slowly submerged this makeshift periscope into the water and immediately saw the network of fluorescent fishing lines that Wu Hai had set up underwater. A cold smirk appeared on Su Han's face. He gently took out 3 confiscated smoke bombs, modified them into delayed buoys, and quietly tossed them into the water. These buoys would drift along the current toward Wu Hai's sniper point, releasing colored smoke at a preset time. Professional? Su Han looked at the gradually drifting buoys, a hunter-like sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I will show you what professionalism is." Chapter 36. The Dragon at the Bottom of the Lake. Life and Death in 25 minutes. In the reeds, Su Han's fingertips gently pushed aside a patch of duckweed. The underwater visibility was murky, but it was enough to see the meticulously arranged fluorescent fishing lines. They covered the entire shallow area like a spider web, and any disturbance would trigger a chain reaction. Optical traps combined with harmonic triggers made Su Han chuckle coldly as he took out 3 confiscated stun grenades from his tactical vest. He wrapped military tape around the grenade bodies, creating a simple delay device. Splash! 3 nearly simultaneous sounds of entry into the water were perfectly masked by the waves on the lake surface. The stun grenades slowly sank toward the sensor array set up by Wu Hai, and the tape was losing its stickiness at a calculable rate as it met the water. On the cliff, Long Bao's pupils suddenly contracted. "Zhou Long, the reeds at your 9 o'clock are moving." He shouted into his earpiece. "It's not the wind. Someone is underwater." Zhou Long immediately turned his gun, but it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled sounds came from underwater as the carefully arranged fluorescent agent seal bags, set by Wu Hai, simultaneously exploded. Bright green fluorescent dye quickly spread across the lake surface, dyeing the entire area in an eerie bright color. More deadly was the shockwave that activated the acoustic sensors, triggering the preset stun grenades. Bang! Blinding white light exploded in the reeds where Zhou Long was hiding. He instinctively closed his eyes to avoid it, but heard a light crack. Su Han's military boot had stepped on a branch that had been corroded by acid. "You're out." The cold gun barrel pressed against Zhou Long's neck, and Su Han's voice sounded like the judgment of death. Godsword Zhou Long eliminated. In the observation room, Captain Xue Bao slammed the table. Nice. A feint. However, Dragon War from Marine Corps was staring at another screen. Wait. Where's the Eagle? Why hasn't his rockfall system been activated? Above the rock crevice, the Eagle was staring intently at the voice sprint monitoring screen. Suddenly, a set of abnormal waveforms caught his attention. The frequency concentrated at 1822. The special frequency generated by human bone friction. Found you. The Eagle grinned as he pressed the detonator. Boom! 7 limestone blocks fell simultaneously, but were caught mid-air by an almost transparent carbon fiber net. Su Han had woven a cushioning net with the confiscated bulletproof fibers while climbing. The Eagle looked up in shock, just in time to see Su Han hanging upside down from the top of the rock. The barrel of the 88 sniper rifle only 30 centimeters from his forehead. Your sensor, Su Han chuckled lightly, can only recognize sounds above 80 decibels? Bang! Godsword Eagle eliminated. The electronic scoreboard refreshed instantly. Falcon Special Forces, 20 points, Su Han 2 points. Damn it. Long Bao punched the rock, Wu Hai. Execute the plan. Drive him to a dead end. On the west side of the lake, Wu Hai quickly disassembled his sniper rifle and adjusted the lens group to the maximum elevation angle. The midday sunlight, through precise refraction, formed a dazzling light path on the lake's surface, perfectly illuminating the ripples made by Su Han as he entered the water. Target detected. Wu Hai's index finger squeezed the trigger. In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up. Not good. Su Han has been locked on. The bullet whistled out, but Su Han suddenly plunged into the deep water as if foreseeing the danger. The bullet created ripples on the water surface, but was always half a step behind him. Chase! Long Bao roared as he charged down the cliff. He can't escape. Deep in the heart of the lake, Su Han dove down like a big fish. The tactical watch indicated that the water depth had reached 15 meters, and the water pressure was causing his eardrums to sting. He exhaled a small amount of air to balance the pressure while observing the 2 figures chasing above. Long Bao and Wu Hai were flanking him, with one person surfacing to breathe every 30 seconds, always keeping one underwater for monitoring. A perfect tactical coordination, but it allowed Su Han to discover a fatal flaw. They forgot to check the mud at the bottom of the lake. Su Han quietly made his way to the deepest part of the submerged wood area. Here, a large number of rotting tree trunks were piled up, providing an excellent hiding spot. He carefully laid down in a tree hollow, leaving only the breathing tube of his tactical watch slightly protruding. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Time flowed, and the figures on the water surface became increasingly anxious. When Long Bao surfaced for the 3rd time to breathe, his face had already turned pale. Damn it! How long can he hold his breath? Wu Hai wiped the water off his face. In the observation room, the technician's voice trembled. Su Han has been submerged for 9 minutes and 47 seconds. This is impossible. Godsword team leader Liu Bo suddenly stood up. A normal person can't hold their breath for more than 8 minutes at a depth of 15 meters. But Dragon War from the Marine Corps said, "You also said he is a normal person." More than 10 people in our Dragon Shark can hold their breath underwater for over 10 minutes. This kid's arm swimming is so impressive. Over 10 minutes is definitely not a problem. Now, we just don't know what his limit is. But on the other side, Wang Yuanchao's fists were cracking, extremely worried that Su Han would encounter an accident at the bottom of the lake. Hurry and prepare the rescue team. This kid is risking his life. At the bottom of the lake, Su Han's vision began to blur. The lack of oxygen made his fingertips twitch slightly, but he remained absolutely still. In his past life, the SEAL training record was 22 minutes underwater, and this young body, after being trained by Su's hard Qigong, should have a limit of over 25 minutes. Glub. A tiny bubble accidentally overflowed from the breathing tube. There, Long Bao lunged like a shark. At the critical moment, Su Han kicked toward the submerged wood. The rotting tree trunk shattered with a loud bang. and the murky mud instantly enveloped the entire bottom of the lake. Cough, cough, cough. Long Bao was choked by the mud and surfaced, and Wu Hai was also forced to come up for air. When the vision became clear again, the lake's surface was unnervingly calm. 10-15 minutes. The technician's voice was tinged with tears. Chief Judge, the match must be terminated. 12 team leaders rushed to the communication station. Even Lu Bo was shouting, "Hurry and save him. We don't care about the score. Don't panic." Dragon War said in a low voice. 15 minutes. That's not the limit for humans. What are you afraid of? The world record is over 20 minutes. You've seen Su Han's strength. Him holding his breath underwater for over 10 or even 20 minutes is not unusual. Stopping now, what if Su Han is fine? Dragon War's words calmed everyone down. Yes, the strength Su Han displayed in individual subjects and his unbelievable operations in the competition had long made them see Su Han as a master of a completely different level from their conventional special forces. How many times did they think Su Han couldn't do something, only for him to slap them in the face with reality? Doesn't this already prove Su Han's strength? Now, the competition was in its final stage, and stopping at this moment was indeed inappropriate. However, everyone was still filled with worry. Even if Su Han was not a soldier from their unit, such a good seedling, if something happened in the competition, it would definitely be a huge loss for the unit, a loss for the country. Competitions happen every year, but Su Han only comes once. Compared to Su Han, what is the importance of winning or losing in this competition? Wang Yuanchao said solemnly, "Wait another 5 minutes. If he doesn't come out in 20 minutes, we will pause the match." The referee group quietly discussed and agreed with Wang Yuanchao's suggestion. After all, with a super soldier like Su Han, if any accidents were to occur, the higher-ups would definitely investigate, and these judges would inevitably face disciplinary action. Accidents can happen, but if an accident were to happen to someone like Su Han, it would be a different matter. Chapter 37, The Final Showdown. Su Han and the Dragon Leopard. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, it reached the 19-minute mark. At this point, not only the captains in the observation room, but also the Dragon Leopard and Wu Hai on site couldn't help but worry about Su Han's safety. Su Han was their opponent, but ultimately he was also a soldier, their comrade. Moreover, there were special forces, especially the captains of various units. Well aware of what it meant if an expert like Su Han were to join the special forces, and if he were to have an accident in such a competition, how much would it cost them? "Captain, it's been 19.5 minutes. This guy isn't in trouble, is he?" At this time, even a Marine Corps wouldn't be able to manage this. Wu Hai said solemnly to the Dragon Leopard. The Dragon Leopard was staring intently at the surface of the lake, struggling internally. In the observation room, Wang Yuanzhao could no longer hold back. "Judge, hurry and stop it." At this moment, Long Zhan also frowned. His intuition told him that Su Han wouldn't have an accident. But what if he did? Just as the judging panel was about to press the stop button, puff, 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 3 smoke bombs exploded on the water surface, enveloping the entire lake in a thick white smoke. "Wait, he is coming out," Long Zhan shouted loudly. The other captains looked over. Wang Yuanzhao let out a huge sigh of relief. "This kid scared me to death." On sight, the Dragon Leopard and Wu Hai also immediately reacted to the situation. The Dragon Leopard suddenly lowered his body, wildly sweeping his gun, bullets splashing into the water. "Wu Hai!" He growled but received no response. The earpiece was only filled with static. Wu Hai had already been eliminated. "Damn it!" The Dragon Leopard gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, moving towards the cliff. He knew that Su Han would definitely come ashore under the cover of the smoke, and he could not stay in place as a target. In the smoke, a shadow silently climbed ashore, his combat uniform soaked and clinging to his body, drops of water dripping from his tactical vest. Su Han's breathing was steady, his gaze as cold as a blade. He slowly raised his 88 sniper rifle, making slight adjustments in the smoke. The thermal imaging function of the scope had activated, and the Dragon Leopard's figure was faintly visible at the edge of the cliff. "Found you." Su Han's lips curled up slightly, his finger gently squeezed the trigger. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, bang, a bullet suddenly shot in from the side, grazing his shoulder. "What?" Su Han's pupils shrank, and he rolled to evade while looking towards the direction the bullet came from. It wasn't T, the dragon leopard. It was someone else. What's going on? Wang Yuanzhao suddenly stood up, staring at the screen. Who is shooting? The technician quickly adjusted the surveillance footage. On sight, the smoke over the lake had not yet dissipated, and Su Han's pupils suddenly contracted. There was movement in all 6 directions. At this moment, in the southeast shrubbery, the snow leopard's ice blade was aiming his .88 sniper rifle, slightly adjusting the gun to lock onto his position, in the northwest behind the rocks. The wild wolf's Roger had already raised his Type 95 assault rifle, his finger on the trigger, farther away. The desert wolf, S. Wang Yu, and 2 others were flanking from both sides. And above the cliff, the dragon leopard of the divine sword was also pinned in a rock crevice, unable to move. 6 people were surrounding them. Su Han and the dragon leopard were both locked on. In the observation room, 12 captains changed color simultaneously. This is against the rules, right? Wang Yuanzhao slammed the table and shouted angrily, an inter-unit alliance attacking our Falcon members. But the snow leopard captain stroked his chin and sneered. The rules didn't say you can't cooperate temporarily, just that it hasn't been done before. The wild wolf captain grinned. Captain Wang, your Su Han from Falcon is too strong. If we don't deal with him first, the others won't have a chance at all. On the big screen, 6 red dots had formed a siege, forcing Su Han and the dragon leopard towards the cliff's dead angle. Beautiful! The other unit captains excitedly clapped, first teaming up to take down the strongest, then relying on their own abilities. That's the way of smart people. At the edge of the cliff, the dragon leopard leaned against the rock wall, his face as dark as water. "Oh, hi!" He called out to his teammate again, but the earpiece was still filled with static. Bang! A bullet suddenly grazed his helmet, sparking against the rock. Snow leopard-s people. The dragon leopard rolled to evade, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. "Are you crazy? Deal with Su Han first." The voice of the ice blade came from afar. "Dragon captain, sorry, but you and Su Han have to go out first." Bang! 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 3 bullets came in a triangular formation. The dragon leopard awkwardly dove into a rock crevice, but his right arm was still grazed, the sensor lighting up with a glaring red light. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, tearing open the first aid kit, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As the ace of the divine sword, he had never been so embarrassed. Whoosh! Another bullet flew past the entrance of the rock crevice. It was the wild wolf Roger S-Type 95 rifle. The dragon leopard could clearly hear the sound of the other party changing magazines. The distance was less than 30 meters. He tried to peek out to counterattack, but immediately attracted the ice blade's precise shot. Bang! A bullet directly knocked off his tactical helmet, the sensor emitting a piercing alarm. Damn it! The dragon leopard cursed under his breath, having to give up the counterattack. He was now completely pinned in this small rock crevice, unable to move. Worse yet, he heard the desert wolf's Wang Yu was flanking from the right side, the footsteps growing closer. Su Han lay quietly against the rock wall, like a cheetah ready to pounce. He counted his heartbeats, waiting for the best moment. 5, 4, 3. At the moment the ice blade fired again, Su Han suddenly let go and fell. Bang! The first bullet accurately hit the wild wolf Roger's chest, the sensor emitting thick white smoke. Wild wolf Roger eliminated. Roger looked down at the white smoke on his chest in disbelief. How did he? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Han had already landed and rolled, the second bullet whistling out. Bang! The snow leopard's ice blade had just adjusted the gun when he was hit in the right shoulder, the sensor lighting up red. Damn! The ice blade cursed, trying to hide, but saw Su Han approaching like a ghost, performing a standard tactical slide to take him down. Bang! The third bullet hit the ice blade in the chest, white smoke billowing. Snow leopard ice blade eliminated. The entire process took no more than 7 seconds, and 2 elite players were eliminated. In the observation room, Wang Yuanzhao suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Good. Well done. These useless people, so many of them attacking from all directions, and they couldn't even take down 2 people. With this level, it would be better not to alliance at all. Just hide and aim for 3rd place. Other captains were so angry they smashed their cups. But Wang Yuanzhao and Lu Bo had smiles on their faces. Just as Su Han had just taken out 2 people, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Danger intuition. He instinctively rolled to the side, but a bullet still grazed his tactical vest. Looking up, the desert wolf Wang Yu was peeking his gun from behind a rock 50 meters away. Bang! Bang! Su-Han fired 2 shots in retaliation, but both were dodged by Wang Yu. Worse still, another person was flanking from the other side, forming a crossfire. This is bad. Su-Han was pinned in a low-lying area with no cover around. He could feel bullets whizzing overhead, dirt splattering on his face. Desperate situation, just at this critical moment. Su-Han, get down! A familiar voice exploded. Lin, who suddenly charged out from the side, his Type 95 spewing flames. Da-da-da! A precise 3-round burst forced Wang Yu and the other person back, buying precious time for Su-Han to catch his breath. At this moment, Long Bao also charged out, quickly rushing from the other side. After a few rolls, he took down Wang Yu and another person. Lin Hu. Su-Han looked at him in surprise. Lin Hu grinned. You let me go once, I saved you once, that makes us even, haha. Just as Su-Han was about to speak, his expression suddenly froze. Be careful. Bang. A bullet shot from the direction of the cliff, hitting Lin Hu directly in the back. It was Long Bao's sneak attack. Lin Hu let out a muffled grunt, smoke rising from his body. Dragon Shark Lin Hu eliminated. Lin Hu looked at the smoke around him, forced a wry smile, and said, Now it's just you and Long Bao left. Good luck. With only the 2 of them left, the observation room fell silent, everyone holding their breath. There would be updates after midnight. Chapter 38, Gun God Showdown. The life and death moment of 0.1 seconds. The fog over the lake dissipated, and the eliminated contestants gradually walked out from their hiding spots, gathering in the safe zone below the cliff. 6 people surrounded and attacked, but were all taken down by the wild wolf Roger, who slumped to the ground, shaking his head with a bitter smile at these 2 monsters. The snow leopard's ice blade rubbed his shoulder, which had been hit by Su-Han, looking intently at the cliff. Who do you think will win? Long Bao. Desert Wolf S. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. In terms of practical combat, I don't think he will lose. Nonsense. The Falcon S. Monkey limped over. Did we get 8 firsts in individual events for nothing? As the crowd debated, Lin, who suddenly pointed at the cliff. They're starting. At the top of the cliff, 2 figures stood 30 meters apart, facing each other. Long Bao checked his last magazine and looked up at Su-Han. 7 rounds, Type 92. Su-Han similarly withdrew his magazine in acknowledgement. Same. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the mountain wind made a whimpering sound through the rock crevices. How to compare? Long Bao flexed his wrist. Su-Han's gaze was calm. 30 meters, no moving. We'll compete in drawing the gun, chambering, and shooting to see who is faster. A glint of light flashed in Long Bao's eyes. Just what I want. In the observation room, Captain Lu Bo of the Divine Sword team stared at the screen. Long Bao's best time was 0.6 seconds to complete the entire action. Oh Wang, what about Su-Han? Wang Yuanchao stroked his chin. I don't know. I haven't seen his training results. They are all in his original unit. Long Zhan laughed. No matter what. Your Falcon's total score has already surpassed the Divine Sword by over 10 points. Even if Su-Han loses, the total score will still be higher than Divine Sword's. Although Wang Yuanchao's face could not hide his joy, he still said, We want both the total leaderboard and the individual champion. Scram. The Snow Leopard's captain laughed and scolded. Su-Han's rank isn't in your Falcon. If it weren't for the military district leader letting him take a spot in your Falcon to compete, you guys would probably still be at the bottom this year. Wang Yuanchao was angry, just chuckled. You don't care. Anyway, the champion is ours. If you can, let your military district leader give you a Su-Han too. Everyone. After the referee team confirmed the rules, the drone transmitted the instruction. On the count of 3, draw your guns and shoot. Only speed and accuracy are compared. Stepping is strictly prohibited. On the cliff, the 2 stood still like statues. Long Bao's right hand hovered over his holster, while his left hand slightly opened. This was the most standard 2-handed draw stance. Su-Han, however, unusually let his right hand drop, fingers slightly spread, pressing over the holster in an unprecedented manner. 1. Lin, whose fist unconsciously tightened. 2. Everyone else held their breath simultaneously. 3. Crack. The sound of metal scraping exploded, and everyone's eyes widened. Su-Han's right hand moved like lightning. His index finger suddenly hooked into the recess of the slide and pulled back, while his middle finger simultaneously pressed the trigger, and his ring and little fingers locked the grip like iron pincers. The entire chambering action flowed seamlessly, the sound of the slide returning crisp and clear, faster than Longbow by 0.1 seconds. Bang! When the gun fired, Longbow's gun had just begun to lift. The orange-red laser accurately hit Longbow's chest, and white smoke billowed out. Divine Sword Longbow eliminated. First place, Falcon Special Forces Su-Han. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Su-Han's right hand. The slide of that Type 92 remained in the recoil position, and his index finger was slightly reddened, showing the astonishing explosive power just displayed. Longbow's Adam's apple bobbed. What kind of chambering method was that? Technicians trembled as they replayed the slow motion. Su-Han's index finger hooked onto the slide's recess like an iron hook, his middle finger pre-pressing the trigger, while the last 3 fingers fixed the grip as if rooted. The entire action was fluid. The captains in the observation room were left speechless in shock. On site, Su-Han briefly explained the process to Longbow. After listening, Longbow's mouth opened slightly, unable to say a word. Impossible. Roger of the Wild Wolf suddenly stood up, using just the index finger to pull the slide. How much finger strength would that require? Even more frightening was the stability. The ice blade of the snow leopard stared intently at the screen. Under this unconventional grip, his gun remained completely still. Su-Han smiled slightly, demonstrating again how his index finger hooked the slide like a steel clamp, his middle finger lightly resting on the trigger, and the last 3 fingers fixed firmly. Crack! The sound of the sliding metal was crisp and pleasant. The Type 92 slide requires 18 kilograms of pull force. Su-Han moved his reddened index finger. My finger strength has undergone special training. He looked at Longbow. Want to give it a try? Longbow took the pistol, attempted to mimic Su-Han's action, but found that his index finger could not independently pull the slide. Damn, he shook his head with a wry smile. How many fingers would he have to practice with to achieve this? In the observation room, the captains were completely impressed. Wang Yuanchao slapped the table and laughed. Good. First place on the overall leaderboard is our Falcon, and the individual champion is also ours. Ha ha ha. The Marine Korlong Zhan stared at the screen, mumbling to himself, index finger pulling the slide, middle finger controlling the trigger, and the last 3 fingers stabilizing. The shooting method is simply unheard of. The entire competition venue fell into a brief silence. Though, 1 second later, Longbow looked down at the sensor on his chest, still smoking, suddenly smiled. I admit defeat willingly. He strode towards Su-Han, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, suddenly stood at attention and saluted. Dragon Leopard of the Divine Sword Special Forces pays respect to the champion. This action was like a signal. Other eliminated contestants also stood up to salute. Ice Blade of the Snow Leopard, Roger of the Wild Wolf, Wang Yu of the Desert Wolf. The elites from various units only had pure admiration in their eyes at this moment. In the observation room, all 12 captains stood up simultaneously. I announce. The referee's loud voice echoed through the venue via drone. The individual champion of this military special forces competition is the Falcon Special Forces, Su-Han. The team with the highest total score is the Falcon Special Forces. As the words fell, Falcons Zhou Mo, Monkey, Big Bear, and Lynx rushed over, crazily charging towards the cliff. Suan, Monkey, limping, ran ahead, his excited voice cracking. You're so damn awesome. Zhou Mo dashed up the rocks without saying a word. Hoisted Su-Han up. Brothers, catch him. 1, 2, 3. Amidst everyone's cheers, Su-Han was thrown into the sky. Under the azure sky, his training suit, covered in mud and smoke, stood out, and the Falcon badge shone brightly in the sunlight. Higher, Big Bear spread his arms below, his dark face showing a white-toothed smile. Let the whole army see our soldier king. Lin Hu of the Marine Corps leaned against a nearby rock, shaking his head with a smile. This kid really did it. Chapter 39. Forming a Women's Special Operations Team? Back at the base, Su-Han took a clean hot shower, comfortably lying on the bed, took out his phone from beside the pillow, and found several missed calls. It's from the company commander. Oh no, it's from his son-in-law. Suhan called back, and after the call connected, teased, "Grandson, missing your grandpa?" On the other end of the line, Zhou Haitao's anxious voice came through. "Grandpa, you finally answered the phone. If you don't answer the phone soon, my granddaughter's wedding will fall through. Ling Xue and I are getting married the day after tomorrow, and I need to send gifts over tomorrow. How is it going on your end? Have you finished? How are the results? Can you apply for leave?" Suhan could tell that Zhou Haitao was indeed very anxious. But he couldn't help but tease, "Sorry, son-in-law. The results aren't great, so I guess my leave will fall through." "What? How could this happen? What should I do? What should I do?" Zhou Haitao was almost in tears from anxiety. Suhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. And Zhou Haitao also caught on to Suhan's teasing tone and couldn't help but scold, "You little rascal, you're actually fooling me." Suhan replied, Hey, watch your words. So disrespectful to your elders. Do you believe I'll call back and tell the Su family that I don't agree with the marriage?" Don't. Zhou Haitao immediately backed down. "Third grandpa, my ancestor. Don't tease me. I was wrong, okay? Just give me an honest answer. Can you come back on time or not? If not, while we haven't sent the gifts, we can change the wedding date. Otherwise, it will be too late." Suhan said, "Don't worry, I'll go back after the award ceremony tomorrow morning. I'll also send a message to Ling Xue." "That is great." Zhou Haitao let out a huge sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered something. "Right? How was your performance in the competition?" Suhan replied nonchalantly, "Not bad. I got first place in 8 individual events and the championship in the combat match." Zhou Haitao exclaimed. The next morning, the rising sun bathed the training base in a golden hue. The closing ceremony of the Military Special Forces competition was held in the central square of the base. With 12 participating units lined up neatly, their camouflage uniforms reflecting a solemn dark green in the morning light. On the podium, a senior officer from headquarters was reading the commendation order. According to the committee's evaluation, this competition produced 21 top 3 winners in individual events. And the list of awardees is as follows. Third-class merit awardees: Zhou Long and Wu Hai from the Divine Sword Special Forces, Iceblade from the Snow Leopard Special Forces, Roger from the Wolf Assault Team. As each name was announced, the competitors took turns to go on stage to receive their awards. The applause was thunderous, and the leaders of various teams stood tall, their faces filled with pride. The voice of General Chun suddenly rose. The second-class merit awardees: Zhou Mo from the Falcon Special Forces, Long Leopard from the Divine Sword Special Forces, Lin Hu from the Dragon Shark Special Operations Team. When Long Leopard stepped onto the stage, Lu Bo from the observation area smirked, but Wang Yuanchao leaned in and whispered, "Old Lu, your Divine Sword only got 1 second-class merit this year. Our Falcon." "Shut up," Lu Bo interrupted irritably. "Aren't you just relying on that Suhan kid?" Wang Yuanchao proudly shook his head. "So sour, really sour." On stage, General Chen suddenly paused, and the entire venue fell silent. He was about to announce the first-class merit awardees. He unfolded a golden document. This competition has produced a dark horse. Not only did he secure first place in 8 individual events, but he also won the combat match championship, pushing his unit to first place in the overall score. This is an unprecedented achievement in the history of many special forces competitions. The headquarters has decided to award Comrade Suhan the first-class merit medal. Boom! The entire square erupted in excitement. Everyone looked at Suhan with envy. This was a first-class merit, but no one was jealous. Suhan's strength was evident for all to see. This achievement was something they would never reach even if they worked hard for a lifetime. Now, let us invite Deputy Commander Zhao Jiangwo to present the award to the first-class merit awardee. As the host announced, the side door of the observation platform suddenly opened, and Zhao Jiangwo, dressed in uniform, strode in, the stars on his shoulder shining brightly. Commander Zhao, soignes pupils contractif. The leader who had recognized his talent back then had really come a long way to present him with an award. Zhao Jiangwo took the heavy first-class merit medal and carefully pinned it on Suhan's chest. "Kid, I said I would personally present you with your military honor, and I kept my word, right?" Suhan's throat tightened, and he stood at attention, giving the standard military salute without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Jiangwo patted Su Han on the shoulder. You little rascal, you didn't embarrass me, and you didn't embarrass our military district. Well done. Now, let all officers and soldiers give the warmest applause. General Chun's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Congratulations on the birth of our new era's Soldier King. Amidst the thunderous applause, the first-class merit medal on Su Han's chest reflected a dazzling light. The eagle on the falcon emblem seemed to come alive, flapping its wings in the morning sun. Half an hour later, at the garrison, all members of the falcon team, including Wang Yuanxiao, were assembled to receive feedback from Zhao Jiangwo. This time, the performance was really good. Zhao Jiangwo praised loudly without hiding his excitement. Report, Zhou Limo said loudly. If it weren't for Comrade Su Han, we wouldn't have achieved this result. So, this credit should be attributed to Comrade Su Han. Zhao Jiangwo snorted. It seems you have some self-awareness. Su Han isn't a Special Forces soldier, yet he can easily defeat you so-called Special Forces kings. You really need to work harder. However, no matter what, your performance was also good and worth commending. Saying this, Zhao Jiangwo walked up to Su Han. Comrade Su Han, before, you said you didn't want to join the Special Forces for now and wanted to focus on training for the competition. Now that the competition is over, what are your thoughts? Do you want to join the Falcon? Wang Yuanxiao and the other members of the Falcon looked at Su Han with nervous and expectant expressions. Su Han replied, Report, Commander, I haven't considered this issue for now. Wang Yuanxiao and the others immediately felt disappointed. However, Zhao Jiangwo smiled and said, I knew you would say that, so I have a task for you. Do you dare to accept it? Su Han responded, Please speak, Commander. I promise to complete the task. Zhao Jiangwo said, Currently, there is no female special operations team in the entire army. However, female special forces soldiers will have advantages in future battlefields, such as urban counterterrorism, hostage rescue, and covert reconnaissance. Their physique is more agile, they make less noise, and their psychological traits, such as keen observation and strong emotional regulation, may give them an edge. Moreover, female team members can more easily blend into environments as unarmed personnel, reducing target alertness. Some tasks require direct contact with female target groups. Therefore, the military district has decided that it is necessary to create a female special operations team. Previously, we were still considering which instructor from the Falcon should be responsible for this task. Now that we see your versatile combat capability, this task is undoubtedly yours. So, what do you say? Do you dare to accept it? Chapter 40, Shock. An 18-year-old first-class merit awardee is attending his granddaughter's wedding. Zhao Jiangwo's words left the Falcon members in shock. A female special operations team? Can female soldiers become special forces? However, Su Han remained calm. There were female special operations teams in the special forces of his previous life, and he was also the chief instructor. Although female special forces soldiers have significant disadvantages in physical fitness compared to male soldiers, as Zhao Jiangwo said, female special forces have many advantages in special tasks. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Good, Zhao Jiangwo said with satisfaction. Then you will serve as the chief instructor for the selection of the female special operations team. Saying this, Zhao Jiangwo pointed to Zhou Mo and others. You Falcon's Eagle team will assist Su Han. Yes, Zhou Mo and the others stood at attention and replied loudly. Commander, Su Han suddenly spoke up. Considering my achievements in this competition, can I make a small request? Zhao Jiangwo smiled. Go ahead, as long as I can do it. Su Han said, I would like to request a few days of family leave to go home and attend my granddaughter's wedding. Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand and laughed. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just to attend your granddaughter's wedding. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Jiangwo's voice abruptly stopped. Wang Yuanxiao, Zhou Mo, and others also widened their eyes in shock, looking at Su Han. What did you say? Your granddaughter's wedding? You're only 18 years old. And you're telling me you're going to your granddaughter's wedding? General Zhao Jiangwo's voice suddenly shot up an octave, his eyes nearly popping out. He instinctively cupped his ears, questioning whether he had misheard something. Wang Yuanxiao, Zhou Mo, and the others were equally stunned. Their mouths agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Su Han blinked innocently. Report, sir. I really am going to my granddaughter's wedding. According to the family tree, my granddaughter Su Lingxue is 26 years old this year and is getting married to my company commander next week. Zhao Jiangwo nearly spat out his drink. You're only 18. Where did you get a 26-year-old granddaughter? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who can be easily fooled? Su-Han sighed helplessly and pulled out his phone, flipping to a photo of the Su family tree. Sir, look, this is my grandfather, this is my dad. This is my elder brother Su Jinghua, and his daughter Su Lingxue is indeed in my granddaughter's generation. Now, I'm the oldest elder in the Su family clan. According to family customs, I have to go back and officiate the wedding. Otherwise, the ceremony cannot proceed. Zhao Jiangwo took the phone, his eyes widening even more. The clearly displayed family tree showed that Su-Han's father had a child late in life, which resulted in 18-year-old Su-Han holding an absurdly high status in the family. After holding back for a long time, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. Huh? You're really something. A grandpa at 18, haha, so uncorrected. I should say when I was still in my mother's womb, my granddaughter was already 7 years old. This remark sent Zhao Jiangwo into uncontrollable laughter. Wang Yuanchao was skeptical and leaned in for a closer look, immediately bursting into laughter himself. Su-Han, you really are a talent. Zhou, Mo, and the others flocked around. And upon seeing the content on the phone, the tent erupted in chaos. Wow, Su-Han, you're amazing. Getting a granddaughter married at 18? What a divine generation. Su-Han, is your granddaughter pretty? Does she have a boyfriend? Oh wait, she is getting married. Su-Han kicked the most outspoken one, Monkey, with annoyance. Get lost. That is my own granddaughter. Zhao Jiangwo finally stopped laughing, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. All right, I approve this joke. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Jiangwo announced, Wang Yuanchao, you and your Falcon team performed excellently this time. I'm granting your entire Falcon squad a 3-day leave to go with Su-Han to the wedding. Let them relax a bit. When they return, focus on training the women's special forces. Wang Yuanchao and the others were first stunned, then cheered. Thank you, sir. By noon, various units began to withdraw from the base. The Divine Sword Special Forces Long Leopard specifically sought out Su-Han, who was packing his gear. Su-Han, Long Leopard walked over with big strides, saluted, and congratulated. Congratulations on your first-class merit. Su-Han returned the gesture. Thank you, you guys are strong too. Long Leopard shook his head, smiling bitterly. In front of you, we dare not say we are strong. He paused, suddenly lowering his voice. That technique with the finger on the trigger, can you? Su-Han understood and smiled, pulling out a small notebook from his bag. This is my training method I compiled. It's for you. Long Leopard accepted the notebook excitedly. This is too precious. Take it. Su-Han patted his shoulder. We're all one family in the Special Forces. Long Leopard solemnly tucked the notebook away, then suddenly remembered. By the way, I heard you're going back for your granddaughter's wedding? Su-Han rubbed his forehead. Word travels fast. The whole base knows. Zhou Long from the Divine Sword interjected. An 18-year-old hero is going back to be a grandpa. This news is too explosive. Wu Hai looked enviously. Han Ge, does your family need more grandsons? I volunteer. Get lost. Su-Han laughed while kicking him. At that moment, Lin Hu from the Marine Corps also approached with his teammates. Su-Han, Lin Hu shouted from afar. I heard you're going back to be a grandpa. Ha ha ha. Su-Han sighed helplessly. Is your Navy's intelligence system only used for this? Lin Hu laughed heartily, putting an arm around Su-Han's shoulder. Our team leader said that after your granddaughter's wedding, you must come to our naval base as a guest. He lowered his voice. Our team leader promised preferential treatment, directly giving you the rank of major. Hey, trying to poach right in front of me? Wang Yuanchao suddenly appeared, pulling Su-Han behind him. Su-Han is one of us in the Falcon team. Lin Hu chuckled. Captain Wang. Good birds choose good trees to perch on. Perch my foot. Wang Yuanchao glared. Hurry and take your people and get lost. As laughter filled the air. Suanese fon sadenidang. The caller ID read, grandson-in-law. Zhou Mo, with sharp eyes, immediately exclaimed, Wow, your grandson-in-law is calling. Everyone fell silent, staring at Su-Han's phone in unison. Su-Han braced himself and answered. Hello? On the other end came Zhou Haitao's urgent voice. Third Grandpa. There's a problem with the wedding preparations. Ling Shua's second uncle insists on following the old customs. He says you must be present for the gift ceremony to proceed. When can you arrive? The tent was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhou Haitao's voice clear to everyone's ears. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back a laugh, and soon the entire tent erupted in laughter. Long Leopard crouched on the ground, holding his stomach. You're really called Third Grandpa. Zhou Mo and the others laughed uncontrollably. Su Han's face darkened. I'll be back before dark. Let's leave it at that. He quickly hung up the phone. Zhao Jiangwo, who had been standing outside the tent without anyone noticing, laughed until he wiped away tears. Su Han, your family status is impressive. An hour later, the Falcon Special Forces helicopter landed at the base, picking up Su Han and the Falcon's Eagle Squad. Inside the cabin, Zhou Mo and the others bombarded Su Han with questions. Su Han, how old is your grandson-in-law? Does your granddaughter know you're this young? You'll be sitting at the main table at the wedding, right? Should we prepare red envelopes? Su Han was overwhelmed with questions and simply closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. Wang Yuanshao, sitting in the co-pilot seat, occasionally turned around to glance, a smirk on his face. After the helicopter landed at the Falcon base, everyone quickly packed their bags and changed into casual clothes. Amidst the roar of the helicopter blades, Wang Yuanshao stepped down and said to Su Han, the military district leader has specially approved it. The helicopter will take you directly to the local armed police force. Zhou Mo hugged Su Han's shoulder. Not bad, Third Grandpa. This treatment is quite impressive. Su Han, however, felt unusually nervous, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the seat. In his past life, he had completed countless dangerous missions, but had never experienced the role of a family elder. What? Afraid to meet your grandson-in-law? Monkey teased, grinning as he leaned over. Su Han shot him a glare. I'm thinking about the wedding process. According to the Su family rules, the elder has to officiate the ceremony. What is officiating? Big Bear asked curiously. Just as Su Han was about to explain, the helicopter suddenly jolted and he instinctively grabbed the armrest, his face slightly pale. What the heck? Zhou Mo's eyes widened. Is the king of soldiers afraid of heights? Nonsense. Su Han retorted, I was distracted thinking. Amidst the laughter, Wang Yuanshao handed over a plastic bag from the front row. Throw up in here. Don't dirty the plane. The strong wind from the helicopter blades howled past as Su Han looked out the window at the sprawling mountains below. Inside the cabin, the members of the Eagle Squad were excitedly discussing the upcoming wedding. Third Grandpa, what does your granddaughter look like? Monkey leaned over with a grin. Do you have a photo? Su Han pulled out his phone, showing a family photo. In the picture, a young Su Lingxue in her 20s looked graceful and generous, while standing next to her was Su Han in his high school uniform. Puffed. Big Bear spat out water this. Zhou Mo, holding back laughter, patted Su Han's shoulder. Brother, you really look young for your role as an elder. Su Han helplessly tucked his phone away. In his previous life as a soldier king, he never flinched in the face of gunfire, but at this moment, he was sweating in the palms of his hands because he had to play the role of a family elder. An hour and a half later, the helicopter landed at the local armed police airport. As soon as he got off the plane, a lieutenant from the armed police approached him. Comrade Su Han, Commander Zhao has arranged everything. These two vehicles are for your use. Zhou Mo touched the brand new off-road vehicle and whistled. The military district leader really cares about you. Su Han didn't respond and quickly jumped into the passenger seat, took out his phone, and sent a message to Su Lingxue. 10 minutes to the village entrance. Just as the message was sent, his phone started vibrating like crazy. Third uncle. The whole clan is waiting at the village entrance. Second uncle said you must approve the betrothal gifts before they can be delivered. Zhou Haitao's family has already arrived. Su Han's forehead broke out in a fine sweat. He had never flinched in the face of gunfire in his previous life, but now he was flustered by a pile of wedding custom messages. Hold on tight. Zhou Mo pressed the gas pedal, and the off-road vehicle roared out. Meanwhile, in the village, Zhou Haitao, his father Zhou Jinghua, and several men from their side looked at the Su family members rushing to the village entrance to welcome Su Han, and they couldn't help but feel stunned. Zhou Haitao, dressed in a crisp military uniform, with the rank of captain shining in the sunlight. Stood next to a middle-aged officer in his 50s with a stern face, Chief of Staff Zhou Jiangwo, his father. Dad, when we see third uncle later. Zhou Haitao hesitated. Zhou Jiangwo adjusted his military cap. Don't worry, I understand the etiquette. However, your generation. He shook his head, truly unheard of. Zhou Haitao glanced around to confirm that there were no Su family members present, then whispered to Zhou Jinghua. I inquired yesterday. This kid Su Han achieved an extraordinary result in the military's special forces competition, dominating the entire army. Zhou Jinghua nodded slightly. I know about this. This kid achieved this result in his first year as a recruit. In the future, he will have great prospects in the army. However, since this is their family custom, we must respect it. Even though you are his company commander, the rules here cannot be broken. Do you understand? Zhou Haitao nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Dad. I know the limits. When the vehicle arrived at the village entrance, Su Han was stunned by the sight before him. The entire village road was covered with a red carpet, and red lanterns hung on both sides. Clan members dressed in traditional attire lined up on either side, with 8 gray-haired elders in their 60s standing at the front. Brother, a girl of about 11 or 12 with a ponytail, bounced over and hugged Su Han's arm. Sunwan. Su Han recognized the little girl through his memories as his younger sister. After their parents passed away, he and his sister had lived with Su Lingxue. This is? Zhou Mo's eyes widened. My biological sister, Sunwan. Su Han ruffled the little girl's hair, saying that according to the generation, Lingxue should call her Annie. Auntie? De Xiong almost bit his tongue looking at this middle school-looking girl. Sunwan grinned mischievously, saying in an old-fashioned tone, Little ones be good. Annie will treat you to candy. With that, she extended her little hand, revealing a few wedding candies in her palm. The monkey stumbled and nearly fell. Chapter 42. The Generational Shock in the Ancestral Hall. Suambat Ferfil, no manners. They are not from our clan. They are your brother's comrades. Call a brother. Sunwan wrinkled her nose, but still smiled sweetly at Zhou Mo and the others. Hello, brothers. Hello. Zhou Mo and the others awkwardly responded. At this moment, the crowd at the village entrance welcomed them. Welcome, third uncle back home. The 8 shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the valley. Welcome, third grandpa back home. Following that, the young people in their 20s and 30s from Su Lingxue's generation slightly bowed and called out together. Welcome, great-grandpa back home. Children from the 4th generation, ranging from a few years old to teenagers, not directly related, also respectfully shouted. The members of the Falcon team behind Su Han were dumbfounded. Any of these elders could be Su Han's grandfather, yet they were respectfully calling Su Han uncle, and those people behind, who were about the same age as Su Han or slightly younger, were also showing extreme respect. They couldn't understand why the elder members of the clan were so strict about the generational hierarchy, and how could those who were about the same age as Su Han, or those who had grown up with him, adhere so strictly to such customs? Didn't they feel awkward about it? How could they say it out loud? At this moment, not only were Zhou Mo and the others shocked, but Su Han was also very surprised. Such a grand welcome. With so many elders older than him coming to greet him personally, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous or astonished. Although he had heard that the concept of clan hierarchy was very strong in many places, he had only heard about it and had never seen it. Su Han looked at everyone, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the oldest elder noticed Su Han's awkwardness and seemed unbothered by it. After all, in the past, when Su Han was younger, everyone would still call him that, but it wasn't such a grand occasion with so many people around. He approached Su Han directly and said, Third uncle, there's no need to be nervous. Come, let's just walk in. Su Han searched his memories and recognized this person as Su Lingxue's father, Su Bowen. The excitement at the village entrance gradually calmed down as Su Han was surrounded by Su Bowen and others, walking into the village. Zhou Mo, the monkey, De Xiong, and others followed behind, watching Su Han being respectfully called third uncle and third grandpa by a group of elders in their 60s and 70s, while Su Han wore a helpless expression, almost bursting into laughter. Han Ge, your status is impressive. The monkey chuckled quietly. Su Han turned back to glare at him, and Su Bowen immediately frowned. Third uncle. Who are these younger ones? Suhan quickly introduced. They're my comrades. They happen to come to celebrate during their vacation. Oh, so they're third uncle's comrades. Su Bowen and others immediately showed warm smiles, cupping their hands to Zhou Mo and the others. Welcome, welcome. Zhou Mo and the others quickly returned the greeting. But their expressions remained strange. After all, any of these elders could be their grandfathers, yet because of Su Han's generational status, they were being polite to them. Third uncle. It's getting late. Let's quickly go back and change our clothes, then head to the ancestral hall. Su Bowen said quietly, the Zhou family is already waiting there. Su Han nodded, then said to Zhou Mo and the others, you guys go with my sister to the house to rest. I'll find you later. Zhou Mo and the others naturally had no objections, as this was Su's family ritual, and although they were Su Han's comrades, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to participate directly. However, Sun Wan cheerfully grabbed the monkey's hand. Come on, I'll take you to eat wedding candies. The monkey. 10 minutes later, the majestic Su family ancestral hall. After changing his clothes, Su Han followed Su Bowen and others to the Su family ancestral hall. The ancestral hall is located in the center of the village, an ancient-style 3-entry courtyard with blue bricks and dark tiles, flying eaves, and majestic stone lions at the entrance. Stepping into the ancestral hall, a large plaque with the words Su Clan Ancestral Hall in gold letters faced them, with strong strokes and imposing momentum. Inside the hall, the incense wafted, and in the center were the memorial tablets of the ancestors of the Su family, with the family tree and family instructions on either side. At this moment, the ancestral hall was already filled with people. Zhou Haitao, in a crisp military uniform, stood beside his father Zhou Zhenghua, looking somewhat tense. Opposite them were several clan elders from the Su family, solemnly examining the betrothal gifts sent by the Zhou family. When Su Han stepped into the ancestral hall, all eyes turned to him. Third uncle is here. Third grandpa. The younger generation of the Su family greeted each other, while Zhou Zhenghua and other male relative from the Zhou side looked at Su Han with complex expressions, especially Zhou Zhenghua. Although he had long heard that Su Han was young but held a high status, seeing an 18-year-old boy being respectfully called third uncle by a group of elderly people in their 60s and 70s still made him a bit uncomfortable. Ahem. Zhou Zhenghua coughed lightly, took the initiative to step forward, and nodded slightly to Su Han. Comrade Su Han, hello. He originally wanted to address him as third uncle according to the Su family's rules, but looking at Su Han's youthful face, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Su Bowen frowned slightly, was about to speak, but Su Han waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to be formal. Chief Zhou, let's just follow the military's customs. Zhou Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully looked at Su Han. However, an elder from the Su family frowned and said, etiquette cannot be neglected. Since you've entered the Su family's door, you must follow the Su family's rules. Zhou Zhenghua and Zhou Haitao's expressions immediately froze. Su Bowen helplessly whispered to Zhou Zhenghua, in-laws, please understand, our customs have been passed down for hundreds of years, and they cannot be disrupted. I know your identity. In the military, it doesn't matter how you address each other. But on this joyous occasion, in front of the clan, I hope you can make a compromise. Zhou Zhenghua quickly said, it's fine, it should be done. It's my fault. Su Han, feeling helpless, could only smile apologetically at Zhou Zhenghua and then said softly, Chief Zhou, I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhou Zhenghua took a deep breath and finally steeled himself, slightly bowing. Third uncle. Outside the ancestral hall, the monkey, who was hiding behind the door, burst out laughing. Big Bear quickly covered his mouth and whispered, don't make a sound. Do you want to get Su Han killed? The monkey blushed, shaking with laughter. Chapter 43. Wow. Team leader Zhou really knelt down? According to the Su family's customs, the gift-giving ceremony before the wedding is extremely important and must be presided over by an elder from the family. Only after confirming that the betrothal gifts are correct can the wedding date be officially set. As the highest-ranking elder in the Su family at present, Su Han naturally had to preside over this ceremony. Third uncle, it's time to check the betrothal gifts, Su Bowen reminded softly. Su Han was taken aback, then realized and hurriedly walked over to the table where the betrothal gifts were placed. The table was filled with various gifts, including gold and silver jewelry, cash gifts, tea, and alcohol. According to traditional customs, Each item had to be personally inspected by the elder. Su-han gritted his teeth, picked up a box of tea, pretended to look it over, and then nodded. Not bad. Su Bowen's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "Third uncle, you need to open it and check." Su-han awkwardly opened the tea box and found that it indeed contained high-quality Longjing tea, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Next was the cash gift. Su-han counted it and confirmed it was correct, then looked at the jewelry box. However, when he opened the jewelry box, he found it was completely empty. Su-han was taken aback and looked up at Zhou Zhenghua. Zhou Zhenghua was also stunned and quickly turned to Zhou Haitao. What happened? Zhou Haitao's face changed, and he whispered, "Dad, I forgot the jewelry in the car." The ancestral hall instantly fell silent. The faces of several elders from the Su family immediately darkened. According to customs, incomplete betrothal gifts were a great disrespect. Zhou Zhenghua's face also turned ugly, and he quickly said, "I'll have someone go get it." However, Su Bowen frowned and said, "Once the gift-giving ceremony begins, it cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, it is inauspicious." Zhou Zhenghua was sweating, realizing the trouble now, and could only glare seriously at Zhou Haitao. Zhou Haitao looked like a child who had done something wrong, full of shame and tension. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Su-han suddenly spoke. "It's fine. We can make up for the jewelry later. Let's continue for now." Su Bowen was taken aback. "Third uncle? That's not in accordance with the rules." Su-han waved his hand and smiled. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Our Su family is not unreasonable." After saying that, he gave Zhou Zhenghua a glance. Zhou Zhenghua immediately breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully looked at Su-han, although several elders from the Su family were somewhat displeased. Su-han was after all an elder, and they couldn't refute him, so they could only acquiesce. Outside the ancestral hall, the monkey, Big Bear, Zhou Mo, and others were hiding in the corner, witnessing Su-han's embarrassment and Zhou Zhengua's awkwardness the whole time. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Su-han, you are really suffering as an elder." The monkey clutched his stomach and laughed in a low voice. Zhou Mo's face was also flushed from suppressing his laughter. The key is that Chief Zhou, a dignified division chief, actually has to call Han good third uncle. Big Bear shook his head and sighed. "Now I finally understand why Hangu is so calm in the military. Compared to this kind of scene, training is nothing." While they were sneaking laughs, suddenly a clear voice came from behind them. "What are you doing?" They turned around to find Sun Wan tilting her head, looking at them curiously. The monkey quickly reined in his laughter, cleared his throat, and said, "Nothing. We are just admiring the scenery." Sun Wan looked at them suspiciously, then cheerfully said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat." "Eat?" The monkey's eyes lit up. "Is there food now?" Sun Wan nodded. "Yes. Our weddings here last for 2 days." Zhou Mo and the others exchanged glances and immediately followed her. Inside the ancestral hall, the gift-giving ceremony finally approached its conclusion. Following Su Bowen's reminder, Su-han handed the gift list to Zhou Zhenghua and then solemnly announced, "The gifts are complete. The wedding date remains as planned." Zhou Zhenghua and Zhou Haitao both breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, an elder from the Su family suddenly spoke. "Wait." Everyone was stunned as the elder stepped forward and looked seriously at Zhou Haitao. According to Su family customs, the groom must serve tea to the elders to show respect. Zhou Haitao glanced at Su-han, his mouth twitching. Su-han was also taken aback and quickly said, "Isn't that unnecessary?" The elder shook his head. "It is a must. Otherwise, it is against etiquette." Zhou Haitao took a deep breath, took off his military uniform jacket, then holding the tea, walked in front of Su-han, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "Third grandpa, please drink tea." Su-han, outside the ancestral hall, Zhou Mo and others who had just arrived happened to see this scene and were instantly petrified. The monkey's eyes widened as he muttered, "Wow, team leader, Zhou really knelt down?" Big Bear swallowed hard. Han Ji's status is too terrifying. Inside the ancestral hall, Su-han gritted his teeth and took the teacup, took a sip, then patted Zhou Haitao's shoulder and awkwardly laughed. "Good grandson-in-law, get up." Zhou Haitao. After the ceremony ended, everyone dispersed. The elders of the clan went out to greet the guests. Su-han was naturally free as well. "Fo Fiangwo Kayit Suan Isaith. Kamrat Suan." His tone became formal. I heard you received a first-class merit? Report, sir. Yes. Su-han stood at attention and saluted. Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback, quickly pulling Su-han's hand down, as if very afraid that the elders of the Su family would see, saying that this wasn't the military and there was no need to be so formal. He said meaningfully, I heard about your performance in the military competition, 8 first places in individual events, and champion in the combat match. Thank you for your recognition, sir. Are you interested? Zhou Jiangwo lowered his voice. To come to our division's reconnaissance battalion? I will apply to make you the battalion commander. Suan? Not far away. Zhou Haitao saw this scene and almost fainted. His father was actually trying to poach his third uncle right in front of him. After eating, the Falcon team was arranged to rest at the Su family's old residence. My God, the monkey lay on the bed, exclaiming, Su-han, your family's setup is too extravagant. Zhou Mo pondered. Now I understand why you can be so calm on the battlefield, having grown up in such a big family. What kind of scene haven't you seen? Big Bear suddenly sat up. Wait, in the formal wedding tomorrow, Su-han is going to sit in the main seat, right? Everyone turned to look at Su-han in unison. Su-han covered his face in pain. Don't remind me. Sun-wan poked her head in from outside the door. Brother, the elders of the clan asked me to call you to the ancestral hall to learn how to bless the newcomers tomorrow. The crowd of falcon hunters couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su-han looked at them with a sense of helplessness. Laugh now? But wait until tomorrow when you see me in a long robe and official gown sitting in the main hall. Let's see if you can still laugh. The update should also be around this time tomorrow. This is the author's first time writing about the generational relationships and rituals in such a clan, so I hope everyone won't take it too seriously and will understand more. Additionally, please lend your prosperous little hands and help light up a 5-star review. I would appreciate it. Thank you all. Chapter 44. Clan Martial Arts Trial, the shock of first-class merit. When Su-han followed Sun-wan to the ancestral hall, the atmosphere inside was even more solemn than before. Several clan elders sat upright in grand chairs, their expressions serious. Su-bowen sat in the center, while the other elders stood beside him, their hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes fixed on Su-han like torches. Su-han took a deep breath and stepped inside. Hello, uncles and elders, he greeted respectfully. Although he was the highest-ranking elder in the Su family, he still maintained basic etiquette in front of these elders who had raised him since childhood. This was somewhat similar to the way he addressed Zhou Haitao. You call your own way, and I call mine. Your title for me as an elder cannot change in front of clan rules. But since I am much younger than you, I cannot lose the courtesy of a junior either. Therefore, after searching the memories of the original body owner, Su-han knew how to address these clan elders. Of course, for those much older than him, he would call them older brothers or sisters. Only those with a few years of age difference or of similar age would be called by their names directly. Just like at home, if an older brother or sister is many years older, you would call them brother or sister. If they're just 3 or 4 years older and grew up playing together, it's generally just calling by name. And terms like brother or sister are not usually used. Logically speaking, since Su Lingxue is so many years older than him, she should call him third grandpa, and he should call her sister Su Lingxue. But that time, Su-han had just crossed over, and didn't he know these things? Moreover, the relationships within the clan are complex. Even the original body owner would often get the titles mixed up. In the end, those who were over a generation older were all called uncles or elders. Those who were a few years or 10 years older were called brothers and sisters. Those of similar age were called by their names. Those younger than him were called younger brothers or sisters. This way, it wouldn't be chaotic, and he wouldn't lose courtesy. Third uncle, please sit. Su-bowen gestured to the chair beside him, his tone steady. Su-han nodded and sat down properly. The ancestral hall was filled with the scent of sandalwood, and the candlelight flickered gently, illuminating the faces of the elders, making them appear particularly solemn. Third uncle, your performance during the ceremony earlier was too casual. Su-bowen frowned and said, the betrothal gifts were incomplete. According to the rules, it should be held on another day. How could you take it upon yourself? Su-han forced a smile. Uncle, the Zhou family is a military family and is not very familiar with our customs. And they didn't mean it intentionally. Rules are rules, Su-bowen said in a deep voice, heavily tapping the table with his fingers. Third uncle, You are the highest-ranking elder of our Sioux family, and you must act more cautiously. At the ceremony, we juniors couldn't embarrass you, but in the future, you must not act so disrespectfully. Suhan helplessly lowered his head to admit his mistake. Yes, I will pay attention next time. Su Bowen sighed, his tone softening a bit. Third uncle, how have you been in the army? Have you made any mistakes? Suhan shook his head. No. I performed very well in the army. Really? Su Bowen looked at him suspiciously. You used to be the most afraid of hardship and wouldn't even practice the basic skills of our Sioux family. Can you handle it in the army now? Suhan smiled, pulling a medal out of his pocket and gently placing it on the table. I achieved merit in the army. The ancestral hall instantly fell silent. The gazes of several elders all focused on that medal. First-class merit. This is a first-class merit? Su Bowen suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. Several elders immediately crowded over, carefully lifting the medal with both hands and examining it closely. Is it really a first-class merit? Suanadith. Yes. I won first place in the group army competition. Group army competition? Su Zhenguo looked at him in shock. How long have you been enlisted? You can win first place in the group army competition. Su Han laughed. After I joined the army, I started seriously practicing our Sioux family skills. What? The elders exclaimed together. Su Bowen was so excited that his beard was trembling. Third uncle, you really practiced? Su Han nodded. I practiced turtle breathing technique, iron shirt. Sioux family fist, and iron leg technique. Impossible. Su Bowen slammed the table. You used to complain even about standing in horse stance. Su Han helplessly stood up and walked to the open space in the center of the ancestral hall. Uncles and elders, how about trying it out? Su Bowen was taken aback. Then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He turned and shouted outside the ancestral hall, "Oh Wu, come in." Soon a tall, muscular man walked in. Su Wu, Su Bowen's eldest son, and Su Lingshua's brother, was the owner of a well-known martial arts school in the city and had won the provincial-level Sana championship, with strength comparable to a professional boxer. Dad, what is the matter? Su Wu asked. Su Bowen pointed at Su Han. Your third grandpa says he has been practicing our Sioux family skills. You try him. Su Wu was taken aback and looked at Su Han, somewhat hesitant. But he is only 18 years old. Let him try. Su Bowen glared. Su Wu had no choice but to clasp his fist towards Su Han. Third grandpa, I'm sorry. Su Han smiled slightly. Big brother, let us go. Su Han stepped to the center of the ancestral hall, his feet shoulder-width apart, and assumed a standard fighting stance. His stance was steady and powerful, with his center of gravity slightly lowered, completely different from the young man who couldn't even maintain a horse stance before. Su Wu stood opposite him at 185 meters tall, with bulging muscles. He moved his shoulders and hesitantly said, Third grandpa, how about we just go easy? Don't hold back. Su Han smiled slightly. Let me see the true skills of our Sioux family. Su Bowen sat in the grand chair, stroking his beard, and said, Wu, since your third grandpa said so, take it seriously for a few moves. Su Wu nodded, his expression suddenly focused. He took a step forward, launching a right fist straight at Su Han's face. A standard straight punch that was quick and powerful. Su Han remained calm, blocking with his left arm while slightly turning his body, his right hand forming a palm to strike at Su Wu's throat. Su Wu hurriedly leaned back to dodge, but saw Su Han's right leg had silently swept towards his supporting leg. Beautiful. Su Bowen couldn't help but slap the table in admiration. The timing of that sweep was too precise. Su Wu, being a provincial Sana champion, managed to regain balance by supporting himself with one hand on the ground as he rolled backward to create distance. He gasped for breath and said, Third grandpa, your skills. Before he could finish, Su Han had already closed in. The two exchanged punches and kicks, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 10 moves. Every punch and kick from Su Han was clean and efficient, with no unnecessary movements, completely the style honed through practical combat. Third uncle's boxing style. Su Bowen's eyes lit up. Although the foundation is our Sioux family's fist, it clearly incorporates elements of military boxing. Su Wu gradually fell into a disadvantage. After a clash of fists, he seized the opportunity to unleash his signature move, a powerful right hook. However, Su Han did not retreat, but advanced instead, accurately locking Su Wu's wrist with his left hand while his right fist struck directly at Su Wu's chest. Bang! This punch was controlled perfectly in terms of strength, and Su Wu staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing himself. He rubbed his chest, which felt heavy, and smiled bitterly. "Third Grandpa, I concede. With your skills, you must be one of the best in the army." Chapter 45. Clan Learning Heritage. Special training before the wedding. The ancestral hall suddenly erupted. Several clan elders excitedly gathered around. "Third uncle, your reaction speed is even faster than your father's peak years." Subo empat Suan on the shoulder. The elders carefully examined Su-han. "With your skills, you must have practiced at least 6 hours a day for 2 years to reach this level." Su-han wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and smiled. "In the army, besides regular training, I would add 2 hours of combat practice every day." Su Wu curiously asked, "Third Grandpa, with your skills, surely no one in the army can match you in competitions, right? There are always people better than you." Su-han humbly replied, "But I did win first place in the combat event at this group army competition. A well-deserved first-class merit." Su Bowen looked at a plaque in the ancestral hall and sighed. "Grandpa, your youngest child has finally grown up." Suddenly, Su Bowen thought of something and turned to Su Wu. "Did you see that? This is the real Su family martial arts. Your flashy moves are nothing compared to Third Grandpa." Su Wu nodded repeatedly and said to Su-han, "Third Grandpa, when you have time, you must teach Big Brother your skills." Of course, Su-han smiled, "But my training methods are quite tough, so you need to be mentally prepared." Laughter immediately filled the ancestral hall. Su Bowen looked at Su-han with appreciation and suddenly said seriously, "Third uncle, remember, no matter how far you go in the army, this place will always be your root." Su-han nodded solemnly. "I remember." The atmosphere in the ancestral hall relaxed after the competition ended, but soon returned to solemnity. Su Bowen clapped his hands, and the elders immediately sat up straight. He turned and took out a yellowed, thread-bound book from a hidden compartment in the hall. The cover embossed with golden characters reading Su family wedding ceremony. "Third uncle," Su Bowen held the book with both hands, looking serious. "Tomorrow is the wedding. And as the officiant, you need to master the entire set of ceremonial procedures. You must memorize it tonight." Su-han took the heavy book and opened the first page, only to see dense, tiny writing detailing various complex rituals, making him feel overwhelmed. "Uncle, is there this much?" Su-han's voice trembled slightly. Su Bowen stroked his beard, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Third uncle, you missed the etiquette lessons back then, and now you have to make up for it. When a Wu got married, I taught you, but you were too playful and young to remember. Now, you have to learn well. In the future, when our children get married, we will need you to officiate. We old folks don't know how many more years we have left. You can't always rely on us to remind you." Su Wu was snickering on the side, but received a glare from Su Bowen. "A Wu, you also stay behind to practice. As Ling Shue's brother, you will be responsible for the door-blocking part tomorrow." "Huh?" Su Wu's smile froze on his face. "Dad, I'm already over 30. Even at 50, you must follow the rules," Su Bowen said decisively. Su-han secretly exchanged glances with Su Wu, and they both sighed simultaneously. An open space was clear in the center of the hall, and Su Bowen, holding a ruler, walked back and forth like a private tutor. First, the officiant performs the makeup ceremony. He tapped the ruler and said, "Third uncle, please demonstrate." Su-han recalled the description in the book, held a comb with both hands, and pretended to comb hair. Just as he moved, the ruler struck his knuckles. "Wrong." Su Bowen frowned. "The makeup ceremony requires the phoenix to nod 3 times. The comb must be held like this." He demonstrated an elegant gesture for a girl getting married. "The makeup must show nobility, not look stiff." Su Wu quietly reminded from the side, "Third Grandpa, imagine you're grooming a phoenix. It should be gentle and flowing. And this time it looked much more graceful." Acceptable," Su Bowen nodded. "Next is the admonition ceremony. This part required the officiant to admonish the bride 3 times, each with specific gestures and steps. Su-han and Su Wu took turns playing the bride, practicing repeatedly until late at night. "Your wrists need to be 3 points softer. When moving, the skirt must not move. The admonition must have rhythm and show the authority of the elders." The sound of the ruler and the elderly's guidance echoed in the hall. Suhan's back was already soaked with sweat, but his gaze grew more focused. As the training approached its end, the hall's door was suddenly pushed open. Su Lingshue's mother entered with several female relatives from the Su family, all looking serious. Bowen, Su mother said, we just found out that one of the 12 boxes of brocade, needed for tomorrow, is missing a box. Su Bowen's expression changed. How could that be? I counted them myself. One of the aunts hurried to the back hall to check and quickly returned in a panic. Not good. The box containing the headwear and jewelry has been chewed through by a rat. The hall was instantly in an uproar. According to custom, the 12 boxes of brocade are essential for a Su family daughter's wedding, symbolizing wealth and prosperity for all 12 months of the year, and none can be missing. Su mother anxiously wrung her hands. There's no way to rush making it overnight. Just as everyone was in a frenzy, Suhan suddenly spoke up. I remember Grandma had a spare set in her dowry. Who knows how much of the original owner's memories Suhan had searched through that day. Everyone was stunned. Su Bowen looked at him in surprise. How does third uncle know? That was Grandma's dowry, kept for over 60 years. Suhan smiled awkwardly. When I was a child, I was curious about what was in the box, so I opened it to play with it a bit. He turned to Su mother. Aunt, don't worry. Although that set is a bit old, it's all high-quality Su embroidery. Su Bowen immediately led people to retrieve it, and sure enough, they found a well-preserved antique bridal dowry box. Although the lining was yellowed, the embroidery was exquisite. Su mother let out a long sigh of relief and gratefully looked at Suhan. Thanks to third uncle's good memory. Su Bowen patted Suhan's shoulder with appreciation. Third uncle performed well tonight. It seems you have truly grown a lot in the army. Around 10 o'clock, the special training finally concluded. Su Bowen handed a handwritten notebook to Suhan. This is a brief version of tomorrow's procedures. Third uncle should read it again before bed. Suhan took the booklet and found not only the steps written down, but also carefully noted precautions for each part. The makeup begins at the hour. You must say today we prepare the red makeup. In the future, a prosperous family. The admonition starts at the hour, holding a willow branch in the right hand, lightly tapping the bride's shoulder 3 times. The wedding ceremony at noon must face southeast, scattering 3 handfuls of glutinous rice. There were even small illustrations indicating the key points of each action. Suhan felt warmth in his heart. Su Bowen waved his hand. Third uncle is now a first-class merit holder, bringing honor to our Su family. These trivial matters shouldn't trouble you. But we cannot break ancestral rules. He paused and said earnestly, tomorrow there will be many guests from outside the family. And third uncle represents the dignity of our Su family. Ling Shui is the first girl in our branch to get married, and the ceremony must be thorough. Suan nodded seriously, you understand. As they walked out of the ancestral hall, Su Wu rubbed his sore shoulders and said, Third grandpa, you should go rest now. I still have to try the route for carrying my sister from the boudoir to the ancestral hall. It has to be 99 steps, not one more, not one less. Suan Nadif. Chapter 46. The martial arts talent of the Su family's little girl when Su Han returned to the old Su family residence. It was already late at night. Pushing open the door, Zhou, Imo, Monkey, Big Bear, and Lynx were sitting around the table playing cards. And they all looked up when they heard the noise. Oh, our third grandpa is back. Monkey teased with a wink. How is it? Did you learn how to be an elder all night? Su Han rubbed his sore shoulders and smiled wryly. It's more tiring than training in the army. Big Bear leaned in curiously. Does your Su family have that many rules? I saw those elders treating you with such respect. Why do you still need to learn these? Generational hierarchy is one thing, but I'm still young. Su Han sat on the edge of the bed, took a sip from his cup, and thought about how many parts of the wedding ceremony he had to officiate tomorrow. He couldn't afford to make mistakes. Zhou Imo pondered. No wonder you're so composed in the army. You grew up in such a big family. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A little girl with horn braids, about 6 or 7 years old, rushed in like the wind and dove into Su Han's arms. Great-grandpa! The members of the Eagle team instantly froze. The little girl tilted her head back, her delicate face filled with excitement. Great-grandpa? You're finally back. Little one missed you so much. Su Han smiled and rubbed her head. Why are you still awake so late? The little one pouted. I heard great-grandpa came back, and I've been waiting for a long time. Watching this scene, The monkey dropped the card in his hand with a thud, stammering. Is this your granddaughter? To be precise, she is my great-granddaughter, Su-Han explained. She is the daughter of my eldest grandson, Su-Wu. So by generation, she should indeed call me great-grandpa. Big Bear counted on his fingers, his face full of shock. Then how old is your eldest brother? In his 30s, I suppose. Zhou Mo and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to say for a moment. The little one curiously looked at the members of the Falcon team and suddenly pointed at the monkey. Great-grandpa? This uncle is so thin, like a monkey. The monkey! Everyone burst into laughter. Su-Han pinched the little one's cheek. Little one, have you been slacking off in your training lately? Not at all. The little one proudly puffed out her chest. I can now perform a complete set of Su family boxing. Do you want to see it, great-grandpa? Before Su-Han could respond, the little one had already run to the center of the room, striking a standard starting pose for the first move of Su family boxing. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. The little girl's voice was tender, but her movements were clean and brisk, each move precise. The members of the Falcon team stared wide-eyed. Wow, the monkey murmured, how old is this girl? Her movements are way more standard than when I was in basic training. The little one became more and more spirited, her small fists moving with vigor, and with a final sweeping kick, she even created a slight whooshing sound. Stop! The little one stood firmly, her face flushed with excitement, looking expectantly at Su-Han. Great-grandpa, how did I do? A look of surprise flashed in Su-Han's eyes. You've made great progress. It seems you haven't been slacking off while I was away. The little one proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Dad just came back and said, Great-grandpa won the championship in the army. I can't let great-grandpa down. Zhou Mo couldn't help but ask. Su-Han, do all the children in your family practice martial arts from a young age? Su-Han nodded. The Su family is a family of martial arts, and the children in the family start practicing basic skills at the age of 5. The little one is considered the most talented among her peers. Big Bear sighed. No wonder you're so strong in combat. It turns out you've been building a foundation since childhood. Just then, the door was pushed open again, and a woman in her 30s hurried in. Little one, it's so late, and you're still disturbing great-grandpa's rest. The woman saw the members of the Falcon team and quickly saluted. Hello, comrades. I am the little one's mother. Sorry to disturb your rest. The little one rushed over and hugged the woman's leg. Mommy, I was performing Su family boxing for great-grandpa. The woman helplessly ruffled her daughter's hair and apologized to Su-Han. Third uncle, the little one has been talking about wanting to see you, and when she heard you came back, she absolutely refused to sleep. Su-Han smiled. Big sister-in-law, it's fine, I missed the little one too. The little one tilted her head back, blinking her big eyes. Mommy, I want to sleep with great-grandpa tonight. The woman frowned. No way. Third uncle has to host the wedding tomorrow. You can't disturb his rest. The little one immediately pouted, her eyes turning red. Just for one night. Great-grandpa will go back to the army in a few days. Seeing the little girl about to cry, Su-Han quickly intervened. Big sister-in-law, let the little one sleep here. I will take care of her. The woman hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. Then I'll trouble you. Third uncle. She crouched down, adjusted the little one's collar, and gently said, You must listen to great-grandpa and not make a fuss, okay? The little one immediately stopped crying and nodded vigorously. After the woman left, the little one cheered, quickly climbed onto Su-Han's bed, snuggled under the covers, leaving only a pair of bright eyes visible. The members of the Falcon team looked at this scene with complex expressions. The monkey whispered, Brother Han, your family status is absolutely amazing. The little one poked her head out from the covers, curiously asking, Great-grandpa, are these uncles your comrades? Yes. Su-Han sat on the edge of the bed. Tucking her in, they're all very capable soldiers. The little one's eyes lit up. Are they stronger than great-grandpa? Su-Han smiled. Each has their strengths. The little one tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, Can they do martial arts? Can they beat great-grandpa? This question left the members of the Falcon team speechless. Zhou Mo cleared his throat. We are better with guns. The little one nodded, seemingly understanding. Little one. Su-Han gently pinched her cheek. It's time to sleep. The little girl stuck out her tongue and obediently closed her eyes. The room quieted down, leaving only the little ones even breathing. The monkey lowered his voice. Brother Han, what exactly is the Su family's background? Su-Han looked at the sleeping little one and said softly, the ancestors of the Su family produced martial arts champions, and the family's martial arts have been passed down for hundreds of years. Although times have changed, the tradition of practicing martial arts has never stopped. Big Bear sighed. No wonder your combat skills are so abnormal. It turns out to be a family legacy. Zhou pondered. So, the combat skills you displayed in the army before were all Su family martial arts? It's a modified version, Su-Han explained, incorporating characteristics of modern military boxing, making it more practical. The lynx suddenly asked, can you demonstrate the boxing technique the little one just performed in full? Su-Han thought for a moment. Stood up. The Su family boxing has a total of 36 moves. I will show you the first 6. He walked to the center of the room, took a deep breath, and suddenly moved. First move, Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. Su-Han's movements were identical to the little one's, but the speed and power were on a completely different level. The wind from his punches howled, and the members of the Falcon team could even hear the faint sound of air being torn apart. Second move, Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Third move, Spirit Crane spreads its wings. After finishing the 6 moves, Su-Han stood still, breathing steadily, as usual. The members of the Falcon team were dumbfounded. The monkey swallowed hard. If I got hit by one punch Big Bear touched his chest, I think I might die. Just then, the little one on the bed turned over, mumbling in her sleep. Go for it, great-grandpa. Su-Han walked back to the bed, gently patted the little girl, his eyes full of tenderness. The monkey whispered, Brother Han, you look like a kind old grandpa. Su-Han laughed and scolded, get lost. As night deepened, the members of the Falcon team gradually fell asleep. Su-Han lay in bed, listening to the little ones, even breathing beside him, his thoughts drifting away. Tomorrow is the wedding, and as the host, he has to face not only the complicated rituals, but also the expectations of the entire Su family. After the wedding, a new challenge awaits him, forming a female special forces team. Great-grandpa, the little one murmured in her sleep, will practice hard. Swan gently stroked her hair, a smile tugging at his lips. Please help out by giving a 5-star rating. Thank you. Click on the last chapter and the last page, and a rating option will appear. The rating system for Tomatoes novels is initially low, so we need everyone to help raise it. Chapter 47, Red Makeup for 10 Miles. Young Elder. At 4:15 a.m., the old Su family residence. Third uncle. It's time to get up. Su-Han was awakened by a hurried knock on the door, and it was still dark outside. He rubbed his eyes and found that the little one had already gotten up and left at some point. I'm coming, Su-Han replied and rolled out of bed. The phone on the bedside showed it was 4:17 a.m. Zhou Mo and the others were still fast asleep, snoring intermittently. Su-Han quietly got dressed and opened the door to find Sun-Wan standing outside with a copper basin, steam rising from the hot water inside. Brother, hurry and wash up. Uncle and the others are waiting in the ancestral hall, Sun-Wan said in a low voice. Su-Han took the copper basin, and the cold morning breeze instantly woke him up. In the distance, the sound of drums and music could be faintly heard. The entire Su family village was already brightly lit. So early? Su-Han was a bit surprised. Sun-Wan smiled. The bride's makeup has to be completed before sunrise. It's the rule. Uncle said you are the main officiant. You need to bathe and change your clothes first, and learn the final process. Su-Han hurriedly finished washing up and followed Sun-Wan towards the ancestral hall. Along the way, he saw that Sujia village was festively decorated, with red silk ribbons stretching from the village entrance all the way to the ancestral hall, resembling a flowing red river. Su-Han was somewhat shocked by these red silks. 12 miles of bridal adornment, Sun-Wan proudly said. The elders in the clan say that when our Su family marries off a daughter, we cannot skimp on the ceremony. A total of 12 miles of red silk have been laid from the village entrance to the ancestral hall, symbolizing prosperity for all 12 months of the year. Su-Han couldn't help but click his tongue. This must have cost a fortune. Sun-Wan chuckled. Anyway, our Su family has quite a few assets, and every household is on the way to prosperity, so money is not a problem. Su-Han smiled wryly. True, a bunch of rent collectors definitely aren't short on cash. In front of the ancestral hall, 8 elders from the Su family, dressed in traditional attire, were already lined up waiting. When they saw Su-Han arrive, Everyone saluted in unison. Good morning, third uncle. Suhan hurriedly returned the greeting. Good morning, everyone. Su Bowen walked out of the ancestral hall, holding a brand new deep blue robe and a traditional jacket. Third uncle, change your clothes first. In the changing room, with the help of several clan elders, Suhan put on the traditional outfit. The robe was made of high-quality satin, with complex cloud patterns embroidered in gold thread on the chest, and exquisite buttons adorning the cuffs and collar. Third uncle, look up. Su Bowen personally placed a black cap on his head and pinned a green jade ornament to the front of the cap. In the bronze mirror, Suhan saw that he had completely transformed. The military aura he originally had was concealed by this traditional attire, making him look just like a young master from an old noble family. Remember, today you represent the face of the Su family, Su Bowen said, adjusting his collar with a serious expression. There will be many guests from outside, including some prominent figures from the city. Suhan nodded solemnly. I understand. Stepping out of the changing room, various ceremonial items had already been arranged in the ancestral hall. Su Bowen began to explain the specific process for the day to Suhan. The makeup starts at the hour. You need to use this gold comb to comb Ling Xue's hair 3 times. Each time you must say auspicious words. At the hour, when the Zhou family's procession arrives at the village entrance, you need to lead the male members of the clan to block the door. At noon, during the main ceremony, you will take your seat at the main position and receive the newlyweds' 3 bows. Suhan was fully focused, memorizing every detail and occasionally asking questions. Before he knew it, the sky had gradually brightened. At 7 in the morning, in Su Lingxue's boudoir, the room was filled with the women of the Su family. And Su Lingxue sat elegantly at the vanity, dressed in a bright red wedding gown and wearing a phoenix crown, looking stunningly beautiful. Third uncle is here, someone announced loudly outside the door. The room immediately fell silent, and the women retreated to the sides. Suhan took a deep breath and stepped inside. This was his first time seeing Su Lingxue dressed up. The gentle girl, he remembered now, looked like a classical beauty stepping out of a painting under the backdrop of her bridal adornment. Third uncle. Su Lingxue stood up to pay her respects, her voice slightly choked. Suhan noticed that her eyes were slightly red, clearly having just cried. Following the etiquette taught by Su Bowen, he took the gold comb from the attendant and softly said, the auspicious time has come. Let's begin the makeup. The room was silent, everyone holding their breath as they watched this scene. An 18-year-old young man, holding a gold comb, helping his 26-year-old granddaughter with her hair. First comb to the end, lift the plait and align with the brows. Suhan's voice was clear as the gold comb gently glided through Su Lingxue's long black hair. Second comb to the head, flying together like a pair of wings. Su Lingxue's tears finally fell, dripping onto the bright red wedding gown and blooming into a dark flower. Third comb to old age, surrounded by children and grandchildren. After finishing the makeup, Suhan took a step back and began to instruct according to the etiquette requirements. Today you leave your home. Remember the ancestral teachings of the Su family. Filial piety, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Support your husband, educate your children, and manage the household diligently. Su Lingxue bowed deeply. Granddaughter will remember third uncle's teachings. After the ceremony ended, Suhan stepped out of the boudoir and found that many guests had gathered outside the door. Many of them were unfamiliar faces, likely Su Lingxue's friends and colleagues. Is this Su family's third uncle? He looks too young. A fashionable girl exclaimed softly. Shh, lower your voice. Her companion quickly hushed her. I heard the Su family is a century-old prominent family. Their rules are strict, but this is too magical. Having a boy who looks like a high school student as the main officiant? Don't underestimate him. I heard he's quite impressive in the army. Just received a first-class merit. Suhan walked past the discussions with a calm demeanor, but he couldn't help but feel amused inside. He noticed that several members of the Falcon team were also up, standing not far away, looking at everything with curiosity. Han Yi. Monkey waved excitedly. You look so handsome in that outfit. Zhou Emo looked Suhan up and down, laughing. I didn't expect you to look quite fitting in traditional attire. Big Bear stroked his chin, but that hat really makes you look like the silly son of a landlord. Suhan laughed and scolded. Get lost. This is a proper melon-shaped hat. a popular style in ancient China. Chapter 48, Distinguished guest arrive. The groom comes to fetch the bride. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in front of the Su family's ancestral hall, Su Han sat upright in a grand chair, with Su Bowen and several clan elders standing beside him. The courtyard was covered with a red carpet, and both sides were filled with congratulatory gifts from guests, ranging from antique paintings to gold, silver, and jade artifacts, all dazzling. Third uncle. Next we will meet a few important guests, Su Bowen whispered. Deputy Mayor Zhang from the city, as well as several business owners, are all business partners of our clan. Su Han nodded slightly, adjusting the front of his robe. Although this outfit made him feel uncomfortable, as the main officiant, he had to maintain an air of authority. Please welcome Deputy Mayor Zhang and his party. The MC announced loudly at the door. A group of people walked in slowly, led by a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, followed by several well-dressed entrepreneurs. Is this the third uncle of the Su family? Deputy Mayor Zhang showed a moment of surprise when he saw Su Han, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Su Bowen stepped forward respectfully to introduce Mayor Zhang. This is our Su family's current highest-ranking elder, third Uncle Su Han. Third uncle, this is Deputy Mayor Zhang. Deputy Mayor Zhang quickly adjusted his expression, cupping his hands in greeting. I have long heard of the name of Su family's third uncle, and seeing him today, he is indeed young and accomplished. The entrepreneurs behind him exchanged glances, clearly filled with doubt about this elder who looked like a high school student. Su Han calmly stood up and performed a standard ancient greeting. Mayor Zhang has traveled a long way. The Su family is honored. His movements were fluid, and his voice was steady and powerful, completely unlike the performance expected of an 18-year-old. A flash of surprise crossed Deputy Mayor Zhang's eyes, and his tone became a bit more respectful. I have heard that the Su family is a century-old martial arts family, and seeing it today, it is well-deserved. You flatter me, Mayor Zhang. Su Han gestured for him to take a seat. The subsequent small talk was something the clan elders knew Su Han wouldn't be able to handle, and since he had never participated in clan business, they naturally didn't let him get involved. They just let him sit there, like an emperor who had been sidelined, responsible for maintaining the dignity of the throne beneath him. Even so, Su Han felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. At 9:30 in the morning, the sound of firecrackers erupted at the village entrance. The groom has arrived, someone shouted loudly. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Han walked towards the village entrance. From a distance, he saw Zhou Haitao dressed in a sharp military uniform, a red flower pinned to his chest, accompanied by more than 20 comrades and relatives walking towards the village. Block the door, Su Wu shouted, leading a dozen young men from the Su family to line up at the village entrance. This was an important step in Su family's tradition of marrying off a daughter. The groom had to pass through 2 tests to fetch the bride. The first test was the wine challenge. The Su family members brought out a long table, on which were placed 18 bowls of white wine, each containing more than 3 taels. Team leader Zhou, Su Wu cupped his fists in greeting, according to the rules. Those who come to fetch the bride must drink our Su family's men's wine before entering this first door. Zhou Haitao's comrades immediately erupted in protest. This is too much. Haitao's alcohol tolerance is average. This is unfair. Zhou Haitao waved his hand. Bring me a bowl. He walked to the table, picked up the first bowl of liquor, and drank it all in one gulp. The strong liquor went down his throat, causing his face to turn red instantly, but his gaze remained resolute. Good, Su Wu pressed, and he also picked up a bowl and downed it. The 2 of them took turns, and in the blink of an eye, they had each drunk 3 bowls. Zhou Haitao's steps had started to sway, but he still stood tall. Zhou Company Commander has a great capacity for alcohol. Su Wu laughed heartily. You've made it through this first challenge, but the rest of the liquor must be finished by all the men from your side who came to propose. Among those who came with Zhou Haitao were a few friends from the army and some of his better social acquaintances. They all had good drinking capacities. One by one, they stepped up, each picking up a bowl and gulping it down. The second challenge was the martial arts challenge. According to the Su family's tradition, the groom must demonstrate a certain level of martial prowess to prove his ability to protect the bride. Su Wu assumed a starting stance. Zhou Company Commander. Let us keep it light. Although Zhou Haitao had been drinking, the soldier's spirit was fully ignited. He took off his military jacket, revealing his strong arms. Please, teach me. The two sparred in the open space at the village entrance for over 10 exchanges. Zhou Haitao's military boxing was fierce and powerful, while Su Wu's Su family boxing was agile and varied, earning applause from the onlookers. Finally, with a clever move, Su Wu pushed Zhou Haitao aside and clasped his fists. Zhou Company Commander, your skills are extraordinary. You've passed this second challenge as well. Zhou Haitao was panting, but a smile appeared on his face as he quietly said, Big brother, thank you for going easy on me. Su Wu smiled slightly and nodded. The commotion at the village entrance gradually calmed down. According to clan customs, Su Wu slowly squatted down in front of everyone. Su Lingshue's eyes were slightly red. With the help of the women, she gently leaned on her brother's back. Her voice was a bit choked as she said, Brother. Su Wu steadily supported her and whispered, Don't cry. Your makeup will be ruined. He took a deep breath and took the first step, according to the Su family's ancestral rules. The older brother must carry the younger sister for her wedding, taking exactly 99 steps, no more, no less. These 99 steps symbolize a long-lasting union and represent the blessings and reluctance of the bride's family. As Su Lingxue lay on Su Wu's back, feeling her brother's steady steps, tears couldn't help but fall. Brother, I'm a bit scared, she whispered. Su Wu's steps didn't falter, but his voice was particularly gentle. What are you afraid of? If that kid Zhou Haitao dares to bully you, I'll be the first to deal with him. Su Lingxue smiled through her tears. How dare he? In the army? He's even afraid of third grandpa. Su Wu laughed. That's true. Although third grandpa is young, his seniority is there. When Zhou Haitao sees him, his legs would shake 3 times. The two spoke softly, and Su Wu's steps remained steady. The surrounding guests quietly watched this scene, and many of the women had already quietly wiped their tears. 70 steps, someone whispered as they counted. Su Lingxue tightened her arms around Su Wu's neck and softly said, Brother, when I'm not home in the future, you have to take good care of Mom and Dad. Su Wu replied with a grunt, his voice a bit muffled. You too, now that you're married, don't always think about home. Live your own life well. I know. Su Lingxue nodded, tears falling again. I just can't bear to leave you all. Su Wu said nothing more, just carried her step by step, steadily moving toward the ancestral hall. 98-99. With the last step, Su Wu stopped in front of the ancestral hall, gently placing Su Lingxue down. We've arrived. He ruffled her hair and smiled, Bride. It's time to go in and bid farewell to our ancestors. Please help by giving a 5-star rating. Thank you all. Click on the last chapter's last page and click again, and the rating will appear. The novel just launched its rating system, and it started with low scores. We need everyone's help to raise it up. Chapter 49. Su Han bestows blessings on the newlyweds. Inside the ancestral hall, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered, and the red candles burned brightly. Su Han stood in the center of the ancestral hall, facing the ancestral tablets of the Su family, his expression solemn. Behind him, Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxue stood side by side, both dressed in traditional attire. Zhou Haitao wore a bright red wedding robe, while Su Lingxue donned a phoenix crown and a wedding dress. The auspicious time has arrived. The newlyweds will pay homage to the ancestors, Su Bowen announced loudly. The ancestral hall immediately fell silent, all the guests holding their breath and watching this scene. Su Han, following the etiquette learned the night before, took 3 incense sticks from the offering table, lit them in the candle flame, and respectfully bowed 3 times to the ancestral tablets. Then placed the incense in the incense burner. To the ancestors of the Su family, today, Su family girl Lingxue is getting married to Zhou Haitao. May the ancestors bless the newlyweds with a harmonious marriage and early blessings of children. His voice was clear and powerful, resonating in the ancestral hall. Although he was young, his calm demeanor commanded respect from all the guests present. Su Han turned around and took 2 incense sticks from the attendant, handing one each to Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxue. The newlyweds will offer incense. Zhou Haitao's hand trembled slightly as he took the incense. Taking a deep breath, he and Su Lingxue walked to the offering table together, bowing respectfully 3 times. Just as they were about to insert the incense, Su Han suddenly spoke. Wait. Everyone froze. Zhou Haitao looked at Su Han in confusion, not understanding why this third grandpa suddenly called for a halt. Suhan walked in front of Zhou Haitao, his gaze piercing. Zhou company commander. According to Su family rules, before the newlyweds offer incense, the groom must make a vow to the ancestors. As a soldier, do you swear by your honor as a soldier? The ancestral hall was silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Zhou Haitao's answer. Zhou Haitao straightened his back without hesitation, raised his right hand, and performed his standard military salute. I, Zhou Haitao, swear by my honor as a soldier to the ancestors of the Su family. I will treat Su Lingxiu well in this lifetime, never leaving or abandoning her, sharing life and death together. If I violate this vow, I shall be dealt with according to military law. His voice was strong and resonant, echoing in the ancestral hall. Su Lingxiu's eyes turned red instantly, tears welling up. Suhan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Su Lingxiu. Lingxiu, do you accept this vow? Su Lingxiu nodded with a choked voice. I do. Good. Suhan stepped back a bit. The newlyweds will offer incense. Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxiu simultaneously placed the incense in the burner, and wisps of smoke rose, as if truly carrying their vows to the ancestors in heaven. The ceremony is complete. Suboenanon said loudly. The ancestral hall erupted in warm applause. A few members of the eagle hunting squad stood in the corner, and Monkey couldn't help but mutter, "This is too formal, right? It feels even more serious than a military oath." Zhou Mo whispered, "This is the power of traditional families. Although Su Gu is young, in such occasions, he is the absolute authority." Inside the ancestral hall, the red candles flickered and the sandalwood scent wafted. Suhan sat steadily in the Grand Master's chair, with a redwood, low table in front of him. According to Su family traditions, after offering incense to the ancestors, the newlyweds must first serve tea to the highest elder of the clan to receive blessings as a sign of filial piety. The newlyweds will serve tea. An elder in the clan called out loudly. Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxiu stood side by side, holding teacups, and slowly walked to Suhan. Su Lingxiu's eyes were slightly red. Holding the teacup with both hands, she respectfully knelt down. "Third Grandpa, please have some tea." Zhou Haitao took a deep breath and also knelt on one knee. Soldiers do not kneel on both knees. Offering the tea. "Third Grandpa, please have some tea." His voice trembled slightly, clearly still not accustomed to this title. Suhan remained composed, reached out to take Su Lingxiu's teacup, took a small sip, and gently said, "Lingxiu, today you are getting married. Third Grandpa wishes you a harmonious marriage and 100 years of happiness." After speaking, he took out a small box wrapped in red silk from his sleeve and handed it to Su Lingxiu. "This is your dowry from Third Grandpa." Su Lingxiu opened the box to find an ancient jade pendant, completely green and exquisitely carved. "This is Grandma's dowry." She looked up at Suhan, her eyes filled with shock. Suhan smiled and nodded. "Your great-grandmother instructed before she passed that this jade pendant should be given to the most promising girl in the Su family. You have been sensible since childhood, and now you are marrying into a good family. You deserve it." Su Lingxiu could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed freely. "Thank you, Third Grandpa." Zhou Haitao stood by, wide-eyed. Although he didn't understand jade, he could tell that this jade pendant was quite valuable. "Squad leader Zhou." Suhan turned to Zhou Haitao, his tone suddenly serious. Zhou Haitao shivered and straightened his back immediately. "Yes. From now on, Lingxiu will be entrusted to you." Suhan's voice was not loud, but each word was firm. "If I find out that you mistreat her..." He didn't finish his sentence, but the warning in his eyes made Zhou Haitao feel a chill down his back. "Rest assured, Third Grandpa," Zhou Haitao quickly promised, "I will treat Lingxiu well, or I will be struck by lightning." Only then did Suhan nod in satisfaction, take a sip from his teacup, and then pulled out a brown paper envelope from his pocket and handed it over. "This is for you." Zhou Haitao took the envelope in confusion, opened it, and was shocked to find a handwritten Su family boxing manual. He looked up in astonishment. Suhan said, "The Su family skills are not passed on to outsiders. But since you have become a son-in-law of the Su family, you are not considered an outsider. Practice well and don't disgrace the Su family." Zhou Haitao was so excited that his hands trembled. As a soldier, he understood the value of this ancestral boxing technique. "Thank you, Third Grandpa." I will definitely practice diligently. After the tea ceremony, the newlyweds took turns to serve tea to Su Lingshua's parents and other elders of the Su family. When it was Su Bowen's turn, this serious elder rarely showed a smile. He took the teacup and said earnestly, Lingxua, after you get married, you must be filial to your in-laws and live in harmony with your neighbors. Hai Tao is a good kid, and you both need to understand each other. Saying this, he looked at Zhou Hai Tao. Hai Tao, Lingxua has been spoiled since childhood, so if she acts willfully, you should be more tolerant. Zhou Hai Tao nodded repeatedly. Uncle, rest assured, I will treat Lingxua well. The tea ceremony lasted nearly an hour. By the time the last cup of tea was served, Su Lingxua was already in tears. Silly girl, why are you crying? Su's mother gently wiped away her daughter's tears. Today is your big day. You should be happy. Su Lingxua nodded while sobbing, Mom. I just can't bear to part with you. Su-Han stood by, watching this warm scene, feeling a myriad of emotions. Although he was a time traveler, he truly felt the bond of family blood at this moment. Great-grandpa, the little one had somehow snuck up beside him, tugging at his clothes. Why is Big Aunt crying? Su-Han squatted down and rubbed her little head, because getting married is both a happy and a reluctant thing. The little one nodded, seeming to understand. Then I won't get married in the future. I want to stay with Great-grandpa forever. Su-Han chuckled. That won't do. Our little one will grow up and meet someone she likes. The little one tilted her head, pouting. Then little one likes Great-grandpa the most. When I grow up, I'll marry Great-grandpa. So I won't have to leave home and can always be with Great-grandpa, Dad, Mom, and Grandma and Grandpa. Ha ha ha. The little one's innocent words immediately drew laughter from everyone in the ancestral hall. Chapter 50. Ancestral Ritual. Shocking guests according to the ancestral rules of the Su family. The newlyweds must complete their farewell ceremony in the ancestral hall before they can leave. This step is extremely rare in ordinary weddings, and many guests began to whisper to each other. The bride's family also has to bow. Isn't that against the rules? A fashionable young female guest murmured. An older woman beside her quickly tugged at her sleeve. Shh. The Su family is a prestigious family with a heritage of hundreds of years, so their rules are naturally different. Moreover, every place and every region has its own wedding customs. We may not understand, but we should respect them. It's not just respect for them, but also respect for the cultural heritage left by our ancestors. Su-Han's ears perked up slightly, taking in all these discussions. He calmly adjusted his clothing and scanned the crowd below. A few members of the Falcon Squad stood in the corner, with Monkey tiptoeing and looking around, being stopped by Zhou Mo, who was holding his shoulder. The auspicious time has come. The newlyweds may bow. An elder of the clan announced loudly, and a voice echoed in the ancestral hall. The entire venue fell silent. All eyes were focused on the center of the ancestral hall. Zhou Haitao wore a bright red wedding robe with a big red flower pin to his chest. Su Lingxue, in a phoenix crown and bridal gown, had a delicate makeup that could be seen faintly under her red veil. First bow to heaven and earth. The newlyweds faced the main door of the ancestral hall and bowed deeply. Zhou Haitao's movements were standard and powerful, seamlessly blending a soldier's toughness with the tenderness of a wedding. Second bow to the high hall. They turned to kneel before Su-Han, sitting in the Grandmaster's chair, and bowed again. Mutual bow between husband and wife. The newlyweds stood facing each other and bowed. Zhou Haitao's movements softened considerably, and through the gaps in the red veil, one could see Su Lingxue's happy smile. Ceremony complete. With the elder's announcement, warm applause erupted in the ancestral hall. Outside the hall, more than 200 round tables were spread out like red petals, extending from the entrance of the ancestral hall to the village entrance. Each table was covered with a bright red tablecloth, adorned with exquisite porcelain and silver tableware, sparkling in the sunlight. Monkey stood on the steps of the ancestral hall, looking at the spectacular banquet scene before him, unable to help but exclaim, "This is even more grand than the richest man's daughter getting married in our city." Zhou Mo crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the busy crowd. The Su family truly lives up to being a century-old prestigious family. Look at those tableware. They're all specially customized. Suddenly, Big Bear pointed at the distance. Look, Su-Han is at the main table. At the main table directly in front of the ancestral hall. Su-Han had changed into a dark red robe embroidered with golden threads and was seated at the head of the table. On either side of him were Su Bowen and the deputy mayor of the city, Zhang. The other seats were also occupied by prominent elders of the Su family and important guests. Third Grandpa, the auspicious time has come. We can start the banquet. A middle-aged clan member respectfully asked Su-Han. Su-Han nodded slightly. Let's begin. With his command, dozens of Su family members dressed in uniform attire began to serve the dishes. The first dish was 8 cold appetizers, and the exquisite presentation drew continuous praise from the guests. Wow, that abalone must be as big as my palm. Monkey stared at the cold platter, just served, his eyes wide. Zhou Mo tapped his hand with chopsticks. Mind your image. Don't embarrass Su-Han. At the main table, Deputy Mayor Zhang raised his glass to toast Su-Han. The Su family truly deserves to be our city's prominent family. I've seldom seen such a high standard for a wedding banquet in my years in the city. Su-Han raised his teacup. You're too kind, Mayor Zhang. When the two clinked glasses, Su-Han noticed that the rim of Deputy Mayor Zhang's cup was deliberately lower than his. This was a gesture of respect for elders or superiors at the dining table. A deputy mayor of a prefecture-level city was showing such respect to an 18-year-old boy, and this scene made many guests gasp in surprise. It showed just how great the Su family's prestige was in the city. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, according to Su family's rules, the newlyweds were to start toasting the elders and important guests of the clan. Zhou Haitao had changed into a deep blue suit, while Su Lingxue wore a red qipao. The two held hands and began to toast from the main table. When they reached Su-Han, Zhou Haitao noticeably became tense, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Third Grandpa, Zhou Haitao held the wine glass with both hands, his voice trembling slightly. I toast to you. Su-Han remained seated, looking at him calmly. Son-in-law, what do you want to say with this glass of wine today? The entire venue fell silent, and all eyes focused on this unusual grandfather-grandson pair. Zhou Haitao's forehead broke out in fine sweat. The iron-blooded squad leader, who commanded respect in the army, felt like a rookie at this moment. He took a deep breath and stood tall. Third Grandpa, I, Zhou Haitao, promise to treat Lingxue well for the rest of my life. If I go against this, let me be punished. His voice was loud, carrying the unique strength of a soldier. Su Lingxue's eyes turned red beside him, gently tugging at his sleeve. Only then did Su-Han smile, raising his teacup to clink with Zhou Haitao's. Remember what you said today. Zhou Haitao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and drank the wine in one go. Su Lingxue covered her mouth and chuckled, also following suit to toast with tea. As the toast reached the next table, an unexpected incident broke the harmonious atmosphere of the banquet. Linyu, a college classmate of the stylishly dressed young female, guest Su Lingxue, suddenly said, Lingxue, your family's customs are so outdated. It's one thing to let a high school student be the main host, but now the newlyweds have to kneel and toast him? What era is this? The entire venue fell silent. Su Bowen's expression changed drastically, and several elders from the Su family glared angrily. Zhou Haitao stood awkwardly in place, unsure of how to respond. Su Lingxue stamped her foot anxiously. Linyu, what nonsense are you talking? Linyu persisted. Am I wrong? Look around. The table is full of old men, and there's just one kid sitting in the main seat. How ridiculous. Su-Han slowly stood up and adjusted his collar. His movements were unhurried, but they made everyone hold their breath. This young lady, Su-Han's voice was not loud, but it was clear to everyone, you are not questioning me. But the cultural and ceremonial traditions of the Su family that have lasted for hundreds of years. He walked up to Linyu, and although he was younger than her, his imposing presence completely overshadowed hers. You may not respect me, but you cannot disrespect the rules of the Su family. Linyu was intimidated by his aura and instinctively took a half step back. I just think it's unreasonable. Whether it's reasonable or not is not for you to decide. Su-Han turned to all the guests, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone here today is giving face to the Su family. But the rules of the Su family are not to be questioned by outsiders. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Linyu. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave now. The Su family will not keep you. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, maintaining family dignity while providing an exit for the other party. Vice Mayor Zhang secretly nodded. greatly appreciating Su-han's handling of the situation. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Su-han's way of dealing with matters was so appropriate yet dignified. Lin Yu's face turned red, and she stammered, unable to say anything. In the end, it was still Su Lingxue who smoothed things over. Lin Yu's had too much to drink. I'll take her to rest. This resolved the awkwardness. After the small incident, the atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Many guests actively came to toast Su-han, their attitudes more respectful than before. Third uncle, Su Wu said as he approached with a glass. You were so impressive just now. That girl is Lingxue's classmate. Her family has some money and loves to show off. But today she really made a fool of herself. Su-han shook his head. Young people don't understand. There's no need to hold grudges. An hour later, after the newlyweds finished toasting, amidst the guests and the sound of firecrackers that stretched for 99 meters, Zhou Haitao finally fulfilled his wish and took Su Lingxue to the wedding car. The banquet continued until 3 in the afternoon before it ended. As guests left one after another, several members of the Falcon team gathered around Su-han. Su-han, you really are a great elder. I'm impressed. The monkey gave a thumbs up. That aura is even stronger than our captain. Big Bear patted his belly. This meal was worth it. 100 times better than the army cafeteria. Zhou Mo looked at the time. Su-han, our holiday is just 2 days. We need to report back to the army. We have training early tomorrow. Su-han nodded. I'll see you off. At the village entrance, the Falcon team boarded the military vehicle. Zhou Mo leaned out of the window. Su-han, don't forget about next week's Special Forces selection. Deputy Commander Zhao thinks highly of you. Don't worry. I'll definitely return to the team on time. Su-han gave a standard military salute. Watching the military vehicle leave, Su-han turned back to the village and found the little one squatting by the roadside playing with pebbles. Great-grandpa. The little girl rushed over and hugged his leg. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Su-han bent down to pick her up. Great-grandpa sent some uncles back to the army. Why are you here by yourself? The little one wrapped her arms around his neck and said mysteriously, Great-grandpa, I have a secret to tell you. What secret? Just now, a bad aunt said bad things about great-grandpa. So I put a lot of salt in her teacup. The little one proudly shook her pigtails. She took a sip, and her face wrinkled up like a bun. Su-han was both amused and helpless. Little one, that's not right. The little one pouted. But she said bad things about great-grandpa. Dad said, whoever bullies great-grandpa is bullying our whole family. Su-han's heart warmed, and he rubbed her little head. Great-grandpa is very happy that you defend me. But don't do that in the future. Our Su family should have grace, understand? The little one nodded, half understanding. Oh, the next time I'll put thumbtacks in her shoes? As the sun set, the red silk of Su family village gently swayed in the evening breeze. Su-han carried the little one home, feeling a multitude of emotions. The day's wedding allowed him to truly experience what it meant to inherit a clan and be connected by blood. When Su-han returned to Su Bowen's old house with the little one, the yard was already lit with lanterns. Under the dim light, Su Bowen was sitting by the stone table brewing tea, while Sun-wan was sorting out the leftover wedding candies. Great-grandpa put me down. The little one struggled to jump out of Su-han's arms and dashed over Sun-wan. Great aunt, I want to eat candy. Sun-wan smiled and pinched her little face. You've already eaten 3 pieces today. If you eat more, your teeth will get cavities. The little one immediately pouted and looked at Su-han with big eyes. Great-grandpa. Su-han couldn't help but laugh. Just give her one more piece. It's a happy day today. Sun-wan helplessly picked the smallest piece of fruit candy from the box and handed it to the little one. You can only eat this one. The little one cheered and bounced away with the candy. Third uncle, come sit. Su Bowen beckoned, pouring a cup of tea for Su-han. You worked hard today. Su-han quickly accepted the tea with both hands, then sat down on the stone bench and took a sip. The tea was high-quality long jing, fragrant and refreshing, allowing his tense nerves from the day to relax a bit. Uncle, was there any mistake today? Suan Askiv. Although he had tried his best to follow the etiquette, he was still worried about any oversights. Su Bowen stroked his beard and smiled. Third uncle performed very well, much steadier than I imagined. Mayor Zhang even praised you when he left, saying the Su family has promising successors. Sun-wan also chimed in, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother, you look so handsome in the ancestral hall today. The guests looked at you differently. Suhan shook his head. It's just following the rules. As night deepened, only the three of them remained in the yard. Su Bowen pondered for a moment and said, "Third uncle, now that the wedding is over, we should talk about your future." Suhan put down his teacup and said seriously, "Uncle, please go ahead. You're developing well in the army now, and you've achieved a first-class merit." Su Bowen said slowly, "As for the clan, do you plan to stay in the army for the long term, or?" Suhan answered without hesitation, "Uncle, I plan to develop in the army long term. The family business will continue to be managed by you." Su Bowen seemed to have anticipated this answer and nodded. "That's fine. Many of the Su family's children enlist, but you're the first to achieve first-class merit at such a young age." He paused, speaking earnestly. "Third uncle, work hard in the army and bring glory to our Su family. You don't need to worry about clan affairs. We old folks will take care of them." Suddenly remembering something, Su Bowen took out a passbook from his pocket and pushed it to Suhan. "Third uncle, this is the share of the family business dividends for you and Shaonan from previous years until now. I didn't give it to you before because you were mischievous and I was afraid you would waste it. Now that you've grown up and are more sensible, I can hand it over to you. You might need it in the army. Inside, the dividends belonging to you and Shaonan amount to over 10 million. Suhan's eyes widened in surprise. "So much?" Su Bowen smiled. "This is still considered little. Mainly, the clan's business has expanded in recent years and invested a lot. Otherwise, it could have been several times more. Once the family's business stabilizes, the dividends will only increase." Suhan quickly said, "Uncle, please keep this money for me for now. I have no worries about food and clothing in the army, and I need this money. Take it." Su Bowen was resolute. "Now that you're an officer, socializing is inevitable. Our Su family doesn't lack money, but we can't let you be shabby in the army." Suhan, seeing that he couldn't refuse, had no choice but to accept. "Thank you, uncle." The night breeze was slightly cool, and the three chatted about some family matters. Su Bowen suddenly said seriously, "Third uncle, tomorrow Ling Shue is going back to her family, and there are some customs you need to know." Suhan sat up straight. "Please, uncle." Su Bowen took a sip of tea and said, "When returning to her family, the bride must bring 6 gifts. 1 knife of meat, 2 fish for pounds of sugar, 6 pounds of flour, 8 pounds of fruit, and 10 pounds of rice, symbolizing smoothness and good fortune." The Zhou family should have prepared these items. As the host, your main role is to receive them. Suhan nodded. "Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" When the bride enters, you need to sit in the middle of the hall to receive their greetings. Su Bowen explained in detail, then added that they should be invited to lunch, but must leave before sunset, which is called not staying overnight, symbolizing that the bride is taking root in her husband's family. Sunwon curiously asked, "Why are there such customs?" Su Bowen smiled. "This is passed down from our ancestors, saying that if the bride returns to her family too frequently, it will affect her status in her husband's family. Actually, there aren't so many taboos now, but our Su family is a traditional family, and we can't neglect the necessary etiquette." Suhan earnestly noted every detail. "I understand. Please help by giving a 5-star review. Thank you, everyone." Click on the last chapter's last page to rate. The Tomato Novels rating system just came out with low scores, and it needs everyone's help to raise it up. Chapter 52. The Bride Returns Home, Suhan's Authority. The next morning, as dawn broke, the Su family old residence was already bustling. Suhan got up early, changed into a deep blue long gown, and stood in the yard, stretching his limbs. He hadn't slept well last night, filled with tedious wedding processes and etiquette. "Great-grandfather," a crisp voice came from behind him. The little girl had 2 small braids today, wearing a red qipao, looking just like a New Year painting doll. Suhan bent down to pick her up. "You're up so early?" The little girl hugged his neck, mysteriously saying, "Great-grandfather, Anne is coming back today. Mom said I have to be good and not cause trouble." Suhan chuckled. "Does Mom know about you putting salt in someone's teacup yesterday?" The little girl immediately covered her mouth, her big eyes rolling. "Great-grandfather, you mustn't say that." Just then, Sunwon came out of the kitchen, holding a plate of freshly steamed sticky rice cake. "Brother, eat something first to fill your stomach. Uncle said the bride will probably arrive by 9, so we need to be ready." Suhan took the cake, took a bite, and the sweet and soft texture made him squint in satisfaction. Home-cooked food is the best. The little girl immediately reached out. I want some too. Sun smiled and broke off a small piece for her, little greedy cat. At 8:30 in the morning, a red carpet had been laid in front of the Su family old residence. According to custom, the bride must take the same route as yesterday when returning home. So the red silk from the village entrance to the ancestral hall was still in place. Su Bowen stood at the door waiting with a few clan elders, while Suhan sat calmly in the main hall's grand chair. Unlike the tension of yesterday, he appeared much more composed today. They are here, a child shouted at the village entrance. Soon, Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxue appeared in sight. Zhou Haitao was dressed in a casual suit, carrying large and small bags of gifts. Su Lingxue wore a light pink qipao, looking more gentle than in her wedding dress yesterday. Dad, Zhou Haitao greeted from afar, his voice loud. Su Bowen smiled and walked up. Haitao, why did you bring so many things? Zhou Haitao grinned. These are the 6 gifts prepared according to the rules, plus some supplements for the elders. Su Lingxue quickly walked up to Su Bowen, her eyes slightly red. Dad. Su Bowen patted his daughter's shoulder. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Go in quickly, third uncle is waiting. A group of people surrounded the newlyweds and walked into the main hall. Su Han sat in the main seat, his expression calm, but with a gentle smile in his eyes. Third uncle, Zhou Haitao, and Su Lingxue greeted in unison. Swanadi slightly, sit down. According to custom, the newlyweds must first greet the host before talking with the family. Although Zhou Haitao was already the son-in-law of the Su family, he still felt reserved in front of Su Han, his hands resting neatly on his knees. Third uncle, Su Lingxue said with a smile, the set of boxing techniques you gave Haitao yesterday, he watched several times overnight and said he benefited greatly. A glint of amusement flashed in Su Han's eyes. Oh? My granddaughter's husband is interested in Su family boxing? Zhou Haitao immediately perked up. Third uncle, your set of boxing is so exquisite. I tried practicing the first few moves last night and felt it south more suitable for close combat than military boxing. Talking about professional matters, Zhou Haitao clearly relaxed a lot, even starting to gesture animatedly. Suhan listened quietly, occasionally nodding. When Zhou Haitao finished, he suddenly stood up. Since you're so interested, why not demonstrate a few moves now? Huh? Zhou Haitao was stunned. He knew very well Suhan's strength. First, he single-handedly took down over 20 members of the 8-link team. Then he defeated the special forces of the Marine Corps. Moreover, he won first place in 8 events during the military special forces competition. With that strength, 10 of him couldn't possibly be Su Han's opponent. The people in the hall were also dumbfounded. Su Bowen frowned. Third uncle, isn't this against the rules? Su Han waved his hand. It's fine, just a friendly spar. Besides, setting aside our family relationship, in the army, he is also my company commander. Consider it a friendly exchange between comrades. It also allows my granddaughter's husband to better understand the characteristics of Su family boxing. The Su family members suddenly remembered that both were in the same company. They immediately did not say anything further. Zhou Haitao hesitated and looked at Su Lingxue, who had an expectant look. Go ahead, let third uncle guide you a bit. An open space was quickly cleared in the yard. Su Han took off his long gown, revealing a white training outfit underneath. Zhou Haitao also took off his suit jacket, wearing only a black vest. Third uncle, please guide me. Zhou Haitao cupped his fists in greeting and then assumed the starting position of military boxing. Swan smiled slightly, his figure suddenly moving, closing the distance to Zhou Haitao like lightning. Zhou Haitao was shocked and quickly retreated, only to find Su Han's fist stopped 3 inches from his throat. The first move, attacked to save the enemy. Su Han retracted his fist, saying lightly, military boxing emphasizes wide movements, but in actual combat, precise strikes to vital points are more important. Zhou Haitao swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Third uncle, you are right. Let's do it again. Swanbikonith. This time, Zhou Haitao took the initiative to attack, throwing a powerful right hook straight for Su Han's face. Su Han neither dodged nor avoided, lightly deflecting with his left hand while his right hand struck down on Zhou Haitao's wrist. Zhou Haitao felt his wrist go numb, and his whole arm suddenly lost strength. The second move, using softness to overcome strength. Su Han collected his stance. Your strength is strong. but you rely too much on brute force. Sioux family boxing emphasizes using strength to counteract strength. 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds. The onlooking Sioux family members applauded in approval. The little girl jumped up and down, shouting, "Great-grandfather is the best." Zhou Haitao sincerely cupped his fists. "Third uncle, I learn a lot." Su-Han patted his shoulder. "You have a good foundation. With more practice, this set of boxing will make you better in close combat. When you return to the company, if I'm still in the 7th company, I will continue to guide you." Zhou Haitao was taken aback. "Are you leaving the 7th company?" Su-Han nodded slightly. "The commander has assigned me a task. After the holiday, I will have to leave the 7th company for a while. As for whether I will return to the 7th company and when, I don't know yet." Zhou Haitao felt a wave of disappointment, but he also understood. With Su-Han's strength, he should have been reassigned when the military district leader reviewed him back then. Staying the regular troops is too much of a waste of talent. Now, with his performance in the military competition, the military district leader would definitely not let him remain an ordinary soldier. Once he goes back, his promotion is a done deal. As for whether he will attend military school for further training or take on other tasks after his promotion, that is not something he, as a company commander, can control. The lunch banquet was much simpler than yesterday's, but still lavish. According to the rules, a newcomer's return banquet cannot exceed 12 dishes. So the Su family prepared a combination of 6 hot and 6 cold dishes. At the main table, Zhou Haitao had relaxed a lot and even dared to proactively toast Su-Han. "Third grandpa, I toast to you." He held up his cup with both hands. His attitude respectful. "Thank you for entrusting Lingxue to me and for teaching me the Su family's martial arts." Su-Han raised his teacup to clink with his. "We are family. No need for formalities. Treat Lingxue well, and that will be the best return to the Su family." Zhou Haitao nodded earnestly. "I will definitely live up to third grandpa's expectations." After the banquet, according to the rules, the newcomers must leave before sunset. Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxue bid farewell to their elders, and Su-Han personally saw them to the village entrance. "Third grandpa, take care," Su Lingxue said, her eyes red. "Next time I go to the army, I'll come to see you." Su-Han nodded. At this moment, Zhou Haitao came over with 2 large bags. "Third grandpa, I still have more than a month of leave. You should return to the army before me, and if possible, please help me bring these wedding candies and cigarettes back for the boys in the 7th company." Su-Han smiled and took them. "Sure." Watching the newcomers leave by car, Su-Han let out a long sigh. The wedding ceremonies of the past 2 days had finally come to an end, and he could finally put down the burden on his shoulders. Just as Su-Han was about to turn back to rest after sending off Zhou Haitao and Su Lingxue, he suddenly felt his pants leg being gently tugged. Looking down, he saw a little girl looking up at him with big, watery eyes, her small hand tightly gripping his clothing. "Great-grandpa," she called in a sweet voice. "My braids came undone." Su-Han squatted down and noticed that the 2 neatly tied sheep horn braids had come loose on one side at some point, with hair sticking out in all directions, looking like a little cat with messy fur. "Who did your braids? How'd they come undone like this?" Su-Han asked with a smile. "Mom did." The little girl pouted, looking aggrieved, "But I ran too fast just now, and they came undone." As she spoke, she shook her head vigorously, causing the other braid to droop as well. Su-Han chuckled and ruffled her little head. "Then should we let your mom redo them?" "No." The little girl immediately shook her head, grabbing Su-Han's sleeve and shaking it like a spoiled child. "I want great-grandpa to do them for me." "Me?" Su-Han was taken aback. "I can't braid hair. Great-grandpa is lying." The little girl puffed her cheeks. "Mom said great-grandpa could braid hair when he was little, and he even did it for great-grandma." Su-Han searched through the original owner's memories and indeed found that when the original owner was little, he had mischievously practiced on Sun-Wan's hair, resulting in crooked braids that earned him a chase around the yard from Sun-Wan. That was just childhood play. "I don't care." The little girl plopped down on the ground, stubbornly hugging his leg. "If great-grandpa doesn't braid my hair, I won't get up." Su-Han was both amused and helpless. This little girl really had him wrapped around her finger. Okay, I'll braid it for you." He sighed helplessly, picking her up. "But if it doesn't look good, you mustn't cry." The little girl instantly beamed, her short legs kicking happily in the air. "Great-grandpa is the best." In the yard, Suhan sat on a stone bench with the little girl sitting on his lap, her back to him, still clutching a piece of candy and licking it from time to time. Sunwon came out of the kitchen with a basin of warm water. And when she saw this scene, she couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, you can braid hair too?" Suhan took the comb she handed him with a resigned expression. "I'm being forced by this little ancestor." The little girl shook her head, urging, "Great-grandpa, hurry up." Suhan took a deep breath, picked up the comb, and carefully combed through her soft hair. Children's hair is fine and fluffy. If he used too much force, it could hurt her, so he was very gentle, fearing he might cause her discomfort. "Ouch, great-grandpa, be gentle." The little girl protested with a frown. Okay, I'll be gentle." Suhan slowed down, clumsily parting her hair into two sections, then trying to braid it like he remembered Sunwon did. However, reality was not as ideal as he envisioned. 5 minutes later, Sunwon was trying hard to stifle her laughter, her shoulders shaking. "Brother, are you sure this is a braid?" Suhan looked at the lopsided, messy bunches of hair on the little girl's head and fell silent. The little girl reached up to touch her hair, confused. "Great-grandpa, is it done?" Suhan cleared his throat. "Yes, it's done." The little girl immediately jumped off his lap and excitedly ran to the water tank in the yard, standing on tiptoe to check her reflection. Then she fell silent. The tank reflected her current appearance. One braid high, one low, the left side loose and drooping, the right side crooked, looking like two messy clumps of grass. The little girl slowly turned her head, her big eyes filled with disbelief. "Great-grandpa?" Suhan, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. "How about I let your mom redo it?" The little girl pouted, her eyes turning red instantly. "Great-grandpa is lying. You clearly said you could braid hair." Suhan thought, "Oh no, I made the little ancestor cry." He quickly squatted down, flustered, and comforted her. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Great-grandpa will try again, and this time I'll make it right." The little girl sniffled and asked, "Really? Really? Suhan pramisternistri." So, Suhan attempted a second and third time. Finally, before the little girl lost her patience, he managed to braid two somewhat presentable braids, though still a bit crooked. At least they wouldn't come undone. The little girl looked in the water tank again, and with a reluctant nod, she said, "This is okay." Suhan let out a sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than after running 10 kilometers in the army. The little girl turned around and threw herself into his arms, grinning. "Thank you, great-grandpa. Next time, I'll let you braid it again." Suhan exclaimed, "There is going to be a next time?" After the little girl left, Sunwon came over. "Brother, take me to school." Chapter 54, Farewell. "Let's go see the martial arts school Su Wu set up." At 6 in the morning, just as the sky began to brighten, the kitchen of the Su family's old house was already lit. Suan, waiting on Uprin, stood at the stove, skillfully flipping the spatula, and the aroma of fried eggs filled the entire kitchen. "Brother, why are you up so early?" Sunwon rubbed her eyes as she walked into the kitchen, surprised to see Suhan busy. Suhan turned around and smiled. "I'm making you a decent breakfast. The food in the school cafeteria can't compare to home." Sunwon's nose tinged with emotion, and she quickly lowered her head to hide her reddening eyes. Ever since her brother joined the army, he had changed so much, becoming so gentle and considerate. "Go wash up. It'll be ready soon." Suhan plated the golden fried eggs. "I also made your favorite century egg and lean meat congee." 20 minutes later, the siblings sat at the small stone table in the yard for breakfast. Morning light filtered through the branches of the old locust tree, casting dappled shadows on the table. "Brother, your fried eggs taste better than NES," Sunwon said, taking small sips of congee, her eyes sparkling. Suhan placed the last fried egg into her bowl. "Eat more. You're at the stage of growing." "But brother, you haven't eaten many yourself," Sunwon hesitated, looking at the egg in her bowl. "I eat it every day in the army. I'm sick of it." Suhan waved his hand, suddenly remembering something. "By the way, have you packed your things?" Sunwon nodded. "I packed last night. I brought my textbooks, homework, and a change of clothes." Sunwon was now in the first year of junior high, and the school was a boarding school. This time, she was only back for 3 days. Of course, she could also apply to stay home. The Su family has strict family rules, and Sunwon is already 12 years old, quite mature for her age. She practices martial arts and won't be bullied at school. The Su family is accustomed to cultivating the independence of its members. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances, they all board at school. This way, they learn to be independent while also having more time to study. After breakfast, Soon-Won returned to her room for a final check. Soo-Han went to the garage to drive out Soo Bowen's black Volkswagen sedan. Although this car is a bit old, it has been well maintained and is used by Soo Bowen for errands in town. Given the Su family's financial situation, buying luxury cars is not a problem at all. However, the elders are accustomed to simplicity and are nostalgic, so they don't care about cars or such things. As long as it can run, it's fine. Third uncle, be careful on the road, Soo Bowen reminded as he stood at the door. Soon-Won's school is in the east of the city, and there might be traffic during the morning rush hour. Don't worry, uncle, Soo-Han replied as he placed the luggage in the trunk. I'll drive slowly. Soon-Won ran out with her backpack, said goodbye to her uncle and several elders, and then hopped into the car. Today, she wore a blue and white school uniform with a high ponytail, looking especially spirited. The car slowly drove out of the village and headed toward the county along the country road. Soon-Won leaned against the car window, watching the familiar scenery quickly retreat. Brother, your driving skills are really good. She turned her head and admired Soo-Han skillfully handling the steering wheel, more stable than a driving school instructor. Soo-Han smiled slightly. I learned it in the army. When you get your driver's license later, I'll teach you. Really? Soon-Won clapped her hands excitedly. Then it's a deal. After entering the county, the number of cars on the road gradually increased. Soo-Han slowed down, occasionally glancing at his sister in the rearview mirror. Are you still getting used to school, Shawn-Won? He asked softly. I'm used to it, Soon-Won replied with a smile, but her eyes dimmed slightly. It's just that on weekends, all my classmates are picked up by their parents, and I have to take the bus back by myself. Soo-Han glanced at the lonely Soon-Won, feeling a slight pain in his heart. Their parents had already passed away. Although Soo Bowen's family treated them like their own children, the Su family's business required them to manage it themselves. Moreover, the Su family didn't like to show off, so there were naturally no nannies or drivers. Besides, Soon-Won was already sensible. Taking a bus home seemed normal to them. However, she was still a child, and it was perfectly normal for a child to miss their parents. Soo-Han reached out and held Soon-Won's hand, saying softly, Shawn-Won, you can call your brother whenever you have time in the future. Once I get to the army and become an officer, I'll be able to use my phone. I'll send you my number then. Really? Soon-Won's eyes brightened, but then she hesitated. But isn't the army very strict? I'm someone with privileges now, Soo-Han winked. As a model soldier, I do have some conveniences. However, phones and SIM cards are regulated for army use, and this temporary phone can't be taken into the army. Soon-Won smiled happily, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Then it's a deal. No backing out. Of course, Soo-Han reached out and ruffled her hair. But you have to promise me to study hard. I ranked 3rd in the class in this month's exam. Soon-Won proudly puffed out her chest. The teacher said I could enter the key class next semester. So impressive? Soo-Han feigned surprise, as expected of my sister, as the siblings chatted and laughed. The car had already entered the urban area. When passing an intersection, Soon-Won suddenly pointed at a roadside shop. Brother, stop for a moment. The red bean buns from that shop are really delicious. Soo-Han pulled over and bought 2 big bags of steaming buns to hand to Soon-Won. Take these to share with your roommates. Making friends means knowing how to share. Soon-Won hugged the buns, her eyes reddening again. Brother, you never used to do these things. Soo-Han's heart tightened, thinking about how to explain when Soon-Won suddenly broke into a smile. But I like the brother I have now. 20 minutes later, the car came to a steady stop in front of the county's first middle school. It was the peak time for school, and students in uniform were walking into the campus in groups. Before getting out of the car, Soon-Won suddenly threw herself into Soo-Han's arms and hugged him tightly. Brother, take care of yourself. Her voice was muffled. I'll wait for you to come back during your vacation to pick me up. Soo-Han gently patted his sister's back, of course. If you need anything, just call me. Watching Soon-Won's small figure walk into the campus with her backpack and buns until she disappeared into the crowd, Soo-Han finally started the car. In the rearview mirror, he saw his sister standing at the school gate, waving until she turned a corner and was out of sight. Seeing that it was still early, Soo-Han remembered that Soo had already left home for the provincial city's martial arts school last night, and he immediately stepped on the gas. Let's go take a look. Please help out by giving a 5-star review. Thank you. Click until the last chapter and the last page, then click again, and the rating will appear. The novels on Tomato just released their rating system, and they all have low scores, so we need everyone's help to raise them up. Chapter 55. An unexpected encounter at the martial arts school. Great-grandfather arrives in the bustling commercial area of downtown Guangzhou City. Suhan parked his car in the parking lot of a modern shopping mall and looked up at the prominent sign of the Su Family Martial Arts School on the building's exterior, a slight smile appearing on his lips. His elder brother's martial arts school is located in such a place, indicating that business is good. Taking the elevator to the 8th floor, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted towards him. The entire floor had been opened up and decorated in the traditional style of a martial arts school, with a large carved redwood door at the entrance. A plaque hanging above that read, "Friendship through Martial Arts." "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" A young girl in a training outfit at the front desk asked politely. Suhan shook his head. "No, I'm just here to take a look." The girl smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but our martial arts school operates on a membership system, and this year's new member quota is already full. If you're interested, you can leave your contact information, and we will notify you to participate in the selection for new members at the beginning of next year." Suhan raised an eyebrow. "So strict?" "Yes," the girl explained. "To ensure teaching quality, the school owner has stipulated that only 100 new members are accepted each year." The quota for this year's opening day was snatched up in less than an hour. Suhan couldn't help but admire his elder brother's business philosophy. Just as he was hesitating whether to reveal his identity, he suddenly noticed an electronic display screen next to the front desk, which was rolling a promotional video for the martial arts school. In the video, Su Wu was guiding students practicing Su family boxing, every move showcasing a master-esque demeanor. What surprised Suhan even more was the membership annual fee displayed in the lower right corner of the video, 180,000. Suhan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The front desk girl seemed to notice his surprise and smiled. "Our membership fee is indeed not cheap, but it's absolutely worth it. The owner is a provincial champion in Sanda, and the Su family boxing he teaches is a time-honored martial art. Many members are corporate executives and elites from various fields." Suhan nodded, thinking that his elder brother had turned a martial arts school into a high-end club. "Can I go in for a visit?" Suhan asked. "I have something to discuss with Su Wu." The girl showed a conflicted expression. "May I ask what your relationship is with the owner?" "The owner is currently teaching a class, and it's not convenient to disturb." Suhan hesitated, suddenly unsure how to introduce himself. Saying great uncle might not be believed. Saying younger brother would be incorrect in terms of hierarchy. Just as he was hesitating, a childish voice came from inside. "Great-grandfather." A little girl in a pink training outfit ran out like a little butterfly and dove into Suhan's arms. The front desk girl and the surrounding staff were all stunned. "Great-grandfather? What is going on?" The little girl was around 6 or 7 years old, while Suhan looked to be only 18 or 19. At this age, she called him great-grandfather? I had long heard that there are many clans in Guangdong province with incredibly absurd generational differences, but I never expected it to be this extreme. Yes, great-grandfather, wow. That's a full 4 generations of relationships. The girl at the front desk clearly didn't react immediately, although he had some understanding of the Su family situation. He had never seen such a stark generational difference before. "Great-grandfather, what brings you here?" The little one looked up with excitement, pulling Suhan's hand. Suhan scratched the little one's nose and said, "Great-grandfather is taking your great-aunt to middle school and decided to come by and see you all." As soon as Suhan said this, everyone present was even more bewildered. The little one is in elementary school, and the great-aunt is only in middle school. This generational difference is too absurd. "Dad is teaching boxing inside. Let me take you to see," the little one said cheerfully. Suhan smiled and picked up the little one, nodding at the stunned girl at the front desk. "Can I go in now?" "Of course." The girl hurriedly bowed. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were." The little one hugged Suhan's neck, proudly announcing, "This is my great-grandfather. He is even more impressive than my dad." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Suhan carried the little one into the martial arts hall. "Little one, do you usually stay here with your dad?" Suhan asked. The little one nodded. "I go to a nearby elementary school, and I come back here to rest after school at noon." "You walk back by yourself?" "Yes. Dad and Mom are too busy to pick me up. I just walk back." Suhan was slightly surprised. Aren't you afraid? The little one shook their head. Not afraid. Dad said that martial artists can't have fear. You must never be afraid. If you are, you'll lose for a lifetime. Suhan couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder the Su family has been passed down for hundreds of years without falling. With such family values and spirit, it's hard to decline. Little one, you're amazing. Great-grandfather is proud of you. Passing through a long corridor, they suddenly entered a spacious training hall. The entire training hall is over 1,000 square meters, divided into several areas. Equipment area, sandbag area, ring area, and the largest practice area in the center. More than 20 students were neatly lined up, following Su Wu to practice the basic moves of Su family boxing. Su Wu had his back to the entrance, his voice loud. Focus on your waist strength, and your movements must be fluid. Dad, look who's here. The little one shouted loudly. Su Wu turned around and was clearly taken aback upon seeing Su Han holding his daughter, then walked over excitedly. Third grandfather, what brings you here? The way he shouted third grandfather was full of energy, making all the students in the training hall stop and look over. Suhan put down the little one and smiled. After dropping Xiaowan off at school, I came by to take a look. I didn't expect your martial arts hall to have such a high threshold. I almost couldn't get in. Su Wu scratched his head in embarrassment. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Having you here makes my martial arts hall shine. He turned to introduce the students. Everyone, this is my third grandfather, the authentic heir of Su family boxing. The students immediately began to discuss among themselves, looking at Su Han with curiosity and admiration. After all, this young man looked younger than many of them, and yet he was the grandfather generation of the hall master. 2 chapters left before 2 p.m. Chapter 56. Su Han shows his skills, shocking the audience. The martial arts hall instantly fell silent. All the students' eyes focused on Su Han. This young man, who looked only 18 or 19, was actually the grandfather generation of the hall master. A burly student couldn't help but speak up. Hall master, you're not joking, right? This guy looks younger than me. Su Wu's face darkened. Li Chong, don't be rude. In our Su family, generation has nothing to do with age. Although third grandfather is young, in terms of martial arts accomplishments, even I feel ashamed. This statement shocked the students even more. Su Wu is a provincial Sanda champion, well known in the martial arts and fighting circles of Guangdong province. Yet he holds this third grandfather in such high esteem. The little one tugged at Su Han's clothes, proudly looking up. My great-grandfather is amazing. He can fight more than 20 people. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little one, fighting isn't about numbers. Su Han didn't mind, smiling as he ruffled the little one's hair. He scanned the room and noticed that many students had expressions of doubt and disdain. It's no wonder. His youthful appearance did lack persuasive power. Third grandfather, why don't you show everyone a move? Su Wu whispered, his eyes filled with anticipation. He knew about Su Han's performance in the army, but had never witnessed his true strength firsthand. After pondering for a moment, Su Han nodded. All right, let us give the students a little eye-opener. Su Wu was overjoyed and immediately clapped his hands. Everyone, gather. Today we are fortunate to have Mr. Su Han, the authentic heir of Su family boxing, demonstrate for everyone. Please observe and learn carefully. The students quickly lined up, but many still wore expressions of skepticism. Su Han walked to the center of the training ground, took off his outer jacket, revealing a white training outfit underneath. He moved his wrists slightly, and suddenly his figure flashed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Before the crowd could see what happened, 3 sandbags had already flown away. One of them even burst open, sand spilling everywhere. The entire hall fell silent. How is this possible? Li Chong, who had just doubted, widened his eyes. Each sandbag weighed 80 kilograms. Su Han didn't stop. He lightly tapped his toes and gracefully leaped into the air, kicking out 3 times in succession. When he landed, he was already firmly standing on a wooden stake 5 meters away. This is Su family S light skill, flying swallow, treading snow. Su Wu shouted excitedly. I've practiced for 10 years and still can't reach this level. The students were completely stunned. If hitting the sandbags could be explained by strength, then this light skill that defied the laws of physics had completely exceeded their understanding. Su Han jumped down from the wooden stake and clapped his hands. I've embarrassed myself. Su family boxing emphasizes both internal and external practice. What I just showed was merely superficial. Great-grandfather is amazing. The little one bounced up and down, clapping, their little face flushed with excitement. The students looked on with awe. Su-han's performance had completely conquered them. No one dared to question this great-grandfather's strength anymore. A burly student stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Senior, I am wryly, a senior student of the martial arts hall. I have always admired Su family boxing and am fortunate to meet you today. I would like to ask for your guidance. Su Wu explained quietly. Wang is a well-known entrepreneur in the area and also a member of our martial arts hall. Suan Saistab Wang. Although he was nearly 40, he had maintained his physique well, with defined muscles, clearly the result of long-term training. A spar is fine, but let us keep it light. Su-han nodded. Wang was overjoyed and immediately made a gesture inviting Su-han. Please, senior. The students automatically cleared a space, forming a circle. The little one excitedly ran to the front row, clapping their hands. Great-grandfather, go for it. Su-han took off his outer jacket, revealing a military green short-sleeve shirt. The solid muscle definition of his arms made many students gasp in admiration. Senior, I hope you won't take offense. Wang clasped his fists in greeting and then assumed an attacking stance. His initial move was very standard, clearly the result of hard practice. Su-han stood still, only slightly adjusting his center of gravity. Wang took a step forward, his right fist aimed directly at Su-han's face, fast and fierce. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Su-han slightly turned his body, and with a gentle pull of his left hand, Wang immediately lost his balance. Stumbling forward. Good. The students cheered in unison. Wang steadied himself and turned to deliver a sweeping kick. Su-han didn't dodge or evade, raising his arm to block while simultaneously using his right hand to strike towards Wang's throat, pulling back just before contact, merely tapping lightly. If I had used full force with that strike, you would have already lost your fighting capability, Su-han said calmly as he withdrew his hand. President Wang clasped his fists with respect. Senior, your skills are impressive. I admire you. Su Wu smiled and stepped forward. President Wang. My grandpa was a champion in martial arts in the army. You lost fairly. President Wang's eyes lit up. No wonder your movements are so clean and swift. It turns out you are a master from the military. Senior, may I ask you to take me as your disciple? Su-han shook his head. I serve in the army and don't have time to teach. However, he looked at Su Wu. My elder brother's skills are truly inherited from the Su family. You can learn from him. After President Wang was defeated, the training hall fell silent. The students exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. President Wang is one of the top 10 experts in our martial arts school, and he lost in just one move? How old is he? And how did he become so powerful at this age? Whispers began to rise. Su-han had excellent hearing and caught all the discussions, but he only smiled faintly. Does anyone else want to try? Su Wu scanned the crowd, his tone carrying a hint of pride. A slender young man stepped forward, around 25 or 26 years old, with sharp eyes like an eagle. Master, I would like to seek your guidance. Su Wu introduced him. Grandpa, this is Li Ming, our school's coach. Last year's lightweight runner-up in the provincial Sanda competition. Li Ming clasped his fists in greeting. Senior, please give me your guidance. Su-han nodded and stood firm again. He could see that this young man's steps were light, and his foundation was solid. He indeed had some skills. Let's begin. Li Ming didn't attack immediately, but instead moved slowly around Su-han, looking for an opening. Suddenly, he lunged forward, feinting with his left fist while his right leg whipped towards Su-han's waist. The move was fast and fierce, causing the students to gasp in surprise. However, Su-han remained calm, slightly lowering his body, and gently blocked with his right hand. The seemingly casual action made Li Ming feel as if he had kicked a wall, leaving his calf numb. Good power, but too deliberate, Su-han commented. At the same time, his right hand darted out like a serpent, lightly tapping Li Ming's chest. Li Ming immediately felt a surge of force and involuntarily stepped back 3 paces before steadying himself. His face was filled with shock. If that finger had been full force, he probably would have fallen to the ground. Again, Li Ming, unwilling to be defeated, shouted and this time launched a combination of punches. His punches were extremely fast, creating afterimages in the air. Yet, Su-Han moved as if strolling in a courtyard, easily avoiding all the attacks with slight shifts. Just as Li Ming finished his combo, Su-Han suddenly closed in and gently leaned his shoulder against him. Bang! Li Ming was sent flying backward, nearly crashing hard to the ground. Su-Han quickly stepped forward and supported him from behind to steady him. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior," Li Ming said, his face flushed, bowing respectfully. The entire training hall fell silent again, this time without even whispers. Everyone was shocked into silence by the overwhelming gap in strength. Chapter 57. Taking the little one to the army? Su Wu clapped his hands and called to the students. "All right, everyone continue training. Coach Li, review the moves we just taught." After speaking, he respectfully said to Su-Han, "Grandpa, this way please." Su-Han followed Su Wu through the training hall to an elegantly styled office. Upon entering, a faint scent of sandalwood greeted them. The office was spacious and bright, one wall filled with various martial arts competition medals and certificates, while the other displayed photos of Su Wu with various notable figures. The most striking feature was a calligraphy piece hanging in the center, inscribed with the 4 large characters "Martial Way is simple," signed by a deceased martial arts master. "Grandpa, please take a seat." Su Wu personally made a cup of tea and handed it to Su-Han. "This is this year's Preaching Ming Long Jing. Please have a taste." Su-Han took the teacup, looked around, and his gaze landed on the calligraphy. "Elder brother, your martial arts school is doing quite well." Su Wu chuckled modestly. "Thanks to our ancestors' blessings, it's barely making ends meet." "Barely making ends meet?" Su-Han raised an eyebrow. 18,000 a year for membership fees. With 100 members, that's 18 million, plus past years. You're starting at several hundred million. Is that what you call barely making ends meet? Su Wu scratched his head. "Did you see that, Grandpa? Actually, expenses are high. There's rent for the venue, coach salaries, equipment maintenance. And every year we allocate 30 of the profits to support schools in impoverished areas." Su-Han nodded, suddenly serious. "Elder brother, I remember the Su family's ancestral teachings. The essence of martial arts should not be passed to outsiders. What you teach these students, Grandpa, rest assured, Su Wu the explained. I'm teaching a modified version of the Su family fist, incorporating modern combat techniques, removing the core, mental methods, and lethal moves." As he spoke, he took out a beautifully bound catalog from the drawer. "Look, this is our school's teaching outline. All the moves have been modified, retaining the characteristics of a Su family fist without revealing the true teachings." Su-Han browsed through the catalog, and indeed found that while the moves resembled the original, the application of force and practical usage had been adjusted. "You've thought this through very well. By the way," Su Wu suddenly remembered Grandpa. "How long is your vacation this time? Would you like to come to the school to teach a class for the students? With your strength?" Su-Han waved his hand. "I have tasks in the army. I'm mainly back for Ling Xue's wedding. By the way, you just said the school is barely making ends meet. What is the main source of income?" Su Wu smiled mysteriously and took a folder from the bookshelf. "Actually, the martial arts school is more of a facade, using the membership system and students participating in competitions to build a reputation and meet more elites and business owners. Why really run is this Su Security." Su-Han opened the folder, which contained information about a security company. The company was established 5 years ago and had already developed into a top security service provider in the province, with clients including several listed companies and wealthy families. "We provide services such as personal bodyguards, valuable goods transport, and corporate security system design," Su Wu explained. "Excellent students from a martial arts school can join the security company after rigorous assessments. Currently, the company has over 200 professional security personnel, with an annual turnover exceeding 200 million. Su-Han looked at Su Wu in surprise. "I didn't expect you to quietly build such a big business." Su Wu smiled humbly. "It's all thanks to the Su family fist. Our bodyguards have a good reputation in the industry for being skilled in martial arts. Especially a few disciples who learned the true teachings. They are now personal bodyguards for top wealthy individuals, with starting salaries of over 1 million. He paused, lowering his voice. "Actually, I recently received a special order. An important person will come to Guangdong province next month for an inspection and requires the highest level of security. I'm considering whether or not to lead the team myself." Su-Han pondered. "Isn't the risk quite high?" "It's not so much about risk," Su Wu frowned. mainly because of the person's special identity, and the task duration is long, possibly leaving home for a month. The little one's mom is currently on a business trip abroad. My parents are busy managing the family business, even more so. I'm also worried about leaving the child with a nanny. Su-han smiled. Don't you have a security company? With so many bodyguards. Can't you keep an eye on this little girl? Su-woo smiled wryly. I'm not worried about safety, but about daily life. You know how mischievous she can be. Without someone reliable and familiar watching her, she might just fly away. The little one immediately pouted and exclaimed, Daddy, I'm not that mischievous. Su-woo sternly replied, You are. Last month I was on a business trip for a few days, and the nanny was watching you, and you almost burned the house down. The little one. Suddenly, the little one's eyes lit up. Daddy, I can go to the army to play with great-grandpa. Nonsense. Su-woo was both amused and exasperated. The army is not an amusement park. However, Su-han suddenly thought of something. Elder brother, if you trust me, I can take the little one to the army to stay for a few days. My dormitory is a single room. Taking care of a child is no problem. Su-woo looked at Su-han in shock. Grandpa, is that appropriate? It should be fine, Su-han said. I'll just tell the leadership. In the military, family members can stay for a month. Didn't Ling Shue stay in the military for a month before? It's just right to take the little girl in to see the world and use military regulations to discipline her. Haha. The little one immediately jumped off the sofa and ran to Su-han's legs, looking at her father with wide eyes. Dad, I want to go to the military with great-grandpa. I promise to be obedient. Su-woo hesitated for a long time and finally sighed. All right. Third grandpa. This child is quite mischievous. Please take care of her. Great-grandpa is the best. The little one cheered and jumped into Su-han's arms. Su-woo looked at his watch. It's almost lunchtime. Third grandpa, would you like to try our martial arts school's cafeteria? Although it can't compare to home, the ingredients are specially supplied and very healthy. Just as the three were about to leave, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a young woman in professional attire hurried in. Mr. Su, it's bad. The woman looked flustered. Just received news that the young lady of the Chun group was attacked, and the two bodyguards we sent were one dead and one injured. She has already been kidnapped. What? Su-woo's face changed drastically. Please, everyone, help by giving a 5-star rating. Thank you. Click to the last chapter, and then click again, and the rating will appear. The novel just released its rating system and is currently low-rated, so we need everyone's help to raise it. Chapter 58, 100 Million Ransom. At the top floor conference room of the Chun building in downtown U-City, Su-woo's black Volkswagen sedan screeched to a halt in front of the building, the tires screeching against the ground. Su-han unbuckled her seatbelt and looked up at the more than 40-story glass curtain wall building, the sunlight reflecting blindingly off the glass. Third grandpa, we have arrived. Su-woo's voice was a bit tense, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel. Su-han nodded, noticing the fine beads of sweat on Su-woo's forehead. Big brother, don't be too nervous. Let's understand the situation first. The two hurried into the building, and the receptionist immediately greeted Su-woo. Mr. Su, Chairman Chun is waiting for you in the top floor conference room. The private elevator is ready. Inside the elevator, Su-woo kept tapping his thigh with his fingers, the metallic walls reflecting his tense expression. Su-han reached out to hold his shoulder. Take a deep breath. Panic won't solve the problem. Third grandpa, you don't understand. Su-woo's voice was hoarse. The Chun group is one of our biggest clients. If anything happens to Miss Chun this time, the company's reputation will be ruined. Moreover, he painfully closed his eyes. The injured one is old Zhao, my brother, who has been with me for 8 years. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped into a corridor lined with thick carpets. Two bodyguards in black stood in front of the conference room door, nodding slightly to Su-woo as they pushed open the heavy wooden door. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense, it was almost suffocating. At one end of the long table, Chun Ziyuan, the chairman of the Chun group, stood with his back to the door in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his suit taut, radiating suppressed anger. Several executives sat on both sides, looking nervous. At the other end were 3 uniformed police officers, whispering to each other. Chairman Chun. Su-woo stepped forward, trying to keep his voice steady. Chun Ziyuan slowly turned around. The 50-something business magnate's face was ashen, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. His sharp gaze swept over Su Wu and lingered on Su Han for a moment. Mr. Su, I need an explanation. Chun Ziyuan's voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. I pay your company $3 million in security fees every year. And yet my daughter was kidnapped right under your nose? Su Wu's Adam's apple moved. Chairman Chun, I'm very sorry. I have already sent people to investigate the specific situation, and I will definitely give you an explanation. Explanation? Chun Ziyuan slammed the table, the teacups on it rattling. My daughter is currently missing and you have nothing to explain? He pointed out the window. The media has already gotten the news. Tomorrow's headline will be Chin's young lady kidnapped, and your security company is as good as non-existent. An older police officer stepped forward. Mr. Chun, please calm down. We have already locked onto the kidnapper's vehicle and are pursuing it with all our efforts. He turned to Su Wu. I am Lu Ming, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Municipal Bureau. According to preliminary investigations, the kidnappers are very professional and avoided most of the surveillance. Your 2 bodyguards, one died on the spot, and the other is severely injured and hospitalized. Su Wu's face turned pale. Old Zhao is still alive? In the hospital for emergency treatment, Officer Lu said, but the situation is not optimistic. Officer Lu continued, Mr. Su, this case is now under our police's full responsibility. We hope your security company will not act on its own to avoid alerting the kidnappers. Just then, a phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the ringing phone. The screen displayed a strange number. Officer Lu quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, swiftly put on headphones to connect to the monitoring device, and then nodded to Chun Ziyuan. Answer it. Try by time. Chun Ziyuan's fingers trembled slightly as he pressed the answer button and switched to speakerphone. Hello? Chairman Chun. A mechanical voice process through a voice changer came from the other end, sounding cold and eerie. Your daughter is now in our hands. The conference room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Chun Ziyuan's face instantly turned pale. What happened to my daughter? I want to hear her voice. On the other end, there was a rustling sound, followed by a young girl's crying shout, Dad, save me. The voice suddenly cut off, and the voice changer sounded again. Miss Chun is safe, provided you cooperate. What do you want? Chun Ziyuan gritted his teeth and asked. Very simple, 100 million. Cash. No serial numbers on old bills. The kidnappers spoke as casually as if discussing the weather. Have it ready by noon tomorrow. And wait for us to notify the transaction location. This is impossible, Chun Ziyuan exclaimed. The bank cannot possibly prepare that much cash in such a short time. That's your problem. The kidnapper sneered. Remember, don't call the police and don't try any tricks. Otherwise, the other end of the line was filled with Chen's daughter's scream, followed by a crisp sound of a slap. Stop. Chun Ziyuan nearly crushed the phone. I will give it to you, but you must guarantee my daughter's safety. A wise choice, the kidnapper said lightly. Wait for our call tomorrow. By the way, his voice suddenly turned sinister. I heard you hired a security company? What a foolish decision. The bodyguard who died was just a consequence of meddling. Standing beside, Su Wu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The call ended, and the conference room fell into a dead silence. Officer Lu quickly took off his headphones. The call duration was too short to track the exact location. But we confirmed the signal came from the direction of the Eastern Industrial Area. Chun Ziyuan slumped in his chair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He looked up at Su Wu, his eyes filled with anger and despair. Did you hear that? Because of your incompetence, my daughter's life is now hanging by a thread. Su Han stood by, calmly observing everyone's reactions. He noticed a flicker of doubt in Officer Lu's eyes, as if he was suspicious of this call. Chairman Chun. Su Han suddenly spoke, his voice steady and strong. The kidnappers are very familiar with the security company situation, which is very unusual. Chun Ziyuan frowned and looked at this unfamiliar young man. Who are you? Chapter 59. Damn it. Who is it? Suan, Subu's family. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. What this gentleman said is correct. The kidnappers knowing about the bodyguards indicates they may have been monitoring Miss Chen all along, or there is an insider. Su Han continued his words, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the conference room. Chun Ziyuan's expression changed. Are you suggesting that someone in my company is colluding with the kidnappers? That possibility cannot be ruled out, Officer Lu said seriously. From now on, All senior executives of the Chun Group will be investigated. At the same time, we will arrange undercover protection for you, in case the kidnappers change their target. Su Wu stepped forward. Chairman Chun, this matter is our Su Security's responsibility. I request to participate in the rescue operation to make up for our shortcomings. Chun Ziyuan sneered. Are you going to let your people die again? Mr. Chun, Su Han calmly interjected, I suggest we split into 2 teams. The police can investigate according to standard procedures while we take action secretly. The kidnappers have clearly stated that we must not alert the police. If they discover a large-scale police operation, they might act out of desperation. Officer Liu frowned. Sir, solving the case is the police's responsibility. It's best if your security company doesn't act independently to avoid interfering with the investigation. Su Han smiled slightly. Of course, we fully cooperate with the police. We're just providing some professional advice. He took out an ID from his pocket and handed it to Officer Liu. Perhaps this will put your mind at ease. Officer Liu took the ID, and his pupils dilated sharply. It was an ID from a military special forces unit. I see. Officer Liu glanced at Su Han with a complex expression and returned the ID to him. I understand now. Mr. Chun, this gentleman can indeed provide professional assistance. Chen Duan looked puzzled at the interaction between the two, but with his daughter's safety in mind, he didn't ask further. As long as we can safely bring my daughter back, I'll cooperate with any method. After leaving the conference room, Su Wu punched the elevator wall, making a dull sound. Damn it! Who is it? Brother, let's first go to the hospital to see old Zhao. Su Han pressed his shoulder. Maybe he can provide some clues. Outside the intensive care unit of Rena Hospital, the smell of disinfectant was pungent. Through the glass window, they could see a middle-aged man lying in a hospital bed, covered in tubes, with a monitor beeping rhythmically. The doctor said the bullet penetrated his lung, and he lost too much blood. Su Wu's voice was hoarse. Even if he survives, he might not be able to do this job again. A nurse walked over. Are you family? The patient cannot be visited now. I'm his boss. Su Wu replied. Has he regained consciousness? Did he say anything? The nurse shook her head. He has been in a coma. However, she lowered her voice. The person who brought him here said he kept repeating the word cuff before he collapsed. Suanan Su Wu exchange evidence. Thank you. Su Wu handed the nurse a business card. If he wakes up, please contact me immediately. Leaving the hospital, the two immediately drove to the scene of the incident. On the way, Su Wu explained, Old Zhao is a veteran who has been with me for 8 years. He is one of the best bodyguards in the company. For someone to take him and a Chong, the deceased, down simultaneously, the other party is definitely not an ordinary kidnapper. Cuff. Su Han pondered, this might be a key clue. In the outskirts of Yuezhou, at the Tzu Villa area, this was Miss Chen's residence, a quiet environment with strict security. At this moment, a cordon was set up in front of Villa number 12, with several criminal police officers investigating the scene. Su Wu showed his security company ID to the on-duty police officer and was allowed to enter the outer area. Miss Chun goes to the gym at 10 a.m. every day, and the route is fixed. Su Wu pointed to a tree-lined path. Old Zhao was driving, and a Chong was in the passenger seat. The kidnappers ambushed them right here. Su Han crouched down and carefully observed the road surface. There were several distinct brake marks on the asphalt, and some scattered bloodstains have been circled with chalk. This is not an ordinary kidnapping, Su Han suddenly said. Judging by the brake marks, the kidnappers forced the vehicle to stop head-on. Su Wu's face darkened further. Although we are a security company, the regulations state we can only carry certain other weapons. Firearms cannot be used. It's reasonable that the robbers had guns and we couldn't protect ourselves. Su Han slowly searched along the roadside and suddenly found a shiny, small object in the grass. He carefully picked it up. Brother, look at this. It was an exquisite silver cufflink, engraved with intricate patterns, shining under the sunlight. Su Wu leaned in to take a closer look. This is not our security company's standard equipment. He suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, I think I've seen this pattern somewhere. Su Han put the cufflink away and walked to where the kidnappers parked. The ground had several distinct tire marks. He squatted down and measured the tread pattern with his fingers. Brother, look at this tread pattern. Su Han pointed to the ground. This kind of special tread is very rare in the market. Su Wu examined it closely and suddenly took out his phone to take a few pictures. Yes. I remember there was a case last year where the kidnappers used the same kind of imported tires. I remember old Zhang mentioned it. The two exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's meaning. Su Wu quickly dialed a number. Old Zhang. Help me check which vehicles in Yuezhou have changed to those special tread Michelin tires in the last month. After hanging up, Su Wu explained, Old Zhang runs a repair shop and has a good ear to the ground. These tires cost 4,000 to 5,000 each, so not many people change them. Less than half an hour later, Old Zhang returned the call. According to his reply, the car owner didn't know it was a clone vehicle. But the person who changed the tires was a well-known local thug, often hanging around the billiard hall in the Old City area. He was accompanied by a group of people and even sent a photo, which was a screenshot from the surveillance footage. More than half an hour later, in the Old City of Yuezhou, the narrow streets were lined with old buildings from the 1980s and 1990s. Su Wu parked the car at the entrance of an alley and pointed to the flickering neon sign ahead. That's the Haojua Billiard Club. Old Zhang said that the thug who changed the tires often hangs out here. Suhan glanced at the billiard hall through the car window. A few young men with cigarettes in their mouths stood at the entrance, their arms tattooed with exaggerated designs, laughing loudly and crudely. Brother, wait for me in the car. I'll go in and take a look. Suhan unbuckled his seatbelt. No way. Su Wu grabbed him. Third uncle. It's too dangerous for you to go in alone. The crowd here is mixed. Suhan chuckled lightly and patted Su Wu's hand. Don't worry. I'll learn how to deal with people like this in the army. Without waiting for Su Wu to say anything else, Suhan already pushed the door open and got out of the car. He was dressed simply in a black t-shirt and jeans, looking just like an ordinary college student. Chapter 60. Suhan takes action. Inside the billiard hall, smoke filled the air, mixing the smell of cheap cigarettes and alcohol. Dozens of billiard tables were surrounded by people, with shouts and the sounds of cues striking balls echoing. Suhan walked straight to the bar and ordered a bottle of mineral water. The bartender was a bald, muscular man with a nasty scar over his right eye. A new face. The bartender squinted at Suhan. What essay student like you doing here? Looking for someone. Suhan pulled out his phone and displayed the photo sent by Old Zhang. Do you know this guy? The bartender glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. I don't know him. You'd better finish your drink and leave. This isn't a place for you. Suhan noticed the bartender's eyes flickering and knew he was lying. He calmly put his phone away and scanned the room. In a corner by a billiard table, he spotted the man from the photo, hugging a heavily made-up woman, smoking a cigarette, and directing his subordinates to play. Suhan walked over and tapped the man's shoulder. Brother, can we chat for a moment? The man turned around, revealing a face full of excess flesh. Who the hell are you? I have something to ask. Suhan said calmly, about that set of Michelin tires you changed a few days ago. The man's expression froze instantly, and he suddenly pushed the woman he was holding away. Damn it. Where did the cop come from? Brothers, get him. 7 or 8 thugs immediately surrounded him, some grabbing billiard cues, while others pulled out spring knives from their waists. Suhan sighed. Can't we just talk nicely? The first to rush in, a blond guy, swung his fist directly at Suhan's face. Suhan sidestepped and swiftly grabbed the opponent's wrist, twisting it gently. Crack. The blond guy cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground with his wrist bent at an unnatural angle. The second thug raised a billiard cue to smash at Suhan, who lifted his leg and executed a side kick, hitting the thug in the stomach. The man flew back 3 or 4 meters, crashing into a billiard table. The remaining thugs were frightened by this display and hesitated to approach. The leading man's face turned pale, and he suddenly pulled a gun from his waistband. Damn it. You're looking for death. The moment the dark barrel of the gun was pointed at Suhan, the entire billiard hall fell into dead silence. Suhan's gaze suddenly turned cold. He slowly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender while quietly taking a half step forward. Put down the gun, and we can have a good talk. Suhan's voice was exceptionally calm. Talk my ass. The man roared, his finger on the trigger. Kneel down. Just at this critical moment, Suhan moved. His body flashed like a ghost, his right hand accurately gripping the opponent's wrist holding the gun, his thumb pressing hard on a certain acupoint. The man felt his entire arm go numb, and the gun had already fallen into Suhan's hand. Click. Suhan unloaded the magazine with one hand, then pulled back the slide to confirm the chamber was empty, the whole set of movements flowing seamlessly in under 2 seconds. Like a Type 54, well maintained, Suhan weighed the gun in his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife. Now, can we talk? The man's face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble. Big brother, let's talk it out. Suhan tossed the gun to a nearby stunned subordinate, yanked the man's collar, and dragged him into the bathroom, locking the door behind them. Name: Hee Yong. Who told you to change that set of pie tires? Lu Yong's eyes flickered. I did it myself. Suhan sighed, suddenly grabbing Lu Yong's right pinky finger and gently twisting it. Lu Yong let out a pig-like scream. It's broken. It's broken. This is just the beginning. Suhan's voice was as cold as ice. Next, I will break each of your fingers one by one, and then your toes, if you still don't speak. He leaned close to Lu Yong's ear and whispered, I will make you experience what it means to wish for death. Lu Yong trembled all over, cold sweat soaking his clothes. I'll talk. A guy called Dao Ge asked me to change it. He gave me 5,000 yuan and told me not to ask too many questions. Suhan stared into Hee Yong's eyes, confirming he was not lying before releasing his grip. What does Dao Ge look like? Suhan asked coldly. Hee Yong rubbed his pained fingers, trembling as he described. About 175 meters tall, crew cut, a scar on the left side of his face, likes to wear a black leather jacket. Suhan took out his phone. Does the billiard hall have surveillance? Yes, Hee Yong nodded vigorously, but it only keeps the footage for 3 days. Take me to see it. 5 minutes later, Suhan emerged from the surveillance room with several clear photos of Dao Ge saved on his phone. He immediately sent these photos to Officer Lu, along with a brief note. Officer Lu quickly replied, Received. The Skynet system has been activated for tracking. Don't act rashly. Wait for our news. Suhan put away his phone and glanced at the crumpled Hee Yong sitting on the ground. If you dare to say a word about today, I wouldn't. I would T. Hee Yong shook his head desperately. I saw nothing. I know nothing. Back in the car, Su Wu anxiously asked, How is it? Suhan briefly explained the situation and then called Chen Ziwan. Chairman Chen, I need to check Miss Chen's itinerary and contact from the last month. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before Chen Yuan's hoarse voice came through. I've had my secretary compile it. Just come to the office to pick it up. After hanging up, Su Wu started the car. Third uncle, do you think Dao Ge is the mastermind? Not likely. Suhan shook his head. This kind of small-time thug is at most a runner. The real kidnappers are very professional, with meticulous planning. Even the police can't find clues for now. Please help by giving a 5-star review. Help out? Thank you. Click to the last chapter and the last page. Then click again, and the rating will appear. The rating system for Tomatoes novels just came out, and they all started with low scores. So we need everyone's help to raise it. Chapter 61, Skynet Tracking, Dao Ge Missing. The command center of the Guangdong City Public Security Bureau displayed surveillance footage from various corners of the city on a giant electronic screen. Officer Lu stood in front of the screen, his brow furrowed. Any sign of Dao Ge? The technician shook his head. Team Lu, we have accessed all the City S surveillance, but since he appeared in the billiard hall 3 days ago, he seems to have vanished into thin air. Another officer added. His phone signal last appeared in the Eastern Industrial District, and then it was turned off. We checked all the warehouses and abandoned factories in that area, but found no suspicious individuals. Officer Lu slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Every minute Miss Chen is kidnapped is another minute of danger. He turned to Suhan and Su Wu standing nearby. Do you have any leads? Suhan shook his head. Hee Yong only revealed this much. Dao Ge is very cautious and never discloses his whereabouts. We can only wait for the next instructions from the kidnappers. Officer Lu sighed. Is Chairman Chen ready with the ransom? 100 million in cash. It's being urgently gathered. Su Wu glanced at his watch. It should be ready by noon tomorrow. The next day at noon, at the headquarters of the Chen Group. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with several black suitcases neatly arranged, filled with bundled cash. Chen Dong looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot. The money is ready. We're just waiting for the kidnapper's call. Officer Lu said seriously, Mr. Chen, we have deployed police forces at all major traffic points. As soon as the kidnappers show up, we can immediately apprehend them. No. Chen Ziyuan suddenly stood up. The kidnappers clearly warned not to call the police. If my daughter gets harmed because of this, who will take responsibility? Mr. Chen, please remain calm. Officer Lu tried to persuade him. Cases where kidnappers tear up the deal after receiving the ransom are not uncommon. We can't place all our hopes on their integrity. Chen Ziyuan painfully grabbed his hair. Then do you have a better plan? My daughter's life hangs in the balance. I can't take any more risks. Suddenly, Su-han, who had been silent, spoke up. Chairman Chun, I have a proposal. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Let the police withdraw on the surface, and I will secretly follow. Su-han said calmly, I have received professional training in the military and am skilled in covert tracking. Officer Lu's eyes lit up. That's a compromise. Chun Ziyuan hesitated, looking at Su-han. Are you sure you want to be discovered? The kidnappers said that if they notice anyone following, they will immediately kill her. I'm confident. Su-han's tone was firm. And I will carry concealed communication equipment to stay in contact with the police at all times. After intense discussion, Chun Ziyuan ultimately agreed to this plan. At 1:15 p.m., the kidnapper's call finally came through. Is the money ready? The voice from the voice changer was still cold. Chun Ziyuan suppressed his trembling. It's ready. 100 million cash. It's all here. Good. The kidnapper seemed satisfied. Now listen carefully. You drive alone, bring the money to the cargo terminal in the west of the city. Remember, only you can come. If there's any police following. I understand. Chun Ziyuan hurriedly interrupted. I want to risk my daughter's life. After hanging up, Chun Ziyuan looked at Su-han. They want me to go to the west cargo terminal. Officer Lu immediately pulled up a map of the terminal. The terrain there is complex, with containers piled high. It's indeed a good place for a transaction. Su-han quickly scanned the map, mentally planning possible routes and hiding spots. Chairman, follow their instructions. I will ambush at the terminal and act accordingly. He turned to Officer Lu. I need a set of plain clothes and concealed communication equipment. 10 minutes later, Su-han changed into a dock worker's outfit, with a miniature earpiece in his ear and a police walkie-talkie at his waist. Communication test. Officer Lu's voice came through the earpiece. Received. The signal is clear. Su-han responded quietly. Chun Ziyuan looked at Su-han worriedly. Mr. Su, I beg you. You must save my daughter. Su-han nodded solemnly. I will do my best. At the west cargo terminal, the sunset cast long shadows from the containers. Su-han arrived half an hour early, quickly moving behind the cover of the containers. His movements were as light as a cat, making no sound at all. I'm in position, he whispered into the microphone at his collar. Officer Lu's voice came through the earpiece. Mr. Chen's car will arrive in 10 minutes. The drone is taken off, but the dock area is too large with limited visibility. Su-han hides behind a pile of cargo containers, scanning the dock with eagle-like eyes. Suddenly, he notices a container door slightly ajar in the distance. He identifies a suspicious target, container number 7. Su-han lowers his voice. I'm going to check it out. He quickly moves along the shadow of the container. Soon approaching the target. Through the crack in the door, he sees 2 armed men smoking inside. Confirming the presence of 2 armed personnel, they should be the kidnappers. Su-han reports, but he does not see Miss Chun. At that moment, Officer Lu's urgent voice comes through the earpiece. Mr. Chen has arrived. The kidnappers instructed him to park in the open area. Su-han quickly adjusts his position, overlooking the entire dock from high point. He sees Chun Ziyuan's black Mercedes slowly driving into the designated spot, then coming to a stop. A masked man emerges from behind a nearby container. Pointing a gun at Chun Ziyuan, get out. Take out the money. Chun Ziyuan trembles as he opens the trunk, revealing several black suitcases. The masked man checks them and nods in satisfaction. Good. Where's my daughter? Chun Ziyuan asks anxiously. We'll release her once we get the money. The masked man sneers. Don't try any tricks. After saying this, 2 others come and take the suitcases away. Chun Ziyuan can only return to the car, waiting anxiously. Su-han notices the masked man glancing toward a certain direction from time to time, and he immediately follows his line of sight to see a small cargo ship at the edge of the dock. The kidnappers might have hidden the hostage on the ship. Su-han immediately reports, I'm preparing to infiltrate and check. Be careful. Officer Lu warns. Support won't arrive for another 10 minutes. Su-han moves like a shadow between the containers, quickly approaching the cargo ship. He notices 2 armed guards on the ship, vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. The cargo ship is small, just a bit larger than a fishing boat. Taking a deep breath, Su-han silently slides into the water, approaching the cargo ship from below. The cold seawater soaks through his clothes, and Su-han approaches the cargo ship like a silent fish. He grips the protruding parts of the ship, muscles tense, controlling every inch of movement with precision, making no sound at all. On the deck, a rough male voice says, "Brother Dao, we've got the money. When are we leaving? What's the rush?" A hoarse voice responds, which is the Scarface man in the photo. "Wait until the boss confirms the money is fine. Then we'll be told to release her." Swan's pupils constrict. Sure enough, there are others behind Brother Dao. "Where's that girl locked up? My brothers have been holding back for days." "Shut up." Brother Dao barks. The boss specifically instructed that no one is allowed to harm a hair on her head. "This deal involves big figures. Killing us is as easy as squashing ants." Swansiat sinks. There are even more complex power dynamics behind this kidnapping case. He quietly retreats, slipping into the water, while pressing the communicator. "Team Lu, the kidnappers are about to move. Miss Chun is not on the ship. I suggest we play the long game." Officer Lu's urgent breath comes through the earpiece. "That's too risky. What if we lose them?" "Trust me." Su Han's voice is steady. "Tracking is what I'm best at in the military." After a few seconds of silence, Officer Lu concedes. "Keep the communication open. Support is on standby." Chapter 62. Finding the kidnapper's lair. As night falls, the cargo ship's engine emits a low rumble, slowly departing the dock. The damp sea breeze carries the smell of diesel, and the deck is cluttered with tangled fishing nets and rusty oil drums. Su Han curls up in the shadow outside the ship's railing, his soaked combat suit clinging to him. He holds his breath, listening to the rough laughter of Brother Dao and his crew inside the cabin. Damn, this deal finally worked out. A hoarse voice takes a swig of beer, slamming the bottle down on the wooden table. "Brother Dao, how much will we get this time?" "What the hell are you rushing for?" Brother Dao's voice is impatient. The money hasn't been verified, and the boss hasn't given the word. Who the hell dares to move? "If it were me, I'd just take care of that girl." Another voice interjects ominously. "Keeping her is bound to be trouble." "Shut your mouth." Brother Dao slams the table. The metallic lighter clicks. "What position does Chun Ziyuan hold in the business world? If we touch his daughter, we'll all end up as shark bait." A brief silence falls in the cabin. Only the sound of chewing peanuts can be heard. Su Han subtly moves his fingers, pressing his body tighter. The waves crash against the ship, splashing water that blurs the porthole. Through the dirty glass, he sees Brother Dao sharpening an apple with a dagger, the blade's cold glint flickering on the scar on his left cheek. Where does Brother Dao's boss come from? Daring to touch Chen's family's money? Brother Dao sneers. The apple core precisely landing in the trash can. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Get some sleep. Be sharp when we reach the place tomorrow." The iron bunk creaks as several kidnappers lie down one after another. Soon, snoring fills the air, mixed with the intermittent sounds of old Cantonese songs from the radio. The cargo ship cuts through the pitch-black sea, heading into the unknown darkness. The night is as thick as ink, and the waves crash against the deserted beach, emitting a low rumble. After several hours of sailing, the cargo ship stops about 100 meters from the shore, the engine's noise gradually fading. Brother Dao and his crew move several heavy suitcases onto a speedboat, the motor's sound breaking the silence of the sea. Su Han silently slides into the water, the icy seawater instantly soaking him. He takes a deep breath and submerges, following the speedboat like a fish. The underwater visibility is murky, and he can only rely on the water stirred up by the speedboat's propeller to gauge his direction. Su Han strokes his arms, his legs powerful like frog paddles, maintaining a safe distance from the speedboat. The speedboat reaches the shore, and Brother Dao and the others drag the suitcases onto the beach. Su Han slips into shallow water, slowly raising his head, revealing only his eyes to observe. Two black SUVs are parked at the edge of the beach, their headlights off, like lurking beasts. "Move faster," Brother Dao urges in a low voice. The boss is waiting. The suitcases are shoved into the trunks, and the doors slam shut. The engines roar, and the SUVs drive away along the rugged beach road. Su Han quickly makes his way ashore, water droplets rolling off his combat suit. He shakes his hair and locks onto the tail lights of the departing vehicles. "I can't lose them." He takes a deep breath, tensing his leg muscles, and bolts into the mountainside forest beside the beach like an arrow released from a bow. In the forest, Su Han's figure flits like a ghost. He occasionally jumps over fallen trees and climbs rock walls, always keeping the SUVs within his line of sight. The damp branches lash against his face, leaving small scratches. But he pays no mind. Turning left up the slope, The SUVs slowly drive along the winding dirt road, their headlights flickering in the dense forest. Suhan grabs a vine, swings over a ravine, and lands steadily on a rock ahead. Suddenly, the first vehicle slams to a halt. Suhan immediately crouches low, holding his breath. Brother Dao gets out of the car, speaks a few words into his phone, and then waves to signal to continue moving. Half an hour later, the SUVs enter a remote fishing village. Dilapidated wooden houses are scattered about, most windows pitch black. Only a 3-story small building in the center of the village is lit, with 2 armed guards standing at the gate. Suhan hides behind the rocks at the village entrance, pressing the communicator. Team Lu, the target has entered the fishing village. Coordinates sent. Armed guards detected, suspected to be the kidnapper's lair. Officer Lu's voice crackles with static. Support is on the way. Stay hidden. The SUVs drive straight into the courtyard. Suhan surveys the area and notices an old banyan tree in the northeast corner of the wall, its branches extending into the courtyard. That's my way in. He moves along the shadows, avoiding the occasional villagers passing by. Reaching the tree, he leaps up, grabbing the lowest branch, silently climbing up. The dense tree canopy perfectly conceals his figure. Through the gaps in the leaves, Suhan sees Brother Dao talking with a middle-aged man in a Tang suit, who has his back to him, playing with a string of Buddhist beads. Boss, the money is all here. Brother Dao respectfully handed over a suitcase. The man in the Tang suit did not turn around, but simply waved his hand. A tall, thin man wearing glasses stepped forward to check the money. A few minutes later, he exclaimed, "Boss, there's no problem with the money. It's all real bills, no markings." The man with glasses shouted excitedly, his fingers quickly flipping through the bundles of cash. Under the dim light, more than a dozen kidnappers surrounded the open suitcase, staring blankly at the pile of cash that resembled a small mountain. The air was thick with greed, and even breathing became heavy. Brother Dao licked his cracked lips, the scar on his face appearing even more sinister under the light. "Boss, we really hit the jackpot this time." The man in the Tang suit finally turned around, revealing a refined face that was out of place in this dirty transaction. His fingers, which twisted the prayer beads, were long and pale, as if they had never touched blood. There's a code, even in thievery. His voice was gentle, like a teacher. "Now that we have the money, let us not take any lives." However, he scanned the room meaningfully. "Brothers, you've worked hard these days. You can go and relax with Miss Chun." The atmosphere in the room instantly boiled over. Brother Dao was the first to jump up, his eyes flashing with a beast-like gleam. "Boss is brilliant. I'll go first." "Why should you go first?" A burly man with a face full of flesh shouted in dissatisfaction. Everyone shut up. The man in the Tang suit snapped, the beads clashing in his palm with a crisp sound. By seniority, Brother Scar goes first, then Old Black. The kidnappers quickly lined up, their eyes flashing with lewdness. Brother Dao couldn't wait to rush toward the stairs, while the others fidgeted like beasts waiting for food. Suhan lay on the rooftop, taking in everything through the skylight. Officer Lu's anxious voice came through the earpiece. "Reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes. Suhan, don't act rashly." 20 minutes? Too late. Suhan's gaze locked onto the staircase where Brother Dao had disappeared, his fingers unconsciously tightening. He took a deep breath and made a decision. "Officer Lu, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to act now." "No, it's too dangerous." Officer Lu's voice nearly broke. "There are at least 15 armed men. Miss Chin can't wait that long." Suhan's voice was chillingly calm. "Don't worry, I will definitely rescue Miss Chun." Chapter 63. Suhan takes action. Single-handedly slaughters the kidnappers. Without waiting for a response, Suhan had already cut off the communication. He moved like a nimble cat along the edge of the rooftop to the window above the second floor. Through the dirty glass, he saw a scene that froze his blood. Brother Dao was slowly approaching a young girl huddled in the corner. The girl was in her early 20s, her long hair messy, her delicate face streaked with tears, and her expensive dress was tattered. "Don't come any closer, please." Miss Chun's voice trembled, barely audible as she desperately shrank back until her back pressed against the cold wall. Brother Dao grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Little beauty, you must be feeling pent up these days. Let Big Brother take good care of you." He yanked open his belt, and the metal buckle clattered loudly on the floor. Suhan's pupils suddenly constricted. Time was running out. He quickly checked his gear, a knife he had taken from the kidnappers, 2 handguns loaded with bullets, and 3 smoke bombs. It wasn't the ideal setup, but it was sufficient. Inside the room, Brother Dao had already lunged at the trembling Miss Chun, his rough hands tearing at her thin clothing. The girl let out a desperate scream, but was slapped hard, making her dizzy. Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Brother Dao sneered, his thick lips moving toward the girl's white neck. Just at that critical moment, boom, the window shattered with a loud crash, and a shadow like a ghost burst through the window. Before Brother Dao could react, a military boot kicked heavily at his temple. Brother Dao let out a pig-like scream, his body flying out and crashing against the wall before bouncing back like a pile of mud, collapsing on the ground. Miss Chin stared in terror at the stranger who had fallen from the sky. The moonlight spilled over him, casting a silver outline around him, like a deity descending. Suhan quickly checked Brother Dao's condition. He was unconscious and wouldn't he wake up for at least an hour. Chaos erupted downstairs. With footsteps and shouts, "What is that noise?" Something happened to Brother Dao. Suhan quickly locked the door and pushed a heavy wardrobe in front of it as a barricade. He turned to look at Miss Chun, only to find her frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. "Miss Chun," Suhan knelt down, gently patting her face. "I'm here to save you. Can you stand up?" Miss Chun's gaze finally focused, and she nodded tremulously, but when she tried to stand, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell. Suhan caught her, shielding her behind him. In the second-floor room, Suhan quickly scanned the surroundings. The noisy footsteps downstairs grew closer, accompanied by the sound of guns being loaded. "Get under the bed." Suhan pushed Miss Chun to the bedside, his voice low and firm. "No matter what happens, don't come out." Miss Chun nodded, trembling, and crawled under the bed. She covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming silently down her face. Bang! The door was kicked open violently, and the wardrobe shook violently. "Brother Dao, what happened?" A rough voice called out from outside. Suhan silently moved to the side of the door, holding a handgun in each hand. His gaze as cold as ice. Boom! Another heavy kick sent the wardrobe crashing open, and a thick arm reached inside. Suhan struck like lightning, pressing the barrel of his left gun against the intruder's wrist. Bang! Blood splattered, and a heart-wrenching scream rang out from outside. "There's an ambush! Damn it! Kill him!" Bullets rained down like a storm through the wooden door, splintering the wood. Suhan had already rolled away, pressing against the wall, calmly calculating the trajectory of the bullets. In the brief moment of silence after the gunfire, he kicked the wardrobe aside and opened fire with both guns. Bang, bang, bang. 3 kidnappers fell to the ground, each with a bloody hole in their foreheads. Suhan dashed out of the room, sliding down the stairs, firing his guns simultaneously. The 2 kidnappers rushing up from downstairs collapsed, blood exploding from their chests. He asked at the staircase. Grenade. A round object was thrown up from downstairs. Suhan's pupils constricted, and he performed a backflip, retreating into the corridor while simultaneously firing a bullet. Boom! The grenade was hit mid-air, and the shockwave shattered the staircase. In a cloud of dust, Suhan leaped like a cheetah, landing on the broken staircase, railing and jumping down. In the hall on the first floor, the remaining kidnappers were thrown into disarray by the explosion. Suhan fired several shots in midair, blowing the heads off 3 kidnappers. As he landed, he rolled to avoid the incoming bullets, flipping his left gun to the right side. Bang! The bullet pierced the eye socket of a kidnapper hiding behind the sofa. "Damn! This kid is a monster!" Old Black shouted in terror, raising a submachine gun and firing wildly. Suhan moved like a ghost through the living room, each bullet taking a life. His movements were astonishingly fast, and the kidnappers could barely catch a glimpse of him. Click! The right gun was out of bullets. Without even looking, Suhan smashed the gun into the face of a kidnapper aiming at him. At the moment the man's nasal bone shattered, Suhan had already closed in, the dagger slicing across his throat. Warm blood sprayed on his Suhan's face, and he didn't even blink. "Boss, let us go." Old Black protected the man in the Tang suit as they retreated, his voice cracking with fear. "This kid is not human." The man in the Tang suit finally lost his previous composure. the prayer beads scattering all over the floor. He stumbled toward the back door, but was knocked to the ground by Su-han's flying kick. "Don't kill me." The man in the tang suit trembled. Raising his hands, "I have money. A lot of money." Su-han stepped on his chest, his gaze as cold as a knife. "How many more people are there besides you?" "No more." Su-han sneered, pressing the gun barrel against the center of the brow of the man in the tang suit. "Last chance. The basement. There are still 2 people watching the money in the basement." The man in the tang suit cried out in despair. "That's all. Really? Good." Bang. Bang. 2 shots, and Su-han directly shot out both of his knees. The screams echoed throughout the building. Seeing this, the old black man turned to run, but was pounced on by Su-han and pinned to the ground. The 2 rolled and wrestled on the floor, with the old black man using his size advantage to press Su-han down, grinning as he raised a dagger. D. Su-han's lips curled into a cold smile as his right hand shot out like a venomous snake, the index finger precisely inserting into the pressure point on the old black man's wrist. Ah! The old black man felt his whole arm go numb, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su-han delivered a knee strike that heavily impacted the old black man's groin. As the opponent bent over in pain, Su-han wrapped his hands around the old black man's head and twisted violently. Crack! The sound of broken neck bones was particularly piercing in the silent hall. Su-han stood up, wiped the blood from his face, and walked toward the basement. On the beach outside the fishing village, the moonlight flowed like water. 2 kidnappers dragged a suitcase filled with cash, desperately running toward the docked speedboat. "Quick! Faster!" The bespectacled man gasped. That demon could catch up at any moment. The other kidnapper looked back and was instantly terrified. A blood-soaked figure was charging toward them at an unbelievable speed, his eyes glinting with cold, killing intent in the moonlight. "He is coming." The kidnapper screamed and dropped the suitcase, running away. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth and raised his gun, firing several shots at the increasingly close figure. Bang! 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 Su-han moved like a ghost, dodging left and right, and all the bullets missed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the bespectacled man, delivering a knife-hand strike to his wrist holding the gun. "Ah!" The bespectacled man screamed, dropping the pistol onto the beach. Su-han gave him no chance, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen, then clawing his right hand tightly around his throat. The bespectacled man's eyes bulged, his face turning purple. Su-han leaned close to his ear, his voice cold. "In your next life, remember not to touch what you shouldn't." Crack! The sound of shattered throat bones was drowned out by the sound of the waves. The last kidnapper had already run to the speedboat, frantically trying to untie the ropes. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around in despair, raising his hands. "I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me." Su-han looked at him expressionlessly and slowly raised his gun. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the kidnapper's ear, causing him to wet his pants. Then, with one kick, he knocked him unconscious. Please, everyone, help by giving a 5-star review. Thank you. Click on the last chapter's last page and click again to rate. The novel just released its rating system and is currently all low scores, so it needs everyone's help to raise it. Chapter 64. The shock of the warrior's strength, the moonlight, spilled onto the path of the fishing village as Su-han dragged the unconscious kidnapper with one hand and pulled the constantly wailing man in the tang suit with the other, slowly walking toward the 3-story small building. The knees of the man in the tang suit had already been shattered by bullets, and blood dragged 2 long trails on the beach. He looked pale, cold sweat soaking his tang suit, continuously moaning, "Please spare me. I can give you money." Su-han remained expressionless, only tightening his grip. "Shut up." The 2 were dragged into the hall on the 1st floor, where a strong smell of blood assaulted them. Dozens of corpses lay scattered on the ground, each shot in the brow or heart, dead on the spot. Blood splattered across the walls, and bullet holes and traces of explosions were everywhere. Seeing this scene, the man in the tang suit finally broke down. "Devil, you are a devil." Su-han ignored him and walked straight to the 2nd floor. In the room on the 2nd floor, Miss Chun was still curled up under the bed, trembling all over. When she heard footsteps approaching, she covered her mouth in terror, tears flowing silently. "Miss Chun, it's me." Su-han crouched down and spoke softly. Miss Chun looked up, seeing through her tear-filled eyes the blood-stained yet resolute face. She could no longer control herself and suddenly threw herself into Suhan's arms, crying out loud. I thought I was going to die. Suhan gently patted her back. It's okay. It's all over. He helped Miss Chun to stand, but found her legs weak, unable to walk. I can't move, Miss Chun said weakly. Without hesitation, Suhan directly picked her up. Close your eyes. Don't look. But it was too late. As Miss Chun was carried through the hall on the first floor, the hellish scene was still reflected in her eyes. Her body trembled violently, and she made suppressed, whimpering sounds from her throat. Don't look. Suhan pressed her little head against his shoulder, taking a deep breath. We'll be out soon. Outside the small building, police sirens grew closer. The SWAT team led by Officer Liu rushed into the fishing village, followed closely by Su Wu and Chen Ziyuan. When they saw Suhan carrying Miss Chun out of the building, everyone froze. Xiaoya. Chen Ziyuan was the first to react. Stumbling forward to take his daughter from Suhan's hands, My child, are you okay? Miss Chun weakly shook her head, tightly hugging her father, tears bursting forth again. Officer Liu quickly surrounded the small building with the SWAT team. When he walked into the hall, even the seasoned veteran police officer couldn't help but gasp. The entire hall looked like a slaughterhouse, with dozens of corpses lying on the ground in various positions, each one shot dead instantly. Bullet holes and bloodstains covered the walls, and the air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder and blood. Ugh! Many police officers who had never seen such a bloody scene couldn't help but lean against the wall and vomit. Did he do all this by himself? A young SWAT officer's voice trembled. Even the SWAT team had never seen such a scene. If you didn't know better, you'd think a war broke out here. Officer Liu didn't answer, his gaze falling on the staircase. Suhan was dragging the man in the tang suit down, the area below his knees soaked with blood, leaving a long trail on the ground. Captain Liu, the main culprit, Suhan threw the man in the tang suit in front of Officer Liu. There are two survivors in the basement, one unconscious and one scared silly. Officer Liu looked at the blood-soaked young man in front of him, momentarily unsure of what to say. He had handled cases for many years and had never seen such a clean and brutal rescue operation. Are you injured? Officer Liu finally managed to ask. Suhan shook his head, wiping the blood from his face. It's all their blood. At that moment, Su Wu rushed in, his face changing drastically upon seeing the corpses. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm Yufine. Suhan moved his wrist. Unfortunately, I didn't leave many alive. Officer Liu smiled wryly. That's already plenty. These people are ruthless and desperate criminals. Catching the main culprit is already a pleasant surprise. Outside the fishing village, medical personnel were checking on Miss Chun. Chen Ziyuan tightly held his daughter's hand, occasionally glancing at Suhan, who was receiving simple bandaging not far away. His eyes filled with complex emotions. Dad, Miss Chun weakly spoke. That person saved me. Yes, like Superman. Chen Ziyuan nodded, getting up to walk towards Suhan. Mr. Su. Chen Ziyuan bowed deeply. I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, my daughter. Suhan waved his hand. Chairman Chun, you're being polite. This is what I should do. No, this is absolutely not what you should do. Chen Ziyuan said firmly. From now on, you're our Chun family's great benefactor. If you need anything, just say the word. Beside him, Su Wu couldn't help but interject. Chairman Chun. My grandpa served in the army and may be promoted soon. Chapter 65. The military steps in. Chen Ziyuan's eyes lit up. I have a few old friends in the military district, if you need help. No need. Suhan interrupted. I rely on strength, not connections in the army. Chen Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately showed respect. I was too abrupt. Mr. Su, a soldier like you is indeed the backbone of the country. After saying this, Chen Ziyuan turned to Su Wu beside him and said, Su Guanju, we can continue to fulfill the contract regarding the matter. I actually know about this kidnapping. You can't be blamed. The kidnappers were too professional and armed. Moreover, if it weren't for Mr. Suhan, my daughter would probably. Su Wu quickly interjected, Mr. Chun, we indeed have a responsibility in this matter. Suhan said, Mr. Chun, it's best to take Miss Chun away from here first and have her checked to the hospital. There will be plenty of time to discuss cooperation later. Yes. Chen Ziyuan took Miss Chun and left. Officer Liu approached Suhan. Mr. Su, do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Suhan shook his head slightly. No need, I'll just go back, take a shower, and change my clothes. Officer Lu nodded. We will handle the follow-up matters here. However, Lu officer looked around hesitantly at Su-han. Su-han understood his meaning and immediately said, I will go to the police station later to give you a detailed statement. Additionally, I will report the details of our actions to the military. At that time, the military will coordinate with your director. Officer Lu gratefully replied, that would be a great help. After all, Su-han was not a police officer, even as a soldier. He couldn't handle the aftermath of killing so many people as a small squad leader. The night was deep, and the noise of the fishing village gradually subsided. The red and blue lights of the police car flashed in the darkness, illuminating the beach in a flickering light. Su-han and Su-woo walked side by side toward the black Volkswagen parked at the village entrance, their shadows stretching long on the sandy ground. Third Grandpa, Su-woo hesitated to speak, looking at the bloodied child beside him, completely different from the one he had watched grow up. Are you really okay? Su-han moved his shoulders and revealed a relaxed smile. Don't worry, it's just a scrape. I've had much worse injuries during training in the army. Su-woo took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. You handled those kidnappers all by yourself. I've encountered even more dangerous situations during my time in the Special Forces. Of course, he was referring to his past life. In this life, he hadn't even joined the Special Forces yet. He opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and turned to look at the still dazed Su-woo. What's wrong? Are you scared? Su-woo shook his head and got in the driver's seat. Not scared, just shocked. I knew you were impressive, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive. The car slowly left the fishing village, driving along the coastal road toward the city. Inside the car, Su-han took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Captain Wang, it's me, Su-han. On the other end of the line, Wang Yuanchao's deep voice came through. You little rascal, did you get into trouble? Calling so late at night. Su-han briefly explained the situation, emphasizing the level of armament and the criminal facts of the kidnappers. So, I need the Special Forces to coordinate, as this operation involves interdepartmental law enforcement and a large number of armed individuals being killed. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Wang Yuanchao's hearty laughter came through. Good kid. You took down the whole kidnapping gang by yourself? No wonder I chose you. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I'll contact the Guangdong Military District first thing in the morning to send someone to the police station to coordinate. Just relax and take your break. After hanging up the phone, Su-han let out a long sigh of relief. It's settled. Su-woo looked at him with admiration. Third Grandpa. Your connections in the army are impressive. Captain Wang is the head of the Special Forces, Su-han explained, for such special operations. It's most appropriate for the Special Forces to coordinate. An hour later, the car drove into a high-end residential area in the center of Guangdong City. We're here. This is the one. Su-woo parked the car under a 20-story apartment building, a duplex on the top floor with a good view. The elevator went straight to the 28th floor, and Su-woo took out the key to open the heavy security door. What greeted them was a spacious entrance hall with a floor covered in reflective marble and several ink paintings hanging on the wall. Inside was a nearly 6-meter-high living room, with floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the night view of the entire Guangdong City, the lights sparkling like a galaxy. Dad! Great-grandpa! A pink figure rushed in from the living room. It was the little one wearing pajamas. She was barefoot, and her small face still had traces of tears, clearly waiting for them to return without sleeping. Su-han was about to say to move aside, but was already a step too late. The little one had already jumped into his arms, her small hands tightly hugging his neck. Great-grandpa has blood on him, the little one suddenly exclaimed, her small hands touching the bloodstains on Su-han's collar, her eyes turning red instantly. Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Su-han felt a warmth in his heart and gently wiped away her tears. It's nothing. This isn't Great-grandpa's blood. Great-grandpa is fine. How could he get hurt? The little one looked doubtful, her small hands exploring Su-han's body to check. Really? Then whose blood is this? It's the bad guys. Su-woo walked over and picked up his daughter. Great-grandpa caught a lot of bad guys today and protected a young lady. The little one's eyes lit up. Just like a superhero? Yes, just like a superhero. Su-han smiled and pinched her small nose. All right. Great-grandpa needs to take a shower and change into clean clothes. You go to bed first, okay? The little one shook her head, stubbornly clinging to Su-han's neck. I want to wait for Great-grandpa. Su-woo's wife, Lin Yun, came down from upstairs and was startled to see Su Han covered in blood. Third Grandpa, do you want to go to the hospital? No need, it's just superficial injuries. Su Han waved his hand. Is there a first aid kit? I can handle it myself. Sister-in-law Lin Yun quickly went to get the first aid kit, while Su Wu led Su Han to the guest room. Third Grandpa, you should take a shower first. I've already prepared clean clothes for you. In the bathroom, the hot water washed away the blood and fatigue from his body. Su Han checked himself in the mirror. He had several scrapes and bruises, the most serious being a 5-centimeter-long knife wound on his left arm that had already scabbed over. After simple disinfection and bandaging, he changed into the casual clothes Su Wu had prepared, a dark blue shirt and gray sweatpants. When he walked out of the bathroom, he found the little one sitting on the edge of the bed, her small feet swinging as she waited for him. Great Grandpa, seeing him come out, the little one immediately jumped off the bed and ran over, holding a small box. Mom asked me to put medicine on you. Inside the box were various children's band-aids with cartoon patterns. Su Han couldn't help but smile as he squatted down to let her apply them. Thank you, little one. Great Grandpa feels much better. The little one earnestly placed a band-aid on each of his wounds and finally puffed her small cheeks and blew. The pain flew away. Lin Yun entered with hot milk and snacks. Third Grandpa, have something to eat. Little one, it's time for bed. You have school tomorrow. The little one pouted. I don't want to go to school. I want to go to the army with Great Grandpa. Great Grandpa has things to do tomorrow. Su Han patted her small head. The day after tomorrow in the morning, Great Grandpa will come pick you up, okay? The little one tilted her head and thought for a moment, then extended her pinky finger. Pinky swear. Pinky swear. After coaxing the little one to sleep, Su Han returned to the living room and found Su Wu on the balcony making a phone call. Yes, all member courses will be suspended for a week. No, it's not because of the kidnapping case. Just say the equipment is under maintenance. Seeing Su Han walk over, Su Wu hurriedly hung up the phone. Third Grandpa, why aren't you resting? I can't sleep. Su Han stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night view of the city. Big brother, will this incident affect the martial arts school's business? Su Wu smiled bitterly. There will definitely be short-term effects. However, Chairman Chen's secretary just called to say they will continue cooperating and even increase the security budget. As long as he doesn't terminate the cooperation, it shouldn't have much impact. He handed Su Han a cup of hot tea. But are you really okay taking little Nguyen to the army? That girl is quite mischievous. Don't worry, the army has a special family area. Su Han took a sip of tea and thought that he wanted her to experience real military camp life, which would be beneficial for her growth. The next morning, at the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Public Security Bureau in Yuezhou City, as Su Han walked into the hall, the originally noisy environment instantly fell silent. Dozens of eyes turned to him, filled with shock, admiration, and even a hint of fear. Is this the soldier who took down 15 kidnappers? He looks so young. Is it true? Sure. Team leader Liu said he is from a secret military unit. Don't ask around. Officer Liu quickly approached, lowering his voice. Mr. Su, this way please. The director and the military personnel are already waiting for you in the conference room. In the conference room, the director of the Yuezhou City Public Security Bureau and a middle-aged man in military uniform were talking. Upon seeing Su Han enter, both of them stood up simultaneously. This is Comrade Su Han, right? The man in military uniform extended his hand. I am Wang Jigang, a staff officer from the political department of the Yuezhou military region, sent here to assist in handling this case. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Director Li turned on the projector. Comrade Su, based on your testimony last night and the on-site investigation, we have confirmed that this group of kidnappers is a branch of a transnational criminal organization. The projector displayed a photo of a man in a tang suit. The main culprit, Chun Tianxiong, nicknamed Buddha, appears to be a legitimate businessman, but actually controls multiple smuggling and kidnapping operations. Thanks to your timely intervention, otherwise, Miss Chun would have been in grave danger. Wang Jigang added, the military leaders highly praise your performance. Considering the special nature of the case, all written materials will be handled jointly by the military and the police, and it will not affect you in any way. 2 hours later, all the formalities were completed. Officer Liu escorted Su Han to the door, hesitating to speak. Comrade Su, I have a small request. Our SWAT team would like to invite you to conduct some training. Suhan smiled. Let us wait until I have time on my next leave. At noon, at the Su family's old residence, Su Bowen and several clan elders were sitting in the main hall. Upon seeing Suhan return, they all stood up. Third uncle, have you taken care of everything? Su Bowen asked with concern. Suhan nodded. The police have closed the case, and it will not affect the martial arts school's business. That's good. Su Bowen breathed a sigh of relief, but then showed a reluctant expression. You're returning to the army tomorrow? Yes, the holiday is almost over. Suhan looked at the Su family disciples practicing in the yard. Before I leave, I want to give them some guidance again. As the sun set, Suhan stood in front of the ancestral hall and lit 3 sticks of incense. The next morning, at the entrance of the Suwu family community, Great-Grandpa, the little one, dressed in camouflaged children's clothes and carrying a small backpack, rushed into Suhan's arms like a little cannonball. Are you all ready? Suhan picked her up and looked at Su Wu and his wife behind her. Lin Yan handed over a pink suitcase. Clean clothes, snacks, and toys are all prepared. This girl was so excited she didn't sleep all night. Third uncle, thank you for your trouble. My husband and I have to go on a business trip. So Suhan smiled. No problem, it's not hard work. In the army, this little girl won't have the chance to cause trouble. Dad, look. The little one took out a small notebook from her backpack. I've drawn all the military boxing moves Great-Grandpa taught me. Su Wu was both amused and exasperated. When you're in the army, you have to listen to Great-Grandpa and not cause trouble, understand? I understand. The little one hugged Suhan's neck. Great-Grandpa, let us go quickly. The driver drove slowly out of the community, and in the rearview mirror, the figures of Su Wu and his wife grew smaller. The little one suddenly fell silent, her little face pressed against the car window. Great-Grandpa, I miss Dad and Mom a bit. You just left home, and you're already thinking of them? Suhan smiled bitterly, rubbing her little head with one hand. Once we get to the army, Great-Grandpa will teach you how to use the phone, and you can call Dad and Mom every day. Really? The little one's eyes lit up. Then can I use Great-Grandpa's gun to shoot targets? Not a chance. Suhan flicked her forehead. That would be against the rules. The little one pouted, suddenly remembering something, and took something out of her backpack. Can I eat candy? I brought it secretly. Suhan glanced at the lollipop in her hand, helplessly smiling. Eat less, or your teeth will rot. The car drove onto the highway, the scenery outside rushing by. The little one excitedly pointed into the distance. Great-Grandpa, look, a big plane. That's a military transport plane. Suhan smiled. Once we get to the army, I'll take you to see real fighter jets. Wow, the little one danced with excitement. I want to be a pilot. Please everyone help by giving a 5-star review. Thank you. Click on the last chapter and the last page again to see the rating. The system just launched has low scores, so we need everyone to help raise it. Chapter 67. The Soldier King returns with the little ancestor. Chapter 67. The Soldier King returns with the little ancestor. At the gate of the 356th Regiment of the Uezhou military region, under the blazing sun, Sentinel Wang Gang stood straight beside the sentry box, sweat dripping down from the brim of his hat. Suddenly, a taxi slowly drove up and stopped at the checkpoint. Swankiri de Larchevak, filled with sweets and cigarettes that Zhou Haitao had asked him to bring back for the soldiers of the 7th Company. Then, holding the little one's hand, he slowly walked towards the gate of the regiment's base. Hello, comrade. Please show your identification. Sentinel Wang Gang saluted as a routine, asking seriously. But when he saw the person in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted. He was too familiar with this face. Comrade Suhan. Wang Gang's voice suddenly rose. Suhan smiled slightly and handed over his soldier ID. Thank you for your hard work, veteran. Wang Gang hurriedly waved his hand. What ID do you need? Your face is the most authoritative pass for our 356th Regiment. At this moment, he noticed a 6 or 7-year-old girl standing next to Suhan, with 2 pigtails, blinking her big eyes curiously at him. Great-Grandpa, why does this uncle call you Soldier King? What does Soldier King mean? The little girl asked in a sweet voice. Wang Gang almost choked on his own saliva. Great-Grandpa. Suhan helplessly rubbed the little girl's head. Little one, you should call everyone comrades in the army. Oh. The little one obediently nodded and sweetly smiled at Wang Gang. Uncle Comrade, hello. Wang Gang was dumbfounded. Vong Gong, what are you staring at? The class leader from the duty room poked his head out, and upon seeing Su-Han, was also taken aback, then quickly ran over. Comrade Su-Han is back? The regiment commander asked about you yesterday. The class leader glanced at the little one, and his expression became subtle. This is my great-great-granddaughter. Su-Han said without changing his expression. Come with me to the army for a few days. Class leader, Wang Gang. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. This generation is incredible. Su-Han took the little one into the camp, and soldiers along the way stopped to salute. Great-grandpa, why are they all saluting you? The little one's head swayed excitedly, her little face flushed. Because great-grandpa is a soldier, Su-Han explained with a smile. In the army, when comrades meet, they must salute each other. There's one point Su-Han didn't mention, his fame in the 356th Regiment. From the regiment commander down to the soldiers in the cooking classes, who hasn't heard of Su-Han's great name? Even though he is still just a private, no one dares to treat him as a private. The little one nodded, seemingly understanding, and suddenly saw a few soldiers training at the 7th Company camp, immediately pointing at them and shouting, Great-grandpa, look, they're doing the moves you taught me. Su-Han looked in the direction she pointed and saw a few soldiers practicing military boxing in the distance. One of the moves did resemble what he taught the little one. Those are your uncle's soldiers. They are training. Come on, Great-grandpa will take you to your uncle's company. At the 7th Company camp, the training ground was dusty under the blazing sun. Wang Hao, are you a reincarnated snail? Why are you so slow climbing the obstacle? Squad leader Lu Yong shouted angrily from the high platform, veins bulging on his forehead. Wang Hao crawled out from under the barbed wire, covered in dirt and sweat. Feeling wronged. Squad leader, we've been training for 3 hours already. Shut up. With your performance, just wait to be crushed by the reconnaissance battalion in next week's competition. Lu Yong kicked the tire and shouted, Everyone, get in line, let's go again. The soldiers of the 7th Company cried out in despair, but no one dared to disobey the order. Just then, there was a commotion at the camp gate. What the hell? Is that Su-Han? Brother Han is back? Wait, who asked that little girl next to him? Lu Yong frowned and looked over, only to see Su-Han carrying a bulging backpack and holding the hand of a little girl with pigtails, leisurely walking toward the training ground. The little girl was dressed in camouflaged children's clothes, bouncing around like a happy little rabbit. Attention! Lu Yong instinctively straightened the line, and then realized, wait, Su-Han is still a private. Hello, squad leader. Su-Han approached with a smile and gave a standard military salute. I brought back some good stuff. Before Lu Yong could respond, Wang Hao rushed forward. Brother Han, you're finally back. Who is this girl? Your daughter? Nonsense. Lu Yong slapped Wang Hao on the back of the head. How old is Su-Han? This is obviously. He hesitated, unable to come up with a reasonable answer. The little girl tilted her head, her big eyes twinkling, and suddenly shouted, Hello, uncles. I'm a great-granddaughter. The training ground fell silent. A gust of wind blew, rustling a few fallen leaves. Great-grandfather. Zhao Xiaohu's jaw nearly dropped. Wait, Lu Yong suddenly realized, pointing at the little girl. What did you just call her? Great-grandfather. The little girl proudly puffed out her chest. Yes. My dad calls him third grandfather, so I have to call him great-grandfather. All the soldiers of the 7th Company looked at Su-Han in unison, as if they were staring at a living fossil. Su-Han shrugged helplessly and pulled out a large bag of wedding candies from his backpack. The company commander asked me to bring these. He went on his honeymoon with my granddaughter and won TB back for almost a month. He then pulled out a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and the soldiers immediately cheered. Wow, wedding candies. Wang Hao quickly snatched one. Long live the company commander. Brother Han is awesome. Lu Yong took the cigarettes, looking at Su-Han with a complex expression. So you really are this little girl's great-grandfather? By generation, yes. Su-Han rubbed the little girl's head. Her dad is my cousin, which makes him the older brother of our company commander's wife. Puffed. Zhao Xiaohu, who was drinking water, spat out. The little girl tugged at Su-Han's clothes. Great-grandfather, why are all these uncles dumbfounded? Because their math is bad, Su-Han said seriously. Oh, the little girl suddenly understood, took out a handful of candies from her pocket. Then eat more candies to help your brains. Zhao Xiao. Wang Hao. Others. Go ahead, no need to be polite. The little girl, with a serious face, held out the candies to everyone. I have a lot here. Eat a few more, and you'll be as smart as me. Everyone, Chapter 68. The little one performs military boxing. Suhan, how did you bring this child into the military? Lu Yong quietly asked Suhan. According to regulations, as a private, you can't bring family members into the military. Suhan smiled. Privates can't bring them. But officers should be able to, right? Everyone. Suhan smiled. Do you have so little confidence in me? Am I not getting promoted before the military competition this time? Everyone suddenly realized. Lu Yong slapped his forehead. Oh my head. How'd I forget about this? Before you participated in the military competition, the regiment commander was already going to promote you. Now that you've achieved such good results in the competition, getting promoted is a sure thing. If you can get promoted directly, then letting your family stay for a while is naturally not a problem. However, Lu Yong looked at the little girl. She is so small. Who is responsible for taking care of her? Our company has been pretty busy with training lately. Suhan replied, Squad leader, you don't have to worry about this. She doesn't live in our regiment. Doesn't live in our regiment? Where does she live? Everyone was taken aback. Lu Yong looked at Suhan, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. So, Suhan, you're being transferred? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone became tense. Brother Han, you're not really leaving, are you? What am I supposed to do if you go? I'm still waiting for you to come back and teach me equipment skills. Wang Hao said anxiously. Brother Han, don't. If you leave, how will we deal with those little brats from the 8th Company bullying us? Who will help us fight back? Zhao Xiaohu was also anxious. Suhan said calmly, Who told you I'm leaving? I just have a mission that requires me to be away for a while. My assignment is still with the regiment. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then how long will you be gone? Suhan thought for a moment and said, At least a year, at most 3 years. A top-notch special operations team takes at least a year to go from rookies to elites, and that's not even counting the women's special operations team. The effort required is even more than training male soldiers. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned dark. What is the difference from leaving directly? Lu Yong, however, smiled slightly, patted Suhan on the shoulder, and said, Before you participated in the military competition, we actually all knew you would leave sooner or later. Your abilities are a huge loss to the 356th Regiment, to the military, and to the country. The squad leader is very proud to have a soldier like you. Although Lu Yong smiled wryly, Your skills didn't come from me. Suhan said seriously, Squad leader, no matter where I am in the future, you will always be my squad leader. Lu Yong's nose tinged with a bit of emotion, and he nodded with a choked voice. All right, it's rare for you to come back. So let us not talk about these sad things. You take this child to the barracks to rest, and we still need to continue training. Just then, the little girl suddenly shouted, I want to participate in training too. Zhao Xiaohu laughed. Little one, with your tiny body, can you even lift a gun? Be careful not to get pinned down by the gun later. The little girl pouted and shouted, Who said I can't? I'm very capable. Great-grandfather taught me military boxing at home. I'm also a soldier of the People's Liberation Army now. Everyone laughed and said, Wow, that's amazing. Little comrade of the People's Liberation Army, can you show us how to do military boxing? The little girl raised her proud little head, of course. Just now I saw you all practicing. Your moves weren't very standard. None of you are as good as I am. Ha ha ha, good. Then show us. Let us go. The little girl stood in the center of the field, with 2 pigtails, dressed in camouflaged children's clothes, her little face serious, looking very earnest. Attention! Stand at ease. She shouted the command in a sweet voice, her small hands behind her back, mimicking the officers. The soldiers of the 7th Company stifled their laughter and formed a circle to watch. Wang Hao covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking. This little girl is quite convincing. Ready. The little girl suddenly squatted into a standard horse stance. Her little fists clenched, and her expression became fierce. First move, bow step punch. Huh. With a crisp shout. The little girl's right fist shot forward, the movement clean and sharp, without any hesitation. The soldiers, who had been joking just moments ago, fell silent. Lu Yong's eyes widened. This movement is much more standard than many new recruits. Second move, throat punch kick. The little girl's left palm shot forward like a knife, while her right leg kicked up sharply, her toes straight, her foot nearly half a meter off the ground. What the hell? Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed. That kick height is even better than mine. The little girl became more and more spirited as she continued to demonstrate. Each move powerful and precise. Although the range of motion is limited due to her height, every detail is executed with precision, completely unlike what a 6 or 7-year-old child could achieve. The 10th move, turn and trap the arm. The little one suddenly performs a beautiful turn, her small hand grabbing the imaginary enemy's arm, executing a standard shoulder throw. Although she couldn't actually throw anyone due to her small strength, the technical execution is perfect. Lu Yong looks at Su Han, his voice trembling slightly. Su Han, did you teach her? Su Han smiled slightly. The Su family has been practicing martial arts since the age of 3. I made some minor modifications to this set of military boxing to better suit her age. The little one on the field has already reached the final move. The 16th move, strike the waist and lock the throat. Her small body suddenly lunges forward, her left hand clawing forward, while her right hand is clenched into a fist at her waist, her entire demeanor instantly becoming fierce. Finish. With the last move completed, the little one stands still, her small chest rising and falling, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The training ground is silent. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Xiaohu is the first to applaud, and soon the entire 7th squad erupts into thunderous applause. Incredible. Wang Hao rushes over and picks up the little one. You're better than half of our squad. The little one proudly lifts her small face, of course. Great-grandpa said, I'm a martial arts genius. Lu Yong walks over to Su Han and whispers, Su Han, is a martial arts inheritance of the Su family this abnormal? Even such a small child. Su Han smiles without speaking. Chapter 69. My great-granddaughter is coming to stay in the army for a few days. In the 7th squad's cafeteria during dinner time, the little one sits next to Su Han, curiously observing the surrounding green military uniforms. Great-grandpa, the food in the army smells so good, the little girl exclaims, looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. If it smells good, eat more. Su Han calmly serves her a piece of braised pork. Report. Wang Hao suddenly stands up with a mischievous smile. Squad leader, I propose that Comrade Su Han tell us about the family history. The generational hierarchy is so amazing. Yes, yes. Zhao Xiaohu immediately agrees. We all want to know how the squad leader called out third grandpa at the wedding. The cafeteria bursts into laughter. Lu Yong glares at them but can't help but smile. All right, you can't even be quiet while eating. The little one suddenly raises her small hand. I know. Dad said that when Uncle first met great-grandpa, he turned pale. Ha ha ha. The entire cafeteria erupts in laughter. Suan says, this little ancestor really loves to stir up trouble. Just then, the cafeteria door is pushed open. Attention! The duty officer shouts loudly. The soldiers stand up in unison. And in walks Brigade Commander Wang Taijun, followed by a few staff officers. Continue eating, Wang Taijun waves his hand. But his gaze locks directly onto Su Han and the little one beside him. Is this the family member you mentioned on the phone? Wang Taijun raises an eyebrow and asks. Report, Commander. Yes, Su Han stands at attention and replies, my great-granddaughter is coming to stay in the army for a few days. Wang Tiejuan's mouth twitches. You're 18 this year, right? Report. It's a generational issue. Wang Taijun rubs his temples and suddenly lowers his voice. You're not trying to dodge training by bringing a child as a shield, are you? Before Su Han can answer, the little one suddenly jumps off her chair and gives a crooked military salute. Hello, Uncle Commander. Great-grandpa is amazing. He single-handedly scared off more than a dozen bad guys. He even saved a beautiful sister. He is not afraid of hardship at all. Otherwise, how could he be so awesome? Wang Taijun. The 7th squad soldiers. Su Han. Oh no, this little ancestor is spilling everything. Wang Taijun squints. Such an exciting story. Why didn't I know about it? The little one is about to continue spilling the beans when Su Han quickly covers her small mouth. Commander, children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint. He only told Captain Lying about it. The brigade hasn't even had a chance to report it yet. Wang Taijun gives Su Han a meaningful look. Tomorrow morning at 8, bring your achievements to my office for a detailed report. Now, continue eating. After the commander leaves, the cafeteria erupts again. Han Yi, what did you do during your leave? More than a dozen bad guys? Is it true? Who is the beautiful sister? How beautiful is she? Suhan looks at the little one in his arms, who has an innocent expression, and finally understands what it means to say that taking care of a child is harder than fighting. In the 7th Squad dormitory, the lights have already been turned off, since he wouldn't be staying at the 356th Regiment for a few days with the little one. Suhan simply took her to stay in the squad leader's dorm. The squad naturally didn't dare to object to this. First, it's due to Suhan's relationship with the squad leader. Second, because of Suhan's achievements. Even if he wanted to stay in the commander's room, the commander would probably happily give it up. The little one lies on Suhan's bed, hugging the small teddy bear she brought from home, but her eyes are wide open. Great-grandpa, I can't sleep, the little one whispers. Suhan sits on the edge of the bed, gently patting her. Close your eyes and count sheep. How many do you have to count before you can sleep? Just then, Suhan suddenly hears a rustling sound outside the window. His gaze sharpens. Who? The window is quietly pushed open a crack, and Wang Hao's face appears. Hanga, it's us. Following that, Zhao Xiaohu and several other comrades' heads squeeze in, each face filled with gossip. You guys. Suhan is speechless. Wang Hao lowers his voice. Hanga, just tell us, what is the deal with those more than a dozen bad guys? Why does the commander want you to report tomorrow? The little one quickly sits up excitedly, raising her hand. I know. Great-grandpa is so cool. He knocked all the bad guys down with a bang. Suhan quickly pushes her back into bed. Sleep. You're not on some secret mission, are you? You're thinking too much. Suhan replies helplessly. I just happened to encounter a kidnapping case and helped out. Wow, you did a good deed. Wang Hao is so excited he almost shouts. Did they have guns? Yes. Did you go unarmed? I picked up a dagger. Just then, footsteps echo down the dormitory corridor, and several heads instantly retract. Duty officer Lu Yong walks over with a flashlight, seeing Suhan standing by the window, puzzled. Why aren't you asleep yet? Going to sleep right away. Squad leader Suhan calmly closes the window. Lu Yong glances at the little one pretending to sleep in bed, hesitates to say something, and finally just sighs, good luck with the commander tomorrow. Once Lu Yong walks away, the little one suddenly opens her eyes and whispers, Great-grandpa, did I say something wrong? Suhan pinches her small nose. It's fine, Great-grandpa can handle it. Now, close your eyes and sleep. The little one obediently closes her eyes, and soon even breathing can be heard. Suhan leans against the head of the bed, gazing at the moonlight outside the window, a smile creeping onto his lips. The first day of bringing the child back to the army is much livelier than he had imagined. Chapter 70. Exceptional promotion to captain. Departing for the Eagle Special Operations Base. Fourth update. The morning sunlight pours through the brigade commander's office window. Wang Taijun stands with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed. Report. Suhan's loud voice comes from outside. Come in. Wang Taijun turns around, his gaze sharp as he watches Suhan enter. Suhan stands straight and salutes with a standard military gesture. Commander, you called for me? Wang Taijun points to the chair across from him. Sit. Once Suhan is seated, Wang Taijun takes a document from the drawer and gently pushes it in front of Suhan. First, take a look at this. Suhan looks down and sees the document cover prominently marked with order for the exceptional promotion of Comrade Suhan. Commander, this. Wang Taijun waves his hand. Read it first. Suhan opened the document, and his pupils constricted at the first page. After research by the Military District Party Committee, it was decided to promote Private Suhan to the rank of captain, appointing him as an instructor in the Special Operations Research Department. Captain? Suhan suddenly looked up. Commander, isn't this against the rules? Usually, promotions start from second lieutenant, right? Wang Taijun smiled slightly. What's wrong? Do you think the rank is too high? No, it's just. Then stop talking nonsense. Wang Taijun tapped the table. 1 first-class merit, 2 third-class merits, plus the results from the military competition. Promoting you directly from private to captain, although rare, is not without precedent. He stood up and walked to Suhan's side. Now, tell me about what happened during your leave. What is the deal with the dozen or so bad guys that little girl mentioned? Suhan took a deep breath and briefly reported on his trip to Wezhou, focusing on the armed level of the kidnappers and the criminal facts while deliberately downplaying the details of the battle. After listening, Wang Taijun frowned even tighter. 1 person against 15 armed kidnappers? Suhan, Do you know the consequences of falsely reporting military achievements? Commander, I have the case records from the Uezhou Public Security Bureau and the endorsement from the Military District Command. If necessary, I can ask Staff Officer Wang Jigang to testify. Suan Sith Company. Wang Taijun stared at Su Han for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Good kid. I really didn't misjudge you. He took a delicate box out of the safe and solemnly handed it to Su Han. This is your new shoulder insignia. From today on, you are captain. Su Han took the box, feeling its weight much heavier than he had imagined. However, Wang Taijun changed the subject. Your position as an instructor in the Special Operations Research Department is a bit special. Su Han's heart stirred. Commander, what does that mean? It means you don't have to report to the military academy. Commander, Zhao personally designated you to be responsible for forming a brand new special operations team. You should already know this. You can pack your things and go to Falcon in the next few days. Their preparations should be almost complete by now. Understood. Su Han stood up and saluted. At the training ground of the 7th Company, soldiers were practicing combat skills. Have you heard? Brother Han was called to the commander's office. Wang Hao muttered quietly while doing push-ups. Zhao Xiaohu wiped his sweat. It must be because of what little one let slip last night. Do you think Brother Han really took down a dozen kidnappers by himself? Another soldier chimed in. That's too exaggerated, right? Lu Yong walked over and kicked that soldier in the butt. Focus on training. If you gossip again, do 100 more push-ups. Just then, a military jeep drove into the training ground. The door opened, and Su Han stepped out. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on the shiny captain's insignia on Su Han's shoulder. Damn! Wang Hao exclaimed. Lu Yong was also stunned. Su Han, what's this? Su Han smiled slightly and gave a standard military salute. Report, squad leader. I have just been promoted to captain. The entire 7th Company erupted in excitement. From private to captain, Brother Han is amazing. This is basically riding a rocket. Lu Yong quickly returned the salute. Captain Su, congratulations. Su Han waved his hand. Squad leader. Just call me Su Han in private. Wang Hao rushed over and carefully touched Su Han's insignia. Brother Han, no, Captain Su. You've set a record for the entire army. Zhao Xiaohu suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Wait, Brother Han got promoted. Does that mean you're leaving? The training ground fell silent instantly. Little one ran up close, saw Su Han's insignia, and her eyes lit up. Great-grandpa got promoted. Imitating the adults, she saluted properly. Hello, Commander. The soldiers burst into laughter. The sadness of parting was somewhat alleviated. Lu Yong sighed and patted Su Han on the shoulder. Although I knew I couldn't keep you, I didn't expect it to be so soon. Squad leader, I will always be part of the 7th Company, Su Han said seriously. All right, enough with the mushy stuff. Lu Yong teased. Before you leave, give this bunch of brats some guidance. Su Han nodded and turned to the 7th Company soldiers. For the last 3 days, I'll train with you. Roar. The soldiers cheered in unison. At the 7th Company training ground, again, move quickly. The enemy 1T give you a second chance on the battlefield. Su Han stood in the center of the training ground, his voice steady and powerful. The soldiers of the 7th Company, under his guidance, were conducting high-intensity tactical drills. Wang Hao, your tactical movements are too stiff. Remember, your body should flow like water. Don't give the enemy a fixed target. Yes. Wang Hao gritted his teeth in response, sweat dripping from his forehead, but his gaze was exceptionally focused. Su Han walked to Zhao Xiaohu's side and suddenly swept his leg. Zhao Xiaohu was caught off guard and nearly fell. Too slow. Su Han frowned on the battlefield. The enemy 1T tell you in advance when they're going to attack. Zhao Xiaohu rubbed his numb leg and smiled bitterly. Brother Han, that was too harsh. Harsh. Su Han smiled faintly. Real enemies are much harsher. He turned to everyone. Next, I will teach you a modified close combat technique. Pay attention. As his voice fell, Su Han's figure flashed, his movements as fast as lightning, each punch striking with precision. The soldiers watched in astonishment. Is this military boxing? Lu Yong exclaimed in shock. It's a fusion of the essence of Su family martial arts, Su Han concluded, his breath steady, when dealing with physically stronger enemies. Technique is more important than brute strength. The next day, at the shooting range, bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots pierced the target's center completely. Su Han put down the gun and looked at Wang Hao beside him. Did you see clearly? Wang Hao gulped. I saw it clearly, but my hands can't keep up. Shooting isn't about brute force, Su Han said calmly. Breath, heartbeat, and muscle coordination are all essential. He walked behind Zhao Xiao, gently pressing on his shoulder. Relax, don't be tense. The gun is an extension of your body. Zhao Xiao took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Bang. 9 rings. I hit it. Zhao Xiao was so excited he nearly jumped up. Su Han smiled slightly. Remember this feeling and keep practicing. Little one ran over, tugging at Su Han's clothes. Great-grandpa, I want to learn too. Su Han ruffled her little head. Wait until you grow a bit more. I'm already very strong, she said defiantly, hands on her hips. Everyone burst into laughter. On the 3rd day, at the physical training ground, under the blazing sun, the soldiers of the 7th Company were doing weighted cross-country runs. Su Han ran at the front of the line, his steps steady, as if the weight on him didn't exist. Hold on, last 500 meters. Wang Hao was panting, his face pale, but his eyes remained determined. How's he? Don't fall behind. Zhao Xiaohu encouraged from his side. Don't worry, I can keep going. Finally, everyone rushed across the finish line, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. In the morning, at the entrance of the 7th Company barracks, the jeep was ready, with Su Han's luggage and little one's backpack loaded. The soldiers of the 7th Company were lined up, looking at Su Han with complex expressions. Stand at attention. Salute. Lu Yong shouted loudly. Swish. Everyone saluted in unison. Su Han returned the salute, his gaze firm. Su Han, the 7th Company will always be your home. Lu Yong's voice was somewhat choked. Brother Han, come back to see us often. Wang Hao shouted with reddened eyes. Little one, remember to think of us. Zhao Xiaohu waved at little one, holding her teddy bear. Little one said in a sweet voice, Goodbye, uncles. Little one will miss you. Su Han smiled slightly, turned, picked up little one, and walked towards the jeep. The door closed. The engine started. The soldiers of the 7th Company stood in place, watching as the vehicle slowly drove away until it disappeared from view. Let us go. Continue training. Lu Yong took a deep breath and turned towards the training ground. The others silently followed. In the jeep, little Dup leaned against the car window, watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside, and quietly asked, Great-grandpa, where are we going? Su Han patted her head, a slight smile on his lips. To a more interesting place. For chapters updated today, please everyone help out by giving a 5-star review. Thank you. Click until the last chapter's last page, and the rating